Su Bin travels through the Hong Kong film world of the 1980s and dominates the world in Southeast Asia. There are many talented and extraordinary soldiers under my command, with 3,000 dead soldiers. The King of Siam conferred upon him the title of Honorary Marquis, making him the only nobleman with a foreign surname, possessing immense power and a great reputation. Xiangjiang, Dongxing Crow was slapped by a camel and felt resentful. He asked for help from Su Bin. Little did he know, his action brought a gluttonous dragon to Xiangjiang. Camel, dare you touch my cousin? Go down and eat thinner. Shen Haonan, let me tell you, my cousin Crow can cover the sky with just one hand. Shanji, the leader of the Sanlian gang? Hee, let me tell you, even if Lei Gong comes, he has to kneel in front of me. When everything settles in Xiangjiang, cousin, have you heard a sentence? Su Bin swept across the Xiang River, Hao River, Baoshan, and even the entire footbed chicken with the momentum of a whale swallowing. But this was only the first step on his journey. If you enjoy Hong Kong action stories like this, don't forget to like and subscribe. The adventure is about to begin. Chapter 1. Crows Seeking Help. The Opportunity to Return to Xiangjiang. Siam, Chiang Rai. The bright moonlight covers the earth. A vast plain estate, draped in a silver veil by the seductive moonlight. A few brilliant lights, as embellishments, look like a brilliant galaxy from afar. From the sky, the entire estate villa looks magnificent. However, around the vast estate, there are hundreds of heavily armed guards scattered, with an extremely terrifying aura that looks somewhat ominous. As is well known, real estate property rights in Siam are permanent in nature. Being able to have such a large estate villa here, and with so many armed guards, the master here, needless to say, must be a rare and powerful figure in Siam. On the silver white estate avenue, an uncovered sightseeing car is slowly driving. For bodyguards stand on either side, following the sightseeing bus and running in small steps. Under the bright moonlight, it is clear to see a beautifully dressed woman in a green OL outfit sitting in the car. She is none other than Tang Yuan, Wang Fei, the female lawyer in the No. 1 Imperial Court. Not long after, the sightseeing bus slowly stopped outside a European-style villa located in the center of the estate. A butler-like person, accompanied by several servants, stepped forward quickly and respectfully welcomed Tang Yuan down. Mr. Tang, Mr. Su is taking a nap and not seeing anyone, but you are an exception. The butler, with a hint of flattery on his face, whispered softly and bent down to introduce himself into the villa. Tang Yuan's eyebrows twitched slightly, he nodded lightly, and walked towards the villa in a graceful manner. A few bodyguards are divided into two columns outside the door, stand upright. In the lobby on the first floor of the villa, a few people were sitting randomly and scattered. Under their lazy faces, they all had extremely sharp eyes, and their high, bulging temples proved their extraordinary abilities. One of them sat alone in the corner, holding a piece of pure white cloth and slowly wiping a beautiful 8-sided Han sword. That serious and caring expression, as if treating a loved one like that. That's right, this person is none other than the 8-faced Han sword, Luo Tianong. Not far from him, there was a young man with dyed yellow hair and dressed in white, playing with a beautiful white short knife in boredom. He was the white assassin Aji, on the spacious sofa not far from Aji's side. Sitting casually, two people with similar faces, and at first glance, they were both rebellious and unruly. One was the flying mouse cub Chin No. The other one is a yellow-haired Dutch guy. On the sofa across from the two of them, there sat a tall man in a suit, with his eyes half closed, as if he was recuperating and thinking. Amidst his handsomeness and a hint of evil charm, he is none other than the suit thug, Gao Jin. When Tang Yuan's figure appeared in the hall, the five of them stood up at the same time and cast a slightly respectful look. Hello, Miss Tang. The five of them bowed slightly and shouted in unison. And when Tang Yuan saw these 5 people gathering, his eyes were clearly stunned. She paused her steps, furrowed her brow slightly, and asked softly, "Why have you all come back? Is something wrong?" The 5 of them glanced at each other, obviously not quite sure. As the strongest among the 5, Gao Jin replied calmly, "Miss Tang, we don't know either. It was Mr. Su who brought us back." Tang Yuan frowned even more upon hearing this. These 5 are the 5 most trusted and relied upon generals by Mr. Su. Except for Gao Jin, who closely followed Mr. Su, several others were assigned to various Southeast Asian countries to guard one side. Unless it's a big deal, a few people usually don't move lightly. But now, all of them have actually returned. What does this represent? It goes without saying. Tang Yuan nodded slightly and said, "Then you guys sit down for a while. I'll go up and see Mr. Su." After finishing speaking, among the few people nodding, Tang Yuan took a step forward and walked towards the stairs. However, her pace has noticeably increased compared to just now. The solid wood staircase, under the stomping of high heels, made no strange noise. Tang Yuan, who was extremely puzzled, quickly climbed to the second floor. She glanced at the living room on the second floor and the bedroom with the door open. Except for the luxurious and low-key home, there was no one inside. I should have fallen asleep in the study again. A reproachful concern appeared on Tang Yuan's delicate face. She wrinkled her nose lightly, relaxed her steps, and walked to the door of the study. Before she could knock on the door, a lazy voice came from inside. Come in. Tang Yuan smiled and pushed open the door to enter, a faint ancient and scholarly aura suddenly rushing towards him. The first thing that catches the eye is a large pear marble table, with bookshelves on both sides. On one side, there are various celebrity books, while on the other side, there are some precious porcelain and rare calligraphy and paintings hanging. The host here, Mr. Su Binsu, is dressed in a casual Tang costume, with half-closed eyes, leaning diagonally on a tiger skin chair. The situation is somewhat awkward and somewhat pretentious. However, this does not prevent anyone who is qualified to enter here from exclaiming repeatedly. Because every item inside is a priceless existence when taken out. Mr. Su, Tang Yuan softly called out, crouching down and gently leaning against Su Bin's arms. Su Bin stroked Tang Yuan's little face and said lightly, You've seen them, haven't you? They naturally refer to a few people downstairs. Tang Yuan nodded gently and whispered, Mr. Su, is something wrong? Upon hearing this question, Su Bin's handsome face, as sharp as a knife, revealed a thought-provoking smile. He straightened up and held Tang Yuan in his arms. The faint fragrance made him unable to resist Tang Yuan's neck and sniffed a few more times. It wasn't until Tang Yuan's cheeks turned red and his eyes were filled with willows that Su Bin curled up his lips and spoke up. My cousin in Xiangjiang called me. There's something wrong with him, and he wants me to help him. Tang Yuan heard this, and the confusion in her eyes dissipated. She asked in surprise, Xiangjiang's cousin? After a brief moment of contemplation, Tang Yuan suddenly realized. Oh, by the way, I remember. It must be that crow brother. What's wrong with him? Do you still need Mr. Su to come over in person? At the end, Tang Yuan's face was full of confusion. His boss slapped him in the face, but he didn't agree and wanted to take down his brother. But he was also worried that he couldn't win over the crowd, so that's why he thought of me. Su Bin raised his eyebrows slightly and finished speaking, then reached out and patted the round and perky figure floating outside. Tang Yuan's pretty face turned red, she whimpered, and slowly crouched down. Half an hour later, Su Bin let out a long sigh, and then said meaningfully, This is an opportunity for me, Su Bin, to return to Xiangjiang. Some things, it's time to take them back. Chapter 2. Return to Hong Kong. First, eliminate Jiang Tianyang. Ding. Congratulations to the host for activating the system task. Return to Hong Kong. Step 1. Assist the crow in rising to power. Task reward. 100 lay disciples of Shaolin. The mechanical system notification suddenly resonated within Su Bin's mind. This system, named Underground Emperor, had long been in Su Bin's possession. With the aid of this system, he established the immensely wealthy Su Group, became a Marquis of Siam, and acquired 3,000 formidable lay disciples of Shaolin, forming a colossal underground force. However, due to certain political considerations, the underground forces Su Bin built across Southeast Asia operated in secrecy, managed by individuals like Gao Jin. While Su Bin himself had never engaged in direct management, his identity was merely that of a pristine businessman. Let Gao Jin and the others come up. Su Bin straightened his posture and patted Tang Yuan's rounded shoulder. Yes, Mr. Su. Tang Yuan nodded, tidied her somewhat disheveled hair, and stepped outside to summon Gao Jin and the other 5. Speaking of which, Tang Yuan, Gao Jin, Luo Tianhong, Aji, Fei Shizai, and Holland were all rewards Su Bin received for completing system tasks. Due to their unwavering loyalty, Su Bin held complete trust in them. Over the years, they had carved out markets and seized territories in various Southeast Asian nations, making remarkable contributions to the layout of Su Bin's underground world. Tang Yuan, a prominent lawyer by profession, also excelled in business and management capabilities. Furthermore, not only was Tang Yuan Su Bin's partner, but she also served as the general manager of the Su Group and an honorary advisor to the Ministry of Finance in Siam. Simultaneously, she was Su Bin's prestigious and dedicated legal counsel within the underground forces of Southeast Asia. The lawyer team she meticulously assembled comprised the world's top rogue lawyers, who consistently secured acquittals for Su Bin's elite subordinates. They had become an indispensable force under Su Bin. Mr. Su, upon entering the study, Gao Jin and the others bowed in unison towards Su Bin. Su Bin nodded slightly and rose to his feet. He slowly strolled to the window, gazing at the resplendent moonlight outside, and spoke softly. You all will accompany me to Hong Kong tomorrow. Yuan, you will oversee the rear operations in Siam. Although Gao Jin and the others were puzzled, they responded in unison. Yes, Mr. Su. However, Tang Yuan's expression changed. She hurriedly approached, linking her arm with Su Bin's, gently shaking it while playfully saying, Mr. Su, I also wish to accompany you to Hong Kong. If anyone were to witness the normally aloof and composed Ms. Tang displaying such a delicate demeanor, they would surely be taken aback. Gao Jin and the others, however, were accustomed to it. After all, it was Mr. Su was addressing. Yet, Su Bin seemed to possess a remarkable immunity to Tang Yuan's playful charm. He smiled faintly, caressing her cheek, and said, Yuan, I do not wish to repeat myself. His tone and manner were exceedingly gentle, yet the words carried an undeniable authority. Tang Yuan's heart tightened. She quickly released Su Bin's arm and spoke in a pitiful tone. I'm sorry, Mr. Su, I was wrong. Gao Jin, as Su Bin's foremost general, was quite perceptive. He stepped forward at the opportune moment to defuse the situation. Mr. Su, how many people shall we take to Hong Kong? Su Bin turned, extending his palm towards Gao Jin and the others. 5,000. Gao Jin was momentarily taken aback, then retrieved his phone. All right, I will arrange it immediately. Su Bin waved his hand, clarifying, not 5,000, but 50. Ah. Everyone present was left dumbfounded. Su Bin shrugged, leisurely returning to his seat, scanning each individual before him, and stated blandly, remember, I am a serious businessman. As his words settled, Gao Jin and the others exchanged knowing smiles and nodded in agreement. In truth, they were not overly concerned about the number of people to bring to Hong Kong. Su Bin's own combat prowess was unfathomable. Coupled with their own considerable skills and 50 seasoned warriors who had weathered countless storms, they were more than capable of handling any situation. However, before heading to Hong Kong, a small inconvenience required addressing. Su Bin accepted the cigar lit by Tang Yuan, taking a deliberate puff. Upon hearing this, Gao Jin and the others shifted their postures, their eyes gleaming with eagerness directed at Su Bin. Su Bin exhaled a plume of smoke, unperturbed, and said, Jin, Tianhong, take a few people and deal with Jiang Tianyang at Guman. Indeed, the Jiang Tianyang Su Bin referred to was none other than the younger brother of Jiang Tiansheng, the current leader of Hongxing, and the son of its former head, Jiang Zhen. According to the rumors in the Underworld, the position of leader of Hongxing was originally meant for Jiang Tianyang. And indeed, Jiang Tianyang possessed superior capabilities compared to Jiang Tiansheng in every regard. However, during Jiang Tianyang's imprisonment in Qizhou, his father Jiang Zhen, facing a life-threatening situation, had no choice but to pass the position to Jiang Tiansheng before his demise, prioritizing the greater good. This incident led to a bitter rivalry between Jiang Tianyang and Jiang Tiansheng. Upon his release, Jiang Tianyang withdrew from Hongxing and retreated to Siam, yet unexpectedly. With only a few loyal followers, he established a substantial empire in Siam. And since Su Bin intended to return to Hong Kong, he undoubtedly aimed to stir up trouble, given that Jiang Tianyang, this third-generation leader of Hongxing, was also in Siam. It was only logical to eliminate him first to prevent future complications. Guman, 3 a.m. Under the dark, windy night, a time for bloodshed and chaos. The location where Jiang Tianyang resided was an expansive estate. Numerous bodyguards were stationed throughout the estate, both inside and out. However, even tigers sometimes doze off, let alone humans. In hot and humid weather, many bodyguards have already started slacking off. They gathered in pairs and threes in empty rooms everywhere, turn on the electric fan, blow the cool breeze, and doze off. In their view, using Jiang Tian to support Mr. Zhang's influence in Guman, no one would dare to make trouble here. Therefore, every night on duty, they treat it as their rest time. But I don't want to, at this moment, in the woods near the perimeter walls. Several agile teams of people have already sneaked in under the cover of the night. Pooh, a bodyguard holding a cigarette and pouring water into the trees. Without even making a sound, he was stabbed by a sharp triangular army and his neck was wiped off. Immediately after, the remaining bodyguards around this courtyard wall. Chi-Chi was suddenly killed by a figure that darted out of the darkness with lightning speed. Report, Team 1 has completed processing. Received. Report. Team 2 has completed processing. Received. Waiting for the 5 teams to reveal their true form under the night sky. After picking up the walkie-talkie and reporting in a low voice, as the leader of this operation, Gao Jin, leading a team of people and horses directly over the wall, quickly sneaked towards the villa where Jiang Tianyang is located. Chapter 3. Gao Jin? Why is this name so familiar? Everywhere is a lush and verdant manor with lush flowers and leaves, provided excellent cover for Gao Jin and others. Any isolated bodyguard encountered by chance, they were all killed by them at an extremely fast speed. Taking advantage of the darkness, they traveled smoothly without any obstacles, quickly and quietly arrived around the villa. Just what surprised Gao Jin and others was that, at this moment, on the second floor of the villa, surprisingly, the lights were brightly lit, and there was a hint of charming laughter coming from the waves. He's playing pretty fancy. After listening intently for a while, a dead soldier, I couldn't help but spit softly. Gao Jin gave a cold smile. I made a quick attack gesture to the group of dead soldiers. More than 10 dead soldiers did not hesitate. They either roll or jump, quickly approached the vicinity of the villa gate. A few bodyguards huddled in the corner playing cards haven't had a chance to react yet. The AK that was lifted up by a few dead soldiers was shot to death in one go. Da-da-da-da-da-da. The dull sound of gunfire. The moment it rang out, inside the villa, then came waves of exclamation and agitation. What happened? What's up? However, most of them. I just thought there was a dozing bodyguard who accidentally got angry. As mentioned earlier, in Guman, no one dares to cause trouble here. Soon the villa gate has been opened directly. A long hair with bare arms, with a face full of impatience, the probe looked outwards. Just open your mouth and prepare to curse. But in the next second, the sudden appearance of more than 10 black shadows, coupled with more than 10 AK black hole gun barrels, make his pupils contract violently and his face tremble with fear. Da-da-da-da-da-da. A volley of bullets descended. Long hair, who was terrified and eager to escape, was directly beaten into a sieve, a body covered in blood. Just as it fell to the ground, the dead soldiers quickly stepped forward, kicked open the door stained with a lot of blood. They picked up AK. He launched a frenzy of gunfire towards the crowd of people who were startled inside the villa. In an instant, gunshots, screams, cries of terror, this area resounded. The various moans on the second floor came to an abrupt end at this moment. There is a bald man coming from the second floor staircase. Reaching out and looking down, I saw all kinds of bloody corpses lying down on the ground. Da-da-da-da-da-da. When an AK catches its eye and pulls the trigger directly, the bald man's face changed drastically, flashing back quickly. He, who could barely dodge this series of bullets, rolling and crawling back up the stairs, hurriedly shouted, "Something's wrong. Hurry up, copy the guy." In the living room on the second floor, a few big men who didn't wear much clothes changed their faces when they heard this. They also don't care about their image. Directly kick away the pretty girl who was scared and ran around, blocking her body. Then he quickly ran to the table where weapons were piled up on one side. Seized all kinds of firearms. Ka-ka, ka-ka. While several people were still tinkering with firearms and loading them with a clatter. The first person to quickly climb upstairs, Gao Jin, it has already appeared in the corner of their field of vision. The bald guy at first was shocked and pale. Lifting the gun makes you want to pull the trigger, but he kept pulling it several times in a row. I was shocked to find out that I didn't turn on the insurance. Gao Jin, with extremely sharp eyes, I have already discovered all of this. He gave a cold smile, lift the AK with one hand, and pull the trigger directly. At the same time, behind Gao Jin, several people rushed up quickly. At this moment, AK aimed at these disheveled men and women. Da-da-da-da-da-da. A few AK shots and simultaneously spewing flames. Let the more than 10 men and women in this room. In an instant, he fell into a pool of blood. This is clearly Jiang Tianyang's residence. After quickly inspecting the body and room, Gao Jin and others, but no trace of Jiang Tianyang was found. Something is a bit off. The cicada chirping that suddenly stopped outside the window, and the strange environment outside that suddenly quieted down, let Gao Jin's eyes squint deeply. He raised his hand and gestured. A warrior quickly leaped the AK shoulder strap over his body, then pick up a corpse and throw it forcefully towards the window. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Moment raindrops of dull gunshots, exploding wildly. The body, already riddled with wounds, had just appeared at the window. He was hit by countless dense bullets and directly turned into various blood droplets. Upon seeing this, Gao Jin and others, my faces changed slightly. At that moment, outside, a sudden, jarring sound of electric current pierced the air. Zzz. Immediately, a loud voice emanated from a loudspeaker, proclaiming, "Listen well, you scoundrels. Mr. Jiang has decreed that you have 30 seconds to toss your weapons out of the window. Then, step outside and kneel. This way, we may spare your bodies. Otherwise, prepare to experience a fate worse than death." As the words echoed, Gao Jin's piercing gaze turned even colder. He twisted his neck, took a step forward, and, accompanied by a cadre of loyal warriors, descended the staircase with deliberate poise. In an instant, outside the villa, a dense throng of people, who had materialized from nowhere, simultaneously raised their weapons, aiming them at Gao Jin and his companions. With an impassive expression, Gao Jin discarded his AK to a nearby warrior, then lit a cigarette, placing it between his lips. "You all wait here," he commanded nonchalantly before striding out towards the villa's entrance alone. The crowd outside, witnessing this, erupted into a flurry of agitation. At the forefront stood a man with a rooster-like haircut, brandishing a loudspeaker, his gaze steely as he fixed it upon Gao Jin. Clearly, he was the one who had just spoken, Jiang Tianyang's trusted confidant, the so-called immortal. "Who are you? Who sent you?" he demanded coldly, tossing the loudspeaker to a subordinate. Having stepped outside and confronted by numerous gun barrels, Gao Jin took a draw from his cigarette before replying coolly, "I am Gao Jin." The moment his name left his lips, a murmur rippled through the crowd. Suddenly, they parted, revealing a middle-aged man seated in a grand armchair. His expression one of perplexity. Jiang Tianyang himself. "Gao Jin? That name sounds so familiar," he mused. scrutinizing the composed figure before him with not only confusion but also a distinct admiration. In that instant, a flicker of undeniable mockery flashed in Gao Jin's eyes upon seeing Jiang Tianyang's arrival. "I care not who sent you." At that moment, Jiang Tianyang rose, advancing toward Gao Jin, directly expressing his desire to recruit him. "I admire you. Work for me." Gao Jin's eyes narrowed with disdain, and he let out a derisive snicker. Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberated through the sky. Everyone looked up in astonishment to see several helicopters ascending from the distant horizon. "Who dares to bring helicopters here?" Jiang Tianyang's eyes narrowed dangerously as he seized the loudspeaker, ready to respond. "What on earth is that?" a subordinate suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards the distance in shock. Following his gaze, the crowd beheld a helicopter, from which a multitude of gun barrels emerged. No, a bundle of them. As the assembled barrels began to rotate slowly, Jiang Tianyang's pupils constricted in terror. "Oh no, it's a Gatling gun," he exclaimed, instinctively dashing towards Jiang Tianyang, seemingly desperate to shield him. But at that moment, the Gatling gun, which had already been primed for several seconds, unleashed a torrent of blue flames toward them. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. Countless bullets rained down in a frenzied onslaught as the helicopter swooped low, and in an instant, the densely packed crowd began to fall one after another. In mere seconds, casualties mounted into the hundreds. Those fortunate enough to escape the hail of bullets scrambled to evade, resembling ants on a hot skillet, overwhelmed by chaos. The cacophony of gunfire, screams, shouts of horror, and the thunderous whir of helicopter blades converged into a grand symphony within the sprawling estate. Soon, the leading helicopter, trailing a dimming blue light, soared above the survivors, who barely had time to exhale in relief. Yet, at that moment, several more helicopters surged forth, their mounted Gatling guns spinning into action as blue flames erupted once more, unleashing another barrage upon the throng within the estate. Wounded by several bullets, Jiang Tianyang's face contorted in agony as he recklessly threw himself over Jiang Tianyang, shielding him with his own body. Several devoted bodyguards, aware of their impending doom, leaped atop Jiang Tianyang, forming a human shield. Bullets imbued with ominous blue light swiftly pierced through their bodies, pooling crimson streams of blood around the heap of fallen corpses. In a fleeting moment, the helicopters passed over the crowd, and the once dense assembly of bodyguards lay sprawled in pools of blood. As the eye surveyed the scene, a grim tableau of death unfolded. Bodies littered the ground, a veritable mountain of corpses amidst a sea of blood. Over 200 individuals, over 200 bodyguards. In the span of mere minutes, only a handful of fortunate souls remained, having narrowly escaped the carnage. Meanwhile, as the helicopters drew the attention of all, Gao Jin had swiftly retreated back into the villa. Once the helicopters roared away, he emerged with his cadre of warriors, and upon witnessing the harrowing scene before him, a smirk crept upon his lips as he received the walkie-talkie handed to him by a comrade. "Tianhong, well done." As soon as the words fell, for other teams lurking in the surrounding area appeared simultaneously. They lifted the AK, slaughter those lucky bodyguards to the point of cleanliness. Get rid of Jiang Tianyang. Gao Jin pointed expressionlessly at the pile of corpses on the mountain. A group of soldiers quickly jumped AK, stepped forward, and casually tossed the pile of corpses aside. Before long, the immortal body covered in bullet holes was the first to be revealed. However, he seemed to have passed away, with widened eyes. There is a suspicion of not closing one's eyes in death. Gao Jin sneered and stepped forward. "Kick it away." "But I don't want to." Jiang Tianyang under him actually moved a little. "Oh, my life is quite big." Gao Jin waved his hand. Two dead soldiers stepped forward, grabbed Jiang Tianyang's hair and arms, and directly pulled him up. The intense pain of forcibly pulling hair. After letting out an involuntary moan, Jiang Tianyang slowly opened his eyes. However, there are several blood holes in his chest cavity. The whole person looks weak and powerless. Gao Jin, I remember who you are." Jiang Tianyang's face turned pale and his chi was like a thin spring, but he still stared at Gao Jin with extremely unbelievable eyes. "You are Su Bin's person." Gao Jin curled the corners of his mouth and gave a cold, non-committal smile. Jiang Tianyang saw the situation, exhausting the last bit of strength in his body. He let out a low howl full of anger. "Why? I have no grievances or grudges with Su Bin. Even before, we had a collaboration. Why did he want to kill me?" Gao Jin sneered. He took the triangular spear handed by the dead soldier behind him, as he slowly cut Jiang Tianyang's neck. Swallowed a faint word. "Why not? Mr. Su asked me to tell you that he just doesn't want to trouble him again." As soon as the words fell, the sharp triangular spear has already cut off Jiang Tianyang's throat. Under the surging blood, Jiang Tianyang, filled with unwillingness and extreme confusion, lowered his head heavily. "Stop the team." As Gao Jin took a faint sip, returned the trident to the dead soldiers, turn around, and stride away. Meanwhile, Su Bin, who was far away in the Qinglai Manor, a series of system prompts sounded in my mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the system task ahead of schedule and defeating Jiang Tianyang, the third-generation leader of Hongxing. Task completion reward, elite talent, Butonglin. 100 lay disciples of Shaolin. Butonglin. In the movie Wolf Fong, Abu who flips over 100? Lying in bed, Su Bin's face showed a faint smile. He glanced at Tang Yuan sleeping beside him, slowly get out of bed, walk to the balcony, and reveal Abu. As a bright light flashed by, Abu's upright figure appeared in front of Su Bin. As soon as he opened his eyes, then respectfully kneeled down on one knee towards Su Bin. Abu, meet the master. Get up. Su Bin smiled faintly. In the future, please call me Mr. Su, or the boss. Yes, Mr. Su. Abu bowed and stood up. At this moment, Tang Yuan, who woke up after realizing that there was no one around him, I walked out with a puzzled expression on my face. Mr. Su he is. She gently took Su Bin's arm and asked softly. His name is Abu. My own people. Su Bin gave a faint smile. He wrapped his back around Tang Yuan's slender waist. Tomorrow, he will follow me and go to Xiangjiang together. Chapter 5. Don't kill your whole family easily. The next morning, Xiangjiang International Airport. Su Bin, dressed in casual Tang attire, with Gao Jin and others, and 50 death soldiers in sharp suits and sunglasses. As soon as I got off the plane, I caught the attention of many people. They all speculated, where did this come from? Rich second generation, or tycoon? Su Bin didn't care at all. He stepped forward slowly, looked at this familiar yet unfamiliar place, and took a deep breath. The air is still so murky. However, it's still so friendly. Su Bin curled the corners of his mouth and smiled inexplicably, turning his head to look at Gao Jin and others standing on the left and right. Remember, I am a businessman. Now that you have returned to Xiangjiang, your work style in Southeast Asia needs to be changed. Don't kill your whole family easily, even if you have to do it. The beginning and end must be handled cleanly. Gao Jin and others held a firm heart, quickly stand up straight and bow together in response, saying, yes, Mr. Su. Su Bin nodded slightly, take a step forward, lead a group of people waiting, and walk towards the VIP channel. At this moment, this should have been a crowded airport pickup point, but it was occupied by a large group of short mules during the clearance. The crowd forced to stay away. Although they have complaints, but among those short mules, under the fierce gaze of a man with a ghostly haircut. But I had to shut my mouth and quickly averted my gaze. That's right. This person is one of the 5 tigers of the Eastern Star, the Xiaoshan Tiger Crow. There are 2 people beside him, both of whom have extraordinary momentum. One is Uncle Bai Tu Wang, the second character of East Star. He had a plain face and never showed any expression, but in the occasionally fluctuating gaze, but they all emit a brilliant light of wisdom. The other one is Wu Jiwei, a smiling tiger. There was a faint smile on his face all along. It looks quite kind, but upon closer inspection, one can discover the sinister within. These 3 people, surrounded by dozens of little brothers, it seems like they have been waiting here for a long time. Before long, equally prominent and eye-catching are Su Bin and others, appeared in the sight of crows and others. Aben. The crow's face lit up with joy. He completely disregarded his image, crossed the fence and strode towards him. This action, naturally, it attracted the curious gaze of the masses not far away towards Su Bin and others. Su Bin's face remained unchanged, approaching without haste. Accepted the bear hug of the crow. Bin, it is truly delightful to see you back. As these words were exchanged, Crow cast a knowing glance towards Su Bin. With a faint smile, Su Bin nodded slightly, before raising his gaze to behold Ben Shu and the ever-smiling tiger, who approached flanked by a throng of followers. Handsome Bin, it has been years, yet your charm remains undiminished, exclaimed the smiling tiger, extending his right hand towards Su Bin while subtly surveying Gao Jin and the others. However, Su Bin appeared to be oblivious to this, as he directly bypassed the smiling tiger, wearing a warm and inviting smile as he extended his hand towards Ben Shu. Ben Shu, it has been several years since we last met, yet you remain as robust as ever, your presence as commanding as in days gone by. At the sight of Su Bin, a benevolent smile spread across Ben Shu's otherwise calm visage. Bin, I never would have imagined. In but a few short years, you have flourished in Southeast Asia. Truly, you embody the pride of our Dongxing society. Indeed, Su Bin, upon his arrival in this realm, was not only the cousin of Crow but also a member listed in the Dongxing Society's roster. During that time, aside from Crow, Ben Shu was the most supportive figure for Su Bin within the organization, offering him considerable assistance. Yet, Su Bin, lacking any system or extraordinary skills, had to rely solely on his modern intellect and the support of Crow and Ben Shu to engage in legitimate business ventures. Within a mere 6 months, Su Bin's enterprise began to take shape, yielding substantial profits and elevating his status within the society. However, during that period, Su Bin remained rather naive. To avoid drawing unwanted attention amidst the handover of Hong Kong, he refrained from involving himself in society affairs and did not establish his own underground faction, merely recruiting a handful of bodyguards for his protection. Ironically, this very lack of strength led to his downfall when Ben Shu nominated him as one of the 5 tigers of Dongxing, resulting in a treacherous ambush. An unidentified group eliminated all his bodyguards, abducted Su Bin, and tossed him into the sea ensconced in a sack. It was only in the face of death that Su Bin acquired the system, managing to survive by a stroke of luck, and was rescued by a passing freighter, which transported him to Siam. Over the ensuing years, Su Bin, utilizing the system, constructed an enormous commercial empire across Siam and various Southeast Asian nations. Simultaneously, in the shadows, he dispatched Gao Jin and others to establish a formidable underground organization. Thanks to the relentless efforts of his intelligence network, Su Bin uncovered leads regarding the individuals responsible for his abduction, with the mastermind being none other than the Smiling Tiger. Yet, it is highly likely that there are others lurking behind the scenes. Unfortunately, the passage of time has made it exceedingly difficult to uncover the truth. Those intent on ensuring Su Bin's demise must be eradicated. Thus, he refrained from eliminating the Smiling Tiger until now, this time seeking Crow's assistance. Su Bin resolved to return to Hong Kong personally to unveil this long-standing mystery and eliminate those who deserve it. While Ben Shu and Su Bin engaged in lively conversation, the overlooked Smiling Tiger's expression darkened ominously. Yet, all eyes remained fixed on Su Bin, utterly disregarding him. "Ah Bin, let us return to Yuan Long. I have arranged a banquet to welcome you back," Crow said warmly, seizing Su Bin's arm, while Ben Shu nodded in agreement, smiling amiably indeed. "Ah Bin, you should return and take a look." Su Bin glanced at the two, shaking his head with a smile. "I appreciate the sentiment, but I have just returned and have many matters to attend to. Perhaps another time." Ben Shu paused momentarily, then nodded with a smile. "Very well. I shall have Crow and the others escort you." "That won't be necessary," Su Bin replied, raising his hand to point towards the distance. "My people have arrived." The group turned to see a long line of luxury vehicles approaching, led by a striking red Bentley, followed closely by a stretched Lincoln, with an array of other high-end cars trailing behind. As the convoy came to a halt, a suit-clad man swiftly exited the rear vehicle and respectfully opened the door of the red Bentley. The next moment, a stunningly graceful woman emerged, captivating all in her presence. "Mr. Su." Upon catching sight of Su Bin, the woman beamed, executing a graceful bow that accentuated her exquisite form. Behind her, dozens of well-dressed men quickly assembled, bowing deeply in unison, exclaiming, "Greetings, Mr. Su." This spectacle caused Ben Shu to narrow his eyes slightly, while bewilderment flickered across the Smiling Tiger's face. Crow stared wide-eyed at the enchanting woman, and the surrounding Dongxing members and onlookers were left in a state of shock, nearly taken aback by the grandeur of the scene. Goodness, what an array of luxury cars! And such a beautiful woman! Who could command such an impressive display? Amidst it all, Su Bin maintained an air of calm. "You may rise." "Yes, Mr. Su." They responded in unison, standing tall with renewed confidence. The enchanting woman stepped forward with a joyful demeanor, affectionately linking her arm with Su Bin's. Crow, initially taken aback, quickly regained his composure, stroking his chin as he leaned closer to Su Bin, whispering with a mischievous grin. "Ah Bin, is this your girlfriend?" Su Bin offered a non-committal smile, casually wrapping his arm around the charming woman while gesturing towards Crow and Uncle Ben, saying, "This is Brother Crow, and this is Uncle Ben. Please greet them." Indeed, this enchanting lady was none other than Xiao from A Bright Future. She served as the meticulous steward of the intelligence network named Butterfly Net, under Su Bin's command. "Greetings, Brother Crow." "Greetings, Uncle Ben." Xiao slightly bowed, exuding grace and decorum, yet her voice held a hint of coldness. Clearly, her demeanor towards Su Bin differed vastly from that towards others. Even though she was aware that Crow was Su Bin's cousin and Uncle Ben was a respected elder of his, Uncle Ben chuckled and nodded, displaying an air of indifference. Crow smacked his lips, casting another glance at Xiao before suppressing the greed that flickered in his eyes. A friend's wife is off limits, especially considering that Su Bin is his older cousin and an ally he desperately needs. "I shall take my leave, gentlemen." Su Bin raised his hand slightly, and, with Xiao in tow, boarded the elongated Lincoln. Crow turned his eyes, exchanged smiles with Uncle Ben and the Smiling Tiger, and remarked, "I'm off to have a word with a Ben." With that, he gathered his entourage and followed Su Bin's convoy in his vehicle. Within the Eastern Star convoy heading towards Yuan Long, Uncle Ben and the Smiling Tiger remained engrossed in conversation, with their topic invariably revolving around Su Bin. "Uncle Ben, what do you think makes that dapper fellow so adept at business?" The Smiling Tiger mused, stroking his chin, his eyes glimmering. "That convoy we just saw must be worth several tens of millions, right? Additionally, I heard that this little rascal made a significant donation to the Siamese royal family, acquiring some farcical honorary marquis title. What a waste of money. He then turned to Uncle Ben and asked, so, how much do you think he actually has? Upon hearing this, Uncle Ben narrowed his eyes and shot the smiling tiger a meaningful glance before expressing, the Sioux group that had been established is now among the Fortune Global 500. His personal fortune has soared to a staggering 10 billion US dollars. Some brothers claimed that 10 billion was too little, so it was changed to 100 billion. What? 100 billion? In US dollars? The smiling tiger was utterly flabbergasted, his astonishment palpable. In this era of Hong Kong, let alone 100 billion US dollars, even billionaires holding over 100 million Hong Kong dollars are exceedingly rare. After a brief moment of shock, the smiling tiger's eyes, now slitted, gleamed with an insatiable greed. Being a shrewd individual, Uncle Ben easily discerned the thoughts brewing in the smiling tiger's mind. He allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips, rich with implications, as he continued, this 100 billion US dollars is merely the visible aspect of Su Bin's wealth. Given his current standing in Siam, no one truly knows how much he possesses. As he spoke, he gazed ahead with a hint of nostalgia, softly sighing, Jouet. The Su Bin of today is no longer the Su Bin of the past. His return this time carries motives that are likely far from simple. The smiling tiger abruptly turned his head, whispering, didn't Crow say he's back to invest? Does he have other intentions? At this, he snorted derisively. That scoundrel. No matter how much money he has or how well he fares in Siam, what does it matter? This is Hong Kong. Enough. The smiling tiger's words were abruptly cut off by Uncle Ben's sharp reprimand. He shot a glare at the smiling tiger, curtly admonishing, are you not aware of what the most critical matter is right now? The smiling tiger nodded sheepishly. I understand. I understand. However, I hinted to Crow the day before yesterday that as long as Brother Luo is out of the picture, we would certainly support him in becoming the leader. Yet he insisted that Brother Luo is perfectly fine. How could he die? Even last night, after being slapped by Brother Luo, he was furious but did not yield. Upon hearing the smiling tiger's words, Uncle Ben suddenly turned to him, his expression grave as he inquired, what did you say? Brother Luo slapped Crow? Indeed. The smiling tiger nodded emphatically. Last night, Crow and I approached Brother Luo to discuss matters. Crow accidentally misspoke and offered Brother Luo a cup of water as an apology. The old man seized the opportunity, claiming the tea was too hot, and slapped him across the face. Crow was furious to the point of explosion. Yet he still did not provide me with a clear response. At this revelation, Uncle Ben's eyes narrowed, a glint of sharpness flashing within them. I believe I understand why Su Bin has chosen this moment to return, and why Crow is being so attentive towards him. Instantly, the smiling tiger grasped the implication. His eyes brightened, and a chilling smile crept onto his lips. In Mong Kok, at the Royal Crown 5-star International Hotel. This venue had been preemptively secured by Xiao A. Xiao, taking up 3 floors as a temporary refuge for Su Bin and his companions. Soon after, everyone retreated to their respective rooms. Holding a glass of red wine, Su Bin stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows of the presidential suite on the top floor, gazing down at the towering skyscrapers and bustling streets below. Behind him, Xiao A. Xiao, observing Su Bin's commanding silhouette, felt a flush of warmth creep across her cheeks. Unable to resist, she shed her excess layers and gently embraced Su Bin from behind. Mr. Su, I've missed you dearly. Su Bin's brow twitched slightly. He smirked, casually tossing the wine glass onto the carpet before turning to scoop Xiao A. Xiao into his arms, playfully tossing her onto the bed. Her alabaster skin and flawless figure were laid bare before him. Just then, a soft knock resounded from the door. It's Gao Jin. Mr. Su. Crow has arrived and wishes to see you. I'm currently occupied. Have him wait in your room for a moment. Upon receiving Gao Jin's response, Crow paused for a moment, seemingly struck by a thought. He shrugged, chuckling as he settled into the sofa, waiting. But this wait extended into an hour. Crow, Mr. Su requests your presence upstairs. Gao Jin's indifferent words caused the already restless Crow to exhale a sigh of relief. He nodded slightly, following Gao Jin's footsteps to the top-floor room, where he encountered Su Bin, who was clad only in a nightgown. Ah Bin, you are quite fortunate. The Crow remarked with a mischievous grin, leaning forward to steal glances into the bedroom. Though the door was closed, his imagination conjured the alluring figure of Xiao Qiao. This action did not go unnoticed by Su Bin's keen gaze. Maintaining an air of composure, he settled onto the sofa, picked up a cigar box from the coffee table, and extracted one to place between his lips. With a click, Gao Jin hurriedly produced a lighter to ignite it. After taking a puff, Su Bin remarked casually, Crow, speak up, how can I assist you? Noticing that Su Bin had not invited him to sit, and sensing an unusual tone, the Crow quickly averted his gaze. Offering a sheepish smile, Ah Bin, before he could finish his sentence, Su Bin interrupted him. If the camel dies, Will you be able to ascend to the top position? As soon as the words left his mouth, the crow's eyes lit up. He seated himself on the sofa opposite Su Chun and chuckled. Ah Bin, once the old man is gone, the top position will undoubtedly be mine. Oh, is that so? Su Bin raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of mockery flashing in his eyes. The crow, unperturbed by the jest, leaned forward and unabashedly took a cigar from the coffee table for himself. As the faint smoke curled upwards, he grinned. Ah Bin, perhaps you are unaware, but Uncle Ben and Jiwei have long expressed their support for me to become the spokesperson. He then shifted the conversation, letting out a deep sigh. Alas, over the years, our Dongxing gang has been relentlessly oppressed by Hongxing. That old camel has always preached about righteousness and rules. Damn it. It is precisely because of his inaction that we have been unable to seize control of the Wanchai dock. There is a significant backlog of goods at the Helan side, yet we have no way to bring them in. It's always just a trickle of shipments. How can we possibly make any profit from that? A simple calculation reveals just how much we have lost over the years. With a scornful grunt, the crow expressed his indignation. Su Bin's brow twitched slightly as he extinguished the cigar in the ashtray and spoke slowly. In recent years, has the smiling tiger grown particularly close to Uncle Ben? Upon hearing this, the crow was momentarily taken aback, his expression turning awkward. His lips, which opened and closed without uttering a word, reflected his inner turmoil. Observing this, Su Bin seemed to have realized something. Narrowing his eyes, a hint of coldness flickered within them. He stated flatly, "If you have something to say, then speak plainly." The crow shrugged, a touch of embarrassment coloring his demeanor, and began to explain. It turned out that his reluctance to speak stemmed from the fact that after Su Bin's incident and presumed death, the gang had directly intervened to seize all his assets. The one who first proposed this was none other than the Smiling Tiger, who at the time was merely a red stick. Under his machinations, all of Su Bin's assets were smoothly funneled into the pockets of Dongxing, with half of it going to the mastermind, the Smiling Tiger. Naturally, Uncle Ben, the crow, and other Dongxing bigwigs also received a share of the spoils. It was from that moment that the Smiling Tiger, having struck a windfall, swiftly expanded his power and connections within Dongxing, becoming a highly sought-after figure. Subsequently, with Uncle Ben's support, the Smiling Tiger ascended to a position of power, becoming one of the 5 tigers of Dongxing. It was only then that he was bestowed with the title of Smiling Tiger. Was it Uncle Ben who supported the Smiling Tiger's rise? A shadow of doubt flickered across Su Bin's face. The 5 tigers of Dongxing held top-tier positions akin to that of a hall master. Such a promotion ceremony was reserved for individuals of significant standing within Dongxing. These individuals would not speak recklessly. Furthermore, considering the time that had elapsed, it was understandable that the newly established Dai Wang had been unable to uncover this information. Indeed, I also cast a vote for him back then, the crow admitted, his expression somewhat sheepish. After all, he had also benefited significantly from Su Bin's assets at that time. I see. Su Bin nodded slightly, concealing all emotions. Leaning back against the sofa, he spread his arms across the cushions. Where is the camel now? Upon hearing this, the crow's expression shifted, and he promptly replied. The old man is spending his days at the old residence in Yuanlong. Su Bin, upon receiving this information, casually raised a hand. Ah Jin, send Feishu and Helan to pay a visit, and instruct them to handle it cleanly. Yes, Mr. Su. Gao Jin replied respectfully before casting a sidelong glance at the crow and exiting the room. Meanwhile, at the luxury villa in Repulse Bay, Jiang Tiansheng was leisurely reclining on the sofa with Fong Ting, watching television. Bored, Fong Ting absent-mindedly toyed with Jiang Tiansheng's body while constantly switching channels with the remote. Switch it back. Suddenly, Jiang Tiansheng's expression darkened as he spoke in a hushed tone. Confused, Fong Ting hurriedly reverted to the previous channel. It was broadcasting breaking news from abroad. At 3 a.m. today, a horrific murder and arson incident occurred at a luxurious private estate in Siam, with initial police assessments indicating that hundreds within the estate likely perished without a survivor. The police stated they would do everything in their power to apprehend the perpetrator and provide the public with answers. Additionally, sources revealed that the owner of this lavish estate was the renowned wealthy magnate, Mr. Jiang Tianyang. As Fong Ting watched the scene of the estate reduced to ruins and heard the name Jiang Tianyang, her initially surprised expression transformed into one of shock. Jiang Tianyang. Jiang Tiansheng? She abruptly turned her head and was met with Jiang Tiansheng's face, which was shifting between expressions of uncertainty and anger. The existence of Jiang Tianyang is known to but a scant few, even to Fong Ting, the woman of Jiang Tiansheng. Yet in this moment, the expression on Jiang Tiansheng's face, coupled with a name that seemed to have been carved from the same mold, instantaneously enlightened Fong Ting. Seaman. She cautiously called out Jiang Tiansheng's English name. Chapter 8. Jiang Tiansheng. Su Bin must die. Lost in thought, Jiang Tiansheng turned his head only after Fong Ting gently called out to him several times. casting a fleeting glance in her direction. It's nothing. Jiang Tianxing mustered a faint smile, patting Fong Ting's elegant back. Why don't you go shopping with Julie and the others? Upon hearing this, Fong Ting understood that Jiang Tianxing had matters to attend to. Without hesitation, she nodded and gracefully departed, her curvaceous figure swaying as she exited. Before long, Chen Yao, having received a call from Jiang Tianxing, hurriedly arrived. What? Mr. Jiang is dead? Upon learning of Jiang Tianyang's demise, the expression on the prince's face darkened significantly, to the extent that he failed to notice that another Mr. Jiang was present. To declare Mr. Jiang deceased in front of Mr. Jiang was surely inappropriate. Chen Yao quickly gestured discreetly to him. Only then did the prince come to his senses, eager to explain. However, Jiang Tianxing, aware of the camaraderie between the prince and Jiang Tianyang, did not take offense. He waved his hand dismissively, indicating that all was well. As for the death of Jiang Tianyang, Chen Yao felt no profound sorrow. Nevertheless, one must acknowledge that Jiang Tianyang was the legitimate younger brother of the illustrious Hongxing leader. His untimely demise could not be dismissed lightly, lest Hongxing appear apathetic, which would be unjust both morally and rationally. Mr. Jiang. Isn't young Master Jiang's influence in Siam quite formidable? Chen Yao expressed his rational bewilderment. What kind of individual could eliminate young Master Jiang and all his numerous bodyguards in such a brief span? Jiang Tianxing shook his head, his voice low. I cannot say. I have not been in contact with Tianyang for quite some time. As he spoke, both he and Chen Yao simultaneously cast their gazes upon the prince. The prince furrowed his brow, contemplating before slowly articulating. In Siam, young Master Jiang's prowess is indeed sufficient to overshadow anyone. The bodyguards he commands are heavily armed and prepared for battle. To vanquish all of them in such a short time, I can only think of one person. As the words left his lips, Jiang Tianxing and Chen Yao simultaneously inquired. Who? The prince narrowed his eyes. Su Bin. This name, which seemed vaguely familiar, made Jiang Tianxing's brow twitch. Chen Yao, his eyes gleaming with insight, stroked his chin and after a moment of contemplation, spoke slowly. The individual you're referring to, I am familiar with. The chairman of the Su Group, the most powerful entity in Siam. A remarkably wealthy and benevolent figure. However, it appears he conducts entirely legitimate business and should lack the capacity to eliminate young Master Jiang, no? Additionally, I have heard he holds some sort of honorary marquis title. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tianxing seemed to recall Su Bin as well, and likewise regarded the prince with a questioning gaze. Huh, the prince scoffed, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Mr. Jiang, brother Yao, in Siam, the only person with the capability to silently eliminate Mr. Jiang is Su Bin. Noticing the confusion on Jiang Tianxing and Chen Yao's faces, the prince turned his neck and continued to elucidate. On the surface, Su Bin appears to be a legitimate businessman, the sole foreign noble in Siam. Yet all of this is merely a facade. Young Master Jiang once spoke to me about this individual. In that conversation, he expressed that Su Bin is unfathomable. It is highly probable that he has covertly dominated a significant portion of Southeast Asia's underworld. What? A significant portion of Southeast Asia's underworld? How could that be possible? Jiang Tianxing and Chen Yao simultaneously exhibited expressions of disbelief. Whether this was true or false, young Master Jiang could not ascertain. However, he had once mentioned that he would not provoke Su Chen. At this moment, the prince's expression darkened abruptly. He glanced at the two men and spoke in a grave tone. Moreover, I have received word. Su Bin has arrived in Hong Kong. Just this morning. As Jiang Tianxing and Chen Yao furrowed their brows in unison, the prince raised his head, his gaze piercing as he proclaimed, Now, with young Master Jiang just deceased, and Su Bin appearing in Hong Kong, I cannot help but suspect that he was behind young Master Jiang's demise. Jiang Tianxing's eyes darkened as he exclaimed, Are you suggesting that Su Bin has come to Hong Kong to lay low? No. The prince decisively shook his head. According to young Master Jiang, a certain prince within the Siamese royal family has always regarded Su Bin as an honored guest. This implies that as long as he remains in Siam, regardless of his actions, as long as he does not conspire against the throne, he can be described with 4 words, guilt-free. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tianxing and Chen Yao were left utterly astonished. The implication in the prince's words was abundantly clear. Even if Su Bin had indeed eliminated Jiang Tianyang, he likely had no need to lay low. What, then, is his purpose for coming to Hong Kong? Chen Yao inquired. Furrowing his brow, the prince narrowed his eyes, surveying the two before speaking in a heavy tone. There is yet another matter, of which you may be unaware. Long ago, Su Bin was affiliated with the Dongxing organization. However, at that time, he did not engage in gang affairs, but rather conducted legitimate business. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, Su Bin vanished from Hong Kong and reappeared in Siam. Moreover, he ascended to his current stature in a mere few years. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yao nodded gravely. I have also received word. This morning, the elderly head of Dongxing, the smiling tiger, and the crow brought a considerable entourage to the airport to welcome someone. If I am not mistaken, that individual is likely Su Bin. Indeed. The prince nodded emphatically. Given his current status, it is hardly surprising that he would receive such a reception upon returning to Dongxing. The dialogue between the two individuals stirred a glimmer of intrigue within Jiang Tianxing's eyes. Are you suggesting that Tianyang is highly likely to have been killed by Su Bin? Furthermore, Su Bin's return to Dongxing will pose significant troubles for us. Upon hearing these words, Chen Yao and the crown prince exchanged glances before nodding gravely in unison. Jiang Tianxing inclined his head slightly, slowly igniting a cigar. Leaning back against the chair, he took a leisurely puff before stating in a calm tone, Yao, dispatch someone to Siam immediately to locate Tianyang's subordinates. I refuse to believe that all of his many underlings could possibly be dead. You must uncover the truth behind this matter. If it turns out that Tianyang was indeed eliminated by Su Bin, then regardless of his so-called noble title or his status as a Southeast Asian tycoon, he must perish. Chapter 9 The Camel. Remember this. I am known as Holland Boy. In the countryside of Yuan Long, at the old residence of the Camel, it is widely recognized in the underworld that the Camel holds great reverence for tradition, adhering to the customs of the elder generation and valuing the principles of chivalry. Not only is he the leader of the Dongxing gang, but he also holds a position of great esteem as a clan elder in the village. Having recently returned to Hong Kong, he has been preoccupied with various ceremonial affairs in preparation for the upcoming clan celebration. After painstakingly organizing all the arrangements, the Camel graciously declined the invitations to banquets from numerous clan elders and relatives, retreating to his old residence with a few subordinates. Comfortably reclining in a chair beneath the trees in the courtyard, the gentle rays of the setting sun filtered through the leaves, softly illuminating the Camel's somewhat fatigued form. The warm, cozy sensation prompted him to stifle a yawn. Glancing around at his dispersed subordinates, he gradually closed his eyes, surrendering to slumber. Time passed unmeasured until a series of inexplicable thuds jolted the Camel from his dream. The overwhelming stench of blood pierced the air, startling him into an upright position. Before he could comprehend the situation, a bloody dagger was pressed against his neck. A chill coursed through him, causing his pupils to constrict and every hair on his body to stand on end. Who are you? Who sent you? What do you want? Money? There are over 3 million in the safe in the inner room. You can simply take it. Faced with the lifeless bodies of his subordinates sprawled in pools of blood, the Camel dared not make a move, his lips quivering as he spoke rapidly. Haha. The owner of the dagger, Holland Boy, appeared before the Camel, his face still stained with droplets of blood, offering a twisted smile. 3 million? TSK, TSK, TSK. What a pathetic leader of Dongxing. You're utterly broke. As the menacing Holland Boy extended his tongue to lick the blood from his face, the Camel suppressed any feelings of indignation at the blatant disrespect. After several attempts to swallow, he hoarsely replied, Young man, we all run around for money. Since you know who I am, you should be assured that I can give you whatever amount you desire. Holland Boy chuckled mockingly, raising his bloodied hand to lightly pat the Camel's face. This degrading gesture echoed like a demonic whisper in the Camel's ear. Old man, I apologize, but I'm not here for money. Moreover, that meager amount of yours doesn't even pique my interest. As he spoke, Holland Boy tightened his grip on the dagger, drawing it closer, the cold blade slicing into the Camel's neck. Wait. A surge of intense dread overwhelmed the Camel, prompting him to cry out repeatedly. Who sent you? Why do you want to kill me? What do you want? How much money do you want? We can negotiate. Holland Boy seemed to relish the cat-and-mouse game, deliberately pausing his actions. Leaning in closer, his grotesque visage hovered near the Camel's. Hey, old man. You don't have the right to know my boss's name. But remember this, I am Holland Boy. At that moment, several figures approached, pouring gasoline throughout the room. And a voice filled with impatience echoed. All right, enough playing. The boss is waiting for us. It was the voice of Flying Mouse. Holland Boy shrugged nonchalantly. And before the aghast Camel could utter another word, he forcefully drew the dagger, severing the Camel's neck. Thus, the leader of the Dongxing gang, who had navigated the streets of Hong Kong for decades, met his untimely demise, lifelessly collapsing onto an ancient recliner. Before long, Flying Mouse and Holland Boy, accompanied by over 10 loyal fighters, calmly departed from the scene of carnage. A lighter, still flickering with flames, fell from the air, igniting a pool of gasoline. Boom, boom. In an instant, the nearly century-old residence of the Camel was engulfed in a raging inferno. The towering flames and billowing smoke quickly attracted a throng of concerned villagers, who frantically doused the blaze with buckets of water. Yet, the fire only grew more ferocious. Soon, Ben Shu, the smiling tiger, and the recently returned crow received word of the sudden blaze at the Camel's residence and the likelihood of his demise. With their faces turning pale, The three hurriedly assembled a group of underlings and rushed to the scene. The inferno continued to rage, showing no signs of abating. The villagers, witnessing that the more water they poured, the larger the flames grew, found themselves powerless to act. They could only watch helplessly as the fire blazed on, anxiously awaiting the arrival of the fire brigade. The smiling tiger, with a grim expression, had just stepped out of the vehicle when he seized a villager and bellowed, "Where's Brother Camel? Where is he? Where is he?" The villager, having participated in firefighting, was covered in soot and ash, and upon encountering the fearsome figure known as the smiling tiger, his usually simple and timid demeanor rendered him utterly speechless, trembling with uncertainty about what to say. It was then that Uncle Ben, furrowing his brow, stepped forward and pulled the smiling tiger aside. After a somber inquiry, the villager, his face etched with bitterness, revealed that the camel had remained inside the old residence since the afternoon and had not emerged. "Are you implying that Brother Luo is dead?" The crow swallowed hard. Disbelief etched across his face. "What? Impossible. How could Brother Luo be dead? I refuse to believe it." The smiling tiger's expression abruptly transformed into one of profound sorrow as he stepped forward, intent on charging into the inferno. Several of his younger associates hurriedly intervened, dragging him back from his anguished cries. As for Uncle Ben, he momentarily froze, tears streaming down his face. The trio's display of raw emotion was unmistakable to the assembled villagers and younger followers, a poignant manifestation of genuine sentiment. One must admit, their performances were quite commendable. Oh, but wait, the crow's acting left something to be desired. As he concealed his face, seemingly on the verge of tears, he couldn't help but stifle a chuckle. At that very moment, Uncle Ben and the smiling tiger exchanged a discreet, knowing glance after regarding the crow. It was unavoidable. The timing of the camel's demise was rather convenient for them. However, this serendipity aligned perfectly with their intentions. Chapter 10. Subin? Who is Subin? In Causeway Bay, at the Lehman Bar. This lavishly adorned establishment, a new breed of nightclub, belongs to Chun Haonan of the Hung Hing Gang. Ever since the death of the Causeway Bay boss, Big B, Chun Haonan faced numerous challenges, ultimately eliminating the third-generation leader, Liang Kuan, of Hung Hing. This act avenged his elder brother, Big B, and garnered the admiration of Jiang Tiansheng. After ascending to power as the new leader of Causeway Bay, Chun Haonan invested heavily, opening several new nightclubs and bars in the area. The Lehman Bar stands as a prime example, serving as Chun Haonan's regular haunt in Causeway Bay. As night descended, the Lehman Bar was already bustling with patrons and vibrant energy. In a corner booth, Chun Haonan, Shanji, De Tian Air, Bao Pai, and Jiao Pai were gathered. Once dubbed the Five Tigers of TSC Wanshan, they now donned suits and ties, embodying the image of successful individuals. After a carefree round of drinking and banter, De Tian Air, Bao Pai, and Jiao Pai ventured to the dance floor in pursuit of women. Shanji, grinning, raised his glass in a toast to Chun Haonan, saying, "Haonan, Mr. Lei wishes to discuss a collaboration with Hung Hing. Could you arrange a meeting with Mr. Jiang?" Their deep bond, coupled with Chun Haonan's successful revenge against Liang Kuan, largely attributed to Shanji's timely return from the Ryukyu Islands, prompted Chun Haonan to nod without hesitation and clink glasses with Shanji. At that moment, a younger associate hurried in with news, "Brother Nan, Brother Ji. The prince has arrived." "Oh." Chun Haonan and Shanji exchanged amused glances, rising to greet him. The prince, accompanied by several younger associates, seemed somewhat rushed. "Let's head to the office to talk." Upon spotting Chun Haonan and Shanji, he pulled them toward the office. Once the younger associates were dismissed and the door closed, both Chun Haonan and Shanji wore expressions of bewilderment. "Subin has returned." The prince's grave tone left the two men utterly perplexed. "Subin? Who is Subin?" The prince, noticing their confusion, frowned and reached for a pack of cigarettes on the desk, lighting one and taking a deep drag. The Subin who used to run legitimate businesses for the East Star Gang. As he spoke, the prince fixed a profound gaze on Shanji, exclaiming, "Shanji, don't you remember? You once collected protection fees from his company." Shanji scratched his head, seemingly rummaging through his memories. The Shunfeng Import and Export Trading Company. The mention of the company made Shanji suddenly exclaim, "Oh, I remember now. That flashy guy Subin. What's this? He is back? Didn't he die?" As he spoke, a grin spread across Shanji's face. "What? Is he going to come back from the dead to claim my life?" Hearing this, Chun Haonan couldn't help but smile as well. However, the prince's expression darkened as he took another drag of his cigarette, sensing something amiss. Both men immediately felt a shift in the atmosphere. "What's wrong? Why the long faces?" Chun Haonan inquired curiously. Shanji shrugged, chuckling, "Yeah? What is the issue? A guy like Subin, even if he is not dead, would be useless if he returned. What kind of waves could he possibly stir?" With a long exhale of smoke, the prince finally looked at both men with gravity. "Mr. Jiang's brother, Jiang Tianyang, has been killed. along with Mr. Jiang, Yao Gu, and others. We suspect that the culprit is likely Su Bin. This series of bewildering revelations left Chun Haonan and Shan Ji feeling utterly lost. As if they were monks in a fog, unable to grasp the situation. They had no idea that Jiang Tianxing had a brother, nor were they aware of Jiang Tianyang's formidable power in Siam. Thus, they had no concept of the implication that Su Bin could be the culprit. Seeing their confusion, the prince had no choice but to relay the details about Jiang Tianxing and Xin Yao, recounting everything to Chun Haonan and Shan Ji, the chairman of the Su Group, a Southeast Asian tycoon. Shan Ji's mind momentarily short-circuited. He never imagined that the once malleable Su Bin he had known would now have ascended to such heights. Chun Haonan's expression grew slightly serious as he asked, "Prince, are you implying that Su Bin has returned to seek revenge for past grievances?" "Precisely." The prince nodded solemnly. "Otherwise, why would he kill Mr. Jiang Tianyang for no apparent reason?" The stunned mountain chicken, regaining his composure, rolled his eyes and dismissively waved his hand. "Surely not. Back in the day, I merely collected protection fees from him a few times. So many years have passed. Would he still remember such trivial matters?" The prince squinted, gazing deeply at Mountain Chicken. "If memory serves me correctly, you once led a group to utterly destroy the company that Su Bin had just established, didn't you?" Mountain Chicken paused, then awkwardly chuckled. "So what? Just because the dashing Su Bin has risen to prominence, it doesn't mean we are the same as before." Chun Haonan patted Mountain Chicken on the shoulder, his gaze indifferent as he addressed the prince. "Mountain Chicken speaks the truth. No matter how well Su Bin is faring in Siam, this is Hong Kong. If he dares to trouble Mountain Chicken, I, Chun Haonan, will be the first to make him pay." The prince merely nodded in response, opting not to elaborate further. His purpose for visiting was a sudden realization. If Su Bin truly had a hand in Jiang Tianyang's demise, he might be seeking revenge upon his return. Thus, he thought of Mountain Chicken, who once had grievances with Su Bin, and decided to inform Chun Haonan and Mountain Chicken after leaving Jiang Tianxing's mansion. As for whether he harbored any fear of Su Bin, the prince would candidly tell you, none. Only a deep-seated animosity stemming from Jiang Tianyang's death. Moreover, this is Hong Kong, where firearms are strictly regulated. It is unlikely that Su Bin would dare to employ heavy firepower against Mountain Chicken. As long as Mountain Chicken remains cautious, he should encounter no issues. Of course, although Mountain Chicken is now the leader of the Ryukyu Triad, he has steadfastly maintained his brotherly bond with Chun Haonan and the legacy of Hongxing. Should anything happen to Mountain Chicken, Chun Haonan would undoubtedly intervene. And the prince surmised that Su Bin lacked the audacity to directly confront Hongxing on their home turf in Hong Kong. Be vigilant in the coming days, and keep more allies close at hand. Never underestimate Su Bin. After imparting these words, the prince hastily departed. Observing the prince's retreating figure, Mountain Chicken stroked his chin, muttering, "Dashing Su Bin. Huh, what a stroke of luck for you to have escaped death. But if you truly dare to come after me, I will ensure you no longer walk this earth." Chun Haonan smiled, shrugged, and patted Mountain Chicken's shoulder, asserting that since Su Bin had sought his own demise by eliminating Mr. Zhang's brother, Hongxing would undoubtedly not let him off lightly. He had little time left, so there was no need for Mountain Chicken to concern himself. "Let's go and indulge in another drink." Chapter 11. Sensational. Live burial. I choose the Crow. At that time, the Crow had just returned from the Netherlands and had yet to clash with Chun Haonan. However, the Dongxing gang and Hongxing society had always been at odds, and moreover, the Wanshai Pier, under the jurisdiction of Hongxing's Causeway Bay faction, served as a significant smuggling route for the Dongxing gang's white powder. Thus, it was only a matter of time before enmity would arise between them, albeit not at this moment. The news of Camel's tragic demise in the Inferno spread rapidly, sending shockwaves through the Dongxing gang. In just over half an hour, the elders of the Dongxing gang present in the harbor, known collectively as the Big D, including the Red Stick, Grass Shoe, and White Paper Fan, hastily arrived outside the meticulously arranged mourning hall, accompanied by throngs of younger members. A sea of heads gathered, numbering no less than 500. These individuals were predominantly formal members of the Dongxing roster. Their fortunes were intertwined with the rise and fall of the gang. The inexplicable death of their leader, Camel, left the younger members pallid and trembling. After all, he was the leader who had ruled the Dongxing for over 20 years. Not just some common ruffian off the street. How could such a significant figure meet such an untimely end? Regrettably, no one paid heed to the thoughts of the Dongxing's lesser members. With a solemn expression, Uncle Ben, accompanied by the Crow and Smiling Tiger, emerged from the mourning hall. After welcoming the gathered elders, Big D, and several core members inside, he began to elucidate the cause of Camel's death. It was simple, an accident. A villager had inadvertently discarded a cigarette butt, igniting an old haystack in Camel's backyard. At that moment, it was dusk, and every household was preoccupied with cooking, leaving no one to notice the seemingly innocuous smoke. By the time someone stepped out for a stroll after dinner, the flames had become uncontrollable. As for the villager, who had been beaten black and blue, he now knelt, bound hand and foot, before the coffin that merely held Camel's garments. Upon hearing the explanation, the elders and Big D were filled with rage, advancing to rain blows upon the villager. As the villager neared death's door, at a mere glance from Uncle Ben, Smiling Tiger rushed forward, urgently pleading, "Stop! Stop! He has confessed and even volunteered to accompany Brother Camel in his live burial. Please, do not strike him anymore." Upon learning that the villager would willingly partake in Camel's live burial, the gang leaders begrudgingly retracted their fists, straightening their disheveled clothing, and stepped aside. Relieved, Smiling Tiger quickly arranged for personnel to distribute black armbands to the elders and the throng of younger members outside. Before long, the chaotic scene transformed into a solemn gathering as the younger members donned their black bands. Uncle Ben nodded at the elder presiding over the ceremony, and the funeral proceedings commenced. The first to arrive to pay their respects were local toughs and small-time gang leaders from the Yuan Long area. "Guests have arrived. 1 bow, 2 bows, 3 bows," the family responds. Since Camel had lost his son in his early years and his wife had passed away early as well, he was left with only a granddaughter who was not yet 10 years old. Oblivious and innocent, she was unable to fulfill the ceremonial duties. According to the rules of the society, during the funeral of an elder brother without any relatives, it is customary for his younger brothers to act as family members and graciously thank the guests. The Crow and the Smiling Tiger, without hesitation, donned mourning garments and filial bands, bowing in respect to each arriving guest. As the guests gathered, the master of ceremonies instructed the Crow and the Smiling Tiger to lead a procession in accordance with the mourning customs. This procession, known as surrounding the coffin, involves a circle of friends and relatives encircling the deceased coffin. It is said that after death, the soul descends to the underworld and feels an intense chill. Thus, if loved ones surround the coffin with warm thoughts and continuously circle it, the deceased may feel a semblance of warmth. However, if the camel were to realize that those providing warmth by circling his corpse were, in fact, among his killers, would he not feel even colder? "Hey, Jiwei, do you truly support my ascension to leadership?" the Crow murmured amid the swirling emotions. "Certainly. Rest assured, not only we, but the esteemed elders will also support you," declared the Smiling Tiger earnestly. The Crow's eyes sparkled with hope. "That is reassuring. Enough of this. Let us weep." "Woo-woo. Oh, Crow, your tears are so insincere. My heart is laughing. How can I weep convincingly?" The Crow intermittently emitted a laugh-like wail, leaving the Smiling Tiger speechless. "Alas, had I known. I would have preferred to remain in Hong Kong. How delightful it would have been. Indeed, the moment I returned, it was all sighs." After the mourning concluded, the elder brothers congregated, lamenting the tragic demise of the camel. "Crow, you have certainly benefited greatly from this," one elder remarked with profound implication. The Smiling Tiger chuckled, assisting the Crow in bowing to the elders. "All thanks to your support, brothers." The Crow crossed his arms confidently and began to proclaim, "If I become the leader of the East Star, I assure you, my brothers will dine and dress well. East Star will undoubtedly flourish." As the elders exchanged glances, whispering amongst themselves, one uncle approached the Crow with admiration, stating, "In life, Brother Camel held you in high regard. Therefore, it is only fitting for you to assume this leadership role. However, my support is not solely based on that. I see in you ambition and ruthlessness, qualities that can bring greater benefits to our society." Upon hearing this, the leaders displayed satisfied smiles, nodding in agreement to support the Crow as the new figurehead. The Crow, overwhelmed with joy, repeatedly patted his chest, making various declarations. At that moment, a favored red stick of the Crow stepped forward, saying, as the saying goes, "A snake cannot be without a head for even a day, nor can a country exist without a ruler." Today is Brother Camel's funeral, and the Crow is his most trusted confidant. If we could, in the presence of so many in the underworld, vote to elect the Crow as his successor, I believe Brother Camel would be immensely pleased. As his words faded, an elder quietly questioned, "But is it appropriate to hold a formal election here?" "Oh." Another elder waved dismissively. "We are merely selecting a candidate. It does not necessitate a formal ceremony today. It will not have any adverse effects, right, everyone?" "That is true. I believe it is acceptable." Amidst a chorus of nodding approval, the Crow could no longer contain his overwhelming excitement, his face alight with exhilaration. Chapter 12. Crow. You killed Brother Camel, and yet you aspire to lead. Perish with your ambitions. Upon witnessing the consensus among the esteemed leaders, a glimmer of barely perceptible intrigue flickered in the uncle's eyes. He promptly instructed his subordinates to clear the area and conveyed the news that the East Star would elect a new leader at the funeral to the gathered guests. These guests, aside from the initial leaders from the Yuan Long district, included other prominent figures from societies with good relations with the East Star. Naturally, Several leaders from the other 3 major societies in Hong Kong also sent senior figures to pay their respects. The Hung Hing Society was represented by the strategist Chun Yao, the spokesperson of the Hong Kong faction, Brother G, as well as several Red Sticks. The Lianxing Society was represented by the leader of Tsuan Wan, Big D, alongside some of his subordinates. The He Society sent several leading Red Sticks. Furthermore, among the now fragmented Number Society, some senior figures personally came to offer their condolences, along with members of the Widespread Circle Society, including the Yuanin Gang, who also attended the funeral. This illustrates Camel's high standing, influence, and prestige within the underworld. The assembled underworld leaders, upon hearing that the East Star intended to select a leader at the funeral, exchanged incredulous glances and stifled laughter. Were the East Star's leaders truly so shameless? The corpse of Camel had barely cooled, and already, these individuals were vying for his position. How absurd. Haha. Among them, Big D's boisterous laughter was the most jarring. Only Chun Yao from Hung Hing, after a moment of contemplation, furrowed his brow, as if a hidden meaning flickered in his eyes. Once the area was cleared, a long discussion table was placed not far from Camel's coffin. The East Star leaders, after bowing in respect to the observing figures from other societies, took their seats. Under the vacant leader's throne, the first on the right was the white-haired uncle, followed by esteemed elders. The first on the left was the descending tiger, the crow, followed sequentially by the smiling tiger, several golden-robed Red Sticks, and a few significant figures. Elder Wei, the one who previously served as the master of ceremonies, stood beside the leader's throne to oversee the proceedings. Elder Wei first expressed his deep sorrow over Camel's passing and then uttered some platitudes about how a snake cannot function without a head, nor can the East Star exist without a leader, etc. Subsequently, Elder Wei stated that today was merely an opportunity to temporarily select a suitable spokesperson in front of the deceased Camel, providing him with a sense of closure, allowing him to depart in peace. After the funeral, a favorable date would be chosen for the formal election ceremony for the new leader. After the formalities were completed, amidst the hushed whispers of the various society leaders, the meeting finally transitioned into the main topic. Voting commenced. Those who are deemed worthy to assume the mantle of leadership, aside from the crow, include Uncle Ben, the smiling tiger, and far off in Helan, the cunning tiger, C2 Hao Nan, as well as the thunder tiger, Lei Yao Yang, who manages gambling affairs in the waters of Macau, and the golden mane tiger, Sha Meng. Undoubtedly, the most formidable contender, favored by the Camel to ascend to the esteemed position, remains the crow. Moreover, with certain connections already established, this occasion is merely a formality. Amidst the crow's beaming smile, Uncle Ben was the first to raise his hand, proclaiming, "I choose the crow. He is young and vigorous, courageous and resolute. Only he can lead our Eastern Star gang to greater heights." Witnessing this, the other leaders, without further ado, also raised their hands in agreement, declaring, "I concur. I choose the crow." With unanimous voices echoing, there was no room for doubt. With a face radiant with joy, the crow hastily stood up, ready to deliver an impassioned speech. However, at that very moment, a towering figure, stained with blood, suddenly burst forth from the crowd. "Crow, damn you, you killed Brother Luo. You think you can become the leader? Go to hell." With a voice filled with fury and sorrow, he drew a machete from his cloak and lunged fiercely at the crow. At that moment, the entire assembly was taken aback by his words. Thus, until the towering figure was nearly upon the crow, no one stepped forward to intervene. Recognizing the familiar face, the crow's expression changed dramatically, and without a moment's hesitation, he hastily lifted the chair beneath him, just in time to deflect the incoming blade. Clang! The blade plunged deeply into the wooden chair's frame, leaving the fierce-looking giant momentarily unable to extricate it. Seizing the opportunity, the crow forcefully pushed the chair forward and then delivered a powerful kick. Instantly, the giant, still gripping the machete, fell heavily to the ground, and the fallen chair struck his face, leaving a gruesome mark. "Damn you, cut me." After exhaling in relief, the crow erupted with rage, glancing around wildly. Without regard, he bent down to grab the ashtray from before the Camel's coffin, intending to hurl it at the towering figure. "Crow, stop!" Uncle Wei, frowning deeply, shouted in exasperation. The other leaders, recovering from their shock, rose with grim expressions, some hastening to restrain the crow, while others rushed to assist the fallen giant, demanding to know what had transpired. The scene erupted into chaos, a cacophony of voices. "I recognize him. He was one of Brother Luo's closest aides," exclaimed a leader. "Yes, I've seen him too." Upon hearing this, Uncle Wei's expression changed drastically. He raised his hand urgently, calling out, "Quick, ask him what happened." Before the leaders could pose their questions, the towering figure, having lost his machete, pointed an accusatory finger at the crow, exclaiming, "It was him. I saw him kill Brother Luo with my own eyes." He then turned to point at the villager kneeling beside the Camel's coffin, adding, And after I managed to escape, I followed the crow. It was the crow who first killed Brother Luo, then captured this villager's family, threatening him to take the blame. At this revelation, the crowd was struck with astonishment. The leaders of the Eastern Star Gang turned towards the crow with disbelief etched on their faces. While leaders from other factions rose, their expressions a mixture of shock and scrutiny, all eyes now fixed on the crow. Suddenly the crow found himself at the center of attention, utterly bewildered. When had he ever laid hands on Brother Luo? Moreover, wasn't it the smiling tiger who had coerced the villager into taking the blame? What on earth was happening? Crow, you have some nerve. A leader bellowed in outrage. Crow, speak. Is what he said true? Did you kill Brother Luo? Someone approached swiftly, pressing for answers. As the crow found himself at a loss for words, his mind in disarray, the other leaders surrounded him, their gazes sharp and predatory. Chapter 13, Evidence Solidified. The crow flees. Brother G's good deed backfires. At this juncture, a leader seized the bound villager, menacingly threatening him until the trembling man, quaking like a leaf, divulged the entire sequence of events. It was indeed the crow who murdered Mr. Luo. I was hiding nearby at the time. Later, they doused Mr. Luo's house with gasoline, intending to set it ablaze. I was terrified and fled. The crow's men pursued me relentlessly, and I couldn't outrun them. They captured me. Subsequently, they coerced me to confess that I killed Mr. Luo. How could I bear such a burden? But they had taken my family, and I was left with no choice. After this revelation, the crow, who had been engulfed in confusion, suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. He swiftly turned, glaring menacingly at the smiling tiger, and pointed an accusatory finger at the villager, shouting furiously, "You bastard! How dare you? I've never even seen you." It was clearly the smiling tiger who sent you. Oh. This declaration only served to heighten the tension among the other faction leaders. It appeared that the Eastern Star Gang's selection of a new leader was on the brink of internal strife. Faced with the collective scrutiny of the assembly, the smiling tiger shrugged nonchalantly, feigning innocence. Crow, you must take responsibility for your actions. Everyone knows that Brother Luo slapped you 2 days ago, and you've held a grudge ever since. Don't go around biting. Just then, several Eastern Star lackeys emerged, escorting a disheveled mother and daughter. Upon seeing the crow, the two immediately pointed in terror, exclaiming, "It was him. He captured us and threatened my husband." As the crowd turned in unison, redirecting their furious gazes toward the crow, he found himself utterly speechless and panicked. "Damn it, what are you talking about? When did I ever capture you?" The smiling tiger stepped forward, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "Behold, Crow, the evidence and witnesses are all present. You can no longer wriggle your way out of this." As his words hung in the air, Crow's countenance twisted into a mask of fury, his gaze fixed intently on the smiling tiger, brimming with a murderous rage that could almost slay. Uncle Ben, who had remained silent until now, chose this moment to step forth. His expression darkened as he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to his own face. "Uncle Ben! Uncle Ben!" The crowd gasped in bewilderment, rushing forward to intervene. But Uncle Ben cried out with deep sorrow, "I am blind, truly blind. How could I have supported such a rebellious wretch as the leader of our Dongxing gang? Brother Luo, I am so sorry." Amidst his anguished cries, Uncle Ben lifted his hand once more, intent on striking his own face again, but the smiling tiger swiftly intervened, grasping his arm. "Uncle Ben, this is not your fault. I too was nearly deceived by Crow. Look at my blind trust in him. And yet he attempted to bite the hand that fed him. I am the truly blind one." Upon uttering these words, the smiling tiger emulated Uncle Ben, raising his own hand and delivering a sharp slap to his face. With the resounding crack, disbelief in Crow spread like wildfire among the onlookers. "Crow, you scoundrel!" they roared. "You dare to rebel and murder our leader. You deserve to die." In an instant, all the prominent figures of Dongxing surged forward, their faces contorted with fury, as if they wished to tear Crow to shreds. Overwhelmed by rage and despair, Crow found himself caught in a tempest of wrath. And without a moment to think or explain, he struggled free from the grasp of two powerful figures, fleeing recklessly toward the exit. There was no other choice. In such dire circumstances, if he did not escape, he would surely be beaten to death. Yet this very act solidified the truth that Crow had indeed killed the camel. "Damn it, you dare to run. Catch him, catch him, beat him to death." The cacophony of shouts and curses rendered the scene chaotic. As Crow dashed ahead, the powerful figures pursued him fiercely. The other gang leaders, who stood at a distance, did not intervene to block Crow. Rather, they crossed their arms and observed this thrilling spectacle. "Oh wait, someone has stepped in." As Crow glanced back while running, a leg suddenly extended, tripping him violently. Losing his balance in an instant, Crow stumbled forward, crashing to the ground in a most humiliating manner. "Crow, you dared to slay your own brother and still wish to flee? I, Aki, will not let this go." Indeed, it was none other than Big Mouth Ki, the leader of the Hongxing gang, who had delivered the kick. After unleashing a final curse, he raised his foot and stomped down upon Crow's back. With a thud, the terrified Crow found himself pressed to the ground, his face smeared with dirt. Big Mouth Key, reveling in his triumph, chuckled, "Crow, look at you now, ha ha ha." His words ignited a fierce hatred within Crow. Big Mouth Key, damn you. Even if I die today, I will drag you down with me. With a fierce growl directed at Big Mouth Key, Crow pushed himself up with all his strength, shoving Big Mouth Key's foot aside. In the moment of Big Mouth Key's stumble, Crow sprang to his feet, abandoning the thought of escape. "Go to hell," he shouted, gripping a stone he had found on the ground, and hurled it with all his might at Big Mouth Key's forehead. With a dull thud, the stone struck, causing Big Mouth Key's forehead to swell and blood to seep from the wound. Shocked, he touched his forehead, eyes wide with disbelief. "What do you think you're doing? What do you want?" As Big Mouth Key staggered backward, feeling dazed, the crowd of Dongxing leaders drew nearer, their shouts growing louder. Crow steeled himself, determined. "What do I want? I want to take you down." In a fit of rage, he lunged forward, seizing Big Mouth Key by the collar with one hand while the other repeatedly struck his head with the stone. In that moment, Big Mouth Key's cries for mercy echoed throughout the area. Chapter 14. Is he the charming bin? From the moment Big Mouth Key had tripped Crow to this instant of him being beaten into submission, everything transpired at a dizzying pace. By the time the Hongxing members reacted, Big Mouth Key was already bloodied and bruised. Chen Yao, his face pale with shock, waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to assist. Meanwhile, the Dongxing leaders were now perilously close to Crow, their weapons poised to strike. Suddenly, the air was pierced by the sound of a swift, cutting motion. To everyone's astonishment, a sharp eight-sided sword glinted ominously as it flickered before their eyes. A hand that had been poised to strike Crow was instantly pierced through. Ah! In a heartbeat, blood sprayed forth, accompanied by a chilling scream that reverberated throughout the venue. As the leader, whose hand had been impaled, frantically reached out to withdraw the sword, a figure dashed in, crashing into those who stood in his way, sending them sprawling. The hilt of the sword was swiftly grasped by a slender hand, lifted with determination. At that moment, a blood-soaked palm was brutally severed, presenting a gruesome sight that was utterly unbearable. Ah! The prominent figure let out a heart-wrenching wail. Bang! With a flourish of his sword, a graceful figure, filled with impatience, lifted his foot and sent the man flying. Simultaneously, amidst the astonished gazes of all present, several individuals, having appeared out of nowhere, fiercely charged into the approaching crowd of Hongxing and Dongxing, moving with the ferocity of tigers among sheep. In an instant, they had either knocked the stunned figures to the ground or sent them sprawling. This astonishing scene instantly silenced the previously chaotic atmosphere. The only sounds that remained were the cries of those who lay on the ground, lamenting their plight. They gazed at the 6 individuals in the center of the scene, whose expressions were filled with ease and contentment, as if they were still savoring the moment while scanning the surroundings, their eyes brimming with astonishment. Only the Crow, upon seeing these newcomers, revealed a look of ecstatic joy. He once again struck the dazed man's forehead with a stone that was nearly shattered, then kicked him aside. It was Su Bin's subordinates. The expression of the smiling tiger shifted slightly as he gasped in disbelief. Indeed, these 6 were Luo Tianhong, Gao Jin, Abu, Aji, Holland, and Fei Shu. After exchanging a knowing glance with Uncle Ben, the smiling tiger stepped forward, his voice cold and commanding. "How dare you wreak havoc here? Where's the pretty boy Ben? Bring him out and provide an explanation to our Dongxing gang." Upon hearing the name Pretty Boy Ben, Hongxing's Chun Yao's eyes darkened immediately. He pushed aside the younger brothers blocking his path and stepped forward, shouting, "Are you people from Pretty Boy Ben's crew?" As he spoke, he pointed at the disheveled Hongxing subordinates, his voice heavy. "We, Hongxing, merely came to mediate. Yet now we are left in this state. Shouldn't you also provide an explanation to us, Hongxing?" To be frank, this scene, viewed by the other gang leaders, was both expected and somewhat absurd. It was indeed a farcical spectacle. The typically irreconcilable Dongxing and Hongxing gangs had, at this moment, united to demand an explanation from someone named Pretty Boy Ben. How laughable. In response to the inquiries from the 2 major factions, Gao Jin and the others merely scoffed derisively before stepping aside. The next moment, an extended Lincoln slowly appeared outside the Grand Hall, followed by a long procession of luxury vehicles. As the extended Lincoln came to a steady stop, all the doors of the trailing vehicles swung open simultaneously. One by one, a stream of well-dressed men emerged, forming a meticulously organized group of over 50 individuals. In no time, they lined up neatly on the opposite side of the Lincoln's door. Shortly thereafter, one of the suited men stepped forward, carefully opening the rear door. A long leg clad in red high heels emerged first, captivating everyone's attention. A woman? The Pretty Boy been spoken of by Dongxing is a woman? When did such a commanding woman grace Hong Kong? A short man in the crowd gasped in disbelief. As the owner of the long legs stepped out and stood gracefully before everyone, she further captivated all astonished gazes. Just as they were speculating about this woman's identity, she took the place of the suited man at the car door, slightly bending down to shield the door frame. And it was only at that moment that the crowd realized this stunningly beautiful woman was indeed the companion of the so-called pretty boy Ben. Instantly, curiosity surged among the crowd. With such a luxurious convoy, such an impressive entrance, and so many formidable subordinates, who exactly is this pretty boy Ben? As speculation ran rampant and many fixated on the woman's alluring figure, a young man clad in casual Tang attire appeared before the crowd. With chiseled features and striking eyebrows, he exuded an undeniable brilliance. Indeed, he was none other than Su Bin. And the enchanting woman who had captured everyone's admiration was none other than Xiao A Xiao. He is pretty boy Ben? Never seen or heard of him before. Confusion spread among the crowd. Indeed, where did this rich second-generation heir come from? Just looking at his smug demeanor makes me want to slap him. A short man with an uneven face muttered. Someone shot him a glance, saying, he's handsome, wealthy, and has a beautiful woman. Are you envious and jealous? Is he more handsome than me? The man retorted dismissively, scratching at his upturned nose. Amidst the murmurs, the exuberant crow wiped blood from his face and hurried towards Su Bin. A Bin, you finally made it. This phrase felt oddly familiar. Su Bin's lips curled into a smile. With a gentle gesture, he extended his hands to straighten the disheveled clothing of the crow. What's wrong? Did they bully you? Hearing these somewhat comforting words, the crow felt a wave of emotion wash over him, and the grievances in his heart erupted in an instant. Woo-woo. In that moment, the nodding crow shed heartfelt tears. There was no helping it. He truly felt wronged. He had nearly been taken down. Don't worry. I will stand up for you. Su Bin patted the crow's shoulder and, with his entourage, slowly advanced forward. Observing this, the smiling tiger narrowed his eyes, glancing at the unperturbed Uncle Ben before shouting loudly, Pretty boy Ben, today is Brother Luo's funeral. Not only did you fail to arrive early to pay your respects, but you also sent your subordinates to cause trouble. What does UF King mean? Chapter 15. Did you not take me seriously? My apologies. I truly did not. From the words of the smiling tiger, those unfamiliar with Su Bin began to comprehend. It turned out that this charming young man, Bin, was affiliated with the Dongxing gang. Haha. This just became even more intriguing. In the crowd, some more expressions of amusement. Indeed, first, the crow eliminated the camel, then turned against the smiling tiger. Now, a newcomer, the charming Bin, emerges, seemingly quite formidable. Today's funeral is nothing short of spectacular. What a pity that the camel lies in his coffin, unable to witness it. Haha, if he could open his eyes and see, he might just leap from his coffin. Many present cast mocking glances at Su Bin and his companions, who strode forward with purpose. They were intensely curious about how this charming Bin would defend the crow, who had dispatched the camel. How would he respond to the smiling tiger's cold inquiry? Just as waves of whispers filled the crowd, Su Bin's slightly impatient voice rang out. Noisy. As soon as he spoke, the fierce-eyed Gao Jin charged forward, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before the astonished smiling tiger. Slap. With a swift motion, his raised hand landed a crushing blow against the unprepared smiling tiger's face. Instantly, the smiling tiger, marked with a vivid red handprint, widened his eyes in shock, seething with rage. What the FCK? Before he could finish his sentence, Gao Jin struck again. Slap. This blow was even more forceful than the last. Coupled with the fact that the smiling tiger was speaking, his flailing tongue was bitten, and blood began to ooze from the corner of his mouth. The surrounding loyal subordinates of the smiling tiger rushed in, cursing furiously. Damn it. You're seeking death. Cut him down. Gao Jin, with disdain, swept his gaze left and right, and with a flick of his wrist, a short dagger appeared. He seized the smiling tiger's collar, effortlessly plunging the dagger's tip into the smiling tiger's abdomen. Thud. The dull sound of flesh meeting steel echoed, and Gao Jin yanked out the bloody dagger, pressing it against the pale neck of the smiling tiger. In an instant, the rush of subordinates came to a halt. Frozen in place, the other gang leaders present were equally astonished. Damn, the charming Bin's men are truly decisive. He clearly holds the smiling tiger, one of the 5 tigers of Dongxing, in utter contempt, disregarding the entire Dongxing faction. It is essential to note that this area is the stronghold of Dongxing. Meanwhile, the battered Big Mouth G, with a bruised face and a head full of lumps, displayed an even more pitiful demeanor. He clutched his head, retreating in fear. It seemed he was terrified of provoking further trouble. Chen Yao furrowed his brow, casting a sidelong glance at Big Mouth G before fixing his profound gaze on Su Bin. As for the elder brothers of the Dongxing gang, having been thoroughly humiliated earlier, they had retreated to the vicinity of Uncle Ben, who stood by the camel's coffin. At this moment, witnessing the unfolding scene, A chill ran down their spines as they turned their eyes toward Uncle Ben, the highest-ranking member of Dongxing present. As someone with a close relationship with Su Bin within the Dongxing gang, Uncle Ben was utterly astonished by Su Bin's audacity. His eyes narrowed, and he coldly exclaimed, "Ah Bin, what are you doing? Do you not regard me at all?" As he spoke, he pointed at the coffin behind him, raising his voice. "Do you not respect Brother Luo?" Su Bin cast a deep glance at Uncle Ben, remaining silent, his expression inscrutable as he shrugged. In the next moment, the Dutch lad, with a mocking smile, pinched his lower lip and let out a sharp whistle. Hush! Before the piercing sound could fade, the 50 assassins behind Su Bin parted to the sides, creating a wide path. Suddenly, more than a dozen clan elders from the Camel's hometown, along with a group of young men, appeared before everyone. As Uncle Ben narrowed his eyes, these individuals swiftly made their way to the forefront along the path cleared by the assassins. The still captivating little Aqiao stepped forward, her gaze penetrating as she surveyed all present, then clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, these individuals are the elders and fellow villagers from Mr. Luo's hometown. Rather than speculate on how Mr. Luo met his demise, let us hear their account." Upon hearing this, several big brothers from the Dongxing gang, after scrutinizing these individuals, revealed expressions of astonishment. Some pointed at the elders, exclaiming, "I know them. They are the elders of Mr. Luo's clan." Others pointed at the young men, saying, "Yes, and they are Mr. Luo's nephews and nieces." It was no surprise that the Dongxing gang members recognized these individuals, as Mr. Luo always resided in his ancestral home whenever he returned to Hong Kong, given he had no other business. As these individuals appeared, the already pale Smiling Tiger's complexion grew even graver under Gao Jin's control. Following the gasps of the Dongxing gang leaders, an elderly man, frail and white-haired, trembled as he stepped forward from among the clan elders. He planted his cane firmly on the ground, then raised a slightly trembling hand, pointing at the Smiling Tiger. "It is he, the Smiling Tiger, subordinate of Mr. Luo. He is the one who offered us a substantial sum of money to shift the blame from Mr. Luo's death onto the crow. Mr. Luo was a benefactor to our village. We did not wish to comply, but he had firearms. He captured all the children from our village. We had no choice." As he spoke, he bowed deeply to Su Bin. "Thanks to this Mr. Su, who helped us rescue the children. Otherwise, I would not have found peace even in death." The elderly man, his voice choked with emotion, had barely finished speaking when the audience was plunged into shock, especially the once smiling tiger, whose face turned ashen. Behind the old man stood another elder, his hair nearly white, glaring furiously at the couple who had initially accused the crow. With a voice full of wrath, he thundered, "You little brats. It's one thing to indulge in your gambling habits, but now you dare to conspire against me and show such disrespect towards Mr. Luo. I should have thrown you into the cesspool to drown from the very start." The villager, who had been freed from his restraints, was evidently the son of this elder. He trembled under his father's scolding, his face flushed with shame. Meanwhile, the woman beside him, holding her child tightly, lowered her head in embarrassment. Chapter 16. The Smiling Tiger's Unrest. The corpse emerges. Soon, under the barrage of the elder's accusations, the villager couple had no choice but to confess, "It's true. The Smiling Tiger compelled us to do it. But I had no choice. I owe over 300,000 in his venue. He promised that if I framed the crow, he would wipe my debt clean. Moreover, he would give me an additional 200,000. He even told me that after I accompanied Mr. Luo to his burial, he would immediately have me exhumed." This declaration sent a wave of astonishment through the crowd. To the other influential figures present, the situation now appeared rather clear. The Smiling Tiger had eliminated Luo and devised a scheme to frame the crow. Ironically, despite the rumors of the Smiling Tiger's treachery, his seemingly benign demeanor made it hard to detect his true nature. Now, however, they realized that this Smiling Tiger was indeed deviously sinister. Not only had he framed the crow, but he had also initially supported the crow's rise to power, only to pull the rug out from under him when he was at the peak of his arrogance. At that moment, the crow would undoubtedly be bewildered, enraged, and repressed. This was truly insidious. As the crowd cast their dubious gazes upon the Smiling Tiger, he attempted to argue his case. However, as the dagger at his throat shifted, the chilling sensation combined with the trickle of blood forced him to swallow all his words. "Jiwei, is what they say true? Did you kill Mr. Luo?" Uncle Wei, his face as dark as coal, stepped forward, demanding answers. While the villager's claims did hold some truth, to accuse him of murdering Luo was something he vehemently rejected. He could not bear such a responsibility. That would be tantamount to signing his own death warrant, even with a knife at his throat. The furious Smiling Tiger had no time to ponder. He recoiled, quickly turning to shout, "It's true. What they say is correct. But I merely wanted to set up the crow out of spite. I did not kill Brother Luo. Absolutely not." Yet, at that moment, it seemed no one believed him. Observing the panicked Smiling Tiger, Gao Jin slightly curled his lips, and effortlessly retracted the dagger. Instantly, the smiling tiger felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and hastily stepped back, pointing at the elders. If you don't believe me, ask them. Brother Luo died in a tragic fire. It's not my fault. I merely wanted to frame the crow. The crowd turned their inquiring gazes toward the elders, particularly the smiling tiger, who looked at them with desperate anticipation. However, the next moment, the white-haired elder slammed his cane down heavily and coldly declared, "We do not know how Mr. Luo perished. All we know is that it was you, smiling tiger. It was you who coerced us into framing the crow." Upon hearing this, the smiling tiger was struck with panic, cold sweat pouring down his face. He frantically cursed, "You bastards. When the fire broke out, you all rushed to extinguish it. Now you deny it, huh?" Just then, the villager couple, who had somehow managed to sidle up to the elders, let out a derisive snort and pointedly exclaimed, "Smiling tiger, there was indeed a fire. But if you did not start it, why did you threaten us from the shadows? Why frame Brother Crow? Isn't it because you set the fire yourself? You murdered Mr. Luo. You deserve to die." As these words fell, the entire crowd nodded in agreement. With the elders' expressions as cold as ice and the looming presence of the East Star's bigwigs closing in, the smiling tiger, now in a state of sheer panic, abruptly turned to Uncle Ben, his lips parting as if to speak. But in the next moment, a small, long-haired figure suddenly leaped out from behind Uncle Wei. "You bastard! How dare you kill Brother Luo? Die!" Amidst the loud cries, he plunged a long, sharp knife deep into the smiling tiger's back. A wave of icy dread surged through the smiling tiger's body. Struggling, he turned his head to catch a glimpse of the long-haired figure. "Why you are?" His words were cut short as the figure's eyes sparked with cold fury. He yanked the knife out and thrust it back into the smiling tiger's body with renewed force. With a gasp, the smiling tiger, filled with resentment, coughed up a mouthful of blood. Following that, as the long-haired figure delivered a savage kick, the smiling tiger's body crumpled to the ground like a rag doll. He stared blankly, his eyes wide open, gazing at the blood-red sky, his mind racing with countless thoughts. "Jiwei, regardless of whether Brother Luo was killed by the crow, this is an excellent opportunity. Jiwei, have you dealt with those old codgers among the elders? Jiwei, rest assured, by the next term, I will be due for retirement. And I will surely support you as the leader." All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time all the stunned East Star bigwigs regained their senses, the smiling tiger was irrevocably dead. Uncle Wei gazed at the long-haired, short-statured fellow with an expression of admiration, giving his shoulder a hearty pat. "Well done, young man. What is your name?" Suddenly reminded of the heinous act he had just committed, the long-haired shorty was momentarily taken aback, his body trembling. In a flurry, he discarded the bloody dagger from his grasp, and, while hastily wiping the blood from his hands, managed to force a grim smile towards Uncle Wei. "I am called Fat Corpse. Brother Crow is my leader." Upon hearing this, the group of distinguished individuals, who had only just regained their composure, turned their heads in unison towards Brother Crow, who stood beside Su Bin, raising their eyebrows in curiosity. At that moment, Ben Shu stepped forward, his expression tinged with remorse as he looked towards Brother Crow. With a voice laden with apology, he said, "Brother Crow, my sincerest apologies. I truly had no inkling that this entire affair was orchestrated by the smiling tiger behind the scenes. Alas, my vision has failed me. The older I grow, the more muddled I become." Brother Crow, fixated on the lifeless body of the smiling tiger, lifted his eyes, now gleaming with excitement. It seemed he had completely forgotten Ben Shu's earlier impressive performance. "No matter, since it was a misunderstanding, as long as we clarify things, all is well. After all, the smiling tiger, that scoundrel, is now dead." He waved dismissively and strode over to the corpse of the smiling tiger, spitting contemptuously upon it. "Damn it. You die so easily. It is truly too lenient for you." After venting his pent-up frustrations, Brother Crow turned his appreciative gaze to Fat Corpse. "Well done, you. Rest assured, I will arrange for you to enjoy a few days in Hojiang. Once this matter is settled, you shall return and take your position." Chapter 17. Su Bin, I do not befriend those who are about to perish. Fat Corpse, still fervently wiping the blood from his hands, suddenly brightened, disregarding his earlier feelings of disgust, and bowed repeatedly, his face alight with excitement. "Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss." At that moment, the attention of everyone present was predominantly fixed upon the corpse of the smiling tiger, or upon Su Bin, Brother Crow, and Fat Corpse. In a corner unnoticed by all, the tall henchman who had previously pointed out Brother Crow was slowly retreating. Realizing he had evaded detection, he bolted towards the exit with fervor. His movement instantly drew the attention of many. "Quick, capture him. Do not let him escape," roared a prominent figure from the East Star. The crowd swiftly turned and began pursuing the tall henchman. "Damn it, stop right there." The tall henchman, upon seeing this, was filled with dread. He glanced around, recognizing that he was surrounded by East Star subordinates. Outside, Hundreds of East Star lackeys had also blocked the entrance with their shouts. With nowhere to turn, the tall henchman's face turned pale. As he frantically fled, he kept glancing back towards the coffin of the camel, seemingly searching for someone, clinging desperately to the hope of finding a last-ditch savior. But the throng of pursuers grew ever larger. Even several members of the minor Ewing Long gangs joined forces with East Star to obstruct his path. Before him loomed a sea of dark silhouettes, rendering him unable to locate the person he desperately sought. You bastard! You traitor! Go to hell! After the Smiling Tiger's demise, this tall henchman was instantly deemed an accomplice in the slaying of the camel. He was undeniably a traitor. Amidst this tirade of curses, a short East Star lackey brandished a gleaming machete, aiming a fierce strike at the tall henchman's nape. Alas, the tall henchman, having served as the camel's bodyguard, possessed martial prowess far beyond that of an ordinary lackey. Though he appeared frantic, his instincts remained sharp. Just as the machete was about to descend upon his head, the lackey's eyes gleamed with a savage thrill. Yet, the tall henchman suddenly dodged, turning to face his assailant, and with a swift motion, he seized the machete from the lackey's hands. The lackey, now empty-handed, stood frozen, bewildered, still maintaining his attacking stance. Had it not been for the tall henchman's reluctance to harm, the lackey would have been dispatched in an instant. Stay back, or do not blame me for my ruthlessness. The tall henchman swung the machete forward, bellowing fiercely. However, he was but one man. No matter how formidable his display of skill, the encroaching lackeys merely hesitated momentarily before launching themselves at him with renewed fury. The tall henchman's expression darkened as he swung the machete wildly, attempting to fend off the advancing mob. Yet, as the throng multiplied, it became evident he was nearing his breaking point, teetering on the brink of defeat. Unable to withstand the pressure any longer, he kicked away several chairs hurled at him and shouted, "Cease. I have something to say." However, before the tall henchman could finish his sentence, a sharp gunshot rang out, echoing through the hall. A crimson bullet hole appeared in his forehead, and amidst the startled crowd, they instinctively scattered. At last, he spotted the one he had been yearning to see, Old Man Ben. Indeed, the shooter was none other than Ben Shu. You bastard! How could you betray Brother Luo, who trusted you so dearly, and conspire with the Smiling Tiger to murder him? You deserve to die. After a series of icy shouts, Ben Shu relentlessly pulled the trigger on the tall henchman's rigid form. Bang! Bang! Until the magazine was emptied. Ben Shu, seething with rage, squeezed the trigger a few more times on the empty gun before tossing it to a nearby lackey. At that moment, the hall fell into a profound silence, shattered only by the echoes of the gunfire. Well done! Uncle Wei's booming voice broke the stillness. Instantly, the once quiet hall erupted into chaos. Numerous local bullies and members of small factions, fearing that the gunfire might attract the police, hastily bid their farewells and departed. Uncle Ben, with a stern expression, did not attempt to retain them. Instead, he dispatched his trusted subordinates to escort each guest out. The members of the larger factions, aware that the sound of gunfire heralded their misfortune, also began to take their leave. However, several prominent figures cast lingering glances at Su Bin, who had remained an indifferent observer, unmoved by the chaos surrounding him. When it was the turn of the Hung Hing gang, Chen Yao, flanked by the bloodied Ji Gu, stepped forward with trepidation. Today, we at Hung Hing shall remember this debt. He shot a glance at the now defiant Crow and spat out his words with contempt. As Crow scoffed dismissively, Chen Yao turned away, his expression somber as he directed his gaze towards Su Bin. Pretty boy Bin, this matter is far from over. In this world, we shall cross paths again. Upon finishing, he cast another penetrating look at Su Bin before hastily retreating with Ji Gu and the rest, who dared not utter a word. Far from over? Su Bin's lips curled slightly, forming a disdainful smirk. Unfazed by the presence of other influential figures nearby, he raised his hand towards Abu. Abu, take your men to collect 2 streets from Hung Hing. I believe Mongkok would be quite suitable. Understood, boss. Abu, his face expressionless, nodded firmly before leading a team away at a brisk pace. The recently departed and those still bidding farewell to Uncle Ben were struck with astonishment, their faces a tableau of disbelief. Who exactly is this pretty boy Ben, to demand 2 streets so casually? Hey, you're called pretty boy Ben, aren't you? The figure of Big D emerged from the crowd. He tilted his head, a teasing smile adorning his face as he regarded Su Bin. You're a bold one, quite to my liking. How about we become friends? At this, Su Bin couldn't help but let a mocking smile grace his lips. Friends? Huh, I'm afraid I do not forge friendships with the soon-to-be deceased. The weight of his words left Big D perplexed yet irked. However, recognizing that this was not the time for conflict, he provocatively pointed a finger at Su Bin before swiftly turning away with his entourage. Those behind Su Bin narrowed their eyes, eager to intercept, but he raised a hand to halt them. By this time, most of the other factions had already departed. The members of the East Star gang were also gradually withdrawing. After swiftly managing the situation, Uncle Ben approached Su Bin, accompanied by Crow and a cohort of senior brothers. Chapter 18. The Bloodied Sack. With the gunfire ringing out and 2 fatalities occurring, it was evident that not only would the unfinished election assembly be rendered impossible, but even the funeral of Camel could potentially be affected. As Uncle Ben halted before Su Bin, he began to explain the circumstances. Soon after, he wore an expression of deep remorse, offering a solemn apology to Su Bin for the events that transpired. Uncle Ben, being astute, refrained from attributing the blame solely to the deceased Smiling Tiger. Instead, he sighed heavily, attributing the entire situation to his own failure to perceive the underlying threats in advance. Alas, had I discerned Smiling Tiger's nefarious ambitions sooner, perhaps Camel would still be alive. It's all my fault. Unaware of the intricate web of causality, Crow, witnessing Uncle Ben's sorrowful self-reproach, couldn't help but offer him words of consolation. Ironically, it was Crow who had instigated Camel's demise. Yet, unbeknownst to the onlookers, Uncle Ben had orchestrated Smiling Tiger's actions to frame Crow. Now, the puppet master, Uncle Ben, lamented the actions of Smiling Tiger while blaming himself, while the true perpetrator of Camel's murder stood there comforting him. This exceedingly amusing scene made Su Bin's elongated eyes arch with intrigue. Those behind him, including Gao Jin, wore expressions of barely concealed mockery. After a prolonged silence, Uncle Ben finally ceased his lamentations, oblivious to the expressions of the others. He regarded Su Bin with a benevolent gaze, assuring him that once the mourning period for Camel had passed, he would cordially invite Su Bin to the next East Star Assembly. In truth, following this incident, Su Bin had come to realize that the one hidden behind Smiling Tiger, who had conspired against him all those years ago, was none other than Uncle Ben himself. However, at that moment, Su Bin displayed no sign of his inner thoughts. He merely smiled faintly and nodded. The old scoundrel Uncle Ben had lived for so many years. To grant him a peaceful exit now would be far too merciful. Since he relished in playing devious games, it was only fitting he experienced the treacherous ploys of his own subordinates. Death would be too simple. A fate of being unable to live or die would certainly be more intriguing. Oblivious to the underlying realities, Uncle Ben believed he had everything under control. A brutish Crow and a business-minded Su Bin were, in his eyes, mere pawns to manipulate at will, maintaining a facade of geniality. He continued to discuss matters regarding Hung Hing. He expressed genuine concern, informing Su Bin that Hung Hing had grown considerably stronger over the years. He cautioned Su Bin against provoking Hung Hing, lest he attract unnecessary trouble. When Su Bin responded with a non-committal smile, Uncle Ben's gaze flickered as he changed the subject. He turned to Crow with a smile, stating that when the next formal assembly was convened, he would support Crow in becoming the spokesperson for East Star. The senior brothers behind him echoed this sentiment. Crow's eyes brightened, and he laughed heartily, expressing his gratitude repeatedly. In that moment, the joy he felt overshadowed any remnants of the earlier panic and disarray he had displayed. Just then, a faint sound of police sirens wafted in from the distance. As Uncle Ben's eyes glinted, he exchanged a swift glance with Su Bin, Crow, and others before they hurriedly dispersed in every direction. In an instant, the once boisterous funeral parlor was left with only a few elders from the Camel village, alongside the lifeless form of the Camel and his granddaughter, who would now face a future of solitude and despair. Such is the way of the world. One must ultimately settle their debts. Meanwhile, after leaving Yuan Long, Chen Yao and his companions found a clinic in the territory of Quan Chung, where they tended to the numerous wounds on Big Mouth Key's head. Arriving on the scene was Quan Chung's fit leader, Han Bin, accompanied by Chen Haonan, who happened to be discussing matters with him, and Shanji among others. What on earth happened? Weren't you all attending the Camel's funeral? Han Bin asked, a look of suspicion crossing his face as he observed the injuries on Big Mouth Key's head. Shanji chuckled and jested, Key brother, surely you didn't spit on the Camel's coffin, did you? Otherwise, how could you end up in such a sorry state? At that moment, Ba Pai, unable to contain his amusement, burst into laughter, only to notice the frowns directed at him from the others. Embarrassed, he sheepishly scratched his head, closed his mouth tightly, and stepped aside. After all, Shanji now held a respectable position. He could afford to joke about Big Mouth Key, but Ba Pai, a mere fourth-nine lackey, had no right to laugh at a leading figure of Hung Hing. Big Mouth Key glared hatefully at Ba Pai before dismissively waving his hand and exclaiming, damn it, it's all that flashy brat Su Bin's fault. If it weren't for him, that bastard Crow would have been dead long ago. Flashy brat Su Bin. Again him. Upon hearing that name, Chen Haonan and Shanji's expressions turned frosty. Chen Yao shot a sidelong glance at Big Mouth Key and slowly recounted the events to the group. As they learned that Big Mouth Key had meddled in affairs and was mercilessly beaten by Crow, everyone wore expressions of disbelief. However, The mention of Su Bin's audacious claims about sweeping away 2 streets of Hung Hing piqued their interest. Han Bin, who had never heard of Su Bin, scoffed derisively. Su Bin? What kind of nonsense is that? Han Bin and his 2 brothers were brought over by Jiang Tiansheng at great expense, and he felt immense gratitude for Jiang's patronage, often harboring thoughts of loyalty. Therefore, he was not a mere outsider. Shen Yao did not hold back and solemnly disclosed the possibility that Jiang Tianxing's brother, Jiang Tianyang, had perished at Su Bin's hands. Upon hearing this, the surrounding members, including the unaware younger brothers, were left utterly astonished. Han Bin frowned and coldly declared, "Then what are we waiting for? Find someone to kill him." With a glint of mischief, Shan Ji patted Big Mouth Qi on the shoulder and said, "Hey, Qi brother, how about I take care of that flashy brat Su Bin for you? You want me to make a visit to your Hong Kong venues?" In Big Mouth Qi's eyes, enduring a beating seemed far less significant than losing a portion of his interests. He touched the freshly bandaged wounds on his head and chuckled without engaging. Seeing this, Shan Ji persisted, wrapping his arms around Big Mouth Qi's, seemingly intent on persuading him further. "All right," Chen Yao interjected, clapping his hands. "Mr. Jiang has already spoken. Su Bin will definitely be dealt with. However, we must wait until the matter is clarified. Little Jiang cannot die without reason." At this, Shan Ji shrugged, clearly uninterested. Just as the group was about to disperse after discussing for a while, Chen Yao's phone suddenly rang urgently. "Hello, Yao Gu, there's been an incident. Someone outside the hall has dumped dozens of bloody sacks. Inside, there are corpses of our Hung Hing brothers." Chapter 19. Abu, I'm hungry. Chen Yao's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "What is going on? Who did this?" The younger brother on the other end of the line could only relay what little he knew, his voice trembling as he explained that the gruesome bodies belonged to Hung Hing brothers from the vicinity of Women's Street in Mong Kok. One of them was the Red Pole, Fat Fish, who oversaw Women's Street. What? Fat Fish from Women's Street? Chen Yao gasped in shock. A figure flashing through his mind, Su Bin, who had just boasted half an hour ago. At that moment, Hung Hing's leader of Mong Kok, Liang Kuan, had recently been killed by Chun Haonan and others, and the new leader had yet to be appointed. The various Red Poles under Mong Kok were embroiled in power struggles, resembling a scattered mess. Among them, the strongest contenders were Fat Fish from Women's Street, Jinya Biao from Kong Lok Street, and Bo Xiong from Goldfish Street, all of whom were the most likely candidates to become the new leader of Mong Kok. Furthermore, while Palan Street also belonged to Mong Kok, its substantial economic benefits rivaled those of the other territories combined. Thus, Jiang Tianxing had established a separate branch there, overseen by Hung Hing's 13 sisters. A sense of foreboding surged within Chen Yao as he swiftly ended the call. As Han Bin, Chun Haonan, and the others looked on with concern, he dialed Bo Xiong from Goldfish Street. Since Goldfish Street was not far from Women's Street, if this truly was the work of Su Bin, then Goldfish Street would surely be the next target. After several attempts, the call went unanswered, and Chun Yao slowly lowered his phone, his expression darkening ominously. "What's wrong, Yao Gu?" Chun Haonan inquired, frowning. Faced with the puzzled gazes of the others, Chun Yao narrowed his eyes and solemnly stated, "Something has happened. Su Bin's men have attacked our Hung Hing territories in Mong Kok. Fat Fish from Women's Street is dead and has been dumped outside my Saiwan Hall. On Goldfish Street, Boss Bo Xiong's phone is unreachable, and it is highly likely that he has encountered trouble." "What? So soon? It has barely been an hour." The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief, instantly filled with overwhelming anger. "I'll call Sister 13. With a furrowed brow, Han Bin picked up the phone and dialed Sister 13. "Hello, Han Bin. Why on earth are you calling me so early for trivial matters?" Hearing Sister 13's slightly lethargic rebuke from the other end, Han Bin inexplicably felt a sense of relief. Just then, Chen Yao glanced at Han Bin and shouted to the group, "Let us go. To Mong Kok." Han Bin nodded eagerly. "Sister 13, something has happened in Mong Kok. Brother Yao and I, along with Hao Nan and the others, are heading there right now." As he spoke with Sister 13, he hurriedly followed Chun Yao and the others. Meanwhile, on Goldfish Street in Mong Kok, Boss Bo Xiong lay in a pool of blood on the street, his pallid face and faint breath betraying his agony as he gazed at the phone that had been ringing incessantly not far ahead. Around him, blood-curdling screams and wails echoed relentlessly. From nearby alleyways and the shuttered storefronts lining the street, numerous onlookers cowered in horror, their faces etched with shock as they witnessed the unfolding chaos. "That guy is incredibly fierce," someone exclaimed, pointing at the seemingly nonchalant Abu amidst the fray. "Indeed. That is right. He single-handedly took down dozens of Boss Bo Xiong's men in just a few minutes. Who on earth is this gang leader? He is astonishingly formidable." Amidst the astonished gazes, Abu, having dispatched Boss Bo Xiong, cast a glance at the 10 or so mercenaries clearing the scene and barked, "Move faster." With a swift flick of his wrist, he hurled his machete, slicing through the air, and the blade pierced the abdomen of a fleeing dwarf with razor-sharp precision. The mercenaries, witnessing this, hastened to quicken their grim task. Minutes later, the bodies of Bo Xiong and his men were all stuffed into burlap sacks and tossed into a garbage truck that had fortuitously arrived. Accompanied by the sudden blaring of police sirens, the garbage truck sped away. Simultaneously, Abu and his crew hopped into their vehicle and swiftly departed. Drive faster. I'm hungry. On the vehicle, Abu glanced at his wristwatch. It had been exactly 1 hour since Su Bin had issued his orders. The journey from Yuan Long to Women's Street took over 10 minutes, followed by another 7 or 8 minutes to locate Fat Fish. And the execution of Fat Fish and his crew, along with cleanup, had only consumed 5 minutes. The same went for Goldfish Street. Only Bo Xiong's quick escape had prolonged the pursuit. This indicated that, within that hour, only 10 minutes were genuinely spent on the task at hand. Before long, Chun Yao and his entourage, accompanied by a throng of younger members, arrived at Goldfish Street at breakneck speed. However, the area was now swarming with police and onlookers. As the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically, Chun Yao received a call from a younger member stationed at the West Ring Tong. It was yet another report of dozens of bloodied burlap sacks. Inside them were unmistakably the corpses of Bo Xiong and his men. Were you unable to apprehend anyone? Chun Yao barked in a near growl. We couldn't catch that bastard in the garbage truck. He was driving like a maniac. He reversed the truck straight towards us, and we didn't dare to intervene. The younger member's voice was rife with bitterness. Humph. Chun Yao let out a heavy snort and hung up the phone. Beside him, Han Bin, who had just received a call from Sister 13, said gravely, Brother Yao, Sister 13 has reached Women's Street. The situation there is identical to here. Chun Hao Nan's expression darkened, and he snapped. That bastard Liang Zibin is courting death. Although Shan Ji is no longer affiliated with Hung Hing, it is still his home, and he has Chun Hao Nan's connections. Furthermore, Su Bin is likely to create trouble for him as well. This thought compelled him to curse several times in frustration. Chun Yao's countenance was exceedingly grim. He had never anticipated that Su Bin would dare to strike at Hung Hing, nor that he would indeed sweep through 2 streets. He was even more astonished that his casual remark made an hour ago had led to so many fatalities. With tumultuous thoughts racing through his mind, Chun Yao took a deep breath, picked up the phone, and called Jinya Biao on Comfort Street. After confirming that there was no incident on Jinya Biao's end, Chun Yao silently hung up the call. He squinted at the throngs of police officers in the distance and commanded, Let us go. Chapter 20, Jinya Biao. You have 1 day to take over Palan Street. Hong Kong is small, but the gangs are numerous, and dwarves are everywhere. News of Hung Hing being swept from the territories of Women's South Street and Goldfish Street in Mong Kok spread rapidly through every alley and across the entire underworld. Those big shots who had attended the Camel's funeral, while reflecting on the events, suddenly recalled Su Bin's words, which they had previously dismissed, and their expressions turned quite remarkable. Internally, they were profoundly shaken. Who on earth is this Liang Zibin? How could he dare to take on Hung Hing? I heard he returned from Siam and was once a member of the East Star G after all. Their internal intelligence system is not to be underestimated. What astonishes these prominent figures of the major organizations the most is that this seemingly aloof and uncooperative Liang Zibin, who is merely a businessman, has the audacity to disrupt the operations of the Hongxing Group. Amidst a swirl of shock and suspicion, Kong Lu Jie Jinya Biao, who had just finished a call with Chun Yao Tong, now stands before Xiao A Xiao, slightly bent at the waist and wearing a respectful expression. Ah Biao, how long have you been working for Dai Wang? In the tranquil office, Xiao A Xiao casually crosses her legs, her gaze indifferent as it rests upon Jinya Biao. Almost 3 years, sister. As he speaks, a hint of nostalgia and regret flickers in Jinya Biao's eyes. Xiao A Xiao nods slightly. Indeed, over these 3 years, you have not disappointed Dai Wang's investment in you. Not only have you ascended to the position of a Hongxing Red Stick, but you also oversee the Kong Lu Street area. Well done. Jinya Biao smiles humbly, saying, I owe my current success to your nurturing, sister. Had it not been for you rescuing me from the brink of death back then, I would have long since turned to dust. Therefore, rest assured, sister, I, Jinya Biao, am a person of Dai Wang in life and a ghost of Dai Wang in death. Upon hearing such sincere words, a glimmer of satisfaction finally appears on Xiao A Xiao's face. She slightly nods, opens the drawer of her desk, retrieves a check, and hands it to Jinya Biao. This is a reward from Mr. Su for you. As Jinya Biao bows to accept the check, his heart races upon seeing the long string of zeros. 10 million. It is indeed 10 million. Mr. Su's generosity is truly remarkable. However, Jinya Biao quickly conceals his excitement and surprise, bowing deeply once more, and earnestly speaks, Sister, may I have the honor of meeting Mr. Su in person? I wish to express my gratitude to him directly. Xiao A Xiao raises an eyebrow at his words. Not answering, but instead countering. You are aware of the situation on Jinyu Street and Women S Street, correct? After a brief pause, Jinyu Biao nods. Just now, Hongxing's strategist Chen Yao called me. He advised me to be cautious, mentioning that Mr. Su might take action against me. As he speaks, a smirk of scorn appears at the corner of Jinyu Biao's mouth. This fool Chen Yao has no idea that I, Jinyu Biao, have long been one of Mr. Su's own. How could Mr. Su possibly turn against me? It's truly laughable. Xiao Xiao also slightly curves her lips, a beautiful smile gracing her features. She stands slowly, walks to the window, gazing at the bustling streets below, and remarks meaningfully, "Ah Biao, your opportunity has arrived. Haven't you always wanted to meet Mr. Su? Let me tell you, Mr. Su has a fondness for the Mongkok area." As she speaks, she gestures toward the far-off area illuminated by a myriad of dazzling neon lights. Take down Palam Street. You will earn Mr. Su's recognition. Furthermore, you will become the person of authority in Mongkok. Take down Palam Street. Jinyu Biao is instantly taken aback, his pupils dilating in shock. It is well known that the authority over Palam Street, Sister Shursan, ranks among the top 5 within the Hongxing society. More importantly, all of Hong Kong knows that Hongxing's Kwaicheng authority, Han Bin, has always taken a liking to this masculine figure, Sister Shursan. If an ambush were to occur, Jinyu Biao is confident he could eliminate Sister Shursan, and perhaps he might even seize Palam Street in the process. Yet, there is Han Bin and his 2 brothers, Tun Mun's authority, Dragon, and Kowloon's authority, Si Yin. If he were truly to take down Sister Shursan, it's quite possible that Jinyu Biao would not see the light of day again. Sister facing Jinyu Biao's hesitance, Xiao Xiao's eyes turn icy. What? Are you afraid? Or are you saying that your professed loyalty to Dai Wang and Mr. Su is all a facade? Upon hearing this, Jinyu Biao immediately recalls Dai Wang's ruthless treatment of traitors. His face pales, filled with panic, and with a thud, he kneels before Xiao Xiao. Sister, he exclaims fervently, raising his right hand. I, Jinyu Biao, swear my absolute loyalty to Dai Wang, to you, and to Mr. Su. If I, Jinyu Biao, am ever disloyal or violate any of Dai Wang's rules, I am willing to accept any punishment meted out by Dai Wang. His fervent declarations do not elicit even a flicker of emotion on Xiao Xiao's face. Seeing her unyielding demeanor, Jinyu Biao grits his teeth and declares, "All right, sister, give me 1 week. I will surely eliminate Sister Shursan and seize Palam Street." Only then does a smile grace Xiao Xiao's features. However, as she slowly approaches, locking her meaningful gaze onto Jinyu Biao, she softly utters a few words that leave him stunned. You have only 1 day. With that, Xiao Xiao turns and departs, leaving behind a flustered Jinyu Biao, his expression filled with bitterness. Chapter 21. Sister Xiao Xiao, the ever-present Dai Wang. Meanwhile, Fei Shi, who had received a reward of 300,000 from the Crow, boards a fishing vessel dedicated to gray businesses at a remote dock. Preparing to hide out in Macau for a few days, with a substantial amount of cash in hand, he greets a few familiar faces on the ship before retreating into the dimly lit cabin, which is sparsely populated enough for him to lie comfortably. However, seeing the docile expressions of the few individuals, Fei Shi arrogantly shoves them into a corner, claiming a large space for himself, and lies down comfortably. Once Uncle Ben takes the lead, he chuckles. At that time, Crow, brother, I'm coming for you. If you, Crow, can rise from a small fishing village in Yuanlong to secure a position among the 5 tigers of Dongxing, then I, Fei Shi, can do the same. Overwhelmed with joy, he incessantly envisioned a splendid future in his mind. Indeed, this rascal had long been won over by my uncle. Ever since the Crow returned to Hong Kong, shattering the statue of Guan Yu and ruthlessly incapacitating the long-haired one who wished to withdraw from the gang, the corpulent figure began to entertain thoughts of abandoning the Crow and seeking refuge elsewhere. And fortuitously, my uncle was at the ready. Under the allure of certain benefits and a hefty sum, the corpulent figure decisively chose to align himself with my uncle. At the funeral, he unexpectedly eliminated the smiling tiger. Spurred solely by a glance from my uncle, having never taken a life before, he felt a twinge of fear at that moment. However, after committing the act, and with some adjustment, the once arrogant corpulent figure underwent a profound transformation in mindset. For instance, when he could have peacefully coexisted with a few others, he chose instead to assert his dominance brazenly. What are you staring at? Look again, and I shall pluck out your eyeballs. As the fishing boat rocked incessantly, the idle corpulent figure began to count the stacks of Hong Kong dollars, when the individuals forced into a corner suddenly brightened, casting eager glances his way. His fierce curses not only failed to intimidate, but instead prompted these previously docile individuals to rise in unison. With the cabin's height insufficient, they slightly hunched as they approached him, exuding an air of latent aggression. The corpulent figure scoffed derisively, and as he stood, he drew a dagger from behind his waist. Come, take a step closer, and see what happens. I can assure you, I have killed before. The expressions of the individuals shifted slightly as they exchanged glances. One among them, with a mocking smile, raised his voice towards the closed cabin exit. Hey, are we there yet? No sooner had he spoken than the cabin door was yanked open, revealing a head peering inside. Upon seeing the person's face, the corpulent figure's heart leaped with joy. It was a familiar acquaintance, Ah Chong, who had previously greeted him warmly. He was about to call out for Ah Chong to assist him when the latter's words suddenly transformed his expression, igniting a foreboding sense of dread within. We're here. The boat is about to dock. Get him up here quickly. My sister is waiting on the shore. Hurry. The speaker's grin widened, and his gaze towards the corpulent figure turned sinister, completely shedding the facade of the earlier docile demeanor. Who are you? What do you want? The corpulent figure, now alarmed, frantically waved his dagger in the air, attempting to intimidate the group. However, the men, with cold smirks, produced dark handguns from behind their waists. Corpulent one, you will not be leaving Macau. Come, our sister wishes to see you. As he spoke, the leader pressed the gun's muzzle against the corpulent figure's forehead, whose pallor turned ghostly, instantly extinguishing any thoughts of resistance. Another individual, with a squinted smile, stepped forward and snatched the 300,000 Hong Kong dollars the corpulent figure clutched to his chest. With exactly 3 individuals, each took a bundle. Witnessing this scene, the corpulent figure felt utterly despondent and anxious. When he was escorted off the boat and spotted the graceful woman waiting on the shore, his pupils constricted as understanding dawned upon him. You, aren't you the girlfriend of Handsome Bin? Is there a misunderstanding here? Handsome Bin is the cousin of Brother Crow. He is my superior. Why are you capturing me? The stunning beauty was none other than little A Chiao. The corpulent figure's desperate protests seemed feeble before her. She remained silent, merely raising her hand slightly. Immediately, someone behind her brought forth a large suitcase. As the corpulent figure stood in shock, the suitcase was placed before him and opened, revealing a cascade of colorful US dollars spilling onto the floor. As everyone around cast envious glances at him, the corpulent figure remained frozen in confusion. What is the meaning of this? However, with so much cash, it must be over 1 million, right? Converted. That's nearly 8 million Hong Kong dollars. Goodness, such a fortune. I could spend that on 100 models. With his mind racing with wild thoughts, the corpulent figure's eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on the vibrant bills. Observing this, little Le Chiao displayed no surprise. Many individuals often valued money above their own lives. As for loyalty, morality, and dignity, they were hardly worth mentioning. I offer you 2 choices. Little A Chiao stated calmly. Either your entire family perishes, or you take this 1 million US dollars and work for the Butterfly Network from now on. What? Upon hearing the words, your whole family will die, the corpulent figure momentarily froze, but as the prospect of acquiring 1 million US dollars registered, his mind went hazy. He felt as if he were floating. As for working for the Butterfly Network, what do they even do? He didn't care. Without hesitation, the corpulent figure lunged forward, frantically stuffing the scattered dollars back into the suitcase. Simultaneously, he repeatedly exclaimed, I am willing. I am willing to work for you. I will do anything. Even if you asked me to kill my own parents, I would. His actions and words elicited a chorus of disdainful gazes. Little A Chiao remained expressionless, merely nodding to a subordinate beside her before she turned and gracefully departed from the scene. The corpulent figure, blissfully engrossed in collecting money, remains oblivious to the grim reality. Once ensnared in the butterfly net, one becomes either a denizen of the net in life or a specter of the net in death. Even your wife, your children, and generations to come shall be bound to the butterfly net, should there be the slightest hint of unrest or any trace of treachery. Nay, even a mere suspicion, the ever-watchful shadows within the net will swiftly bring you down. What awaits you are the various horrifying tortures bequeathed by the esteemed Mr. Su of the butterfly net, a fate from which escape is impossible, and death is a distant, unattainable hope, merely the bare minimum. Chapter 22, Sister 13 receives a mission to eliminate Su Bin, a visitor from the Golden Triangle. 1 hour ago, Shallow Water Bay, Jiang Tianqing's villa. The news of Jiang Tian's demise cast a pall over Jiang Tianqing's mood. Just then, Fong Ting returned from her shopping spree, adorned in an exceedingly alluring dress. How do I look? Is it captivating? The delicate Fong Ting twirled charmingly, revealing a generous expanse of bare, snowy skin, prompting Jiang Tianqing to lift her up with ease. Moments later, as Jiang Tianqing began to engage in a deeper conversation with Fong Ting, his phone rang insistently, interrupting them. With a hint of impatience, he answered the call. Hello, Mr. Jiang, there's been a situation. The caller was Chun Yao, who had just evacuated from Goldfish Street. After recounting the circumstances surrounding Goldfish Street and Women's Street, Jiang Tianqing's expression shifted, his brow furrowing in concern. Fong Ting, beneath him, displayed a countenance of discontent and resentment. Casting her a sidelong glance, Jiang Tianxing silently dismounted and donned a robe. Find someone to take him out, regardless of whether Tianyang was behind it. His provocation against us at Hongxing is a path to self-destruction. Amidst the weighty discourse, Jiang Tianxing shot a pointed look at Fang Ting, his eyes betraying a flicker of shameful ire. Understood, Mr. Jiang, Chen Yao affirmed before promptly ending the call. The surrounding figures, Han Bin, Dekou Ji, Chen Haonan, Sister 13, and Shan Ji, exchanged curious glances. At that moment, they found themselves in the West Ring, within Chun Yao's territory. Dozens of corpses lay meticulously arranged in the grand ceremonial hall. As a high-ranking strategist of Hongxing, Chen Yao typically hosted various rituals and events within this domain, necessitating the construction of a vast ceremonial hall. Additionally, the main hall of Hongxing was also located in the West Ring. However, Jiang Tianxing, with aspirations of redemption and ascension, seldom presided over the main hall unless absolutely necessary. Thus many affairs were deliberated within Chun Yao's territory. Observing the blood-soaked scene, Chen Yao concluded the call and solemnly stated, Mr. Jiang has ordered to find someone to eliminate the handsome bin. Upon hearing this, Dekou Ji, whose head had instinctively shrunk back, quickly chuckled and pointed at Shan Ji, saying, Hey Shan Ji, didn't you say earlier that a mere handsome bin would be a piece of cake for you? Why not let you handle this matter? Shan Ji's brow twitched, ready to respond, when Han Bin, casting a disdainful glance at Dekou Ji, interjected, Brother Ji, have you lost your senses? Shan Ji is now with the Sanlian gang. Eliminating the handsome bin is our responsibility at Hongxing. Dekou Ji was well aware of Han Bin's disdain for him. Yet he had no retort against Han Bin's strength. Haha, I truly am becoming more muddled. Alas, I am getting old. Dekou Ji awkwardly chuckled, subtly acknowledging his age and unsuitability for violence. Everyone was acutely aware of Dekou Ji's character and was disinclined to argue with him, let alone expect him to eliminate the handsome bin. I'll take care of it. Sister 13 finally spoke after a moment of contemplation. As Han Bin's eyes widened in surprise, the others turned their attention to her. Sister 13 casually raised her hand, saying, Oh, my subordinates have already received the news. The handsome bin is residing at the Royal International Hotel in Mongkok. Huh, to think he would dare stir up trouble right under my nose. The fool is truly courting death. Chen Yao nodded in agreement, expressing confidence in Sister 13's capability to handle the task. Han Bin, visibly anxious, quickly raised his hand, saying, Wait, I'll go instead. He cast a worried glance at Sister 13. However, to his astonishment, she erupted in anger, exclaiming, What the hell is with that look? It's disgusting. She leapt away from Han Bin, distancing herself. At that moment, Sister 13, although aware of Han Bin's affections, harbored feelings for another. Thus, she had no intention of accepting his advances, and naturally, would not grant him any pleasant demeanor. The onlookers, witnessing this exchange, shared a knowing smile, casting sympathetic glances at Han Bin. With a somber expression, Han Bin sighed and refrained from further comment. Chen Haonan clapped Han Bin on the shoulder, smiling reassuringly. It's just a handsome bin. His influence in Siam is strong, but he lacks roots here in Hong Kong. Moreover, Sister 13 has connections with the Dongxing gang. Her involvement is just perfect. Dekou Ji, overhearing this, chuckled in agreement, adding, Indeed, Sister 13 has such a good relationship with Uncle Ben. Even if she eliminates the handsome bin, Uncle Ben won't say a word. Han Bin shot him an exasperated glance before turning to the seemingly oblivious Sister 13, then nodded silently in acceptance. Upon witnessing the situation, Chen Yao cast a fleeting glance at the crowd before decisively concluding that 13's sister should eliminate the dapper bin. Simultaneously, in Mongkok, at the luxurious 5-star international hotel. At this moment, Su Bin was in the living room of the presidential suite, receiving several individuals hailing from the Golden Triangle. Among them, the foremost figure was a strikingly beautiful woman with an elegant demeanor. Her name was Qin Dui, the cherished jewel of General Kunsha from the Golden Triangle. Mr. Su, greetings, Qin Dui said, her face radiating respect as she pressed her palms together and bowed deeply to Su Bin. As Su Bin nodded slightly, he assessed her from head to toe. Please, have a seat. Thank you, Mr. Su. Qin Dui beamed, taking a few steps forward to perch herself on the edge of the sofa. The other attendants were discreetly ushered out by Gao Jin. How has your father been of late? Su Bin appeared quite familiar with connections to Kunsha, personally pouring a cup of tea for Qin Dui. Qin Dui, somewhat taken aback by the attention, expressed her gratitude repeatedly while sharing some updates about Kunsha's recent circumstances. The situation isn't particularly favorable. However, it has not reached the worst possible outcome. Recently, a formidable armed force has emerged in the Golden Triangle, led by a figure known as the Buddha of the Eight Sides. It seems he is backed by a significant power, ruthlessly subjugating various warlords, and within mere months has seized a vast territory. It appears that he is on the verge of rivaling Kunsha, poised to divide the Golden Triangle. Chapter 23. The Humble Service of the Female Kunsha. At the mention of the Buddha of the 8 sides, Su Bin's expression subtly shifted, a glint of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Noticing this, Qin Dui cautiously inquired, Mr. Su, do you know him? Haha, Su Bin replied with a dismissive smile, casually waving his hand. I do not know him, merely heard of him. Upon hearing this, Qin Dui let out a sigh of relief. With a delicate motion, she lifted a password box that had been resting at her feet, stood up, and carefully placed it on the coffee table before Su Bin, gently opening it. A beautifully crafted, antique porcelain bowl immediately came into view. Mr. Su, my father is aware of your fondness for such trinkets. This is a gift he specifically asked me to bring for you. I hope you will find it to your liking. Su Bin raised an eyebrow, nonchalantly picking up the seemingly Qianlong-era enamel bowl. After a brief examination of the exquisite depiction of the poppy flower, a smirk crossed his lips, revealing a smile that hinted at deeper meaning. This bowl is rather intriguing, he said, casually returning it to the password box before lifting his gaze to Qin Dui, his expression laden with significance. What does your father wish for me to assist with? Sensing a shift in Su Bin's demeanor, Qin Dui promptly bowed once more, hastily clarifying. Mr. Su, my father knows you disapprove of the white powder trade and are reluctant to venture into the Golden Triangle. We have adhered to our agreement and have not transported goods to the mainland. However, if we were to lose the war against the Buddha of the 8 sides. Before she could finish, Su Bin's expression darkened, a flash of menace igniting in his eyes. Are you threatening me? In an instant, Qin Dui trembled, her face paling dramatically. With a thud, she dropped to her knees before Su Bin, exclaiming, Mr. Su, I beg your pardon. I meant no such implication. The young woman, now kneeling, trembled with fear, her previously proud posture now a picture of humility. Enough. Rise. Su Bin commanded, his tone devoid of emotion. Qin Dui, as if granted a reprieve, lifted her pitiful visage but dared not stand. Mr. Su, many crucial routes in the Golden Triangle have fallen under the control of the Buddha of the 8 sides. We, at Montai, have amassed a significant stockpile. Yet we are utterly unable to transport it. Without funds, we cannot expand our forces, and thus, we cannot hope to defeat the Buddha of the 8 sides. My presence here in Hong Kong is solely due to the sacrifice of over a dozen brothers. As she spoke, her eyes brimming with sorrow, she crawled forward a few steps, pleading earnestly, Mr. Su, you are our only hope. If you could extend your assistance, even if it is but a single word, we are willing to pay any price. We're an outsider to witness this so-called female Kunsha, the self-proclaimed queen of the Golden Triangle, demonstrating such abject humility before Su Bin. It would surely astonish them beyond belief. However, Su Bin remained unmoved, his gaze devoid of warmth as he scanned the alluring sight inadvertently revealed by Qin Dui's attire, languidly remarking, do you truly believe I require any of what you refer to as a price? Perceptive of Su Bin's scrutinizing gaze, Qin Dui momentarily faltered before resolutely biting her lip. In that fleeting moment of inner conflict, she tore away her dress, revealing a breathtaking view. Mr. Su, if you could assist us, I will be yours. As Su Bin indulged in the sight of Qin Dui's exquisite figure, a teasing smile curled upon his lips. He said nothing, merely reclining languidly, spreading his arms upon the sofa cushions. This gesture sparked a realization in Qin Dui. She advanced on her knees, unbinding her constraints. While Su Bin reveled in this supreme service, 13 Sister had already returned to Boland Street from the West Ring. How are things? Is everything arranged? 13 Sister inquired as she approached the hurriedly arriving Fei Bo. Fei Bo, a towering figure at over 6 feet tall and weighing more than 200 pounds, was 13 Sister's trusted subordinate. After receiving the task, she had already contacted Fei Bo. Sweeping a hand across his forehead, dripping with sweat, Fei Bo nodded solemnly, Sister. Everything has been arranged. They are undoubtedly some of the most trustworthy brothers. At this very moment, they are waiting in the vehicles outside. Excellent. The 13th Sister nodded slightly, casting an indifferent glance at the several vans parked outside. I have already made the necessary arrangements with the manager from the dynasty side. You can go and find him directly later. Here is his phone number. Saying this, she fished a piece of paper from her pocket and handed it to Fat Bo. All right, Sister, rest assured and await my good news. Fat Bo smiled confidently after glancing at the note. After more than half an hour, Qin Dui lifted her alluring face, softly murmuring, Mr. Su, shall we go inside? Su Bin, with his eyes half closed, did not bother to open them to look at her, replying, no need. Go back and inform your father that I will have someone notify the 8-faced Buddha to grant you access to the cargo passage. Upon hearing this, Qin Dui's face displayed both resentment and surprise. Thank you, Mr. Su. Thank you, Mr. Su. As she repeatedly bowed in gratitude. She did not forget to assist Su Bin in securing his restraints, then stood up, obediently retreating to the side. Su Bin slowly sat up, casting a glance at Qin Dui. Additionally, if your father requires firearms, I can arrange for a batch to be sold to him at a favorable price. Qin Dui's eyes sparkled with delight, ready to express her gratitude, but she was interrupted by Su Bin's sudden change of tone. However, remember this. I am a businessman. I will not intervene in your war. Whether you succeed or fail is entirely up to you. Qin Dui was taken aback, quickly bowing deeply to Su Bin. Mr. Su, your immense grace and kindness will be forever etched in our hearts at Montai. Rest assured, we shall undoubtedly defeat the eight-faced Buddha. We will not allow even a trace of the Golden Triangle's white powder to infiltrate the mainland market. Su Bin nodded and waved his hand. Enough. You may leave now. This is what it means to be ungrateful after receiving help. With a heart full of disappointment, Qin Dui cast a resentful glance at Su Bin. After another deep bow, she turned to leave for the door. Just then, rhythmic knocks echoed from outside, accompanied by the respectful voice of Gao Jin. Boss, the waitstaff has brought dinner. Gao Jin's words suddenly ignited a flicker of hope deep within Qin Dui. She turned her head to look, and as Su Bin slightly nodded, Qin Dui excitedly stepped forward and opened the door. Outside stood a long dining cart, blocked by Gao Jin and others. 3 waiters stood attentively by the cart, heads bowed, seemingly aware of the esteemed identity of the guest residing in this presidential suite. Gao Jin, maintaining a poker face, nodded toward Qin Dui, then moved aside to allow the waiters entrance, gesturing for them to proceed. The trio of waiters quickly nodded, pushing the dining cart into the room. Under Qin Dui's eager direction, a dozen delectable dishes, along with a bottle of Romanicani red wine that had long been decanted, were meticulously arranged on the dining table. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy. After completing their tasks, the waiters bowed deeply to Su Bin and Qin Dui. As Su Bin rose slowly, he casually grabbed a stack of cash from a pile on the coffee table and tossed it their way. The waiter's eyes brightened with joy. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Sir, please enjoy your meal. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to call us. We are at your service. Amidst their continuous flattery and gratitude, the waiters beamed as they pushed the dining cart out the door. Qin Dui poured 2 glasses of wine from the decanter, then beamed at Su Bin. However, as she stepped closer, Su Bin raised his hand and calmly said, "That's enough. You may leave now." What? Qin Dui was momentarily dumbfounded, standing there in a daze. Su Bin did not spare her another glance. After sitting down at the dining table, he turned to Gao Jin and the others outside, instructing, "You all should go eat as well. When Xiao Xiao returns, have her come directly here." "Yes, boss." After a slight bow, Gao Jin noticed Qin Dui still dazed at the door. He promptly approached her, extending his hand outward. "Please, after you." Coming back to her senses, Qin Dui felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. She stared blankly at Su Bin, only to find that he had already begun his meal. With a long sigh in her heart, she reluctantly bowed slightly before exiting the room, glancing back with each step. Following closely behind, Gao Jin surveyed the area at the door before closing it. After leaving 2 guards on duty, Gao Jin returned to his own room to eat with the others. Before long, the sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor, accompanied by some rather lewd chatter. "Hey, that rich lady just hinted at you like that? Why didn't you take her up on it?" "Damn," she asked like an old witch. "If you want to go, then go." "Heh, if she were to invite me, I'd definitely go. The key is, she looks down on me." Upon realizing that the newcomers were a team of hotel security patrols, the 2 guards exchanged knowing glances filled with sarcasm. The security personnel, upon spotting 2 guards stationed outside the presidential suite, quickly ceased their conversation, adopting a serious demeanor. They formed a neat line, led by a middle-aged man, as they walked down the carpeted corridor toward this direction. "Hey, brothers, here, have a cigarette." Lowering his voice, the middle-aged man courteously pulled out a cigarette box, preparing to offer smokes to the 2 guards. The guards exchanged bewildered glances, but shook their heads in rejection. Just then, they let out a low drink, quickly erupted and snatched the sharp knife. Just as they were about to strike back with their knives, several dark gun barrels suddenly appeared, firmly aimed at them. A cold and fierce death toll swept across the corner of his eye, slowly stopped the movement. "Throw away the sharp knife that was just taken from your hand." "What about him? You really have 2 moves. I almost got caught." In the low moans of 2 security guards who had their knives stolen, inside the hallway, another large group of people wearing security uniforms quickly emerged. The leader. It's none other than the head horse of 13 Sisters, Feibois. That seemingly ill-fitting uniform, he stretched several places to pieces, making it particularly comical. Feibo, who didn't care at all, glanced left and right, whispering, "Hurry up." Upon hearing this, a group of subordinates, quickly wielding a gun, he pulled the 2 dead men apart. The middle-aged man quickly took out a room card and, with a loud beep, I brushed open the door. At the next moment, a group of subordinates, with either a gun or a knife, they rushed in eagerly. The first thing that catches everyone's eye It's Subin sitting at the dining table eating dinner. For the intrusion of these people, Subin doesn't seem to have any accidents. He, with his strong senses. I have already heard all the movements outside. He remained expressionless, even with a hint of enjoyment, still slowly savoring the delicious food in front of me. Handsome Bin. With a cold drink, the little brothers are scattered on both sides. Make way for Fabwa, who walked briskly in. Bang! As the door was forcefully closed. Subin seemed somewhat unsatisfied as he put down his chopsticks. Pick up the napkin and slowly wipe your lips. 13 sisters? The indifferent voice let Fabwa squint his eyes. A hint of doubt flashed through my eyes. How do you know he's from 13 sisters? Without waiting for him to think too much, Subin raised his wrist and looked at the time. It's a little early, but just treat it as entertainment after dinner. After saying this sentence, which left Fabwa and others bewildered, Subin's feet are slightly on the ground. As the chair under the seat turned, he picked up a cigar and crossed his legs. Facing Fabwa and others, he put on a theatrical posture. At this very moment, the two dead soldiers who were pointed at the heads with guns suddenly exploded. The two of them waved their hands suddenly schwa. Brush. Two cold flashes flashed by, the triangular spear that appeared in their hands at some unknown time. In an instant, he cut off the two arms holding the gun at them. Dark red blood, between reckless shooting, the excruciating scream echoed throughout the room. The fat waves that suddenly turned their heads saw this, and their eyes were about to crack. Kill them. Kill them. He waved his thick arms and kept roaring. After a brief moment of panic, the little brothers. They all picked up their machetes and rushed towards the two dead soldiers. However, the two martyrs who had previously behaved exceptionally honestly, at this moment. It was like a fierce tiger rushing into a flock of sheep, in the blink of an eye. He cut off the necks of several people with just a few strokes. Chapter 25. Subin, what? Do you really want me to go up? Let's go together. Kill them. Kill them. Under the splatter of blood, Fat Wave roared loudly one after another. Damn it. Kill them. Kill. The little brothers kept shouting in shock and killing, make the atmosphere in the room instantly extremely tense. Meanwhile, among those henchmen holding guns, someone picked up a handgun and kept aiming at the two assassins who were advancing left and right. Someone quickly raised a handgun and aimed it at Subin, forcing him to stop and make his subordinate stop. However, seeing their slightly nervous and cramped appearance, I don't seem to plan on shooting here. Probably. I don't want to make a big noise and cause any big trouble. Faced with all of this, Subin always had a light and indifferent face. He swayed his crossed legs and leisurely smoked his cigar. That look, not to mention how comfortable it is. Die. Under the sudden strike of a dead soldier. Another little brother with wide open eyes, covering his bleeding neck, fell into a pool of blood. At that time, several bodies had already fallen on the ground. Fat Waves, who were shocked and pale. I know I've hit a hard spot. The situation is urgent. He no longer cared about 13 sisters' instructions. Snatched the pistol from the little brother beside him, aim at one of the dead soldiers, and shoot. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the heavy door seems to have been smashed open by some kind of heavy object. Several AK-47 guns, in the next second, they all appeared at the door of the room in unison. What the fuck? In an instant, the two dead soldiers flashed, and Fei Bo and others were terrified on their faces. The sound of gunfire is loud. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da. A few dazzling tongues of fire, constantly pouring out dense bullets. In an instant, the first 7 or 8 henchmen were turned into sieves. They widened their eyes with disbelief. Fallen one after another in a pool of blood. Fat Wave, who was shot non-fatally, amidst the frantic retreat and dodging of footsteps, directly aimed the gun at the unarmed Subin. Put down the gun otherwise. I'll kill him right away. A hysterical and mournful roar. The AK-47 at the door instantly stopped the fire. But in the next second, Subin casually raised his hand. Just now it was an empty hand. Unexpectedly, an AK-47 appeared. What the fuck? Fabwa and a few gun-wielding henchmen who were hiding suddenly showed disbelief on their faces. Subin, with a plain face, directly lifted AK with one hand and pulled the trigger towards Fat Wave's head. Da-da-da-da-da-da. The frenzied barrage of bullets instantly transformed the scene before Subin into a grotesque tableau of blood and flesh. Simultaneously, Gao Jin and his companions burst into the room, raising their weapons to unleash another merciless hail of gunfire upon the hidden subordinates. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. Among the assailants, only one subordinate, in a desperate final act, aimed his handgun at Subin and pulled the trigger with all his might. Bang! The sharp report of the gun felt utterly feeble against the relentless onslaught of the AK-47. However, that rapidly spinning bullet hurtled directly towards Subin's forehead, just as the subordinate, with a tragic smile, resigned himself to his fate. He was astounded to see that the iron projectile had been effortlessly pinched between Subin's suddenly raised fingers. Thud! The subordinate, his face a mask of disbelief, collapsed lifelessly to the ground, his breath extinguished. Yet, His eyes remained fixed on the bullet held captive by Su Bin, refusing to close. At that moment, a graceful figure, appearing from nowhere outside the door, suddenly emitted a gasp of shock. It was the returning Qin Dui. She had left her handbag behind in Su Bin's room. Whether it was a deliberate act or a mere oversight remained unclear. The blood-soaked scene and the corpses strewn about did not perturb Qin Dui, who had long been accustomed to the treacheries of the Golden Triangle. However, the horrifying sight of Su Bin grasping the bullet left her profoundly shaken. Amidst her overwhelming astonishment and disbelief, a flicker of realization ignited within Qin Dui. She understood now why her father insisted that she treat Su Bin with utmost reverence and unquestioning obedience, even to the extent of offering her virginity without the slightest hesitation. A man of such wealth and power, possessing unfathomable martial prowess, was truly a force to be reckoned with. Who could dare to challenge someone like him? Su Bin paid no heed to Qin Dui at the door. He casually tossed the still-warm bullet to Gao Jin and instructed Xiao and 13 Mei. I want them alive. Upon finishing, and with Gao Jin's nod of understanding, Su Bin waved his hand, signaling that they could not remain here any longer. You all go down and prepare. Yes, boss. They chorused in unison, promptly placing the bloodied weapons before Su Bin. Then, as a group, they exited, leaving Qin Dui in a daze, her mind still reeling from the events. What? You wish for me to join you? Slowly rising. Su Bin's words jolted Qin Dui back to reality, flushing her cheeks a deep crimson. Aye. Before she could stammer out a response, Su Bin coldly commanded, close the door and wait for me outside. Okay. All right. Caught in a whirlwind of complex emotions, Qin Dui, feeling dizzy, managed to close the door. It was only when she entered the elevator that she suddenly realized why Su Bin was not hurrying to leave, but instead remaining behind. The room was filled with corpses and firearms, a veritable minefield of trouble. As this thought crossed her mind, Qin Dui's complexion paled. She reached out to press the elevator button to return, but a large hand, stained with a hint of blood, abruptly blocked the closing doors. Startled, she looked up to find Su Bin, now clad in a silver suit, standing there. The sight of this man instantly conjured memories of her earlier service to him, along with the harshly domineering and demeaning words he had just uttered. What? You wish for me to join you? In that instant, she could no longer afford to ponder the situation in the room. Her delicate face flushed with a mix of shyness and humiliation. Chapter 26. The Abandoned Eyeball. The entrance of Lu Jiaming. Step aside. Su Bin's indifferent voice made Qin Dui, snapping back to her senses, realize she was obstructing the elevator entrance. She quickly lowered her now apple-red face and retreated several steps. Upon entering the elevator, Su Bin turned to face the door, his gaze remaining impassive and never lingering on Qin Dui for more than half a second. Ding! As the elevator doors closed, Su Bin retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket and began to wipe the still damp blood from his hands. Behind him, Qin Dui cautiously lifted her head. Gazing at the back of Su Bin's head, her lips parted and trembling, filled with unspoken words. She yearned to defend herself, to assert that she was not so lowly or eager for his attention. Yet, recalling the previously unexperienced acts of shyness in the room, Qin Dui. Before long, ding! The first floor arrived. As the elevator doors opened, the figures of Gao Jin and the others appeared before Su Bin. Boss. They all bowed deeply in unison. Su Bin nodded slightly, raising his gaze to survey the surroundings. At that moment, the hotel manager, along with numerous staff members and security personnel, had already been subdued in the lobby. As for the guests, they had long since fled the hotel in panic, terrified by the cacophony of gunfire and the relentless pursuit of the assassins. In the lobby, dozens of security guards and staff huddled together on the ground, too frightened to utter a single sound. It seemed the bloodied corpses at the center had served their purpose. Have you gotten any information? Su Bin's expression remained remarkably placid. Gao Ji nodded and replied, Boss, we have. The manager here accepted money from 13 Mei. As he spoke, he gestured to several assassins, who swiftly brought the hotel manager before them. At this moment, the hotel manager appeared battered and bruised, his face smeared with blood, and his nose, severely crooked, seemed to only allow the exhalation of breath with no intake remaining. His clothing was tattered and frayed, evidently subjected to inhumane treatment. Su Bin cast a sidelong glance at him and contemptuously declared, Feed him to the dogs. After uttering this, he casually tossed a handkerchief stained with flecks of red to Qin Dui, commanding, Come with me. Startled yet elated, Qin Dui caught the handkerchief and quickly fell into step behind Su Bin. Meanwhile, Xiao, racing towards the Huangqiao International Hotel, received a phone call from Gao Jin. Sister Qiao, someone from 13 Sister's side just came by. The boss said he wants her alive. On the other end of the line, Xiao's expression suddenly turned grave. Whenever Su Bin spoke of executing someone, it signified his emotional detachment. However, if he demanded a living capture, It indicated that he was genuinely furious. Any survivor left behind would find themselves in a perpetual struggle for existence, unable to die. I understand. With this thought, Xiao Qiao's face turned cold as she abruptly hung up the phone. Dialing Jin Yabiao's number, she patted the driver's seat in front of her and ordered, "Turn around." To Bolen Street. As the vehicle swiftly made a U-turn, the resolute voice of Jin Yabiao resonated from the phone. "Hey, sister. I've dispatched numerous men to Bolen Street. 13 sister is under my watch. The moment she steps out, she is as good as dead. No need. The plan has changed." Xiao Qiao interjected sharply, glancing at her wristwatch. "I will arrive at Bolen Street in 15 minutes. You must gather all your men immediately. Tonight, we will flatten Bolen Street and capture 13 sister alive." Huh. Jin Yabiao was momentarily taken aback. By the time he regained his composure to respond, the call had already ended. Though slightly stunned, he had no choice but to hastily rally his men and head towards Bolen Street. When a large contingent of officers arrived at the Huangchao International Hotel, they were met with a scene of vigilance. Spotting several ferocious wolfhounds ravenously devouring a pile of unidentifiable flesh. "What is going on here?" An officer brandished his weapon, demanding answers from the staff huddled in the corners. We don't know anything." Despite the officer's relentless inquiries, threats, and earnest pleas, none of the staff or security dared to divulge any information. However, once the wolfhounds were subdued, the officers were stunned to discover that the pile of flesh was unmistakably human tissue. "Quick, call for a forensic team immediately." As the officers busily sprang into action, the disheveled and battered presidential suite on the top floor came into their view. The overwhelming stench of blood permeated the suite, yet after a thorough search, they found no trace of blood or any suspicious items. "Sir Liu, here are the hotel registration records." A young officer presented a document to the middle-aged man known as Sir Liu. If Su Bin were present, he would recognize that this Sir Liu was none other than Liu Jianming from the Undercover world. The resident of this presidential suite is named Zhang Shichang. I've had my associates look into it. He's an unemployed drifter and could never afford to stay here. I suspect someone has assumed his identity. Upon hearing this, Liu Jianming nodded slightly, and, noticing a flicker of red in the corner beneath the empty dining table, his expression shifted. He swiftly donned gloves, crouched down, and reached for the suspicious object. The sticky texture combined with an unsettlingly squishy feel sent chills down his spine. Indeed, upon retracting his hand, he confirmed his darkest suspicions. It was an eye, a blood-soaked eyeball. In an instant, everyone present gasped in horror. "Quick, bring an evidence bag." Liu Jianming barked at the shocked officers. Chapter 27, A Stay in Causeway Bay. The unbelievable 13th sister of Bolen Street. The grotesque pile of flesh in the lobby, coupled with the horrifying eyeball, solidified Liu Jianming's belief that something extraordinarily sinister had transpired here. Yet, aside from the abandoned eyeball, no other traces remained. After another exhaustive search by the officers, they still found no anomalies, not even a drop of blood. It seemed as though something vital was missing from the room. To clarify the connection between the eyeball and the heap of flesh below, Liu Jianming wasted no time. He left the team behind to continue searching for useful clues and interrogating the staff, while he took the eyeball and the remains back to the precinct. Simultaneously, the extended Lincoln arranged by Xiao Qiao, escorted by several elite drivers and luxury vehicles, slowly came to a halt at the entrance of the Fulida Hotel in Causeway Bay. Blushing, Qin Dui quickly adjusted her disheveled attire before hastily exiting the vehicle, rushing to the other side to respectfully open the door for Su Bin. As he stepped out, Su Bin scanned the surroundings lazily, a smirk playing on his lips. "Oh, Causeway Bay. This is not my first visit here. Long ago, Su Bin established a company in the office buildings nearby. He vaguely remembers that, at that time, Shan Ji had even approached him for protection money. All right, you should return to the Golden Triangle first." As Su Bin strode towards the hotel, he turned to Qin Wei and uttered a remark. Qin Wei, who had already tasted forbidden fruit and officially become Su Bin's woman, found herself in a daze. Feeling a sense of discomfort, she stood there, staring at Su Bin's retreating figure, tears involuntarily streaming down her cheeks. Seeing this, Fei Shuzi, who was approaching from behind, shook his head helplessly. The boss meant for her to return to the Golden Triangle and sort things out. As he passed by Qin Wei, Fei Shuzi quietly offered a friendly reminder. Qin Wei shuddered, and upon lifting her gaze to Su Bin's silhouette once more, a spark of excitement flickered in her eyes. Meanwhile, a black business car, in which Xiao Qiao was seated, halted at the intersection of Kangle Street and Bolen Street. Behind her vehicle, an ominous crowd of short men began to gather, numbering no fewer than 200. Moreover, from the direction of Kangle Street, more and more short men were rushing over. Beneath the night sky, Xiao Qiao sat in her car, arms crossed, coldly observing Bolen Street, where the dazzling neon lights flickered in a myriad of colors. evoking a sense of opulence and enchantment. However, to Xiao Xiao, it appeared to transform into a realm of bloodshed. Manu, without turning her head, Xiao Xiao called out softly. Manu was Xiao Xiao's most capable assistant. Although her name was Manu, she was anything but delicate in appearance. Standing at a height of 178 meters with a sturdy build, she resembled a diminutive version of Fat Bo. Yet, she was exceptionally formidable and fiercely loyal to Xiao Xiao. Yes, big sister. Manu's voice was deep and powerful. After responding, she rolled down the car window and shouted at the waiting Jinya Biao. Biao. Move out. Her thunderous command nearly startled Jinya Biao out of his wits. Yet, seeing it was Manu, he dared not express any displeasure. Brothers, charge. Flatten Bolin Street. A reward of 100,000 for each person. Jinya Biao raised his machete towards the throng of underlings, shouting exuberantly. Instantly, a multitude of eager underlings, their faces alight with joy, pulled out an assortment of weapons from their coats, tearing away the newspaper wrappings before surging towards Bolin Street with fervor. On the road, numerous onlookers and vehicles hastily dodged to avoid the chaos. At that moment, Jinya Biao's men had been gathered at the intersection for several minutes, and Bolin Street had long since received the news. However, Jinya Biao was affiliated with Hongxing. 13 May merely assumed he was preparing to clash with rival gang members and paid him no heed. At that time, 13 May sat at the bar in Lan Kwai Fong, downing drink after drink. The disappearance of Fat Bo had left her with a splitting headache and a restless mind. Just then, a subordinate rushed in with urgency. Sister, I found out. The Emperor has been sealed off by the police. No one knows the situation inside. However, it was reported that someone nearby heard a flurry of gunfire. Gunfire? 13 May's brows furrowed tightly as she couldn't help but exclaim, damn it. I warned them not to shoot recklessly. Now look, with gunshots ringing out, something must have gone awry. I just don't know if they managed to take down that bastard Liang Zaibin. Hearing this, the surrounding subordinates shrugged helplessly. With a frown, 13 May shot a sidelong glance at them, then raised her glass and drank it down in one gulp. Smack! She slammed the glass down heavily and coldly commanded. Send more people out. Investigate the situation. Find Fat Bo and the others. Additionally, the most important thing is to ascertain whether Liang Zaibin is dead or alive. Yes, sister. The subordinates nodded in agreement, preparing to disperse. Just then, a few blood-soaked individuals stumbled into Lan Kwai Fong. Sister, something has happened. Something has happened. Their frantic cries caused quite a commotion. 13 May, turning sharply, saw their faces contorted with fear, and she quickly approached them with her subordinates in tow. What happened? Damn it, who did this to you? As 13 May, with a face full of fury, helped one unsteady sub subsequently, the Harmony Society suffered repeated setbacks, its strength significantly diminished. Assisting the elder Deng Bo, and with the backing of several elders, they withdrew from the competition in the affluent district of Yao Ma Ti and Mong Kok, retreating to the more obscure areas of Tsuen Wan and Sha Tin, where they opted for a more cautious development strategy. Meanwhile, the influential figure of the Wahop Tuan Borington Street, Hua Fo, had, a few years prior, devised a plan to eliminate Sister 13 and seize control of the entirety of Borington Street. However, unbeknownst to him, his scheme had already been uncovered by Sister 13. And with Han Bin's timely intervention, Hua Fo met a grim fate. Left with no choice, Wahop Tu announced its withdrawal from Borington Street. From that moment on, Sister 13 reigned supreme within that territory. As the signal was given, the various nightclubs, bars, and entertainment venues saw an influx of their respective henchmen, valets, and a throng of companions, all hastening to the streets of Borington, led by their respective leaders towards Lan Kwai Fong. In mere minutes, the streets outside Lan Kwai Fong were filled to the brim with a sea of black-clad individuals. Amidst the bustling crowd, the glint of various machetes reflected the vibrant neon lights. With an extremely grim expression, Sister 13 stepped out from Lan Kwai Fong, prompting the members of the Hung Hing gang on the street to bow in unison, shouting in unison, "Greetings, big sister." The chorus of hundreds resonated deafeningly. With a cold demeanor, Sister 13 gestured casually towards her subordinates. She accepted a machete handed to her by a trusted confidant, wrapping a white cloth around her wrist before striding confidently towards the throng. At the other end of the street, the notorious Golden Tooth Biao, having gathered his scattered subordinates, swaggered towards this side, ultimately halting less than 3 meters away from Sister 13's faction. Golden Tooth Biao, have you lost your mind? How dare you encroach upon my territory? Before the conflict ensued, a discussion was necessary, especially considering that both Golden Tooth Biao and Sister 13 belonged to Hung Hing. Sensing Sister 13's incredulous fury, Golden Tooth Biao smirked with a hint of mockery. Instead of responding to her, he simply raised a hand, signaling his men to part. In the next moment, Several blood-soaked burlap sacks were hurled in front of Sister 13 and her companions. What on earth is going on? Sister 13 exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief as she glanced left and right. Several subordinates rushed forward to untie the sacks, exclaiming, Sister, this seems to be our people. Sister, they're all dead. The crowd of subordinates, their faces filled with horror, retreated in shock. It was unavoidable. The gruesome state of the corpses was utterly unbearable. Not a single body was intact. No one could recognize any of the faces. Just as Sister 13 furrowed her brows and pushed forward to ascertain the situation, a subordinate suddenly pulled up a robust arm, exclaiming in alarm, this is Fat Bo's hand. Sister, it's Fat Bo. I recognize this tattoo. What? In an instant, Sister 13's eyes widened with rage. She sprinted a few steps, yanking the burlap sack back, revealing a gruesome, disfigured figure before everyone. It was entirely bloodied and mangled, almost reduced to pulp, especially the face, which was unrecognizable and utterly grotesque. The only intact part, a tattooed arm, seemed intentionally left behind by the one who had killed him. Vomit. One of the subordinates standing closest, overwhelmed, doubled over and began to retch. The reaction seemed to trigger a chain reaction, as one by one, the onlookers also turned pale. And standing nearest to Fat Bo's lifeless body, Sister 13, while struggling to suppress her rising bile, felt an uncontrollable fury surging within her mind. She abruptly turned, pointing her machete heavily at Golden Tooth Biao. You bastard. Did you kill Fat Bo? Are you one of Liang Zai bin Esmin? Golden Tooth Biao shrugged nonchalantly. I'm sorry. I don't know what you're talking about. I merely came across their corpses by the roadside. After all, they are all from Hung Hing. I thought I'd help you bring them back. So, how do you intend to thank me? As he spoke, his gaze swept over the opulently adorned nightclubs. And with a playful grin, he added, how about you gift me Borrington Street as a token of appreciation? Bastard, am I going to give it to you? Sister 13 bellowed furiously, raising her hand. Go, kill him. With her furious command echoing, the bulk of the Hung Hing gang surged forward, brandishing their machetes as they charged ahead. Though Sister 13's forces seemed to outnumber them, Golden Tooth Biao showed no sign of fear. He raised his machete high, then swung it forward with force. Let South flatten Borrington Street. Capture Sister 13 alive. Instantly, his followers erupted in loud cheers, lifting their machetes as they charged forward. In the brief encounter between the two factions, several subordinates fell into pools of blood. The frontliners were either the fiercest or the most foolish. Surrounding them, many loitered in the streets, watching the unfolding chaos while offering their opinions. Internal strife between various gangs was commonplace. Yet, no one had ever heard of a red-capped elder daring to storm a Hallmaster's territory. Golden Tooth Biao's reckless actions left onlookers in awe. Look at that kid. How few men he brought. How dare he invade Sister 13's territory? Truly ridiculous. Indeed. Behold, there are still those associated with the 13th sister rushing over here. Alas, should Han Bin arrive with reinforcements, Jinya Biao shall surely meet his demise today. Who could argue otherwise? That fool Jinya Biao dares to challenge even the 13th sister. Truly, he is regressing into the depths of madness. Amidst the snide whispers and derisive remarks of the gathered crowd, the news swiftly reached Chun Yao's ears through various channels. Chapter 29. It is not your fault to be unattractive, but to emerge at midnight to instill fear. That is your wrongdoing. What? How did they come to blows? What? Jinya Biao has proclaimed his intention to seize Bolon Street? What is he playing at? What? Fei Bo has fallen at the hands of Jinya Biao? What? The 13th sister claims that Jinya Biao is affiliated with Liang Zibin? One shocking revelation after another left Chun Yao in a state of disbelief, and the last two tidings rendered his expression profoundly grave. The 13th sister has undertaken the task of eliminating Liang Zibin, and the operative she dispatched was none other than Fei Bo. Yet now, Fei Bo lies dead at the hands of Jinya Biao. What kind of story lies behind this turn of events? Could it truly be, as the 13th sister asserts, that Jinya Biao is a man of Liang Zibin? But how could that possibly be? The Hongxing organization is not devoid of its own intelligence network. Every aspiring boss is meticulously investigated regarding their background. Firstly, to prevent undercover police infiltration. Secondly, to eliminate the risk of spies from other factions. Yet, Jinya Biao's lineage is undeniably pristine. He is a third-generation criminal with a clean slate. His father was a gangster, and his grandfather, too, was embroiled in the underworld. Moreover, all records pertaining to Jinya Biao reveal no evidence of any connection to Liang Zibin. What in the world is going on? Furrowing his brow, Chen Yao had no time for further contemplation. He hastily exited, hopping into the car driven by one of his subordinates, and sped towards Bolon Street. Typically, in the underworld, it is a matter of you hitting me today and me retaliating tomorrow. Such fierce, life-and-death confrontations are rare. This often results in the higher-ups of the organization turning a blind eye to internal conflicts, provided they do not escalate too far. However, at this moment, a large-scale violent clash had erupted within the organization, compelling Chen Yao, the strategist, to intervene as a mediator. Simultaneously, he was particularly eager to ascertain the circumstances surrounding Fei Bo's demise. Did he manage to take down Liang Zhaibin before his death? On Bolon Street, amidst the throngs of individuals, the 13th Sisters faction, renowned for its prowess in combat, was relentlessly overpowering the forces of Jinya Biao, fueled by her wrath. In the heart of the fray, there lay numerous individuals with severed limbs or grievous wounds, writhing in agony on the ground, their piteous cries echoing in the air. Most among them were Jinya Biao's subordinates. Yet, standing resolutely at the forefront, with a cold gaze fixed upon the battlefield, Jinya Biao displayed no signs of panic or concern whatsoever. His trusted aides, under Jinya Biao's subtle cues, vociferously proclaimed increased bounties, spurring their comrades to charge forward with renewed vigor. In battles, it is the promise of wealth that drives men. When one has money, others will fight fiercely for them. Without it, one's life becomes the currency of conflict. Although many underlings were perplexed by Jinya Biao's unusually generous demeanor today, having distributed 1,000 Hong Kong dollars to each before the fight, and now tossing a bag of cash before them, offering a reward of 10,000 Hong Kong dollars for each adversary they felled. This blatant temptation emboldened them, igniting a fervor in their hearts. However, as he observed his subordinates charging unflinchingly into battle, a chilling glint flickered in Jinya Biao's eyes, as if the lives of these men were of no concern to him whatsoever. Soon, the bloody skirmish on Bolon Street had persisted for 5 minutes. The streets were drenched in blood, littered with casualties from both sides. At this juncture, the losses on both sides had become substantial. Nevertheless, the 13th Sisters faction maintained the upper hand. As the front line surged forward, poised to strike Jinya Biao, the 13th Sister's eyes glinted fiercely as she declared, "Brothers, whoever can eliminate Jinya Biao, I shall support him as the leader of Kowloon Street." An eye for an eye. Just moments prior, Jinya Biao had boasted of his intentions to seize the 13th Sisters' Bolon Street. Now, as victory seemed imminent for her, the 13th Sister set her sights on Kowloon Street. Unlike Jinya Biao, even if he triumphed over the 13th Sister for Bolon Street, he would find no stability, for Hongxing would still loom behind him. However, should the 13th Sister succeed in vanquishing the instigator Jinya Biao, seizing Kowloon Street for herself, no one would dare utter a word of dissent. Upon hearing the 13th Sister's promise, the prominent members of her faction erupted in joyous elation. "Onward! Follow me! Let us eliminate Jinya Biao." The fervent members, driven by the prospect of controlling a street, raised their weapons, charging forward with their comrades in tow. Yet, just as the Hongxing faction surged with ferocity, poised to reach Jinya Biao, a brand new commercial vehicle unexpectedly approached slowly from the opposite end of Bolon Street. "Sister, a vehicle is approaching from behind." At the alert of one of her subordinates, the 13th Sister casually turned her head to glance back. Upon confirming that it was merely a vehicle, she dismissed it from her mind entirely. Her gaze swiftly returned, resolutely fixed on Jinya Biao. On the surface of Bolon Street, it's only that wide. The first 100 or 200 people are fighting fiercely. There are 2 speakers in the middle. Later on, there are still many little brothers waiting to join the battle team. The rear henchmen on this side of Bolon Street, after seeing the slowly approaching commercial vehicle, they all shook their hands and knives impatiently, drinking repeatedly to make them leave. But the commercial vehicle, however, maintained a constant speed and slowly drove away. Finally, a few meters behind the Portland Street camp, it slowly stopped. What about him? These days, there are really people who are not afraid to die just to watch the excitement. A little brother coldly shouted and cursed. Carrying a machete, he rushed over. Many little brothers who are used to being kings and dominance have also quickly followed along. At this moment, the door of the business car cab was roughly pushed open. A strong woman with 5 big and 3 rough features, bent down to get off the car, appeared expressionlessly in front of everyone. "What the fuck, bastard, are you that ugly? You come out late at night to scare people." A short mule couldn't help but curse at the strong woman at first sight. "Go to hell with you." A short mule that feels scared, lift the machete wildly and mercilessly strike the strong woman fiercely. "But I don't want to." The strong woman's eyes widened in an instant. Like a tank, rushing forward wildly, as the short mule swung its knife and struck, she suddenly reached out her hand. With lightning speed, he tightly gripped the throat of the short mule, and, forcefully taking action. Chapter 30, Origin of Manyu. Black Phoenix squad launches an attack. Meanwhile, the other hand of the strong woman. As he snatched the machete from the low mule's hand, he swung his backhand to the side. Wow. Under immense force, that sharp machete, as if nothing easily cut off the arm of another person who was wielding the knife. In a mournful scream, the blood sprayed recklessly splattered on the face of that strong woman. From first to last, strong women are all expressionless, the group of short mules rushing towards us. As they stood still and looked at the female tiger with a face full of astonishment, as if she were a god of death, she coldly sneered. Pinching the neck of the short mule with his right hand, he exerted a fierce force. Click! The short mule, who had long been unable to breathe, tilted its head and died in a flushed face. This scene made the strong woman's face full of blood even more ferocious. Isn't she the flower-faced cat's sister? On the street, there are little girls gathered together, looking at the strong woman with frightened faces. Yes, it's her. Sister from the Stanley Women's Prison. Wasn't she sentenced to life imprisonment? How did she come out? I heard that she seems to have been noticed by a big brother and spent a lot of money to save her. Also, now she's not called the flower-faced cat. She's called Manyu. That's right. This strong woman, it's Xiao Aqiao's close fitting. The former Red Pillar Women's Prison sister with a head flower-faced cat. Now the Manyu. Meanwhile, she is still the captain of the Black Phoenix team, formed by Xiao Aqiao. Kill. Accompanied by the sudden swing of the sword by the jade. A wild roar was emitted. On both sides of the street, suddenly, more than 20 women with graceful or robust figures burst out. These people, all wearing a Black Phoenix mask. They each held a thin and light short knife with their own unique characteristics. On the short knife, there is also an extremely delicate Black Phoenix carved. That's right. They are currently at a training base in Southeast Asia. The Black Phoenix team that has received various devil training. Between the rapid rise and fall, the short knives in the hands of the Black Phoenix team swung repeatedly. However, for a moment, several short mules standing at the forefront, unable to react in time, were directly killed on the spot. What about him? What happened? This scene, 13 sisters, who happened to turn around and look back, were all in sight. She frowned deeply, quickly raised his hand and shouted to someone beside him, Ahui, bring your people over. Kill this group of pretentious and mischievous Samba. Ahui is a subordinate of 13 sisters, and besides Fabwa, he is the most capable fighter, from his position of guarding 13 sisters all along. It can be seen that his status is quite high. Obviously, 13 sisters can distinguish the situation clearly. The golden Fang Biao ahead is no longer a problem. But there must be no mishaps behind them. We cannot be ambushed or surrounded. Otherwise, it is likely to cause a rebound and cause some unnecessary changes. Ahui nodded heavily. Between turning around and looking, a fierce expression appeared on his face. He picked up the machete in his hand, when taking a big step forward. Press forward one finger with force, up. Kill this group of 38. As soon as the words fell, under the leadership of Ahui's trusted aides, about 50 people were separated from the rear and headed towards the Black Phoenix team to attack and kill. In terms of number and gender, they have a great advantage. I didn't take these women seriously. Some short mules even looked up and down at a bully in the Black Phoenix team with lewd eyes. However, amidst the continuous sneers of Manyu and the fierce charge of the Black Phoenix team, just a face-to-face, these short mules collapsed in large numbers. And all of them are fatal cuts to the throat. Fly swiftly as a frightened swan goose. Wanrua Yulong. When Ahui's face was shocked, the Black Phoenix team charged forward with their swords once again, with a graceful posture and a swift and precise killing knife technique. Another large number of short mules fell into a pool of blood, and without exception, they are all deadly hits. Holy crap, Huajia subordinates are so fierce and fierce. On the street, among the little girls gathered together, someone let out an excited exclamation. There is a younger sister nearby who saw the situation, disgustedly sneered. What kind of flower fetish do you have? Didn't you see that Kaizi was hacked to death? At that time, under the leadership of the humanoid tank Manyu, the Black Phoenix team kept charging forward. Quickly, he killed these short mules in front of him, abandoning their helmets and armor, and turned around frantically to flee. Ahui, with a pale face, no longer had the confidence he had before. Watching the huge figure of Manyu rushing straight towards him, he didn't care much anymore, turned around and ran away. But in the next moment, die. Accompanied by a fierce roar from Manyu, she held a machete full of blood in her hand and shot straight towards Ahui's back. Puff! The slanted machete fiercely penetrated Ahui's body. Under immense inertia, Ahui only had time to look down with a face full of shock, and glanced at the blade that had pierced through his body. Immediately after, he pounced forward and fell directly into a pool of blood. Go up. Capture 13 sisters alive. Manyu ran wildly, and was the first to charge into the crowd. She pulled out the machete from Ahui's body, and slashed forward repeatedly. The person ahead, there is no enemy of unity at all. As the Black Phoenix team charged forward in unison and strangled the rear of the 13 sisters camp, the golden Fang Biao on the other side. I personally stepped forward and once again increased the reward to an incredible level. In this situation, all of his Hongxing henchmen have become completely insane. Fierce and fearless impact, coupled with bad news coming from behind. Let 13 Sisters' side experience a sudden increase in pressure. Sister, what should I do? Seeing the fierce and unstoppable group of 3 or 8 behind us, 13 Sisters' trusted confidant, Tai, May couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. What should I do? Cold salad. After 13 Sister let out a low and unpleasant drink, turning around with solemn eyes. Looking at the Black Phoenix team that had caused her subordinates to retreat repeatedly, she couldn't help but stir up countless doubts in her heart. Where did Jin Yabiao find these 38? How come I've never heard of these people before? But at this moment, it's not the time to think too much. 13 Sisters with sharp eyes personally pick up the machete, give a finger towards the position where Jin Yabiao is located. All up. Kill Jin Yabiao for me. Kill him. We won. Chapter 31. Xiao Aqiao's shaking whistle. The momentum is deafening. Most of the subordinates under 13 Sister, when they all attacked and killed towards the side of Jin Yabiao, the business vehicle that hasn't been active for a long time, suddenly, a faint wisp of green smoke was blown out. A member of the Black Phoenix team guarding the car saw this, and quickly stepped forward and cautiously opened the car door. Before long, Xiao Aqiao, dressed in a cheongsam, stepped out of the car step by step, appeared in the center of this incredibly lonely street. At that time, the attention of everyone around was drawn to the increasingly fierce battle ahead. No one even noticed Xiao Aqiao's appearance. Xiao Aqiao lightly took a sip of the fine cigarette in her hand, lifted her wrist, and checked the time. Almost done, with her casual whisper. On both sides of the T-shaped intersection not far behind it, a long string of vans and Golden Cup cars were speeding towards us. Creaking, creaking, as one car after another came to a sudden stop behind Xiao Aqiao. All the car doors were quickly opened one after another, brushing clang. Brushing clang. The continuous loud opening of the door caused a slight tremor in the entire area. One short mule after another quickly get off the car and swarm forward to gather. Before long, the street behind Xiao Aqiao was filled with this massive crowd. Big Sister. Huashu Street Jiao Huang came to report. A big man roared wildly, with a face full of fanaticism, and respectfully bent down to stand beside Xiao Aqiao. Sister, the water buffalo from Yiji Old Street has come to report. Sister, Sha Sherwei from Xiankai Street is here to report. With fervent and respectful calls. Behind Xiao Aqiao, there are already some local snakes lurking around Mongkok. They are all thugs trained by Butterfly Network in secret. The movements here. It had already caught the attention of 13 Sisters, her brow furrowed deeply, and her face looked incredibly ugly. But this is not over yet. On the side of Jin Yabiao, who was fiercely attacked by 13 Sister subordinates. Indeed, it can only withstand the pressure. But Jin Yabiao never took a step back. Even if several short mules had already rushed towards him earlier. It's not that Jin Yabiao is not afraid of death, but instead, I am the king of Gili in Temple Street. Biao, I'm here to help you. I am the Yaomati rattlesnake. Who dares to move Biao-gu? Behind the Jin Yabiao camp, there were also large numbers of short mules. At this moment, from the beginning to the end of Bolan Street, it's already densely packed with countless short mules. And most of these people, the large number of short mules that have just arrived, all of them are local snakes lurking in the Yao Sim-mong area. They have already been absorbed into Butterfly Net by Xiao Aqiao. And with the support of Butterfly Network, we will step by step grow bigger. Of course, this expansion is only in a very small area, on a certain street. And precisely so, their rise and growth did not attract any special attention from any large or small clubs at all. Nowadays, in order to capture 13 Sisters alive and appease Mr. Su's anger, Xiao Aqiao spared no effort to mobilize and gather all the dispersed forces of the entire Yao Sim-mong. These forces, although small, combat effectiveness is also weak. But after gathering together, there are many people and the momentum is overwhelming. Xiao Aqiao, this person, he has always been a person with strong opinions. The task assigned to her by Su Bin is just to develop the intelligence organization Butterfly Network. But she is constantly expanding her Butterfly Network. He has also been secretly accumulating strength. She has been looking forward to Su Bin coming to Xianjiang for more than a day or two. Tonight, since Mr. Su is really angry, that's definitely not just about leveling Bolan Street and capturing 13 Sisters alive. At both ends, there are short mules that cannot be seen at a glance. Let the subordinates of 13 Sisters be so scared that their faces turn pale. They no longer have the bravery and arrogance they used to have. In a moment of hesitation, a throng of underlings retreated, huddling around the formidable 13 Sister and several of her loyal red-clad companions. In the distance, Xiao Aqiao lifted her icy gaze, casting a fleeting glance ahead before casually raising her hand and commanding, "Charge." No sooner had her voice echoed than the eager crowd behind her surged forward, resembling a pack of ravenous wolves, rushing towards the encircled 13 Sister and her associates. At the opposite end of the street, Jin Yabiao, upon observing the commotion across the way, seized the machete handed to him by a subordinate, and bellowed, "Follow me." With his command still hanging in the air, Jinya Biao brandished the hefty blade, leading his forces into a fearless assault against 13 Sisters' group. In the heart of the encirclement, 13 Sisters' underlings were paralyzed with terror, their hands and legs trembling uncontrollably. It was impossible not to panic. Not only were they surrounded, but the sheer number of adversaries was overwhelmingly daunting. "Steady yourselves. Do not fear." 13 Sister, her expression as cold as ice, continuously reassured her subordinates while reaching for her phone to summon reinforcements. "If we can hold them off for just a few minutes, our backup will arrive." She emphasized, "Remember, you are members of Hongxing. It is better to stand and die than to kneel and live." However, her words fell flat, having no discernible effect. The relentless assault of the Black Phoenix team, under the leadership of Man Yu, had already breached their rear line. The blood-soaked Man Yu, bolstered by her comrades, was rapidly closing in on 13 Sister. "Protect Sister! Protect Sister!" cried the red-clad companions in alarm. Pale-faced, the loyalists swiftly raised their blades, stepping forward to defend. Yet, the ferocious Man Yu suddenly erupted. After plunging her knife into the abdomen of a squat foe, she yanked it out with force and flung the body towards the advancing attackers. With a sickening thud, the bloodied body struck down several of them in an instant. Amidst the astonished gazes of 13 Sister and her companions, Man Yu charged forward like a tank, sending everyone in her path sprawling. The frail and petite 13 Sister was on the verge of being exposed to the behemoth that was Man Yu. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed from afar, amplified through a loudspeaker. "Stop! Anyone who dares to touch 13 Sister shall die." It was the voice of Han Bin. Han Bin had arrived, leading a formidable entourage. Yet, upon witnessing the overwhelming crowd ahead, his countenance darkened ominously, an unsettling premonition rising within him. As Han Bin hastily climbed atop a vehicle, he beheld the massive figure of Man Yu barreling towards the helpless 13 Sister. His face paled in alarm, and without a moment's hesitation, he snatched the loudspeaker from a subordinate and shouted desperately. Unfortunately, it was all for naught. Man Yu, indifferent to Han Bin's warning, charged forward with a deafening roar, effortlessly cleaving through 2 underlings who dared to impede her. In the horrified gaze of 13 Sister, she reached out and seized her by the throat. "By the heavens!" shouted a nearby subordinate, raising his blade to strike at Man Yu's arm. However, Man Yu was not alone. The fiercely formidable women of the Black Phoenix team swiftly descended upon them, dispatching the brave souls who dared to challenge Man Yu, while others formed a protective circle around her, charging valiantly into the dense mass of adversaries. In mere moments, 13 Sister was captured, and her surrounding subordinates were forced to retreat under the relentless assault of the Black Phoenix team, their ranks thrown into disarray. Meanwhile, Han Bin, standing atop the vehicle, could only watch helplessly as the colossal Man Yu, like a child carrying a chick, seized 13 Sister and swaggered back. "Forward! Forward! Save 13 Sister!" Han Bin, his expression dark as storm clouds, waved his hands frantically, emitting a series of frantic shouts. Yet, among the 100-strong group he had brought, only a handful of loyalists dared to charge forward with their blades drawn. The majority stood frozen in hesitation, exchanging glances filled with uncertainty. Indeed, Han Bin was their leader, but the overwhelming numbers of the enemy before them were several times, perhaps tenfold, greater than their own. How could he expect them to charge into certain death for a woman who hardly acknowledged them? Did he not possess a modicum of reason or the demeanor befitting a leader? They followed him in hopes of achieving greatness, not to sacrifice their lives for his desires. This was the collective sentiment coursing through the hearts of Han Bin's subordinates. Yet Han Bin remained oblivious to their thoughts, consumed by worry for 13 Sister and furious at the inaction of those around him. Seeing his men remain motionless, Han Bin's expression darkened further, his eyes blazing with murderous intent as he roared, "What are you fools waiting for? Did you not hear my command? Charge!" With blood-red eyes filled with a thirst for violence, his underlings, terrified, reluctantly gripped their blades and surged forward. Wait! At that moment, a thunderous roar emanated from a short distance away, startling the crowd into turning their heads. They beheld a remarkably familiar face peering from the window of a speeding vehicle. Qin Yao, the esteemed strategist of the Hongxing faction. A wave of relief washed over his subordinates as they halted their advance. Han Bin, whose eyes widened in astonishment as he leaped from the car, and as he approached the now-stopped Qin Yao, he exclaimed in a commanding tone, "Brother Yao, we can wait no longer. Sister Shursan has been captured." "What? Sister Shursan has been seized?" Qin Yao's face was a canvas of disbelief. He had initially called for Han Bin and the others to pause, thinking Han Bin was attempting to intervene in the internal strife between Sister Shursan and Jin Yabiao, hoping to prevent the situation from escalating. Yet now, the gravity of the situation dawned upon him. Sister Shursan had indeed been taken? What on earth was happening? Amidst his bewilderment, Chun Yao raised his gaze to the horizon. Instantly, he noticed a throng of unfamiliar figures, mere lowly thugs, entirely unassociated with Hongxing. His expression darkened considerably. What is the meaning of this? Whose men are they? Hanbin stepped forward, a look of impatience etched on his face. I do not know. He then waved his hand forward with fervor, shouting, Charge! Rescue Sister Shursan. In the midst of his fervent speech, he seized a machete from a nearby subordinate, ready to thrust himself into the fray. Chun Yao, with a stern countenance, grasped Hanbin's arm firmly, exclaiming, What do you think you're doing? Can't you see how many adversaries await us? What do you intend to use for a rescue? Your life? At that moment, the commotion stirred by Hanbin and his companions drew the attention of Jin Yabiao and his men. Jin Yabiao gestured to a group of local thugs and bellowed, Go! Slay them. The thugs nodded eagerly, dispatching a portion of their number to charge towards Hanbin and his group. Even this smaller contingent was significantly greater than the over 100 men Hanbin had brought along. Chun Yao had intended to mediate and had come with only a handful of supporters. Upon witnessing this, Chun Yao's expression soured further. What was happening? How dare anyone raise a blade against him? Chun Yao, on Hongxing's territory. Yet, the odds were against them. With such a multitude of adversaries before him, what could they possibly do to fight back? However, it was unconscionable to allow him, the illustrious strategist of Hongxing, to be driven into a corner and flee in panic on his own turf. Such a disgrace had rarely occurred in many years. Moreover, the individuals confronting him were no more than young thugs, their inexperience glaringly apparent. If word of this spread, Chun Yao's reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Just then, the shrill sound of police sirens echoed from both ends of the street. Sighing in relief, Chun Yao quickly called out, The cops are coming. Retreat. Everyone fall back. His subordinates, as if granted a pardon, scrambled hastily towards their vehicles. Yet, Hanbin remained steadfast, his gaze fixed resolutely on the distance, gripping the machete tightly with no intention of retreating. Even as Jin Yabiao's men scattered upon hearing the sirens, Sister Shursan's figure had long since vanished. Having already entered the vehicle, Chun Yao observed this scene, silently lamenting to himself. Ah, the heart is ever burdened with unfulfilled desires. He shook his head and waved towards the outside, urging, You lot, hurry and get your leader into the car. Let us depart. Chapter 33, The Tormented Jiang Tiansheng. Before Su Bin returned to Hong Kong, even though Xiao Xiao had been secretly expanding the butterfly network step by step, acquiring ample strength and foundation, she had never formally stepped into the limelight. Consequently, the number of individuals acquainted with her remained exceedingly scarce. One might say almost negligible. When Chun Yao and Hanbin returned to the Hongxing headquarters, they received the alarming news that all their territories in Mongkok had been completely swept away. It was at this juncture that the frequently appearing figure of Xiao Xiao finally entered their awareness. Based on the accounts of several fleeing subordinates, Chun Yao was suddenly struck with realization and instantly deduced Xiao Xiao's identity. She was the woman of Liang Zibin. What? That scoundrel again? Hanbin's expression darkened, his countenance growing exceedingly grim. Beside him, Chun Haonan and Shan Ji, who had arrived upon hearing the news, were equally shocked. As they had a close relationship with Sister Shursan, they exchanged incredulous glances, astonished beyond measure. When had Liang Zibin amassed such a following in the Mongkok area? Jin Yabiao, that fool, was doomed. How dare he betray Hongxing and align himself with Liang Zibin in creating chaos, truly courting death. Moreover, that woman named Xiao Xiao had the audacity to lead her subordinates to seize all of Hongxing's territories in Mongkok. Despite the heavy police presence on Bolan Street, Chun Yao narrowed his eyes and spoke in a low tone. It seems that Liang Zibin is not as simple as he appears. The prince's earlier speculation may not have been unfounded. Perhaps Liang Zibin indeed wields considerable influence in Southeast Asia. With a loud crash, Hanbin slammed his hand on the table, shouting, I do not care how powerful Liang Zibin is. Since he dares to touch Sister Shursan, I will take his life. Without delay, he sprang to his feet and strode purposefully towards the exit. Hanbin, what are you doing? Chun Yao called out with a furrowed brow. I am going to confront Liang Zibin and demand the return of our people. Hanbin replied, not bothering to look back, his determination unwavering as he surged outside. Chun Haonan and Shan Ji exchanged glances before rising in unison to follow him. We will accompany you. I want to see just what kind of scoundrel Liang Zibin has become. No sooner had Shan Ji spoken than the prince, who had just entered the hall, collided with Hanbin, causing quite the ruckus. What is the urgency that drives you all? The prince paused momentarily, raising his gaze to scan the group. Hanbin halted in his tracks and declared in a grave tone, 13th sister has been captured by the scoundrel Liang Zibin. Oh. The prince's brow furrowed in immediate concern. What transpired? After the demise of Jiang Tianyang, the prince had swiftly flown to Siam. intent on uncovering whether Su Bin was indeed responsible for Jiang Tianyang's death. Unfortunately, all information regarding the burning of Jiang Tianyang's estate had been thoroughly suppressed by the Siamese royal family. Despite his considerable efforts, he found himself at a standstill, remaining unaware of the events that had unfolded in the past 2 days upon his recent return to Hong Kong. In light of the prince's bewilderment, Chen Haonan glanced at Han Bin and promptly stepped forward to divulge the full account of the situation. Upon learning the details, the prince discreetly cast a sidelong glance at the instigator, Chen Yao, before gently patting Han Bin on the shoulder. Han Bin, engaging in a reckless confrontation is unwise. With 13th sister in Liang Zai Bin's grasp, provoking him could place her in dire jeopardy. Han Bin was taken aback, and a deep bitterness crept across his previously pallid face. But I cannot simply sit idly by. If anything were to happen to 13th sister. He trailed off, his fist clenching tightly as he struck the wall with great force. Bang! The dull thud echoed, symbolizing his profound internal turmoil and unbridled fury. Nearby, Shanji growled fiercely. What is there to fear? Let us surround him with our forces. I refuse to believe he has the audacity to withhold 13th sister. As soon as he finished, Chen Haonan nodded in agreement. Indeed, no matter how formidable he may be in Southeast Asia, this is Hong Kong. His reach cannot extend so far. Our Hongxing is not a mere outsider he can trample upon. With a smirk playing on his lips, Chen Haonan added, and you know what? I have received word that Liang Zai Bin, that scoundrel, is currently residing in my hotel in Causeway Bay. Huh, he truly has no fear of death. The prince's brows knitted tightly upon hearing this. Did you not mention that Liang Zai Bin was in Mongkok? Now he has moved to Causeway Bay? Chen Haonan, unable to grasp the implication, merely nodded slightly. Behind the group, Chen Yao approached after a moment of contemplation. Haonan, is it possible that Liang Zai Bin is targeting you and Shanji? Chen Haonan's eyes narrowed, a glint of realization flashing within them. Yao Gu, are you suggesting that Liang Zai Bin came to Hong Kong, first settled in Mongkok to deal with 13th sister, and now, after eliminating our presence there, has moved to Causeway Bay to continue his pursuit of us? Before Chen Yao could respond, Shanji, now wearing a chilling smile, bellowed, damn it. If he seeks to confront us, he must be prepared to face the consequences. With that, he signaled to Han Bin, let us go. We shall confront him and demand 13th sister's release. As long as he remains in Causeway Bay, he cannot escape. 13th sister will certainly be safe. Chen Haonan echoed with a cold smile, yes, I am eager to see just how formidable this so-called Southeast Asian tycoon truly is. Upon hearing their resolute declarations, Han Bin ceased his deliberations and nodded emphatically, all right. The prince, observing this, refrained from further commentary. He too yearned to confront Su Bin. Yet with both Chen Haonan and Han Bin, along with Shanji, a prominent leader of the Somlian gang, mobilizing, it might appear to the outside world that Hongxing was making a mountain out of a molehill, bullying others. As the illustrious god of war for Hongxing, the prince believed that further involvement would diminish his stature and likely draw ridicule from fellow practitioners in the underworld. It would be utterly humiliating for him. Moreover, should they venture into Siam, the prince could not guarantee that the three of them could contend with Su Bin. However, in Hong Kong, their territory, dealing with a mere Su Bin, who only had a few followers in Mongkok, would be well within their capabilities. As for Chen Yao, he shook his head noncommittally, taking out his phone and stepping aside to report the situation to Jiang Tiansheng. On the other end of the line, Jiang Tiansheng, having just regained his composure and prepared to rejuvenate his ambitions, was instantly consumed with fury upon hearing that 13th sister had been captured. A surge of extreme anger flooded his mind. Consequently, Fang Ting found herself once again engulfed in sorrow. Ultimately, it was Chen Yao who informed Jiang Tiansheng that Han Bin, Chen Haonan, and Shanji had mobilized a considerable force to confront Liang Zai Bin, which finally instilled a glimmer of hope in Jiang Tiansheng. Chapter 34. An unforeseen conclusion for 13th sister. The news that Su Bin's woman, Xiao Xiao, had swept through all of Hongxing's territories in Mongkok spread like wildfire throughout the underworld in a remarkably short time. The outrage and humiliation felt by Hongxing, as the aggrieved party, were beyond measure. Upon receiving the news, the leader of Lianxing in Sun Wan, merely smiled coldly. However, upon learning that Su Bin possessed even a modicum of power in Hong Kong, Di could not help but recall Su Bin's earlier declaration. He does not befriend those who are destined for demise. Could it be that this little rascal intends to target me? With this thought, Di felt a surge of wariness and promptly reinforced his protective measures. Meanwhile, other gang leaders who had attended the Camel funeral were secretly alarmed, contemplating how Hongxing would respond to the formidable Su Bin, who had crossed the river. As for the outcome of the confrontation, they perceived it as beneficial, regardless of who emerged victorious. After all, those who merely spectate have no reason to fear the height of the stage. Finally, we arrive at the East Star Gang. The moment Crow received the news, he immediately called Su Bin. He opened with a complaint, questioning why Su Bin had targeted Hongxing without involving him. Su Bin chuckled and replied, "I promise to include you next time." Only then did Crow break into a delighted laugh. After some casual banter, Crow informed Su Bin that in a few days, the East Star would hold a leadership election, and he hoped Su Bin would come to lend his support. Su Bin had been eagerly anticipating this day, and naturally, he readily agreed. Meanwhile, Uncle Ben, the elderly figure who received this news, was instantly struck with disbelief, his face a mask of astonishment. If Su Bin had merely dispatched a few of his skilled subordinates to assassinate 13's sister, Uncle Ben might not have thought much of it. However, where did Su Bin procure such a formidable force that they managed to level Bo-Lan Street and capture 13's sister alive? Moreover, reports indicated that Su Bin's men had audaciously snatched 13's sister right under Han Bin's nose. This was simply too incredible to fathom. A surge of intense vigilance suddenly blossomed in Uncle Ben's heart. He recalled the words of the deceased Smiling Tiger, who had said when Su Bin first returned to Hong Kong, "This brat Su Bin, could it be that he has come back to exact revenge?" In that instant, the once benevolent expression on Uncle Ben's face vanished, replaced by a furrowed brow and a glint of murderous intent flashing in his cold eyes. He rose slowly, pacing back and forth in the room. Before long, a cunning plan formed in his mind, prompting him to dial Su Bin for a probing phone call. "Hello, Bin. How are you? Are you comfortable at the hotel?" As soon as the call connected, Uncle Ben greeted him with feigned concern. "It's Uncle Ben. Haha, I'm doing well." On the other end, Su Bin was lounging on the sofa of the luxurious presidential suite at the Regal Hong Kong Hotel, with a bound and distressed woman kneeling before him, none other than 13's sister. Oblivious to the unfolding drama, Uncle Ben continued in an amiable tone, "If you're not comfortable, just come back to Yuan Long. After all, you are still one of us at East Star." Su Bin, with a playful smirk, tactfully declined. After a round of insincere probing, Uncle Ben, still on high alert, asked his final test question. "Bin, I heard that you have captured 13's sister?" Su Bin glanced sideways at the gagged and resentful 13's sister, a wicked smile creeping onto his face as he replied, "Indeed. She is currently kneeling right before me." Uncle Ben was momentarily taken aback and quickly responded, "Bin, you know that 13's sister's father, Chue Sueda, used to be with me. This child is also like a disciple to me. If possible, I hope you can do me a favor. I don't want to see her suffer at such a young age." Unbeknownst to him, as Uncle Ben made this plea, Su Bin had already activated the speakerphone. Upon hearing Uncle Ben's words, 13's sister's expression shifted, her eyes betraying a complex mix of emotions and a glimmer of hope. What she did not anticipate was that in the next moment, the wickedly charming Su Bin would indeed acquiesce to Uncle Ben's request. "Uncle Ben, I owe my success today to your past kindness. Since you have spoken, how could I possibly refuse? Rest assured, I will not harm her." A flash of triumph coursed through Uncle Ben's eyes upon receiving this assurance. He reminisced about the bond shared between them in the past, and after a moment filled with nostalgia, he reluctantly ended the call. Meanwhile, Su Bin, carelessly tossing the phone onto the coffee table, turned his gaze to 13's sister, his eyes gleaming with mockery. 13's sister, your influence is truly remarkable. Not only are two of Hongxing's leaders coming to rescue you, but even the esteemed elder of East Star, Uncle Ben, has called to plead on your behalf." As he spoke, Su Bin slowly rose, moving to the window. Peering down, he couldn't help but smile faintly. "Heh, Han Bin and the others are arriving rather promptly." Hearing this, little Xiao, Gao Jin, and the others gathered around to look down. Indeed, on the spacious street below, a multitude of figures, akin to swarming ants, were rapidly converging towards the hotel. It was only from their vantage point on the upper floors that Su Bin and his companions could discern the full extent of Hongxing's arrival, an overwhelming sea of bodies, densely packed. 13's sister's eyes widened with a spark of hope as she struggled to speak. Su Bin, glancing sideways at her, casually raised a hand, granting her permission to speak. Instantly, Manu, who had been standing behind 13's sister, rudely yanked away the gag, her own foul-smelling socks. Cough, cough, cough. After a series of uncontrollable coughs, 13's sister glared at Su Bin, her voice dripping with venom as she growled, "Su Bin, I advise you to release me immediately. Otherwise, you cannot possibly imagine what will transpire next." You think I cannot imagine?" As Su Bin stepped closer to 13's sister, a chilling smile played on his lips, exuding an icy demeanor. "Perhaps it is you who has yet to envision your fate." Chapter 35. 13's sister enjoys her private medical team. With a defiant expression, 13's sister felt emboldened, completely dismissing Su Bin's words. With her chin held high, she shouted in a frenzied tone, "Su Bin, if you dare to lay a finger on me, your entire family, young and old, along with everyone here, will accompany you to your grave." The words haven't finished yet. the jade with sharp eyes, suddenly pulling up 13 Sisters' hair and lifting her up forcefully. Immediately after, she raised her hand and slapped it fiercely with a big mouth. A palm as big as a fan, full of strength. 13 Sisters who were still baring their teeth and grinning, wanting to drink and curse. The head was hit hard and tilted. A bright red 5-finger mark instantly appeared on Bai Jing's face. Meanwhile, the tongue that was bitten in the mouth also kept bleeding out in an instant. Bastard. You've just dug your own grave. 13 Sisters were extremely angry. She stared fiercely at Man Yu with a pair of round eyes, staring at her tightly. If looks could kill, Man Yu would probably have died countless times. Huh. Upon hearing these threatening words, on Man Yu's face, a fierce sneer appeared. She brought the large pancake face covered in knife marks closer to 13 Sisters' face. Did you know? My favorite thing is that you have a temper like this. Torture is the only way to experience pleasure. Ha 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 ha. Amidst the almost pathological laughter of Man Yu, she lifted her hand and punched 13 Sister hard in the eye. In an instant, 13 Sisters' expression became extremely frightened. Bang. Blood is flowing everywhere. The louder the screams of 13 Sisters, Man Yu seems to be more excited. She tightly held on to 13 Sisters' hair, making her head unable to move for a moment. With the other hand, he slowly touched the other eye socket of 13 Sister. Moment a strong sense of fear and oppression. The 13 Sisters, who were still howling uncontrollably, were filled with strong panic in their hearts. No, don't. She kept struggling hard and let out low growls that were almost pleading. However, the more she does this, the cruel smirk on Man Yu's face became even more apparent. Okay, that's it. At this moment, Xiao Aqiao spoke with an indifferent expression. Leave her one eye. As soon as the words fell, Man Yu instantly transformed all the fierce colors on her face into full respect. Yes, big sister. After quickly responding, she casually threw 13 Sisters on the ground like garbage. At this moment, Gao Jin opened the knock door, a group of people dressed in white coats and elegant demeanor. Pushing a cart full of medical equipment, I walked briskly in. Mr. Su. Mr. Su. They bowed deeply towards Su Bin. It's Su Bin's private medical team. After Su Bin nodded slightly, glancing up at Xiao Aqiao, Gao Jin, and others one by one. Let's go and get some exercise. Gao Jin and others looked at each other and grinned widely. As Su Bin led everyone out, little Aqiao, who was one step behind. After taking a glance at 13 Sister who was huddled in the corner of the wall, constantly inhaling cold air, I gave an explanation to the medical team. In the future, let her live in a petri dish. Also, her other eye must be saved for her. Well, don't let her keep talking. Her mouth smells too bad. After saying the extremely cold words, Xiao Aqiao followed in the footsteps of Su Bin and others with her jade. And the 13 Sisters huddled in the corner of the wall. In an instant, his face turned extremely pale and terrifying. Looking at these white coats slowly approaching her. 13 Sisters who are still bound by their hands and feet, trembling all over, desperately kicking his legs, trying to shrink into the corner of the wall, it seems. This can give her some temporary sense of security. But everything, since she took on the task of eliminating Su Bin, by the time Feibo was sent to assassinate, it was already too late. When there are a few dark shadows, when enveloped by 13 Sisters, trembling and anxious, her legs trembled, Dao Dao Huang Tang slowly leached out. A lewd smell made the white coats furrow their brows involuntarily. However, it's just a frown. For all of this, they seem to have become commonplace. Accustomed to it. 13 Sisters, with a face full of shock, looked at these few white coats. The panic in my heart is indescribable. She wanted to struggle, but to no avail. She wanted to curse loudly, but remained indifferent. After holding the surgical tools in their white coats, we started taking action. Outside the Fulida Hotel, it happens to be a crossroads. At this moment, two wide intersecting roads. They are all completely occupied by the densely packed lone mules at a glance. A large area is covered in darkness, with a sea of people rubbing against each other's shoulders. Upon closer inspection, there may be no less than 500 people surrounding pedestrians. I was so scared that I jumped out far away. Several vehicles on the street. It was also intercepted on the other end, causing a major traffic jam. The parking lot outside the Fulida Hotel, I was so scared that I ran away without a trace. All the waiters in the lobby on the first floor have also hurriedly gone into hiding. Although there are numerous clubs in Hong Kong, dozens or even hundreds of people engaged in fierce battles, I can see it from time to time, but today's commotion seems too big. There are too many fierce and imposing short mules. How many streets are there? There are already a few bad guys and cats behind the car, constantly shouting into the walkie-talkie, calling for reinforcements. In this case, they are unlikely to show up for excitement. It's even more impossible to go forward and stop it. And even if a large army comes, usually, they will also wait until things are almost over. Moreover, Han Bin and Chun Haonan have already made preparations in advance. They assured the constable today, I was just sunbathing my horses in Causeway Bay to scare a stranger from Siam. It's simply impossible to form a large-scale battle. If you have money, you won't make a big deal. At most, the scene is a bit too big. Those bad guys who are used to collecting black money are not to be underestimated. Besides, this is such a big scene here. The big shots of other clubs have also received the news. At the ends of the street, a throng of diminutive ruffians from various other gangs congregated, their faces alight with excitement. As they indulged in cigarettes, they engaged in casual banter, their eager glances frequently darting in this direction, signaling their impatience to witness the unfolding spectacle. Chapter 36. The Departure of the Unacceptable Chun Haonan. Surrounded by a multitude of ruffians, Han Bin, Chun Haonan, and Shan Ji approached the opulent entrance of the Farida Hotel, their expressions stern and resolute. With a mere glance from Han Bin, the lead ruffian, young Master Jun, swiftly led over a dozen of his associates into the empty hotel lobby. "Who's in charge here? Get out here now?" Young Master Jun exclaimed, his voice brimming with arrogance as he scanned the area with piercing eyes. Several anxious young ladies huddled at the front desk, visibly trembling in fear. Not far away, the portly hotel manager, his complexion paling, reluctantly gathered his courage to step forward. "Gentlemen, I assure you, we have paid our cleaning fees in full every month." He spoke with a forced smile, treading carefully. "Moreover, our boss has always maintained a good relationship with your Hongxing." Young Master Jun, with a disdainful glare, raised his hand as if to seize the manager by his collar. However, the swift-moving Bao Pai intervened, stepping in front of him and whispering urgently, "This hotel is owned by Fan Lu. He has a good rapport with Nangu. Nangu requested that we only seek out the handsome Bin today and avoid disturbing the other staff." Upon hearing this, young Master Jun's expression shifted slightly as he nodded in acknowledgement. Bao Pai seized the opportunity to assert, "We are not here to cause trouble for your hotel. Is there a guest named Su Bin staying here? Please call his room and ask him to come down immediately." As soon as the words left his lips, a look of distress washed over the manager's face. After all, such actions could severely tarnish the hotel's reputation. Yet, faced with the intimidating presence of young Master Jun, Bao Pai, and the imposing crowd of ruffians outside, he had no choice but to turn away and instruct the front desk staff to look up Su Bin's room number. However, after several anxious minutes, the staff returned, their expressions filled with trepidation, reporting that there was no one by the name of Su Bin registered. They had never heard of any guest by that name. Bao Pai's face darkened as he exclaimed, "How is this possible? That guy has such a grandiose presence and is incredibly wealthy. He just checked in yesterday. How could you possibly not know?" Furious, young Master Jun forcefully shoved the manager aside and rushed forward, snatching the guest log from the front desk, flipping through it frantically. Yet, despite his desperate search, Su Bin's name was conspicuously absent. "Damn it, what kind of nonsense is this?" Young Master Jun turned, his eyes blazing as he seized the manager by the collar. Just then, the sound of elevators chiming echoed from the nearby corridor, and one of the eager ruffians rushed over to take a look. His eyes lit up as he spotted the impeccably dressed Su Bin and his entourage. He pointed towards Su Bin while shouting back to young Master Jun, "Jungu. This group must be Su Bin's people." However, before young Master Jun and his gang could rush over, the swift and formidable Luo Tianhong appeared, unsheathing his eight-sided sword with a flourish, and swiftly severed the arm of the ruffian wielding a knife. "Ah!" The ruffian cried out in agony, clutching his bleeding stump as his piercing scream echoed hauntingly through the otherwise empty lobby. "By God!" Young Master Jun's eyes widened in shock as he bellowed in anger, "Charge! Kill them!" With his command, the dozen or so ruffians in the lobby brandished their blades and surged towards Su Bin and his companions, who were slowly emerging from the corridor. Luo Tianhong, with a scornful laugh, delivered a swift kick that sent the disarmed ruffian flying. He then brandished his eight-sided sword like a fierce tiger, plunging into the fray. Swish! The first ruffian to charge was met with a swift strike that severed his arm. Swish! Another elegant slash took down two more ruffians, their arms falling to the ground in unison. In a matter of mere moments, with young Master Jun and the retreating Bao Pai looking on in horror, Luo Tianhong single-handedly disarmed the entire group of ruffians, leaving a gruesome scene of bloodshed in his wake. Crimson blood rapidly pooled on the floor, and amidst the carnage, severed arms twitched unsettlingly, a grim spectacle for all to behold. "Ah, it hurts so much. My hand, my hand." The air was filled with a cacophony of anguished cries that reverberated throughout the lobby. Meanwhile, the previously composed manager had turned pale and, along with the frightened young ladies, had taken refuge beneath the front desk. "Pathetic fools, why are you running?" Unbeknownst to them, a G had already darted to the hotel entrance, seizing Bao Pai by the collar as he attempted to flee. "What do you think you're doing? Nangu, help me. Please, save me," Bao Pai cried out, terror-stricken. Simultaneously, the Dutchman, striding forward with determination, struck down young Master Jun's legs with a single swift blow. Outside the hotel, Han Bin and Chun Haonan watched the chaotic scene unfold in disbelief, their expressions darkening. Charge! 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 Kill them all! Their furious shouts resonated as they led countless ruffians forward, racing toward the fray. Let him go. If you dare to touch even a hair of him, I must have killed you. Chun Haonan, with an extremely unpleasant complexion, roaring loudly while walking briskly. Faced with these threatening words, faced with this fierce crowd, standing at the entrance, Aji was clutching her foreskin and collar, lifting the corners of his mouth. A contemptuous mockery hung on his face. In front of everyone, lift up a sharp dagger, on the terrified foreskin bridge of the nose, fiercely cut down. In an instant, the huge nose, falling to the ground with blood. And at the broken nasal wing, a large amount of dark red blood gushed out. The foreskin was quickly dyed red, and the chubby face was squeezed into a ball due to pain. His pupils dilated, and his gaze became unfocused. It seems like there is no vitality in my mouth, still murmuring, Nangu, save me. Nange, save me. Seeing this scene, Chun Haonan, the mountain chicken, De Tian'er, and Xiaopi, suddenly, it was like 5 lightning strikes, and my mind buzzed. They widened their eyes in disbelief and froze their steps in a daze. At this moment, amidst the hotel crowd, Han Bin, who had not seen the figure of 13 sisters, showed the most calm demeanor. He picked up his machete and swung it forward forcefully up. All together. Who can catch Handsome Bin? I'll award him 300,000. Chapter 37. Abu takes action. Su Bin spoke, removed Chun Haonan's tattooed arm. At that time, there were 300,000 Hong Kong papers, for ordinary people. It is already a huge sum of money. And at this moment, to obtain this huge sum of money, just trying to catch one of the dozen or so people on the other side. For these ubiquitous dwarf mules, that couldn't be simpler. But the most important issue now is, they have too many people, and the money is only 300,000. So Han Bin's order has just been given. All the short mules eagerly raised their machetes and charged wildly towards the hotel. Aji at the entrance, with a cold smile. I lifted my foot and kicked the foreskin in front of me hard. When Chun Haonan and others hurriedly stepped forward to help him up, like Abu, who descended from the mountain like a fierce tiger, with a whoosh, it swept past Aji's figure directly. He is unarmed. The massive crowd that came towards the front rushed back. Bang! The first punch hits the side of a short mule's head. With a click, thick neck, twisted and deformed directly. The short mule widened its eyes in disbelief, let out a thud, and fell to the ground. And Abu, who had already attacked others, from beginning to end, I never looked back at him. Hey, how many can Abu hit? At the entrance of the hotel, Aji looked left and right with a playful expression. At this moment, Luo Tianhong, Gao Jin, Flying Mouse Boy, Dutch Boy, these few people. They all stood side by side with Aji, blocking the hotel entrance. I don't know, but the boss said he's very strong, stronger than all of us. With an expressionless expression, Gao Jin's eyes flashed with a hint of war intent as he said these words. Upon hearing this, several others. They all cast interested glances at Abu in the crowd. As Abu, who was just accepted by Su Bin not long ago, as Su Bin said, Abu is stronger than them all. These few people, I have always wanted to witness Abu's true strength with my own eyes. Therefore, at this moment, they haven't taken action. Anyway, these hundreds of short mules, in their eyes, they are just a group of scum that can be solved at any time. At this moment, Abu, who had already entered the crowd, without any hesitation, the killing was extremely intense. He punched on the left and kicked on the right. However, for a moment, several short mules fell to the ground and couldn't get up again. And more people are rushing in, but still, no one could get close to him. And if anyone dares to break through his defense line and charge towards the hotel, Abu will quickly emerge from the crowd and knock them down with one punch. This extremely shocking scene let Luo Tianhong, who put away her 8-sided Han sword and held her arms to watch the play. I can't help but raise an eyebrow and laugh. I guess he can hit 100. Aji spread his hands together. Then I guess 150. Upon hearing this, Gao Jin and others, everyone shrugged and smiled. At this moment, Su Bin walked out of the hotel with Xiao Xiao, Manyu, and a few dead soldiers. Boss. Boss. A few people quickly stepped aside. Su Bin raised his eyes, swept towards the crowd ahead. Abu's fearless and invincible figure is extremely eye-catching. He gave a faint smile, sitting on a chair that Manyu quickly brought in. This arrogant and conceited behavior, attracting the hidden servers and managers in the hotel behind them, everyone was stunned, their faces full of disbelief. Similarly, there is a tall building in the distance. Watching the lively low mules here, it's also full of shock and astonishment. Who is the loser sitting at the hotel entrance? So arrogant. Yeah, damn it. Hong Xing was surrounded by so many people, and he was actually like a big-tailed wolf. Grass. I don't know if it's stupid or crazy. Han Bin, who has been keeping an eye on the movements outside the hotel, while shocked by Abu's strength, raising the knife and pointing towards Su Bin, who appeared extremely arrogant. he shouted fiercely. That sitting loser is Su Bin. Go up. Catch him. Catch him. Take 300,000. As soon as the words fell, more short mules rushed towards the hotel entrance in a multifaceted manner, among which there are also many short mules. Facing the arrogant posture of Su Bin, constantly exhaling fragrance. No matter how fierce or awesome Abu is, he is still just one person. No matter how fast he swings his fists and kicks, I can't stop the increasingly surging crowd either. At that time, Chen Haonan, who quickly arranged manpower to send away the foreskin, with a face full of anger, with the mountain chicken, De Tian Air, Jiao Pai, and a group of trusted subordinates. Directly crossing Abu, who was surrounded by more and more people, running towards the hotel entrance with big strides. Leading Chen Haonan, while staring fixedly at Aji. Pull off your shirt directly. Tie the machete in your hand firmly to your wrist. Boarding time, the ink-colored dragon on its shoulder revealed its ferocious claws. Seeing a familiar scene in this movie, Su Bin couldn't help but sneer and laugh. He lazily leaned back in the chair. Raising his hand and pointing towards Chen Haonan, Gao Jin, go and remove the long hair and arms with the dragon tattoo. Yes, boss. After Gao Jin turned around and respectfully responded, as he turned his head to look at Chen Haonan. The indifference that always hung in my eyes turned into a thick and stern expression. Only a whoosh could be heard. Gao Jin's legs widened. Between the whole person's outburst, like a cheetah, rushing towards Chen Haonan at lightning speed. A few short mules blocking in front of Gao Jin. It's too late to react. In a state of shock, he was punched hard and thrown out. Chen Haonan, who had already rushed closer, saw the situation. With a squint of his eyes, when taking several steps forward with both feet, he raised his machete high and struck hard at Gao Jin. Humph. Gao Jin disdains the cold snort. While dodging this knife at will, the swift right hand suddenly grabbed Chen Haonan's arm joint holding the knife. Click. With one sound, joint misalignment. Chen Haonan, who was in excruciating pain in an instant, loosened his machete in his hand. I was easily caught by Gao Jin. Shua. The machete raised in the backhand. In the next moment, straight towards Chen Haonan, with his arms tattooed, he chopped off at lightning speed. Chen Haonan's pupils contracted violently, and he was extremely shocked. But at this moment, with his joints removed, he was completely powerless to resist and didn't have time to dodge. He could only watch helplessly as the machete that belonged to him, with a fierce chill, he slashed towards his arm. At this critical moment, the mountain chicken following closely behind Chen Haonan, as early as this crisis was discovered. Hurriedly exerting all his strength, he swung his knife towards the side of the machete. Chong! A crisp golden sound exploded in Chen Haonan's ear. The explosion made his ears numb and his brain buzzing. He didn't have time to celebrate that his arm wasn't injured at all. I was pulled back by a powerful hand and stumbled backwards. Chapter 38. De Tian Air die. Circumcision is dead. Han Bin was captured alive. It's De Tian Air. Damn it, do you dare to attack Nango? Go to hell with you. De Tian Air was cursing loudly. Quickly stepped forward and blocked in front of Chen Haonan. Meanwhile, he raised his machete. Disregarding the situation, he fiercely chopped towards Gao Jin's forehead. Gao Jin, whose mission was just disrupted by the mountain chicken, a slight anger has already arisen in my heart. His eyes narrowed. After giving a cold and stern glance at the mountain chicken that had retreated to protect Chen Haonan, twinkle sideways. Yang Dao directly cut off the arm of De Tian Air, who was splitting air. Ah! De Tian Air's eyes were filled with terror, and he suddenly let out a scream from the depths of his sleep. The banana skin beside him was filled with fear. He quickly reached out his hand, wanting to pull De Tian Air back. But all of this, in front of the angry Gao Jin. It's too late. Die. Gao Jin let out a low growl, the suddenly lifted machete. With lightning speed that could not cover his ears, he directly passed over the exposed neck of De Tian Air due to his screams. De Tian Air's figure suddenly froze. He widened his eyes in disbelief. As he stared fixedly at Gao Jin, he seemed to want to lower his head. Go take a look at the fatal wound on the neck. But he's out of time. The next second De Tian Air shook his body and fell straight forward with a thud, reaching out and grabbing an empty banana peel. Seeing the large amount of blood overflowing from the neck of De Tian Air, my eyes immediately turned red. Bastard, I'll chop you to death. Without hesitation, he raised his machete and struck Gao Jin fiercely. At the same time, there are also several short mules rushing around. Chi waved his machete towards Gao Jin. Unfortunately, in front of the suit thug Gao Jin, banana peels, and these small miscellaneous fish around. It's just something that can be solved easily. And due to the death of De Tian Air, the mountain chicken, and Chen Haonan, who showed immense anger. After watching helplessly as Gao Jin solved the banana skin and 7 or 8 short mules in just a few strokes, the mountain chicken was filled with fear on its face, forcefully pulling Chen Haonan, who still wanted to call for everyone to join him. Turning around and fleeing into the crowd. Let go of me. Au air. Banana peels. Gao Jin, who was soon surrounded by crowds again. After faintly hearing Chun Haonan's roar, the harvesting speed was accelerated. But the surging crowd is just too much. The voice of Chun Haonan in my ear. As Gao Jin continued to wield his sword, it was already getting farther and farther away. Boarding time. He was so angry that he could no longer maintain his poker face, which had always been indifferent to everything. Die. Gao Jin let out a wild roar, with the force of a short mule's body on its side, the right leg, jumping forward suddenly, the machete raised high. In the next moment, he chopped heavily on the forehead of a short mule. Puff. In this terrifying angry blow, there was a tremendous force emanating from all over Gao Jin's body. I can only blame my unlucky little mule. Being hit by this blow, it was split in half. In an instant, crazy spraying of blood, combined with various yellow and white substances, flowing wildly. The low mules around who saw this scene. Everyone froze in place with a face full of fear, especially standing among the crowd, continually urging his subordinates forward. Han Bin's brow furrowed deeply upon witnessing the blood-soaked ground, a wave of inexplicable dread rising within him. How could Su Bin's lackeys all appear as though they had consumed stimulants, splitting a person in half with a single stroke? How could this possibly be? Amidst Han Bin's astonishment, at the hotel entrance, Aji smirked and remarked, "Brother Jin has truly lost his temper." Luo Tianhong quickly nudged him and whispered, "You haven't accomplished what the boss instructed, and you're here laughing like a fool." Aji was taken aback, turning to see the Dutchman and the flying mouse exchanging knowing glances, signaling towards Su Bin. Indeed, although Su Bin's expression seemed calm, a subtle displeasure glimmered in his slightly narrowed eyes. Aji's heart stirred, ready to take command. When Su Bin suddenly spoke with a detached tone, "All of you, go together. Do not let Han Bin escape." The group immediately sprang to their feet, responding in unison. "Yes, Mr. Su." As their words faded, they swiftly turned and charged forward, each drawing their weapons. Luo Tianhong wielded his beloved, razor-sharp 8-sided sword, imbued with a chilling aura. Aji brandished a medium-sized short blade with a steel pipe head, suitable for dual-handed grip, proving remarkably effective in combat. The flying mouse and the Dutchman each armed themselves with the 3-edged military daggers gifted by Su Bin. According to Su Bin, these two were meant to wield such weapons. Although they had been somewhat perplexed at the time, the practicality of the 3-edged military daggers soon endeared them to their grips. Perhaps it was destiny. With the addition of these four, the morale of the Hung Hing underlings, who had already been thoroughly beaten down by Abu and Gao Jin, swiftly descended into chaos. In this line of work, the ultimate goal is to make money. They initially believed that with hundreds of them on the job, everything would proceed smoothly. Yet who could have anticipated encountering such formidable foes? Who would willingly walk to their demise? No one, despite Han Bin continuously raising the bounty, even escalating it to an astonishing 1 million, no one dared to charge recklessly forward. The sheer number of fallen comrades surrounding Abu and Gao Jin was overwhelming. What they never expected was that the newly arrived Luo Tianhong and his trio were equally as formidable as Abu and Gao Jin. How on earth could their 6 overpower 100? Before long, as hundreds were being pressed back by Abu and the others, a wave of despair began to spread among the underlings, leading to the first to recognize the futility of the situation and turn to flee. Once the first fled, the second followed, and soon an avalanche of them began to escape. Rapidly, Han Bin, with a grim countenance, realized the number of his remaining followers dwindling, while the figures of Abu and his companions drew ever closer. In that moment, the once confident Han Bin, who had vowed to capture Su Bin and reclaim his sister, began to panic. He turned his head to scan for an escape route. Yet, it seemed it was too late. By the time a fleet of sirens blared, arriving at the scene, all that remained was a gruesome tableau of carnage. As the authorities swiftly cordoned off the area and called for reinforcements, the injured underlings were one by one loaded onto ambulances. The death toll, fortunately, was minimal, with only a handful of casualties. However, this was enough to draw significant attention from the authorities. Chapter 39, Lu Jiaming targets Su Bin. The return of Shamo. What? Han Bin was captured alive by Su Bin's men? Just as the sirens blared, Shan Ji hastily pulled Chun Haonan into a car, fleeing the scene. When the news of Han Bin's capture reached them, Shan Ji slammed on the brakes, exchanging horrified glances with the equally stunned Chun Haonan. How could it be that the formidable leader of two Hung Hing factions was apprehended by that scoundrel Su Bin? Especially Han Bin, who had aggressively led hundreds, deploying 3 prominent figures, only to be reduced to tears and captured on sight by a handful of adversaries. If this word got out, the faces of Han Bin, Chun Haonan, and Shan Ji would be utterly disgraced. Even more so, the reputation of the Hung Hing society would be irreparably tarnished. Brother Nan, if Su Bin truly seeks to trouble us, then that would. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on Shan Ji, who, rather than worrying about his reputation, was consumed by thoughts of survival. As mentioned previously, he had once collected protection fees from Su Bin's company and even vandalized it. However, Shanji mistakenly believed Su Bin had moved to Causeway Bay seeking revenge for past grievances. In truth, Su Bin had not harbored such a petty grudge for so long. Such trivial matters were hardly worth his remembrance. Moreover, even had Shanji refrained from attacking Su Bin's company, he would soon have faced dire consequences from the Smiling Tiger and nearly lost his life, fleeing to Siam. Nevertheless, dealing with these two cinematic protagonists presented a rather amusing challenge for Su Bin. After all, they had come knocking at his door, seeking trouble. In light of Shanji's concerns, Chun Haonan's expression was grim. The haunting images of his mutilated nose and the tragic fates of De Tian-er and Jiao Pai replayed relentlessly in his mind. At this moment, with Han Bin having been captured alive, he found himself utterly unable to articulate the tumultuous rage and profound resentment brewing within him. Just then, the phone in Chun Haonan's arms suddenly rang urgently. It was a call from Chun Yao. "Haonan, where are you right now? What about Han Bin?" The slightly impatient words betrayed Chun Yao's extreme inner turmoil. He must have already received the news, yet he was reluctant to believe it, completely unwilling to accept it. Therefore, at this moment, Chun Yao was desperately seeking a definitive answer from Chun Haonan. Instantly, the sorrowful and bitter expression on Chun Haonan's face deepened. After a few attempts to steady his throat, he finally spoke in a hushed tone. "Yao Gu, Han Bin has been captured by Su Bin's men. We're currently on our way to the hall." No sooner had his words fallen than a loud thud echoed through the phone, as if Chun Yao, in shock, had dropped the phone to the ground. When Chun Yao's voice returned, it was imbued with a grave darkness. "You must come to the West Ring headquarters immediately. Mr. Jiang is already en route. Other leaders from various factions are also rushing here." Without waiting for Chun Haonan's response, Chun Yao abruptly hung up the phone. "What happened?" Observing the increasingly dire look on Chun Haonan's face, Shanji quickly inquired. With a somber shake of his head, Chun Haonan replied, "Let us go to the West Ring." Seeing this, Shanji refrained from asking further questions. Gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "That bastard Su Bin better not give me a chance. Damn it, no matter how skilled he is, he can't outmatch a bullet." With those words, he slammed on the accelerator, racing towards the West Ring. Simultaneously, Lu Jiaming, a senior inspector of the O Records anti-black unit, arrived at the luxurious De Hotel in Causeway Bay. Previously, the police had already completed the analysis of the eyeball and the remains found in the Tsim Sha Sui Hotel. It was determined that the eyeball belonged to Fei Bo, the right-hand man of the notorious 13 Sisters from Bowen Street. This was straightforward, as Fei Bo, having mingled in the underworld for many years, had a thick dossier at the police station. Blood type, DNA, and other comparisons yielded quick results. As for the remains, despite the reluctance of the waitstaff and security to speak, they matched perfectly with the missing hotel manager. Furthermore, through informants and rampant rumors circulating in the underworld, the news that 13 Sisters had been captured alive by a man named Liang Zibin came to Lu Jiaming's attention. Relying solely on intuition, Lu Jiaming identified Liang Zibin as the primary suspect in the case. Just as he was preparing to investigate who this Liang Zibin truly was, news of a large-scale brawl in Causeway Bay reached him. The three dominant leaders of the Hung Hing gang, Han Bin, Chun Haonan, and Shanji, had gathered hundreds of men outside the luxurious De Hotel, proclaiming their intent to capture a man named Liang Zibin. This piqued Lu Jiaming's interest like a cat catching a whiff of blood, prompting him to swiftly gather his men and head over. Unfortunately, upon arrival, he found the place deserted, the ground soaked in blood, causing him to furrow his brow deeply. However, based on the accounts of the injured individuals, Lu Jiaming uncovered the true name of Liang Zibin, Su Bin. Immediately ascertain all of Su Bin's information, Lu Jiaming commanded, and his subordinates sprang into action. Meanwhile, on the other side, the East Star Gang's elder Bai Tu Wang was hosting a welcome banquet for one of the East Star's 5 tigers, Jin Mao, Hu Xiaoming. Xiaoming was the figurehead overseeing the casinos in the Ho River region, and his position was entirely due to Bai Tu Wang's recommendation. Thus, a strong alliance had formed between the two. By the way, there was also the deceased Smiling Tiger. The two men briefly lamented the death of Smiling Tiger before turning their focus to more pressing matters. At this juncture, news from Causeway Bay was delivered by a subordinate. "What? Han Bin led hundreds of men there and was captured alive by Su Bin." Bai Tu Wang sprang to his feet. Disbelief etched on his face. "How is this possible?" Xiaoming furrowed his brows and coldly demanded of the subordinate. "How many men does Su Bin have?" I don't know," the subordinate stammered, appearing somewhat intimidated by Xiaoming. But at that time, he only dispatched 6 men, and they defeated the Hung Hing gang decisively. Xiaoming's expression hardened as his mind raced with questions. He stood up, poking the subordinate's forehead, and yelled, "Damn it, are you foolish or am I foolish? 6 men? 6 men defeated hundreds and captured Hanbin alive? Are you trying to toy with me?" With that, he lifted his foot and kicked the subordinate to the ground. The hapless subordinate, feeling utterly wronged, dared not protest against Sha Meng's typical tyranny, instead casting a pleading glance at Bai Tu Wang. At that moment, Bai Tu Wang, somewhat annoyed by the commotion, waved his hand dismissively at the subordinate. "You may leave for now." Chapter 40. Lu Jiaming, do you want to spend the rest of your life in misery? While Bai Tu Wang and Sha Meng conspired behind closed doors, Lu Jiaming, accompanied by a large number of officers, entered the luxurious De Hotel in Causeway Bay, where he learned from the trembling front desk staff that the individual known as Liang Zai-bin had, in fact, not left. Lu Jiaming's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly inquired, "Which room is he in?" The female receptionist appeared frightened, stammering, I don't know exactly which room. They booked all the suites on the top 2 floors. Lu Jiaming snatched the ledger from the table, swiftly flipping through its pages, and discovered that the registrants on the top 2 floors bore nothing but exceedingly ordinary names. A match indeed. His brow arched as he returned the ledger to the front desk and gestured grandly. "Team 1, Team 2, follow me via the elevator. Team 3, take the stairs. Teams 4 and 5, remain here, no one is to leave." As soon as his command fell, the other team leaders sprang into action. Yet the captain of Team 3 and his subordinates stood frozen in place, their faces etched with despair. This hotel boasted over 20 stories. Ding! As the elevator door slid open, driven by instinct, Lu Jiaming ascended directly to the top floor, where he encountered a sharply dressed man with a poker face. He appeared to have been waiting there for quite some time. "Officers, hands up!" Lu Jiaming squinted, swiftly drawing his weapon and aiming it at the man. A throng of officers behind him followed suit. Meanwhile, officers from other elevators, alerted by the commotion, quickly converged on the scene. However, the suited man, undeterred by the multitude of guns trained on him, lifted his indifferent gaze, scanning the crowd before fixing his eyes on Lu Jiaming. "You must be Sir Lu, correct? My employer has been expecting you. Please, follow me." The poker-faced man was none other than Gao Jin. Having spoken, he turned away as though oblivious to their presence. Uttering a polite yet imperious request, "Please make way." Observing this, Lu Jiaming furrowed his brow slightly, lowered his weapon, and signaled for his fellow officers to part, allowing Gao Jin to lead the way forward. The corridor echoed with an eerie silence. The plush carpet cushioned their footsteps, rendering their passage nearly soundless. Amidst the somewhat enigmatic ambience, Gao Jin halted at the door of room 8888 and gently pressed the doorbell. As soon as the chime resonated, the door was yanked open by a stoic bodyguard. The first figure to catch Lu Jiaming's eye was Su Bin, comfortably seated on a sofa. Flanking him were Xiao A Xiao and Abu, along with several well-mannered foreigners sporting spectacles. Upon noticing the foreigners, Lu Jiaming instinctively narrowed his eyes. Yet, this momentary reaction faded swiftly, for he discerned that these individuals were not British. Their hair color and facial features bore a closer resemblance to Americans. "I am Lu Jiaming, Senior Inspector of the Anti-Organized Crime Unit. You must be Su Bin, correct?" Lu Jiaming proclaimed solemnly, brandishing his badge and sweeping a glance over the assembly, before returning it to his chest. He then raised his hand and declared, "I have reason to believe you are linked to multiple homicide cases. Kindly accompany me for further inquiries." As his words echoed, a swarm of officers surged into the room, fanning out to direct their weapons at everyone inside. Yet just then, a series of forceful knocks reverberated through the corridor. The officers turned to see a throng of suited men emerging rapidly from various rooms, converging towards them. Although the numbers were not overwhelming, the palpable aura of menace emanating from this gathering rendered the officers exceedingly tense. "What do you intend to do? Step back. Everyone, get down and cover your heads. Otherwise, I will open fire." However, the suited men appeared oblivious, seemingly unfazed by the officers' firearms. As they advanced with an air of fearless determination, they inexorably pushed the officers back into the room where Su Bin was located. Witnessing this scene, Lu Jiaming's expression darkened. He stepped forward, his gaze piercing as he fixed it on Su Bin, drawing his sidearm, but keeping it lowered, patting it lightly against his thigh. "Mr. Su, if your men make any further moves, I shall have no choice but to levy additional charges against you." Su Bin merely regarded him with casual interest, crossing his legs and taking a cigar lit by Xiao A Xiao, placing it between his lips, just as Lu Jiaming's eyes deepened with resolve, preparing to take action. One of the foreigners stepped forward, seemingly the leader. "You must be Sir Lu. I am Roy Cohen, a partner at an American law firm." As he introduced himself in halting Mandarin, Cohen exuded an air of arrogance and authority. Upon hearing the name Roy Cohen, Lu Jiaming's demeanor shifted to one of heightened caution. "Roy Cohen, the most renowned and elite rogue attorney in America, a prominent figure in both the political and legal spheres worldwide. He was known for his ability to turn the deceased into the living, and even for being capable of incarcerating judges. This gentleman, Mr. Su, is my client and my employer. As he spoke, Cohen inclined his head slightly towards Su Bin, then received a document from his assistant and handed it to Lu Jiaming. This details the entire incident wherein my employer was threatened and attacked by your local gangsters, along with the justified defense of his bodyguards. Should you require any further information, my team will be at your disposal. Furthermore, Cohen disdainfully pointed at the armed officers. If you allow your subordinates to continue aiming their weapons at my employer and these innocent guests, I fear your future may well be spent behind bars. After all, I am well aware that not a single one of your Hong Kong officers has a clean record. Chapter 41. Kneel and Speak. Upon hearing the phrase about unclean records, Lu Jiaming felt an involuntary tightening in his core. He was acutely aware of his own status. However, at this moment, the only individual privy to his identity, the elder brother Han Chun, who had orchestrated his infiltration into the police force, has already been eliminated by the NI family. He is now unburdened by any concerns. Presently, Lu Jiaming aspires solely to become an exemplary officer, in an attempt to atone for the egregious mistakes he committed in the first half of his life. Reflecting on this, a barely concealed smirk of satisfaction flickered in Lu Jiaming's eyes as he casually accepted the documents handed to him by Cohen. After a cursory glance, he remarked, with an air of amusement, "I beg your pardon, Mr. Su. The multiple homicide cases I mentioned are not related to the incident that just transpired downstairs. Allow me to draw your attention to Tsim Sha Sui, the International Hotel, Hung Hing, and Sister 13. As he spoke, Lu Jiaming narrowed his eyes, intently observing Su Bin's facial expression. Yet, Su Bin, enveloped in smoke, maintained an expression of nonchalance, seemingly disinclined to utter a word. In an instant, a surge of uncontainable rage erupted within Lu Jiaming. Just as he was about to speak again, Cohen interjected, forcibly tugging at his arm. "Mr. Lu, you lack the standing to converse with my boss." With unabashed rudeness, he shoved another document into Lu Jiaming's hands, exclaiming, "This pertains to my boss's encounter with terrorists at the International Hotel in Tsim Sha Sui. The Siamese government has lodged a serious protest regarding this matter. The law and order in Hong Kong has descended to an abysmal level. If anything were to happen to my boss here, you would all bear the consequences. Furthermore, you officers, who only concern yourselves with accepting bribes instead of apprehending terrorists, dare to trouble my boss. Fuck you." Cohen, increasingly agitated, hurled insults at Lu Jiaming. Subsequently, as Lu Jiaming, taken aback, received the document, Cohen turned to face Su Bin, bowing elegantly with a deep reverence. Upon looking back at Lu Jiaming, his demeanor shifted to one of defiance. "Additionally, Mr. Lu, I must remind you, my boss is a distinguished Marquis of Siam, and you, a person of your stature, should kneel and pay respects when addressing my boss. This is the most basic courtesy owed to a nobleman of such high rank." The last phrase, dripping with contempt, was nearly shouted by Cohen, with saliva flying and splattering Lu Jiaming's face. Witnessing this scene and hearing these words, the other officers exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. Meanwhile, Gao Jin and others wore smirks filled with mockery. Infuriated beyond measure, Lu Jiaming found himself utterly helpless in the face of this notorious and arrogant lawyer. With a sullen countenance, he wiped his face vigorously, then glanced through the document, which reiterated Cohen's account. A group of terrorists armed with various firearms had attempted to assault Su Bin, but the individuals accompanying Su Bin, all internationally renowned bodyguards, swiftly repelled the attackers. Indeed, they had repelled them. As for the deaths of Fat Bo, the head of Sister 13, and the hotel manager, they categorically denied any involvement. Moreover, Lu Jiaming lacked sufficient evidence to prove that the victims were harmed by Su Bin or his subordinates. Nevertheless, he believed he had every reason and evidence to summon Su Bin for a discussion. Little did he expect that not only did Su Bin have a notorious lawyer as his aide, but he himself was also a noble from Siam. This now entailed international ramifications. Such matters were far beyond the purview of a mere senior inspector. In that moment of indecision, Lu Jiaming clutched the document tightly, his face a portrait of discomfort. Just then, the coolly smiling Xiao Aqiao stepped forward, gesturing for Man Yu to bring a chair and unceremoniously toss it beside Lu Jiaming. As Lu Jiaming stared in astonishment, Xiao Aqiao slowly spoke. "Mr. Lu, our Mr. Su is quite fond of making friends. How about this? Today, you could represent the Hong Kong police and extend an apology to Mr. Su for the attack he endured. In that case, I believe Mr. Su would be willing to converse with you." At this juncture, the dynamics of the situation shifted, and this unexpected olive branch allowed Lu Jiaming to breathe a sigh of relief. He nodded in silence, holstered his firearm, and took a seat. Observing this, Xiao Qiao smirked slightly and waved dismissively. You all may leave. As her words echoed, the fierce protectors who had been vigilantly watching over the officers swiftly dispersed. Cohen and others bowed deeply to Su Bin, casting warning glances at Lu Jiaming before departing with an air of arrogance. Gao Jin and the others followed suit after exchanging knowing looks. Seeing this, Lu Jiaming contemplated briefly before glancing at Xiao Qiao and the impassive Su Bin, then waved his hand. You all may exit as well. I wish to speak with Mr. Su privately. After a moment of silent exchange, the officers reluctantly nodded, stowed their weapons, and gradually exited the room. Moments later, as the door closed behind them, only Xiao Qiao, Manyu, and the reclining Su Bin, crossing his legs on the sofa, remained in the room. Under the gaze of multiple eyes, Lu Jianming felt a twinge of discomfort. He glanced at his wristwatch, then, with an air of indifference, declared, Mr. Su, though you are a noble from Siam, I feel it necessary to remind you. This is Hong Kong, a society governed by law. I may not be fully aware of your past actions, nor possess any concrete evidence. However, if one wishes to keep secrets, one must refrain from wrongdoing. Eventually, the truth will come to light. As he spoke, Lu Jianming's disdain for this ostentatious Siamese noble intensified. He silently vowed that he would ensure the demise of that despicable nobleman as soon as he found the evidence. In response to the ominous warning embedded in Lu Jianming's words, Su Bin merely offered a faint smile, devoid of any commitment. He leaned forward, grasping the cigar box on the coffee table before him, extracting one and tossing it to Lu Jianming. Here, Lu Sir, from Cuba, do give it a try. Lu Jianming, expressionless, accepted it, casting a casual glance before discarding it back onto the table. Apologies. I cannot abide by this. As he spoke, he retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and lit one for himself. Lu Jianming's blatant disregard irritated Xiao Qiao, who, with a half-smile, retrieved a document from a nearby cabinet and handed it to Manyu to pass on to Lu Jianming. Lu Sir, I wholeheartedly concur with what you just said. To keep a secret, one must not act. How astute. As the profound remark resonated in the air, Lu Jianming, filled with confusion, opened the document. In an instant, his complexion altered dramatically, and he sprang to his feet. Chapter 42, Witnessing Han Bin's Death, 13 May. On the surface, this document appeared to hold no connection to Lu Jianming. Yet, in reality, it possessed the power to dictate his entire fate. For it was none other than the detailed personal file of Han Chun. What do you mean by showing me this? Lu Jianming shouted, clutching at a sliver of hope. As Xiao Qiao, with a sway of her hips, approached him with a significant smile, she remarked, Lu Sir, if I were to reveal that Han Chun is alive, would you still pose such a question to me? At her words, Lu Jianming trembled, his face draining of color in an instant. Stumbling, he lost his balance and fell heavily back into his chair. What do you mean? He gasped, gripping the document with such intensity that his fingers turned white. Xiao Qiao laughed mockingly, saying, Lu Sir, did you not just say that? To keep a secret, one must not act. Have you forgotten this adage, or perhaps your true identity? With the conversation reaching this critical juncture, Lu Jianming could no longer feign ignorance. He understood that this group had already uncovered his identity and seized upon his vulnerability. Instantly, his face turned an ashen hue, and his entire being sagged as though all strength had been drained from him. Xiao Qiao, observing his reaction, revealed a glimmer of disdainful mockery in her cold eyes. She swiftly stepped forward and barked, How dare you behave so insolently before Mr. Su? Kneel before me at once. In a moment of lost self-control, Lu Jianming, in a daze, found himself collapsing to the ground with a thud, kneeling. The pain radiating from his knees jolted him back to reality. Yet, filled with humiliation, he attempted to rise, only to discover that his body felt utterly devoid of strength. Haraha! Lu Jianming's eyes dimmed, and he bowed his head, laughing like a madman. Witnessing this scene, Su Bin felt a sense of disinterest wash over him. He had anticipated Lu Jianming to withstand a bit longer, or perhaps to choose a path of mutual destruction. Yet, he was taken aback by how easily Lu Jianming crumbled. I leave this to you. I shall check on Han Bin and 13 May and see how their conversation unfolds. Shaking his head, Su Bin tossed out the words indifferently and strode out without casting another glance at Lu Jianming. As for what transpired between Xiao Qiao and Lu Jianming thereafter, Su Bin had no interest in knowing. All he desired was for Lu Jianming to obediently comply in the future. Meanwhile, in another suite, Han Bin, battered and bound, was finally thrown into the room after a brutal beating, where he beheld the longed-for 13 May. However, the sight of 13 May, confined within a large jar, with only her head visible, rendered Han Bin momentarily speechless. 13 May, he struggled to croak out, his throat constricting, trembling lips barely able to form her name. Upon hearing that familiar voice, 13 May jolted awake, her eyes bursting open, and Han Bin's gaze transformed into a bloodshot hue. As if ready to weep. He howled towards the heavens, unleashing a mournful wail. The overwhelming surge of grief and rage coursing through him tightened the ropes binding his body, causing them to creak ominously. It seemed 13 may wish to speak, but amidst her sorrowful visage, she could hardly utter a coherent sound. What-s wrong? What-s wrong? What-s wrong? Countless tears streamed down Han Bin's face as he struggled desperately, attempting to inch closer to 13 May. Indeed, the power of love is truly formidable. Just as he, like a writhing maggot, was about to reach the jar containing 13 May, a figure appeared, and the surrounding assassins, bowing in unison, greeted, "Greetings, Mr. Su." They forcibly yanked Han Bin away, tossing him into a corner. The newcomer was none other than Su Bin. He casually glanced at the still struggling Han Bin before shaking his head and seating himself on a chair swiftly brought over by the assassins. "Su Bin, you bastard. You beast. You deserve to die. I will kill you. I will kill you." Upon realizing that the intruder was Su Bin, Han Bin's expression twisted into one of rage, his teeth grinding in fury. He disregarded everything, violently writhing as he rolled towards Su Bin. The assassins, with scornful chuckles, prepared to approach. Su Bin lifted his gaze slightly, gesturing with his hand, and said, "Enough. He can be considered a man. Let him have a swift end." "Yes, Mr. Su." Upon receiving his command, the group of death warriors ceased their actions. One among them picked up a triangular military dagger from the table beside him, seized Han Bin by the hair, and ruthlessly swiped it across his neck. In an instant, blood gushed forth. Han Bin's eyes, filled with sorrow, indignation, and resentment, widened in disbelief. Even in death, he refused to close them even a fraction. The 13th sister, who bore witness to this horrific scene, was helpless and overwhelmed with pain and frustration, tears streaming down her face. The gangland massacre that erupted at the entrance of the rich hotel in Causeway Bay, under the mediation of Liu Jianming and the protests from the Siamese and the rogue legal team led by Cohen, transformed into a display of tyranny and reckless abandon by the Hongxing faction. As for Su Bin's role in this incident, it was deliberately downplayed. In light of such a large-scale bloodshed resulting in multiple fatalities, the authorities of Hong Kong were incensed. The governor's office issued a directive, mandating the police to launch a week-long crackdown on organized crime. Under immense pressure, the O Division's chief inspector swiftly summoned and reprimanded the leaders of Hongxing. He demanded that Hongxing hand over the masterminds and perpetrators of this incident within 3 days. Jiang Tiansheng of Hongxing, after incurring considerable costs and presenting several scapegoats, finally managed to smooth things over. Subsequently, a week-long crackdown ensued. This operation significantly impacted the gray market businesses of various factions. The white powder trade of the East Star Gang was forced to come to a halt out of sheer necessity. The Crow, who had been reveling in the impending triumph of becoming the leader, was unconcerned. Upon receiving the news, he rushed a considerable number of men towards Causeway Bay, only to arrive a bit too late, finding the area swarmed with police. After learning of the outcome, the Crow gained a deeper understanding of Su Bin's strength, while simultaneously feeling more confident about his own prospects of ascending to leadership. Chapter 43. The response of Hongxing, Fatty Li's fury, and of Fei's retort. Before being scolded by the O Division's chief inspector, Jiang Tiansheng, filled with rage, was preparing to convene a Hongxing meeting to discuss how to rescue Han Bin and the 13th sister, and to arrange for someone to eliminate Su Bin. However, upon being summoned by the police, the Hongxing meeting had to be temporarily shelved, leaving the high-ranking members waiting in the Hongxing headquarters. "Damn it! That bastard Su Bin has utterly disregarded us at Hongxing." The ever-ostentatious Deco Ji slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming loudly as others murmured amongst themselves with furrowed brows. Elder Xing, sitting beside him, nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed. Not only did he send someone to stomp on Palan Street, but he also captured the 13th sister. Now, he even dares to take Han Bin away. Damn it. He's truly courting death." Across the table, Elder Xian Gu, with a serious expression, remarked, "I must admit, Su Bin's subordinates are exceptionally formidable. We need to devise a clever strategy to deal with this bastard." Deco Ji's eyes glimmered with disdain as he waved his hand dismissively, declaring, "No matter how skilled one is, they still fear a kitchen knife. If a knife won't do, then there's this." As he spoke, Deco Ji gestured a figure 8 with his hands. The others exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Only the Crown Prince furrowed his brows deeply upon hearing this. He was vaguely aware of Su Bin's strength in Siam. If firearms were truly employed, matters could escalate beyond control. Simultaneously, as the battle god of Hongxing, he felt a growing sense of wariness towards Su Bin's subordinates, who could take on 100 foes. Contemplating this, the Crown Prince couldn't help but mutter to himself, Could it be that we truly have no choice but to resort to firearms? Chen Yao, with a stern expression, remained silent. However, he internally found himself in rare agreement with the Ko-G's opportunistic viewpoint. He had initially believed that this was Hong Kong, their domain, and that Su Bin, with his limited forces, could be easily dealt with. Yet, to his surprise, those subordinates of Su Bin were so fearsome, reaching an almost inhuman level. If it were up to me, I'd just find a few people to turn that bastard Su Bin into a sieve, and all our problems would be resolved. Just as the Ko-G, basking in the approval of his peers, continued to boast, two grim-faced individuals hurriedly entered the hall. Indeed, they were Han Bin's two brothers, Tun Mun's enforcer, Dinosaur, and Kowloon's enforcer, Xian. Upon learning of Han Bin's capture, they were seething with disbelief and rage. They quickly gathered a large force and rushed to Causeway Bay, but alas, it was all too late. In their fury, they dispatched numerous men to scour for Su Bin. Coincidentally, as Chen Yao called to convene the Hongxing meeting, they had no choice but to bring their men along. Simultaneously, they resolved that regardless of the meeting's outcome, once it concluded, they would lead their men to storm the Mongkok area, flattening the territory claimed by Su Bin's subordinates, and then force Su Bin to appear, ultimately surrounding and eliminating him. Thus, when all the high-ranking members of the hall fell silent and turned their gazes towards Dinosaur and Xian, the two did not utter a word, merely solemnly taking their seats. The other leaders exchanged glances, shrugging in resignation. Alas, when has Hongxing ever suffered such a significant loss? The arrival of Dinosaur and Xian, the very individuals at the center of the incident, cast a heavy and oppressive atmosphere over the hall. Not long after, Chun Haonan and Shan Ji, rushing in urgently, shattered the silence. Haonan, what exactly transpired? Can Su Bin's subordinates really take on 100 at once? A multitude of influential figures rose simultaneously, each voicing their profound perplexities. With a countenance darkened by discontent, Chun Haonan was about to offer an explanation when a mocking voice unexpectedly pierced through the air from a corner. Chun Haonan, how is it that Han Bin was captured while you and Shan Ji remain unscathed? Before Chun Haonan could respond, Shan Ji's sharp gaze turned fierce as he pointed an accusing finger at the speaker, the formidable North Point figure, Fatty Li. With a menacing growl, he bellowed, "What the hell do you mean by that?" In the heat of the moment, he seized a chair, intent on hurling it at Fatty Li. "What's the matter? You got yourself beaten to a pulp and still want to throw punches at me?" Fatty Li sprang to his feet. His expression twisted with fury as he pointed to his own head. "Come on. If you have the guts, throw it at me." Enraged, Shan Ji brandished the chair, ready to charge forward. "Shan Ji," Chun Haonan's voice, low and commanding, cut through the tension as he swiftly seized Shan Ji's arm, wrenched the chair from his grasp. Witnessing this, Fatty Li smirked derisively, scanning the crowd before disdainfully commenting, "Listen up. Shan Ji, you need to realize that this is Hongxing, not your Sanlian gang. If you want to act out, take it back to your Sanlian gang." The other prominent figures exchanged glances, their expressions a tapestry of emotions. Some regarded Shan Ji with skepticism, while others furrowed their brows at Fatty Li. Meanwhile, Shan Ji, held back by Chun Haonan, seethed with barely contained rage. Yet, Fatty Li's words rang true. This was indeed Hongxing. Should Shan Ji dare to lay a hand on Fatty Li here, the faces of all present would likely bear the weight of disapproval. This was precisely why Chun Haonan had intervened so hastily. Even though he harbored long-standing grievances against Fatty Li, the urge to administer a sound beating was strong. Nearby, the nonchalant De Fei, who had been idly picking his nose, rose with a mocking grin. He flicked the remnants of his nasal excavation towards Fatty Li, who grimaced in response. With a casual swagger, De Fei proclaimed, "Damn, I thought my mouth was foul enough. Turns out, you fatso, are even worse." With a look of utter disdain, he waved his hand dismissively, exclaiming, "Ugh, it's truly unbearable." Fatty Li, irate, pointed a finger and shouted, "De Fei, what the hell are you saying?" De Fei raised an eyebrow, puffing out his chest defiantly. "What is it to you? I'm talking about you. What are you going to do about it?" At that moment, Chen Yao, who had remained silent, slammed his palm on the table with authority. "Enough. What is all this ruckus about?" His solemn gaze swept over the two, and he coldly ordered, "Fatty Li, De Fei, sit down." Under Chun Yao's piercing stare, De Fei shrugged lazily and slumped back into his seat, while Fatty Li let out an exasperated huff, grudgingly taking his place. Chen Yao, with furrowed brows, glanced at Fatty Li before addressing the assembly, regardless of the circumstances. Shan Ji was once one of us in Hongxing, and this time, he selflessly brought a team to assist Han Bin. If you seek trouble, direct it towards Su Bin. Let us not create a spectacle that invites ridicule upon Hongxing. Once he finished, amidst the collective shrugging and gesturing of the gathered leaders, Chen Yao raised his hand. "Haonan. Shan Ji, you too, take your seats." Upon hearing this, Chen Haonan promptly pulled Shan Ji, who was still glaring at Fatty Li, toward their designated spots. Naturally, Shanji, as an outsider, could not sit at the discussion table and had to settle on a long bench behind Chen Haonan. Once they were seated, both Dinosaur and Thin Eyes took turns inquiring about the situation Chen Haonan had faced. Chapter 44. The appearance of Sister Lien. The Hongxing Conference. Meanwhile, Jiang Tiansheng, having paid a hefty price to manage the fallout of recent events, was on his way to Shihuan to preside over the conference when his phone rang with a call from his subordinate at the villa. The subordinate reported that a woman named Lien stood at the villa's entrance, claiming she needed to see him and had important matters to discuss face-to-face. Upon hearing the name Lien, Jiang Tiansheng's expression shifted dramatically. He immediately turned the car around, heading back to Qianshui Bay. The driver, momentarily taken aback, wondered why they were reversing just as they were nearing the entrance of Shihuan, where numerous leaders awaited. However, being a subordinate, he understood his place and quickly made a U-turn, accelerating towards Qianshui Bay. At Qianshui Bay, in Jiang Tiansheng's opulent mansion, he hurriedly entered the living room to find a tall, exquisite blonde woman. She stood by the aquarium, her brows slightly furrowed, seemingly lost in thought as she gazed at the fish swimming within. "It's really you." Jiang Tiansheng, scrutinizing the blonde woman from head to toe, was momentarily stunned and whispered in recognition. Hearing his voice, the blonde woman blinked and turned to face him. "Mr. Jiang, hello?" She managed a faintly strained smile, giving a slight nod in his direction. This woman was none other than Sister Lien, one of Jiang Tiansheng's most capable subordinates. The day Jiang Tiansheng was murdered happened to coincide with his monthly conference. All of his subordinates, except for Sister Lien, who was abroad and unable to return, gathered at Jiang Tiansheng's villa. It was precisely for this reason that Jiang Tiansheng and his loyal followers met their tragic end, leaving only Sister Lien to survive by mere chance. Upon learning of the brutal demise of Jiang Tiansheng and the others, filled with grief and indignation, she stealthily returned to Siam. She spared no expense, utilizing various channels to piece together the events of that fateful night. Just as the Crown Prince had surmised, Sister Lien, having gained a preliminary understanding of Su Bin's capabilities, immediately concluded that the only individual in Siam who could and would dare to mobilize such overwhelming firepower against Jiang Tiansheng's men was none other than Su Bin. And Su Bin alone. Once acquainted long ago, the two individuals exchanged no pleasantries. Sister Lien immediately laid bare all the information she had gathered. "What?" Upon hearing her words, Jiang Tiansheng could no longer remain seated. He sprang to his feet, disbelief etched across his face, and questioned, "Are you saying that Su Bin's people even deployed armed helicopters? Gatling guns?" "Indeed." With an expression as cold as ice, Sister Lien nodded emphatically. "However, all of this has been concealed by a certain prince of Siam, who utilized his power to shield Su Bin from scrutiny. Furthermore, Mr. Jiang Tianyang has now been designated as the leader of terrorists by the Kingdom of Siam. His cause of death has also been declared as resulting from a violent internal conflict among terrorists, leading to numerous fatalities. Even I have found myself on Siam's wanted list." As she reached the end of her statement, a trace of sorrowful bitterness emerged on Sister Lien's face. She had painstakingly built a vast enterprise in Siam alongside Jiang Tianyang. Yet, in the blink of an eye, everything had turned to naught, and she was unjustly branded with baseless accusations. This has utterly denied Jiang Tianyang the peace of death. What is more, she was completely in the dark regarding why Su Bin sought to eliminate Jiang Tianyang. Simultaneously, she harbored deep suspicions that the deceased Jiang Tianyang himself might never have known the reason for his own demise. Sister Lien's words plunged Jiang Tiansheng into profound shock. Is Su Bin truly so influential in Siam? Hundreds of lives were lost. Yet, not only did Su Bin remain unscathed, but those who perished were also labeled as terrorists. Where can one seek justice in this matter? Observing Jiang Tiansheng's astonished expression, Sister Lien's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and said softly, "Mr. Jiang, regardless of Su Bin's strength, I am determined to avenge Mr. Jiang Tianyang." As she spoke, she lifted her gaze, imbued with an inscrutable meaning, and stared intently at Jiang Tiansheng. "And you? Mr. Jiang Tianyang's elder brother. Are you afraid?" This taunting provocation caused Jiang Tiansheng to narrow his eyes instantaneously. He met Sister Lien's gaze with a profound intensity and coldly replied, "Are you being too presumptuous?" No sooner had he spoken than the two bodyguards behind him swiftly drew their pistols, aiming them at Sister Lien. With an air of unyielding defiance, Sister Lien scoffed derisively, her gaze filled with scorn sweeping across the faces of the men. "Do you really need to brandish guns against a mere woman?" The bodyguards faltered, exchanging awkward glances with Jiang Tiansheng. "Enough. Put down your weapons and leave." Jiang Tiansheng commanded with a flicker of his brow, waving his hand dismissively. Once the bodyguards exited and the door was closed, Jiang Tiansheng suppressed all expressions, slowly seated himself, and lit a cigar. As tendrils of smoke wafted from his lips, he remarked coolly, "Lien, remember this. We are in Hong Kong, not Siam. No matter how powerful Su Bin is in Siam, once he arrives in Hong Kong, he must curl up like a tiger. I will avenge my brother. Su Bin must die." As he spoke, Jiang Tiansheng raised his head, his gaze piercingly fixed on Sister Lien. "Since you are one of my brother's people, from now on, you shall remain by my side." His words, laden with undeniable authority, momentarily made Sister Lien see a reflection of Jiang Tianyang. In a daze, she involuntarily nodded. By the time Jiang Tiansheng arrived at the West Ring Hall with Sister Lien, over 2 hours had already elapsed. The once raucous scene at the hall had dissipated. The prominent figures, having waited in vain, now exhibited signs of impatience, especially the likes of the dinosaur and the slit-eyed. Mr. Jiang, Mr. Jiang." Upon seeing Jiang Tiansheng's arrival, the gathered dignitaries collectively sighed in relief, rising to greet him with reverence. However, when they noticed the unfamiliar figure of Sister Lien following Jiang Tiansheng, they could not help but inwardly criticize. "What the heck? Everyone has been waiting here for you. And you've been off courting a woman. What on earth is going on?" Alas, with the absence of the audacious Liang Kuan from the Hongxing gang, these dignitaries could only stifle their grievances. Chapter 45. The Temptation of the Triads Power Brokers. Jiang Tiansheng paid no heed to the subtle glances of discontent from the dignitaries. "Her name is Lien, a subordinate of Tianyang. From now on, she will be one of our own in Hongxing." As he settled into the head seat, Jiang Tiansheng briefly introduced Sister Lien. Yet he had no intention of disclosing the message she had brought. The dignitaries were momentarily taken aback. Then, their expressions turned to understanding. The news of Jiang Tianyang's death had already spread within the organization. Lien's appearance must have brought crucial information. No wonder Jiang Tiansheng, who had left the police station earlier, took so long. As for the earlier disparagement of Jiang Tiansheng, these shameless individuals would never feel a sense of shame. After exchanging courteous smiles with Sister Lien, the dignitaries gradually took their seats. Sister Lien, with an expression of indifference, merely nodded at everyone before crossing her arms and standing behind Jiang Tiansheng. Just as Chun Yao was about to rise and preside over the meeting, Jiang Tiansheng preempted him, lightly tapping the table and standing up. And as he spoke, the astonishment of the crowd quickly turned to joy. "Thank you for your patience, esteemed leaders. I shall say this. Whoever can eliminate Su Bin and reclaim the territories of Mong Kok and Boring Street shall be entrusted with the management of these 2 halls in the future." Such a weighty announcement, once made, sent the assembly of dignitaries into an uproar. In the vibrant district of Mong Kok, the allure of power is abundantly evident, as exemplified by the former ruler, Liang Quan. Consider this, merely overseeing Mong Kok, he audaciously managed to unseat Jiang Tiansheng and ascend to the esteemed position of the Hongxing leader. Although his downfall was quite tragic, he at least basked in glory during his reign. This alone attests to the undeniable promise that awaits those who command the territories of Mong Kok. And now, with the addition of Boland Street, it transforms into an equally formidable stronghold. Should one gain control of these 2 territories, the rise to prominence is assured. Perhaps one could even emulate Liang Quan and contest for the leadership of Hongxing. Even the dinosaur, who had long harbored intentions and disregarded discussions with the society, stood up after a quick exchange of glances with the astute. "Mr. Jiang, leave this matter to me." At that very moment, Chen Haonan also rose to his feet. De Fei joined him, and all the major players stood up in unison. Even some of the elders rose to their feet. Not to mention, De Ji, with an eager expression, stood up as well. "Mr. Jiang, allow me to handle this." "Mr. Jiang, I will take care of Su Bin, I assure you. I will eliminate him." "Mr. Jiang, can you not trust me, De Ji, to get the job done? This task is best entrusted to me." Who would have imagined that after casting such a significant bait, Jiang Tiansheng would remain unfazed, sitting calmly as he accepted the cigar handed to him by Sister Lien, leisurely savoring it. At this moment, amidst Jiang Tiansheng's silence, the elders began to bicker over who would undertake the task of eliminating Su Bin. "Chen Haonan, if you could take down Su Bin, would you still be waiting until now?" Fatty Li fired at Chen Haonan. Previously, Chen Haonan had refrained from speaking to avoid conflict. But with the immense interests tied to Mong Kok and Boland Street at stake, he could no longer afford such restraint. "If you keep being so sarcastic, I'll sweep your streets tomorrow. Do you dare?" Beyond the quarrel between these two, De Ji and Uncle Xing also exchanged heated words. "Hey, Uncle Xing. At your age, can you still wield a knife? Su Bin is no easy target. Are you not afraid of being captured?" De Ji's taunt infuriated Uncle Xing, who seethed as he retorted, "Ah Ji, do you think you're any better? You are just a fickle-minded fool, Everyone in the society knows that. Meanwhile, the incessantly garrulous Defei flitted between supporting one side and then the other, his mouth never pausing for breath. Though the prince also stood up, he refrained from joining the verbal melee, and others dared not engage him. Observing the chaotic scene, Chen Yao, the strategist of Hongxing, furrowed his brow in concern. Casting a glance at the seemingly indifferent Jiang Tiansheng, he suddenly slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Enough. What are you all bickering about? Do you think this is a marketplace? His furious voice silenced the room, as the powerful figures halted their disputes and fell silent. Humph. Chen Yao huffed with disdain and then commanded, "Now, let us hear what Mr. Jiang has to say." Only then did the crowd retract their hostile gazes, redirecting their eager eyes towards Jiang Tiansheng. In that moment, everyone clearly observed Sister Lian, who usually maintained a blank expression, casting a teasing glance at the gathering. Amidst the confusion, Jiang Tiansheng, extinguishing the cigar with a casual flick, finally spoke. "As for the matter of Su Bin, I have no intention of assigning it to anyone." He scanned the assembly with piercing eyes and declared, regardless of who it may be, as long as they can eliminate Su Bin, the entire Mongkok will be entrusted to their stewardship. Upon hearing this, the room fell into astonished silence, quickly followed by glimmers of ecstatic joy in their eyes. According to the long-standing customs of Hongxing, typically, the 12 hall masters are assigned to oversee only one hall each. The fervent competition among the leaders was merely to secure this task for their trusted subordinates or brothers, thereby elevating their standing. Such a move would significantly bolster their faction's power. Yet now, according to Jiang Tianxing's words, it meant that anyone, even the hall masters, could become the decision-maker of the 3 districts after eliminating Su Bin. Not to mention, becoming the decision-maker of the entire Hongxing is a rare opportunity indeed. In an instant, all the leaders were invigorated. Eliminate Su Bin. I must devise every possible means to take him down. This was the shared sentiment resonating within all present. As the atmosphere grew increasingly fervent, Chen Yao, having caught Jiang Tianxing's eye, stood up to douse the enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. Indeed, Mr. Jiang's intentions are clear. It now rests on each of you to see who can accomplish this task. He then shifted the conversation. However, the current situation is exceedingly tense. The authorities are closely monitoring us, and if we attract significant attention, Hongxing will not fare well. Mr. Jiang suggests we refrain from rash actions for the time being. Once the storm passes, esteemed leaders, you may then compete for the decision-making power of Mongkok and Bolin Street. Upon hearing this, though the leaders were reluctant, they understood that dealing with the troublesome Su Bin would certainly require some extreme measures. Otherwise, the task would be near impossible. Such actions would undoubtedly create a commotion, and no one could bear the consequences. Gradually, amidst exchanged glances laden with unspoken tension, the leaders settled back into their seats. Observing this scene, Jiang Tianxing subtly curled his lips, revealing a hint of enigmatic satisfaction. Chapter 46. The Election Conference of the Eastern Star. The crow gets slapped. A few days later, the situation in Hong Kong began to ease, and the constables, who had been omnipresent in the streets, started to gradually disband. The short mule, who had vanished for several days, also began to saunter back onto the streets. At this juncture, the Eastern Star Leadership Election Conference was officially convened at the Eastern Star headquarters in Yuanlong. Elder Wei, standing beside the long-vacant throne, cast a solemn gaze over all the gathered brothers. According to the traditions passed down by the Hongman, seats were allocated with the literary figures on the left and the martial figures on the right. In the foremost position on the left sat the previous Eastern Star strategist, the venerable Bai Tu Wang, whose seniority and prestige were unparalleled. Behind him, in order of seniority, were other esteemed elders of the Eastern Star. They were once either the grass sandals of the Eastern Star or the white paper fans. In the foremost position on the right was the Crow, one of the 5 tigers of the Eastern Star, known for his formidable strength and vast influence. Due to a major transaction requiring his attention, both the dragon catcher, C2 Hao Nan, and the thunder tiger, Lei Yao Yang, who had intended to return for the conference, could only send 2 trusted aides in their stead. However, even though these 2 aides represented the 5 tigers, they were not permitted to sit at the discussion table and could only occupy seats on the surrounding benches. Thus, the positions belonging to Lei Yao Yang and C2 Hao Nan remained unfilled beside the crow. Next in line was the golden-haired tiger, Sha Meng, followed by the 3 phoenixes who managed the poultry stalls under the Eastern Star. The golden phoenix, Maria, affectionately known as Fat Ma, with a fierce countenance. She stands nearly 6 feet tall and weighs over 200 pounds. Without even considering her combat prowess, her sheer size alone is enough to overpower many of the Red Stick brothers. Whatever leader one has, their subordinates reflect their character. Her entourage, consisting of stunning yet formidable women, is no exception. Fatma had spent 3 years at Chai Wan for the society, and her status and capabilities are undeniably on par with Sha Meng. The Silver Phoenix, by Yuling, known as Sister Me. This captivating mature woman possesses an oval face, large eyes, and luscious red lips that compel one to kiss them. Her slender and seductive figure has caused many men to willingly bow before her. However, one should not be deceived by her appearance, behind the scenes. Many refer to her as the Black Widow. The Copper Phoenix, Ma Jiao Hong, affectionately known as Sister Hong, a special addition to the character roster. Source, Kowloon Ice Room. Among the 3 phoenixes, Sister Hong is the most ordinary in appearance and stature, yet her capabilities are remarkable, which is why she occupies this position. The 3 phoenixes rarely engage in internal conflicts within the society, preferring to focus on their respective domains. Consequently, during the dispute at the Camel's funeral, they remained bystanders and did not intervene. After the 3 phoenixes, several formidable Red Stick brothers took their seats. Surrounding benches were filled with the trusted subordinates of various big shots, typically comprising the 4th and 9th boys. Below them were the Blue Lanterns, who did not even make it onto the Society's roster. The Blue Lanterns, being the most numerous, were not qualified to partake in such a grand assembly. They could only gather outside the hall under the leadership of a few 4th and 9th boys, waiting to catch a glimpse of the newly appointed leader of the Eastern Star after the results were announced. Offering incense, with a resounding command from Elder Wei, all the gathered brothers rose and approached the prominently displayed portrait of the camel to light a stick of sandalwood incense. Following a series of formal ritualistic phrases, the election officially commenced. With a flushed face, the crow sat upright, awaiting the votes from the assembly when he heard Elder Wei, after surveying the crowd, announce in a clear voice, to avoid any unnecessary complications, after unanimous discussion among the elders, this election will proceed with anonymous balloting. The crow was taken aback, his face a mask of confusion as he turned to Elder Wei. What on earth was happening? Why had it changed to anonymous voting? Anonymous voting entails that each brother present marks a numbered sequence corresponding to a candidate on a blank sheet of paper, allowing for a swift and discreet vote that others cannot see. The completed paper is then folded and placed into a box on the podium. Ultimately, the votes would be counted by several elders. Facing the crow's bewildered gaze, Elder Wei offered no explanations. He first announced the list of candidates eligible for the leadership position by Tu Wang, the Crow, Sha Meng, Si-Tu Haonan, Lei Yao Yang, and several other respected elders of both high virtue and youthful vigor. Next, Elder Wei had a pre-prepared box placed on the podium and instructed the younger brothers to distribute paper and pens to all the Red Stick brothers, as well as the elders and prominent leaders. As the crowd exchanged glances, Elder Bai Tu Wang, sporting a knowing smile, cast a reassuring glance at the Crow, as if to convey, rest assured, this position is undoubtedly yours. Feeling the weight of that unspoken understanding, the Crow grinned broadly and set aside his earlier concerns. He picked up a pen, glanced around, and boldly marked his sequence number as 2 on the paper. Subsequently, as he folded the paper, he discreetly turned his head to the left and right, only to find that the other big shots had mostly completed their votes, leaving his curious attempt to sneak a peek thwarted. Amidst the teasing glances from the gathered leaders, the Crow smirked, shrugged nonchalantly, and stood to deposit the paper into the box. Before long, the voting segment concluded. The assembly of leaders returned to their seats, eyes fixed on the elders who were counting the votes. The counting process was remarkably straightforward, as only about 20 individuals were eligible to vote. It is not to say that Eastern Star is solely represented by these few elder brothers of substantial influence. After all, Eastern Star is one of the 4 major societies in the illustrious Hong Kong. However, there are indeed other influential figures who are preoccupied with affairs and could not attend. Meanwhile, at the headquarters in Ho Lam, there are even more prominent figures stationed. These essentially count as abstentions. In any case, they are all well aware that this position does not concern them. An extra vote or a missing one is of little consequence. Once everything has been tallied, Uncle Wei, with the assistance of an elder, begins to announce the votes. Anyo 1 vote. Ahui 1 vote. The preceding votes are primarily from the vigorous elders, and with just a single vote each, it is evident that they have all voted for themselves. Faced with the disdainful glances from the assembly of magnates, the expressions of these few individuals flush slightly, revealing their undeniable embarrassment. The Raven, intent on claiming the leadership position, cast a scornful glance at them. How dare they attempt to vie for the leadership without understanding their own standing? This faintly uttered mockery from the Raven only served to deepen the discomfort of those few elder brothers. Yet in the very next moment, the Raven was met with a slap in the face. Raven 1 vote. Chapter 47. Raven's dignity shattered. Sandhopper elected as leader? As Uncle Wei's announcement of the votes concluded, all the elder brothers turned their gazes toward the Raven with expressions of incredulity, particularly the few who had just been ridiculed, whose faces were now adorned with mocking smiles. What? Ignoring these glances, the raven, in disbelief, leapt to his feet. How could this be? I only have one vote. Impossible. His eyes widened in astonishment, fixed intently on Uncle Wei. Indeed, Uncle Wei, with an impassive expression, glanced once more at the ballot in his hand, nodded slightly, and stated calmly, "You have but one vote." In an instant, all the elder brothers present revealed peculiar smiles that they could hardly suppress. Ha ha. Moreover, one of the elders who had been mocked by the raven could not contain himself and burst into laughter. The raven's countenance darkened considerably, and he swiftly turned his head, glaring with a fierce intensity. The assembly of magnates quickly stifled their laughter. Unconvinced, the raven, after retracting his gaze, strode forward and reached out to snatch the ballot from Uncle Wei's hand. "What are you doing?" Uncle Wei furrowed his brow, hastily dodging, while several assisting elders quickly stepped forward to protect him. "Raven, this is an election assembly. Do not cause trouble." "Yes, yes. Quickly return to your seat." Cowed by the raven's notorious temper, the elders could only offer gentle admonishments, barely raising their voices. With a face full of resentment, the raven fixed his gaze on the ballot in Uncle Wei's hand, dismissing these elderly figures entirely. "Step aside. Damn it. I want to see if you are conspiring behind the scenes. How could I possibly have only one vote?" In a furious roar, the raven attempted to push aside the elder blocking his path. At that moment, Sandhopper, with a swaggering demeanor, stood up and exclaimed disdainfully, "Hey, what on earth are you doing, Raven? This is a society election, not your home, is it?" As he spoke, when the raven turned to look, Sandhopper's eyes narrowed sharply, and he slammed his hand on the table, raising his voice suddenly. "Who do you think you are? You think you can do as you please? Do you even regard the esteemed leaders present?" As his words echoed, the assembly of magnates exchanged glances and collectively turned their criticisms toward the raven. "Hey, Raven, your arrogance might have been tolerated before, but this is the society's assembly. I advise you not to stir up trouble. Raven, Brother Luo is watching from above. Do not think that just because Brother Luo has passed, no one can keep you in check." "Exactly. Raven, others may fear you, but I do not. Damn it, just because no one voted for you does not mean you have any support. What are you so proud of, fool?" One cutting remark after another rendered the raven's expression both grim and mortified. Suddenly, with a twisted face, he seemed to recall something. "Brother Ben." In an instant, he whipped his head around, gazing menacingly at Brother Ben. Brother Ben, who had remained silent until now, shrugged and replied, "Raven, you see, I cannot help you. This is a secret ballot. If others do not support you, I am powerless." Hearing this evasion, the raven's eyes turned crimson with fury. "Damn it, did you not say you would support me? Then why do I only have one vote?" he hoarsely shouted at Brother Ben. Brother Ben glanced around, feigning innocence, and said, "Indeed, I am supporting you. That one vote is from me, is it not?" The raven's face turned pale in an instant, his throat constricting as if a weighty burden rendered him speechless. Could it be that he would have to reveal to the assembly of magnates that that single vote was cast by himself? Would that not mean he was discarding the last shred of his dignity, allowing these bastards to trample upon it? As this thought crossed his mind, the raven's face displayed a tumultuous array of hues, alternating between green and white in a most dramatic fashion. Faced with the curious gazes of all present, the raven chose not to utter another word. He raised his hand, fiercely pointing at Brother Ben, then, in a fit of indignation, shoved aside an elder in front of him and strode back to his seat, forcefully plopping himself down onto the chair. This scene elicited quiet snickers from numerous elder brothers, especially the grasshopper, after casting a sidelong glance at the crow, curled his lips into a most sinister smile, exclaiming, all right, Uncle Wei, please continue counting the votes." With a flick of his hands, Grasshopper squinted and settled down with a grin. Standing in front, Uncle Wei exchanged a discreet glance with Uncle Ben before resuming the vote tallying. Situ Haonan, 2 votes. Lei Yaoyang, 3 votes. The 2 absent individuals astonishingly garnered more votes than the crow, prompting the gathered bigwigs to steal a furtive glance at him. At this moment, the crow was so overwhelmed with shame that he almost wished for death. He had come to realize that he had been played by Uncle Ben. He even began to recall the various scenes from the camel's funeral. "Ah Ben, where the hell are you?" In his profound despair, the crow could not help but repeatedly call out for Su Ben in his heart. "Uncle Ben, 8 votes. Just then, the highest vote count thus far was announced. The crow's expression turned frigid as he cast a venomous glance at Uncle Ben. At that moment, a fence-sitting elder brother congratulated Uncle Ben with repeated hand gestures. Uncle Ben, feigning humility, waved his hands, saying, "Oh, this is all thanks to the support of all the esteemed leaders. I, the old man, am truly unworthy." Moreover, the voting was far from over. "Everyone, please listen to Uncle Wei continue with the vote tally." His humble and courteous demeanor naturally garnered a wave of commendations. "Ah Chong, 0 votes. Following the announcement of Uncle Ben's highest vote count, another high-minded 0 votes was revealed. However, this individual was a staunch supporter of Uncle Ben, so the crowd was not surprised. At this moment, Uncle Wei held only one last slip of paper in hand, and among the gathered leaders, only Grasshopper's vote count remained unannounced. Observing the composed and eager Grasshopper, a flicker of realization suddenly dawned on the crow. Indeed, the next moment, Uncle Wei, bursting with a radiant smile, joyfully proclaimed, "Grasshopper, 13 votes." Immediately following, as Grasshopper's face lit up with surprise and he trembled with excitement, Uncle Wei put away the voting slips and, with a sycophantic smile, congratulated Grasshopper. "Congratulations, Grasshopper. You have secured the highest vote count. You shall be our East Star's new leader." Chapter 48. Subin makes his entrance. The show begins. As Uncle Wei's flattering words fell, Uncle Ben was the first to rise, beaming at Grasshopper. "Grasshopper, congratulations. You have managed the Haokong region for years. You have made significant contributions. It is indeed time for you to step up. You rightfully deserve this position, and I shall fully support you." As soon as he finished speaking, the elder brothers rose one after another, their faces beaming with smiles as they congratulated Grasshopper. Meanwhile, the crow, seemingly isolated from the crowd, sat in silence with a darkened expression. Of course, in the midst of the lively scene, no one paid him any attention. Shortly after, Uncle Wei presented the society's roster, hands cradling it as he passed it to Grasshopper, then gestured toward the leader's throne. "Come on, Brother Grasshopper. Please take your seat." At that moment, Uncle Wei had already changed how he addressed Grasshopper. "Good. Ha!" With a face full of excitement, Grasshopper laughed heartily, striding forward with a disregard for kinship, and did not forget to cast a disdainful, mocking glance at the crow. However, just as Grasshopper stood before the leader's throne, his eyes sparkling with exhilaration, a voice called out, "Wait." A soft yet strangely resonant command suddenly echoed from outside the door, startling everyone. The crowd turned in surprise, revealing a myriad of expressions. Upon seeing the leader of this group, Uncle Ben's brow furrowed slightly, his eyes flashing with keen insight, and he laughed heartily. "Ha! Ah Ben, your timing is impeccable. Our new leader of East Star has been elected. You are acquainted with him. It's Grasshopper. Oh no, I mean, he should now be called Brother Grasshopper. Ha ha." Indeed, the newcomer was none other than Subin, accompanied by Gao Jin and others. With an impassive expression, Subin glanced at the boisterous Uncle Ben and said calmly, "Please make way." Upon hearing this, Uncle Ben's smile froze instantly. Just then, the crow, whose previous gloom had dissipated, strode forward with purpose. He directly shoved Uncle Ben aside. Following this, as Uncle Ben stumbled to the side, the crow leaned in towards Subin, whispering, "Ah Ben, that old bastard Uncle Wei has played me for a fool." Seeing the crow's clenched teeth, Subin couldn't help but chuckle, patting the crow on the shoulder. Yet he said nothing. At that moment, a visibly displeased Uncle Ben shot a resentful glance at the crow, then discreetly signaled to Grasshopper. Grasshopper nodded, pushed aside those in front of him, and stepped forward, bellowing, "Pretty boy Ben, you are no longer a member of East Star. What are you doing here?" As he spoke, he pointed outside, coldly declaring, "You are not welcome here. Get your people and get out." The other bigwigs, initially eager to flatter the newly appointed leader Grasshopper, hesitated upon recalling the recent conflict between Subin's men and Hongxing in Causeway Bay, losing all courage to join in berating Subin. Faced with the disrespectful Grasshopper, Gao Jin and others looked furious, stepping forward, only to be halted by Subin's raised hand, stopping them in their tracks. "So, the new leader is Brother Grasshopper, is it?" Subin raised an eyebrow, a hint of mockery dancing in his gaze as he turned to survey the dim and damp surroundings. "Truth be told, I have no interest in this place. However, the late Dongxing Camel treated me with kindness in his lifetime. Thus, upon learning the true cause of his demise, I felt compelled to come here and expose the vile faces of some petty individuals." As he spoke, he took several steps forward and casually seated himself in the position of Uncle Ben, nonchalantly crossing his legs. The gathering of prominent figures exchanged bewildered glances, their faces etched with astonishment. Some, exasperated, pointed at Subin and shouted, "Pretty boy Ben, it was the smiling tiger who caused Brother Luo's death. Everyone here knows this. Don't come here pretending to be mysterious. You are not welcome. Leave." Subin slightly raised his gaze, casting a sidelong glance at him, but remained silent. Meanwhile, the expressionless Gao Jin stepped forward, standing behind Subin, and coldly declared, "Shameless. Should you dare to speak out of turn again, you shall meet your demise." As his words fell, Abu, Luo Tianhong, and several dozen loyal warriors advanced in unison, their eyes casting icy glares at Shameless, radiating an aura of chilling menace. Crow swiftly summoned his trusted allies to stand by him. This scene caused the elders clustered around Shameless to shrink back in shock, their frail bodies instinctively retreating. Crow, however, remained unfazed. They did not believe Crow would dare to act recklessly here. Yet, it was known that the very individuals Su Bin had brought were the ones who had sent hundreds of Hongxing followers fleeing in terror. If chaos were to erupt, these old bones of theirs could hardly withstand it. Nevertheless, Shameless was equally as arrogant as Crow and was not one to cower or retreat. With a fierce expression, he opened his mouth to curse you. But unexpectedly, Uncle Ben, with a somber countenance, interjected, cutting off Shameless words. Shameless looked up, his fierce gaze meeting Uncle Ben's signaling eyes, and with a reluctant cold snort, he fell silent. Instantly capturing everyone's attention, Uncle Ben straightened his collar and stepped forward, his gaze calmly fixed on Su Bin. Ah Ben, today marks a momentous occasion for our Dongxing as we hold the election for the Dragon Head. You are considered one of us, and I am delighted that you could attend. With that, he spread his arms wide, gesturing to the gathered magnates. I believe all the esteemed leaders present also welcome you. However, I implore you not to cause a disturbance here, regardless of what you wish to express. It must wait until the conclusion of the assembly. At that time, our newly appointed Dragon Head, Brother Shameless, will certainly provide you with a satisfactory response. His words were eloquently articulated, earning nods of agreement from the assembled leaders. However, as Su Bin looked up at the elderly man, a smirk danced across his face. Suddenly, a sharp clap echoed from behind, startling the onlookers. A figure rushed in from the entrance, breathless and distraught, pointing at the elderly man and shouting at the top of his lungs, "Do not believe this bastard, the elder. He is the greatest traitor of the organization." Brother Luo was taken down by him. The smiling tiger was merely his scapegoat. In the midst of the bewildered gazes, Crow's mind momentarily short-circuited. "Fat corpse? Aren't you in Macau?" He incredulously pointed at Uncle Ben, bewildered, and questioned, "You mean to say the smiling tiger is his scapegoat?" With a clear understanding of who truly caused the demise of the camel, Crow was utterly confounded by Fat Corpse's words. What in the world is happening? Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of Su Bin, who appeared utterly unfazed. In that instant, a flicker of realization struck him. Is this a setup for a frame-up? But how could you implicate my men in such a way? Who would believe this? Indeed, Uncle Ben feigned innocence, spreading his hands wide. "Fat Corpse, what nonsense are you spouting? Could it be that some individuals, having failed to secure the position of Dragon Head, harbor resentment and have sent you to slander me?" As he spoke, Uncle Ben casually cast a glance at Crow. At that moment, all the prominent figures furrowed their brows, directing displeased glances toward Crow. Seeing this, Fat Corpse's face paled, leaving him at a loss for words. Was he to reveal in front of everyone that he had long been bribed by Uncle Ben, betraying his brother Crow? As Crow, equally bewildered, stood there, Uncle Ben cast a deep glance at Su Bin and slowly began, "Fat Corpse, tell me, who instructed you to slander me? If you refuse to speak." At this, Uncle Ben paused, his expression darkening ominously. He raised his voice, pointing at Fat Corpse and bellowing, "Then you are guilty of treason. You shall face the punishment of the guild's laws, 3 blades and 6 holes." As his words fell, the ever-perceptive Shameless roared, "Bring me this treasonous bastard." In that instant, Uncle Ben's loyal subordinates quickly drew their daggers, lunging at Fat Corpse. Just then, Abu sprang into action, raising his fist, and, with lightning speed, struck the loyalist on the temple. Boom! The tremendous force caused the loyalist's head to jerk violently, sending his entire body crashing against the wall before sliding down to the ground, motionless. As Uncle Ben's pupils constricted, an individual behind him glared fiercely and leaned forward to assess the situation. Instantly, his face contorted with terror as he recoiled, exclaiming, "He is dead." What? One punch killed him. The esteemed members of the East Star faction collectively displayed expressions of disbelief, their faces a portrait of shock. In a fit of rage, the grasshopper bellowed, "You bastard, are you seeking death?" However, before his words could fully escape his lips, Gao Jin suddenly sprang into action, leaping onto the long table and, in the blink of an eye, appearing before the startled grasshopper. With a swift motion, Gao Jin drew a triangular bayonet that had seemingly materialized from thin air, and in one decisive stroke, he slashed it across the grasshopper's neck. A long line of crimson immediately emerged, eliciting gasps of horror from the assembled dignitaries. As the grasshopper's pupils dilated to their utmost, he staggered, struggling to utter a few incomprehensible syllables. With every ounce of strength, he raised his hand to touch the wound on his neck, but as blood began to pour forth, his hand fell limply to his side. Within moments, the newly appointed leader of the East Star, having barely held the position for a few minutes, rolled his eyes back and collapsed lifelessly to the ground. In that instant, an eerie silence engulfed the hall. The expressions of the East Star dignitaries were a mixture of shock and grim dismay. The newly elected leader had just been so ruthlessly dispatched. Amidst the stunned silence, Su Bin's calm voice reverberated through the room. I apologize, everyone, but I had already warned him. Now that the new leader is deceased, it is time for a re-election. I choose the crow. Who is in favor, who is against? At that moment, the faces of all the dignitaries were painted with astonishment. Their eyes filled with disbelief and fury as they turned their gaze toward Gao Jin, who had casually jumped down from the table to stand beside Su Bin. Even the crow's widened eyes reflected a profound sense of bewilderment and shock. He had a vague awareness of Su Bin's formidable strength and immense wealth, which had prompted him to seek Su Bin's support. However, this did not imply that he wished to antagonize the entire East Star in such a blatant manner. He could hardly fathom that Su Bin would have someone execute the new leader before everyone's eyes and then, in a tone laden with menace, compel all the elder brothers present. This was beyond audacity. It was a blatant disregard for authority. Among those present, who could be considered weak or easy to intimidate, a misstep could ignite a cataclysmic conflict. It was important to note that outside, there were still hundreds of East Star subordinates waiting. Unlike Su Bin's capable men who could send hundreds of Hongxing members fleeing in terror, the East Star's operatives engaged in dangerous trades, often risking their lives. Moreover, this was Yuan Long, the very stronghold of East Star, where many of the waiting subordinates were armed. As the saying goes, no matter how skilled one is, a single bullet can fell even the mightiest. If a conflict erupted, no matter how formidable Su Bin's men were, it would be of little consequence. A flurry of chaotic thoughts raced through the crow's mind as he quickly turned his head, blinking frantically, to signal Su Bin. Yet, Su Bin remained blissfully oblivious, showing no concern. At that moment, Jean Feng Maria erupted in fury, slamming her hands on the table. Bastard! She seethed, pointing an accusing finger at Su Bin. You're seeking death. Her furious shout snapped the gathering back to reality. They all rose from their seats, glaring at Su Bin as they gestured to their subordinates to sound the alarm. The sharp, piercing whistle pierced through the expansive meeting hall, shattering the tense atmosphere. Instantly, outside the hall, a cacophony of urgent footsteps echoed. The waiting subordinates, unaware of the situation, feared a potential internal conflict and hastily drew their weapons, rushing into the hall with heightened vigilance. In mere moments, the threshold of the hall was nearly trampled. A throng of short-statured men surged into the hall, their expressions tense as they reached for their waistbands. Meanwhile, many others who lagged behind were blocked by the throng, shouting their leader's name while hurling curses. Upon entering, the newly arrived members, seeing the bodies within the hall, particularly the lifeless form of the grasshopper sprawled in a pool of blood, drew their firearms and began to shout in a frenzy. In an instant, the hall transformed into a chaotic marketplace, filled with uproar and disorder. Faced with the menacing crowd wielding weapons, those standing beside Su Bin, including Gao Jin and several other loyalists, displayed no sign of fear. Rather, they appeared eager for action. The individual who had earlier stepped forward to denounce the old man had now hastily sought refuge beside Gao Jin and the others. As for the old man, he had long since concealed all emotion, standing there with an inscrutable demeanor, seemingly detached from the unfolding chaos. At that moment, Jean Feng Maria made a powerful leap towards the conference table, her robust figure poised for confrontation. With a resounding thud, the formidable Maria, resembling a small giant, firmly stood atop the conference table. Under the glaring illumination of several bright incandescent lights, her fiercely menacing visage appeared even more terrifying. Enough of the noise. Maria bellowed at her chaotic subordinates, her resonant and commanding voice instantly silencing the room. Subsequently, she directed a finger at Su Bin, who remained unperturbed in his seat, and exclaimed with a fierce intensity, "It was he, Su Bin. He murdered our newly appointed leader, Sha Meng. Eliminate him. Destroy him." The incessant, thunderous shouts clarified the situation for her followers in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, they simultaneously aimed their firearms at Su Bin. While Gao Jin and others remained still, the pallid Crow hurriedly stepped forward to shield Su Bin. "What the hell are you doing? Lower your weapons." Crow dared to stand out for two reasons. Firstly, he was the most powerful boss of Dongxing, and secondly, a significant portion of the intruding subordinates were his trusted confidants, a precautionary measure he had arranged in advance. After all, though Crow was audacious and arrogant, he was not a fool. He simply could not outmaneuver the benevolent and well-disguised white-headed elder. Crow's command prompted his loyal followers to glance around uncertainly before gradually lowering their weapons amidst expressions of confusion. However, the others remained silent, casting their gazes toward their leader. "Crow, are you trying to be a traitor?" Finally emboldened, Uncle Wei spoke up, pointing an accusatory finger at Crow. Before Crow could respond, taken aback, Maria scoffed heavily. Standing on the conference table with hands on her hips, she sharply declared, "What more is there to discuss with this scoundrel? Su Bin was brought here by him. If he isn't a traitor now, then what is he?" As her words echoed, the emboldened elders and bosses erupted in unison, denouncing Crow. "Crow, You brought a wolf into our midst and caused the death of the new leader. You cannot bear this blame. Crow, I tell you. Your only chance now is to eliminate Su Bin yourself. Otherwise, the gang will not tolerate you. Crow, are you not going to step aside? Are you seeking death? In that moment, the collective wrath of the assembly turned squarely against Crow. This signified their firm belief that Su Bin and his companions were already trapped, akin to fish in a barrel, with no other option but to face death. Thus, amidst the cacophony of insults, they hardly regarded Su Bin any longer. At this juncture, Ben Shu finally made his move. Surrounded by several armed confidants, he stepped forward with a grave expression. Crow, step aside. Otherwise, according to our rules, you will not be spared. Chapter 51. Another kill for Jin Feng. The crowd's fury. Fire. Eliminate Su Bin. As his words fell, Ben Shu appeared unwilling to grant Crow any opportunity. He abruptly turned, casting a chilling gaze over Crow's subordinates. And you all, do you wish to follow Crow in rebellion and betray the gang? His words effectively branded Crow as a traitor before he even had the chance to speak. The subordinates' faces paled, and they looked up at Crow, only to find him drenched in cold sweat, his lips moving in a futile attempt to articulate a response. Witnessing this, the subordinates exchanged glances and gradually parted, allowing more of their comrades to rush forward. In an instant, even more handguns were firmly aimed at Su Bin, and several dark barrels were intentionally or unintentionally trained on Crow as well. Observing this scene, Ben Shu seemed exceedingly pleased. He involuntarily curled the corners of his mouth before swiftly reverting to a solemn expression. Ah Ben, in a cold, detached tone devoid of warmth, surrender. You are one of Dongxing. We will grant you a dignified death. As the words left his mouth, Su Bin merely curled his lips into a mocking smile. Dignified? How dignified? He raised an eyebrow, casting a gaze filled with profound meaning toward Ben Shu. More dignified than feeding the fish at the bottom of the sea. This statement might have been lost on others, but the white-headed elder comprehended it in an instant. It dawned on him that this little brat had indeed uncovered the truth of the past. However, he thought, what of it? I, the white-headed elder, had considered this possibility as well. Otherwise, why would I allow that reckless Sha Meng to assume the role of leader? Now, this little punk had come knocking at my door. Alas, it is truly unfortunate that in front of so many powerful figures, you have slain the new leader, Sha Meng. Today, there is no escape for you. Death is inevitable. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Ben Shu couldn't help but chuckle coldly to himself. It is worth mentioning that Ben Shu had not exerted much effort to persuade the elders and bosses to support Sha Meng. His initial words had resonated profoundly with the influential figures. You all surely remember the last election at the funeral when you pursued Crow, leaving him utterly humiliated, right? Is Crow not a man who holds grudges? Indeed, had Crow become the leader, with his capabilities, Dongxing could have thrived. However, with his brutality and savagery, esteemed individuals, do you believe that you will experience prosperous days ahead? Do you think that even if Dongxing becomes exceedingly powerful and amasses wealth beyond measure, there will be a share for you? Such incisive remarks, coupled with the gleaming stacks of currency before them, have prompted numerous elder brothers to gravitate towards Uncle Ben's side, ultimately deciding to support the Sand Mantis. Unsurprisingly, the Crow, having been outwitted by Uncle Ben, could only watch in utter humiliation as the Sand Mantis ascended to the position of the new leader. However, the Sand Mantis was oblivious to the fact that he too was ensnared in Uncle Ben's intricate scheme. Following the clash between Hongxing and Su Bin, Uncle Ben realized that attempting to resolve the potential threat posed by Su Bin through his own machinations would prove exceedingly challenging. Yet, he understood that Su Bin's return had two purposes. One, to seek vengeance, and two, to support the Crow. By allowing the Sand Mantis to rise, he aimed to draw the enmity of both the Crow and Su Bin, inciting a conflict between them, while he himself would ultimately reap the benefits, rendering the plan seemingly flawless. Although the unfolding events exceeded Uncle Ben's expectations, Su Bin unexpectedly eliminating the Sand Mantis. This turn of events played directly into his hands and aligned perfectly with his vision. Now, at this moment, if he could eliminate Su Bin and seize the opportunity to dispose of the Crow, Dongxing would unequivocally become his dominion, transforming into a realm governed solely by Uncle Ben. Is your final utterance to be a mere offering to the depths of the sea? Believing himself to be in complete control, the elderly man narrowed his eyes and provocatively raised an eyebrow at Su Bin. Observing the situation, it was clear he had no intention of continuing the charade before Su Bin. In response, Su Bin retracted his mocking smile, leaned back against his chair, and was promptly presented with a finely cut cigar by Gao Jin, who ignited it for him. Su Bin leisurely inhaled deeply, carelessly flicking the ash onto the long table. Witnessing Su Bin's audacity and blatant disregard, the assembly of Dongxing's elites seethed with rage. Maria, standing at the long table, widened her eyes in disbelief, bellowing, "You bastard! Stop pretending." As she spoke, she charged forward, lifting her foot to kick at Su Bin's hand. Her sturdy thighs and large foot appeared immensely powerful. Yet, with a casual motion, Abu swiftly grasped her ankle, immobilizing her in an instant. As Maria looked down in shock, a triangular military dagger suddenly soared from Gao Jin's hand. Slicing through the air, with astonishing speed, it zipped past Maria's neck. A familiar crimson line re-emerged before the eyes of all present. With wide eyes, Maria clutched her throat. But in the next moment, filled with profound disbelief and resentment, she collapsed lifelessly onto the long table. Thud! The resounding noise reverberated, leaving the faces of the Dongxing elders etched with deep astonishment and fury. In such a scenario, how could Su Bin's subordinates dare to commit murder? How could they be so audacious? In the midst of the chaos, only Sister Yin Feng, momentarily taken aback, cast a gaze filled with intrigue towards Su Bin. Oh, and let us not forget the elderly man, Uncle Ben, whose face suddenly lit up with excitement. Under these circumstances, Su Bin dared to kill. There was no further discussion. His demise was inevitable. Fire! Fire! Eliminate him! With Uncle Ben's initial roar, all the leaders erupted into a fervent clamor. Unexpectedly, in that very instant, a cold barrel of a handgun pressed against the back of Uncle Ben's head. Everyone, put your weapons down. Whoever dares to move will be the first to perish, starting with this old fool. Chapter 52. The Enraged Uncle Ben. Amidst the thunderous shouts, the younger members of Dongxing found themselves momentarily immobilized in shock. Especially upon seeing the person pointing a gun at Uncle Ben, their expressions turned to utter disbelief. The elder brothers, too, gazed at Uncle Ben with a mix of astonishment and confusion. As for Uncle Ben himself, though he dared not turn to look at the individual, the voice that resonated was all too familiar, causing his pupils to dilate in utter shock, filled with incredulity. Why you? Uncle Ben's complexion shifted to one of extreme discomfort. His lips quivered as if he wished to utter something. Yet the chilling sensation at the back of his head rendered him utterly speechless. Godfather, this will be the last time I call you that. You cannot contend with Mr. Su. Have your men lower their weapons. Indeed, the one brandishing the gun against Uncle Ben's head was none other than his most trusted protege, whom he had raised and relied upon as his right hand. This individual, named Abu, held the position of a high-ranking member within Dongxing. Over the years, all the unsavory tasks that Uncle Ben had orchestrated in the shadows had been executed by Abu himself. When Uncle Ben devised his plot to seize control of Dongxing, he was the first to inform Abu. Uncle Ben had once promised Abu that when he ascended to leadership, he would make him one of the 5 tigers. And he solemnly assured him that once he transformed Dongxing into an impenetrable fortress, he would retire and pass everything on to Abu. Whether this promise held any truth was irrelevant. The sincerity with which Uncle Ben had spoken had deeply moved Abu, compelling him to vow lifelong loyalty. Abu's words darkened Uncle Ben's expression even further, as his cheeks quivered with barely contained rage, the sound of grinding teeth echoing, evidently indicating his fury was reaching a boiling point. Su Bin, how much did he give you? He did not instruct his underlings to lower their weapons. Rather, he uttered these words with a low growl, enunciating each syllable with palpable intensity. Have I not provided you enough in the past? Is this how you repay my generosity? A series of soul-searching inquiries erupted, culminating in a full-throated roar. Yet, this did not elicit even a flicker of emotion from Abu's face. On the contrary, smack. He raised his other hand and delivered a fierce slap across Uncle Ben's face. The unexpected blow left Uncle Ben stunned, rendering him completely motionless in place. It left the surrounding onlookers utterly speechless. Did you just strike me? The dazed Uncle Ben, holding his face, tilted his head slightly, disbelief etched across his features. He had assumed Abu accepted money from Su Bin or was compelled by some circumstance, but to lay hands on his godfather? In front of so many witnesses? No less. This was akin to trampling Uncle Ben's dignity into the dust. Huh? Abu smirked coldly. Striking you? He leaned in closer. His once benign face now twisted into a menacing grin, whispering into Uncle Ben's ear. Old man, that would be too lenient. Soon, you shall understand the severity of your fate. With that, Abu seized Uncle Ben by the collar and thrust him in front of the Eastern Star subordinates, simultaneously pressing the barrel of a gun firmly against his temple. Lower your weapons, damn it. As Abu bellowed vehemently, he astutely turned his back to Su Bin's faction. Outside, with the Crow's men pushed to the rear, those rushing in were predominantly the reinforcements prepared in advance by the white-headed old man. Faced with this chaotic scene, their bewildered gazes swept left and right, yet they found no answers, and the utterly dazed Uncle Ben offered them no reassurance. Just then, Uncle Wei, whose fate was closely intertwined with Uncle Ben's, noticed Abu's finger poised on the trigger and urgently shouted to the gathered subordinates. Lower your guns. Lower them now. With Uncle Wei stepping in, The subordinates finally found their anchor and reluctantly lowered their firearms. Observing this, Uncle Wei appeared to regain some semblance of authority. He abruptly turned, fixing Bao with a piercing gaze, and spoke in a grave tone. Bao, you should lower your weapon too. Let us discuss this amicably. After all, he is your godfather. Godfather? Amidst the darkened stares of the assembled elites, Bao suddenly erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, as the crowd looked on in confusion. A sudden crackling sound of electricity filled the hall. Everyone glanced around, yet could not discern the source of the noise. But in the next moment, Uncle Ben's voice echoed in the ears of all present. Bao, have you made arrangements for the funeral? Godfather, you need not worry about my affairs. Everything has been prepared. Ah, good. However, when the time comes, there will be no need for you to deal with the smiling tiger. A most suitable individual has conveniently offered themselves. With that electrifying statement, the room erupted in uproar. All eyes turned in astonishment towards Uncle Ben. What in the world is happening? Uncle Ben, did you orchestrate the downfall of the smiling tiger? What exactly have you done? Amidst the chorus of furious inquiries, Bao glanced at the composed Su Bin before raising his index finger to his lips, shushing the crowd with a weighty hush. Gentlemen, do not rush. The best is yet to come. His mocking words and peculiar expression only intensified the outrage among the assembled elites. The sounds reverberating through the hall continued. The fat corpse? Godfather, is he not a subordinate of the crow? The crow? Merely a brute. For one like him to aspire to leadership is utterly delusional. What the Godfather says is true. The position of leader rightfully belongs to you. Suddenly, the tape seemed to hit a blank spot, plunging the venue into an oppressive silence. It became apparent that everything the fat corpse had just stated was indeed factual. So, does this mean that the true culprit behind the Camel's demise is indeed the white-headed old man? At this moment, all the Eastern Star elites, subordinates, and even those prepared by the white-headed old man cast furious, wide-eyed stares at the pale-faced elder. Chapter 53, A Second Killing of the Red Stick. The entire assembly was in shock as the Death Warriors made their entrance. Just then, a trusted aide of the Sand Grasshopper, Red Stick Ahui, suddenly leapt forth with urgency. Regardless of who killed Brother Luo, both Sand Grasshopper and Fat Ma have been eliminated by Su Bin's men. Should we not address them first before tackling our internal issues? Ahui's words redirected everyone's attention back to Su Bin. His assertion bore merit, especially considering the white-headed old man had been responsible for the Camel's death. Who among them still cared for his well-being? In front of all present, eliminating the newly appointed leader, Sand Grasshopper, along with Fat Ma, was their immediate priority. Confronted with the malevolent glares of the crowd, Su Bin smiled faintly, casting a sidelong glance at Ahui as he said nonchalantly, "So, does this imply you do not support what I just proposed?" Ahui was momentarily taken aback, then recalled Su Bin's earlier declaration about reselecting a leader. He chuckled darkly. "Do you think I support you, you bastard?" Yet, before he could finish his retort, a beautifully crafted and razor-sharp 8-sided sword, radiating a chilling gleam, suddenly shot forth. Thud! The swift and precise strike pierced directly through Ahui's heart. A searing pain, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of weakness, caused Ahui to collapse onto the ground after a tortured groan. This scene elicited expressions of disbelief from the assembled elites, compelling the younger subordinates to once again raise their weapons, aiming them at Su Bin and his group. Yet, amidst the countless gun barrels pointed at him, Luo Tianhong appeared unfazed, leisurely approaching Ahui's lifeless body. Drawing the 8-sided Han sword, he began to wipe it across Ahui's clothing with an air of disdain, provoking further ire among the onlookers. The once hopeful crow hastily pressed himself against Su Bin, whispering urgently, Ah Bin, please, do not let your subordinates continue this wanton slaughter. The situation has spiraled beyond control. I am unable to manage it any longer." However, Su Bin merely cast a sidelong glance at him, offering no reply. As Crow fidgeted anxiously like an ant on a hot pan, the gathered elites seized their subordinates' firearms, aligning their sights on Su Bin, prepared to pull the trigger. Suddenly, amidst the persistent crackle of electric currents within the hall, the voice of the white-headed elder resonated once more. "Shama, this time, I will certainly support your bid for leadership." "Really?" Exclamations of surprise. "Indeed." However, his tone shifted. "You have accumulated quite a fortune in Haokong over the years, haven't you?" All thanks to my uncle's constant patronage. Otherwise, if the society found out, I would either be dead or flayed alive." "Well, just as long as you are aware. Do you know what to do next?" "Of course. Rest assured. Once I ascend to leadership, I will seize the opportunity to eliminate Crow and install Ah Bao in his stead. Then, I shall remove Dong Shu, Brother Meng, and Uncle Baoya, those who stand against us. At that point, the Eastern Star will belong to us." The voices echoing within the hall continued. Yet the crowd had lost interest, for the individuals mentioned by Shama were all venerable figures within the organization, esteemed, and with numerous disciples. Should these individuals be eliminated, a cataclysmic upheaval would likely ensue within the Eastern Star. Various internal conflicts would undoubtedly erupt, leading to countless casualties, and the power of the Eastern Star would surely wane. Regardless, as Shama had forewarned, the entire Eastern Star would become a realm governed solely by him and his uncle. White-headed elder, you truly deserve to die. The name Dong Shu, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, leapt forward in fury. Simultaneously, Brother Ming and Uncle Baoya gnashed their teeth in vehement curses. Many of their underlings, the Red Sticks, also crowded behind them, unleashing a torrent of invective upon the white-headed elder. At this juncture, the white-headed elder could no longer feign ignorance. He had been outmaneuvered by Ah Bao, this foster son who had always been obedient and docile, and had now utterly betrayed him. In a moment of grim countenance, he seemed to disregard life and death entirely. He suddenly turned, casting a fierce glare at Ah Bao before sweeping his gaze over the crowd. Esteemed individuals, allow me to utter a single word. Just one. The white-headed elder shouted hoarsely, instantly silencing the clamorous hall. Dong Shu narrowed his eyes, coldly demanding, very well. Let us see what you have to say. Speak. What are your final words? The white-headed elder, pointedly adjusting his disheveled hair, declared, indeed. The smiling tiger was eliminated at my behest. Shama was also my covert ally. However, the camel was not slain by my hand. As he gestured towards Su Bin and Crow, his expression morphed into one of fierce severity. The camel was most likely dispatched by the collusion of these two. This revelation triggered a wave of skeptical glances among the elites, prompting the white-headed elder to hastily add, before his demise, the camel struck Crow. Shortly thereafter, Crow brought Su Bin back from Siam, and on the very day Su Bin returned, the camel was killed. Do you truly believe this is mere coincidence? What? This too? A prominent figure gasped incredulously. Indeed, I am aware that on that day, the camel did strike Crow. Many witnessed it. A seasoned elite clarified softly. However, just as all eyes were redirecting their blame towards Su Bin, Ah Bao suddenly wore a cold smile. Foster father, was it not you who instructed me to set fire to Mr. Camel's old residence that day? This seemingly innocuous statement reverberated throughout the hall. As his uncle turned in shock, gritting his teeth and glaring at Ah Bao, a commotion erupted outside the hall. Bang! Following this, a sharp gunshot rang out. The crowd was instantly startled, turning in unison to witness the scene. They saw the throng of younger subordinates, faces pale with terror, hastily discarding their handguns and raising their hands in surrender, retreating in a panic. Meanwhile, those in front, still oblivious to the situation, turned to see a pathway clearing among the throngs, revealing dozens of suited men wielding AK-47s. Chapter 54. White-headed elder, a life can only be exchanged for another. How will you choose? The presence of dozens of AK-47s indeed exuded a formidable intimidation. Yet, this alone did not compel the desperate rogues of the Eastern Star to relinquish their firearms. The true source of their terror lay in the TNT time bombs strapped to the chests of several death warriors. However, there exists yet another reason that allows these Eastern Star subordinates to maintain their dignity when they speak of this matter. Within the throng of these suited giants, there is a pair of middle-aged women. They are none other than the son and daughter-in-law of the white-headed old man. Why did I retreat in fear? It was not out of cowardice, but rather concern for the safety of my uncle's son. Indeed, even if they were armed with dozens of AKs, how could we fear them when we possess over 100 handguns? My only concern was for the well-being of my uncle's son. As these Eastern Star subordinates began to ponder how to articulate their thoughts without losing face, the once crowded scene became remarkably spacious in an instant. As dozens of death warriors advanced boldly, brandishing their AKs and stepping confidently into the hall. Mr. Su. A chorus of respectful bows transformed the countenances of the elder brothers present in the hall, who suddenly turned pale. Faced with the ominous muzzles of the AKs and the flashing red lights of the timed explosives, they collectively recoiled, their faces turning ashen. Even the crow could not help but take a few steps back, retreating behind Su Bin. The once boisterous atmosphere descended into an eerie silence. The only sound that permeated the air was the ominous gulping of saliva. Upon seeing his son and daughter-in-law, the white-headed old man's eyes widened in terror. Su Bin, what the hell do you mean by this? According to the rules of the Underworld, no harm should come to wives and children. What are you thinking? Yet, the frantic cries of the white-headed old man failed to garner even a fleeting glance from Su Bin. Instead, they earned him a vicious slap from a bow. Old fool, behave yourself. If you keep babbling, I'll smash your mouth to pieces. The white-headed old man's pupils reddened, his eyes nearly bulging with rage, yet the situation was beyond his control. With the gun's muzzle pressed against him, he found himself powerless. His son and daughter-in-law were also under the control of others. At this moment, he had lost all means of resistance. Su Bin, appearing somewhat disinterested, casually waved his hand. The son of the white-headed old man was brutally shoved forward by several death warriors. Observing this middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses, who exuded an air of refinement, Su Bin leaned back and casually remarked, "Speak of what you know." The middle-aged man, his face contorted with fear, glanced up at the white-headed old man, his gaze filled with guilt and helplessness. I confess. The previous leader of the Eastern Star was eliminated by my father. At this revelation, the entire assembly of Eastern Star magnates erupted in uproar. To have the son incriminate his own father was shocking enough, but to unveil such a colossal secret? Amidst a flurry of astonished glances, the middle-aged man continued weakly, "Moreover, Mr. Camel's son was also secretly dealt with by my father. He sent me abroad to avoid a similar fate. For many years, he forbade my return." Upon hearing this, many of the magnates who had initially been skeptical suddenly displayed a glimmer of understanding. Memories of past events surged forth. Indeed, I recall now that the white-headed old man had taken Little Fei, Camel's son, to negotiate with a group of Siamese traders. Ultimately, Little Fei and the others perished, leaving only the white-headed old man to return. At that time, he claimed to have been fortunate, having jumped into the sea. Yet, shortly after his return, he sent his own son abroad. If Little Fei was not eliminated by him, why would he have taken such measures? As the murmurs of disbelief subsided, the magnates collectively recalled the incident, coupled with the realization that if Camel had not been eliminated by the white-headed old man, why would he have allowed Fat Corpse to eliminate the ever-supportive Smiling Tiger? In an instant, all the magnates cast furious glances at Uncle Ben, unleashing a torrent of vitriolic remarks. Under the collective scrutiny, the already pale-faced white-headed old man cast a deep look at his son before helplessly lowering his head. He understood that any further attempts at justification were futile. He could only hope that after his demise, Su Bin would spare his son. I confess. Indeed, all of this was orchestrated by me. At this moment, even if Camel was truly not eliminated by the white-headed old man, he no longer wished to defend himself, for he was acutely aware that this was precisely what Su Bin desired to witness. Camel was killed by me, and I orchestrated Fat Corpse to eliminate Smiling Tiger. As for the Sandhopper, I intentionally pushed him forward, intending for him to deal with Su Bin and the crow. As he concluded, he raised his head and swept his gaze across the furious faces of the magnates, directing a mournful and pleading look towards Su Bin. Indeed, it was I who instructed Smiling Tiger to feed you to the fish. I accept any and all blame. I accept it all. I implore you, do not harm my son. I beg you. I beseech you. The pitiful words had scarcely left his lips when the white-headed old man collapsed before Su Bin with a thud. This scene left the furious magnates momentarily astonished. They exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a tapestry of intrigue. Su Bin himself was taken aback by the white-headed old man's audacity. He shook his head with a smile, rising to his feet and slowly approaching the white-headed old man. Since you have admitted it, that is for the best. However, you possess but one life, while your son and daughter-in-law have 2 lives. Oh, and there is one more who is not present. These chilling words, coupled with Su Bin's indifferent gaze, sent a shiver through the white-headed old man, who had just lifted his head. What do you mean? I mean nothing of consequence. Su Bin shook his head slightly. 1 life for 1 life. So what will you choose? Chapter 55. How to choose between 10 million and a complete family. Since that fateful day when the Smiling Tiger was vanquished by the corpulent corpse, a meticulous plan aimed at rendering the venerable elder's life a living hell has been set in motion. The corpulent corpse was merely a pawn, cast aside to accentuate the prowess of my uncle. To truly plunge someone into despair, one must elevate them to the pinnacle of their success, only to wrench them down at their most triumphant moment, shattering their convictions completely. Everything they hold dear must be obliterated, leaving them utterly devoid of hope. It seemed as if the elder had instantaneously grasped this cruel reality, as, trembling uncontrollably, he appeared to age a decade in an instant, resembling a soul on the brink of demise. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the many formidable figures present, the elder strained to turn his head, casting a profound glance at his son, whose expression was laden with complexity, and then at his daughter-in-law, whose cheeks were stained with tears. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolved firmly. Simultaneously, he believed this choice would align with the desires of his son and daughter-in-law. I choose the lesser. Yet, as these quavering words left his lips, both his son and daughter-in-law could not help but shudder violently. Su Bin cast a sidelong glance at them, nodding indifferently. Very well. No sooner had the words fallen than the assassins, holding the couple captive, promptly reached forth and forcefully snapped their necks. This was a turn of events the elder could never have anticipated. Su Bin had brazenly eliminated his kin before his very eyes. You. As the two lifeless bodies collapsed helplessly, the elder shot his head up, his visage contorted with rage. Yet Su Bin did not spare him another glance. He merely waved his hand dismissively, signaling for them to take him away. As several assassins advanced swiftly, Su Bin turned to survey the astonished faces of the prominent figures present. I shall take him with me. Is that agreeable to everyone? The only response was the sound of nervous swallowing. You, Uncle Wei, pale as a ghost, mustered the courage to utter something. Yet he was abruptly yanked back by an elder behind him. Do you wish to perish? Don't drag us down with you. In a hushed tone, the elder gestured towards the assassins adorned with TNT explosives. Upon hearing this, Uncle Wei instinctively recoiled, retreating a step. The other prominent figures, too, exchanged glances, their eyes darting about, yet none dared utter a word. After all, the elder was beyond redemption, his death a mere trifle. Whoever ended his life would be of no consequence. Su Bin, in his current might, wished to take him away. So be it. It was of no concern to them. The elder, forcibly dragged by the assassins, brimming with fury, initially yearned to hurl curses, but upon recollecting the lesser, he stifled every word. Under the gaze of all present, the elder, who had instantaneously turned into a quivering mass of despair, alongside the corpses of his son and daughter-in-law, was brazenly carried away by the assassins. Once the scene had returned to a semblance of calm, Su Bin leisurely resumed the elder's former seat. Please, everyone, take your seats. As his words echoed, the prominent figures exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of how to proceed. At that moment, Sister Silver Phoenix suddenly approached Su Bin, leaning over the table with both hands, presenting a captivating sight before him. As Su Bin raised an eyebrow, brazenly surveying her, Sister Mi, with a radiant smile, remarked, Handsome Bin, your elimination of the sand grasshopper has certainly tidied up our East Star's affairs. We have nothing to contest there. His subordinate Ahui is equally unworthy of lament. However, she pointed towards a nearby corpse, the Golden Phoenix, revealing a seductive smile. You have slain her. Surely, you must provide us with an explanation, no? The previously perplexed prominent figures, upon hearing this, silently raised their thumbs in approval of Sister Mi. As the saying goes, one should not strike those who wear a smiling face. Sister Mi's alluring demeanor, coupled with her charming smile, indeed rendered Su Bin hesitant to resort to violence. An explanation? As he spoke, Su Bin suddenly reached out, gripping the soft flesh before him. Caught off guard, Sister Mi let out a sultry gasp of pain. She glanced down at Su Bin's long fingers, and, upon raising her gaze back to him, her exquisite features still bore a tantalizing smile. How does that feel? Would you like something even more exhilarating? The implications in her words, alongside her suggestive glances, indicated that this woman was undeniably audacious. She dared to provoke Su Bin in such a public setting. Were it anyone else, they might feel utterly embarrassed under such a bewitching assault. However, Su Bin merely curled his lips into a smirk, a teasing glimmer in his eyes. I'm afraid you are too old. Upon uttering this, as Sister Silver's expression morphed into one of shock and indignation, Su Bin forcefully tightened his grip before withdrawing his hand. You wish for an explanation? He slowly rose, his eyes playfully scanning the assembly. Very well. I shall provide you with one. As his words fell, Gao Jin behind him pulled out a phone and dialed a number. After a single ring, he promptly hung up. Just as the crowd wore expressions of bewilderment, a cacophony of screeching car brakes echoed from outside. Before long, a panicked East Star underling shouted from outside, a multitude of people has arrived. A multitude. And so many guns. So many guns. What? The prominent figures instantly paled. At that moment, the phones in the hands of all the prominent figures rang simultaneously. Without a doubt, this signaled a major upheaval. As the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, they hastily retrieved their phones, only to find the caller IDs displaying the numbers of their family members. Panic ensued among them. They quickly answered the calls. Yet the voices on the other end were not those of their loved ones. 10 million, or your entire family, neatly arranged. The choice is yours. An extremely cold voice echoed in the ears of each distinguished individual. Instantly, the expressions of all the prominent figures changed drastically. The only one without family, Sister Mi, upon scanning the room, felt an unsettling realization wash over her. She had a vague premonition that recovering the Eastern Star's territory today would be impossible. Moreover, it was highly likely that Su Bin would ruthlessly trample them once again. Observing her subordinates, the Red Stick, answering their phones, the Crow, filled with curiosity, leaned in to listen. 10 million, or your entire family, neatly arranged. I trust you understand the choice you must make? This statement caused the Crow's countenance to shift as well. He hurriedly approached Su Bin, exclaiming in astonishment, Ah Bin, why are you involving my subordinates too? Chapter 56, Ma Jiaohong. Handsome Bin, the 9-pattern dragon will deal with you. Su Bin cast a sidelong glance at the Crow, his gaze devoid of any warmth. The Crow froze, a wave of inexplicable dread creeping into his heart. This intense anxiety compelled him to lower his head awkwardly and retreat. At this moment, all the prominent figures in the room, filled with terror and rage, turned their gazes towards Su Bin, each making the most prudent choice. After all, no one could afford to turn their back on money, nor did anyone wish to see their family in jeopardy, particularly Uncle Wei, who, casting a fearful glance at Su Bin, hastily admonished Sister Mi, who was still crouched in front of him, "Ami, why aren't you getting back to your seat?" Yet, with an impassive expression, Sister Mi didn't even glance at Uncle Wei. She blinked her large eyes, looking around, and upon noticing that all the prominent figures had obediently returned to their respective seats, she couldn't help but furrow her brow, casting an incredulous look towards Su Bin. "What's this? Are you dissatisfied with my explanation?" Su Bin casually swept his gaze over her and replied nonchalantly, "Your concern is noted." Sister Mi blinked, her vibrant red lips curling slightly upward. "Handsome Bin, it seems we have underestimated you." As she spoke, Sister Mi retracted her proud demeanor and stood tall. After casting one last glance at the corpse of Jin Feng on the conference table, she finally took measured steps back to sit beside Tong Feng Ma Jiaohong. Ma Jiaohong, who had merely followed the actions of the prominent figures without expressing her opinions, was the last to respond to the voice on the other end of the phone. After ending the call, she fixed a chilling gaze upon Su Bin. "Handsome Bin, your strength is formidable, and I cannot contend with you. However, you should not have involved my son. Someone will seek retribution for this." Hearing her threatening tone, Gao Jin's eyes hardened, ready to take action, but Su Bin raised a hand to stop him. He looked meaningfully at Ma Jiaohong and smiled faintly. "You must be referring to the 9-pattern dragon." "Humph, as long as you know." The mention of the 9-pattern dragon brought a look of pride to Ma Jiaohong's face. Additionally, the surrounding prominent figures exchanged glances filled with intrigue. Indeed, the 9-pattern dragon. The 9-pattern dragon of the Kowloon Ice Room. In the past, he was the most celebrated enforcer of the Eastern Star Gang, armed with a single knife. He had slain 2 notorious Red Sticks in the Yao Ma Ti area, securing half of the Eastern Star Gang's territory. Back then, he was a household name across Yao Ma Ti and even all of Hong Kong. His reputation and prowess surpassed even that of the once prominent figures of the Eastern Star, such as the Crow and C2 Hao Nan. In those days, upon seeing the 9-pattern dragon, the Crow would respectfully address him as Brother Dragon. Regrettably, the 9-pattern dragon's accolades led to jealousy from the then leader of the Eastern Star, resulting in him being dispatched to Siam for a mission, which turned out to be a deadly trap. Faced with dozens of assailants, the 9-pattern dragon showed no fear. Even when confronted by hundreds, he remained unfazed. However, the overwhelming encirclement by numerous law enforcement officials ultimately deprived him of any chance of escape. Sentenced to life imprisonment, the 9-pattern dragon was confined to a prison in Siam, forever unable to rise again, becoming a mere legend in the annals of Hong Kong's history. If the 9-pattern dragon were still around, we wouldn't find ourselves in this predicament. Manipulated by an outsider, murmured one prominent figure in a low voice to his companion. Indeed, another sighed, glancing furtively at Su Bin, and upon confirming that he was oblivious to their conversation, continued in hushed tones, "Had the 9-pattern dragon not met with misfortune, he would surely be the one calling the shots in our Eastern Star Gang now. There would be no mention of the Crow, nor would a mere handsome Bin be able to make us feel so lowly." The nearby prominent figures, hearing this exchange, nodded in agreement, especially Ma Jiaohong, who was acutely sensitive to the name 9-pattern dragon, displayed a look of delight upon grasping the gist of their conversation. Even Sister Mi, upon hearing the mention of the 9-pattern dragon, had a glimmer of admiration and longing in her bright eyes. However, as the name 9-pattern dragon echoed through the room, causing the prominent figures to whisper among themselves with expressions of deep sentiment, Su Bin merely curled the corners of his mouth, donning a smile that was both intriguing and enigmatic. He slowly lifted his gaze towards Gao Jin and playfully commanded, "Let him in." In response, the equally mocking Gao Jin nodded before raising his hands and clapping vigorously. The crisp sound of applause captured everyone's attention, rendering the atmosphere momentarily hushed. At that instant, the group of death warriors blocking the entrance parted, creating a wide passageway. The crowd, sensing the shift, cast curious glances in that direction. Just then, a long-haired man clad in denim jacket and jeans, a strikingly stylish and undeniably cool middle-aged figure, strolled in, following the path cleared by the warriors. Brother Long. Upon catching sight of this man's visage, Ma Jiaohong, filled with excitement and astonishment, sprang to her feet. After a gasp of disbelief, she hastily shoved her chair aside and dashed towards him like a swallow returning to its nest, heedless of everything else. Simultaneously, the prominent figures in the room, their faces alight with surprise, rose in unison. 9-pattern dragon. It's really 9-pattern dragon. Brother Long, It's so wonderful to have you back. Brother Long, please take a seat. Everyone, including Uncle Wei and Sister Me, hurried forth with expressions of joy. Even the crow, in the presence of this man, wore a hint of reverence in his gaze. Indeed, this middle-aged man in denim was none other than the legendary Nine-Patterned Dragon, who once ruled the bustling streets of Hong Kong. The Eastern Star brothers, cornered by the Death Warriors, revealed looks of awe and excitement upon realizing that this middle-aged man was, in fact, Nine-Patterned Dragon. Brother Long, Brother Long, Brother Long. The fervent calls resonated throughout the hall. As Ma Jiaohong rushed towards the man she had longed for, she suddenly halted in her tracks, her eyes swelling with tears. Gazing at Nine-Patterned Dragon with deep affection, her luscious red lips parted slightly as she murmured, Brother Long, you have finally returned. I have awaited this day for so long. You can finally lead us in reclaiming our glory. Chapter 57. Nine-Patterned Dragon slaps Ma Jiaohong. The entire room is stunned. Indeed, Ma Jiaohong held a profound admiration and affection for Nine-Patterned Dragon. This was also the reason she chose to give birth to the child within her after learning of his life sentence. Yet, deep within her heart, the paramount desire was for power. She had yearned for Nine-Patterned Dragon's return, hoping he would restore their former might and ascend as the leader of the Eastern Star Gang. In such a scenario, she, Ma Jiaohong, could become the formidable matriarch of the Underworld. However, just as Ma Jiaohong prepared to leap into Nine-Patterned Dragon's embrace to savor the warmth of their long-awaited reunion, the otherwise composed Nine-Patterned Dragon abruptly intercepted her, casually shoving her aside. Stumbling, Ma Jiaohong stood frozen in disbelief. All the prominent figures were aware of the relationship between Ma Jiaohong and Nine-Patterned Dragon, thus exchanging puzzled glances. Yet, in the next moment, the center of attention, Nine-Patterned Dragon suddenly stepped forward and knelt on one knee before Su Bin, bowing respectfully as he declared, Nine-Patterned Dragon pays his respects to Mr. Su. This scene left everyone present, both the big shots and the underlings, dumbfounded, nearly dropping their jaws in astonishment. Especially Ma Jiaohong, who stared with wide eyes, as if they might pop out and fall to the ground, utterly incredulous at the sight. Even Sister Me, who maintained a veneer of composure and charm, was left with her mouth agape, large enough to fit 2 duck eggs inside. Amidst the collective shock, Su Bin slowly curved his lips into a highly mocking arc rise. He said casually, raising a hand. Once more, Nine-Patterned Dragon bowed deeply, uttering, Thank you, Mr. Su. He then gradually stood, turning his gaze to Ma Jiaohong and the other Eastern Star dignitaries. It has been many years since we last met. I hope you are all well. His nonchalant words contrasted starkly with his earlier demeanor towards Su Bin. Ma Jiaohong's entire body trembled at once. Her face pale, she hurriedly stepped forward, grasping Nine-Patterned Dragon's arm. Brother Long, what is happening? Why did you kneel to him? Why? Are you still Nine-Patterned Dragon? Are you still the indomitable figure that struck fear into the hearts of many? A barrage of questions reflected Ma Jiaohong's profound unrest and mounting fury. She could hardly fathom that the man she had once taken pride in, Nine-Patterned Dragon, was now kneeling before Su Bin. This was akin to a resounding slap across her face. Yet, no matter how agitated Ma Jiaohong appeared or how deeply distressed she felt, Nine-Patterned Dragon's expression remained as calm as ever. Ahong, it was Mr. Su who rescued me from the depths of despair. His words, as indifferent as water, provided an explanation. Ma Jiaohong paused, then grew increasingly anxious. Even if he rescued you, does that justify this? You are Nine-Patterned Dragon. What gives you the right to kneel before Su Bin? What gives you that right? He is nothing but a scoundrel. With words brimming with fervor, the moment they fell, the expression on Nine-Patterned Dragon's face abruptly contorted. He forcefully shook off the hands of Ma Jiaohong, which were clutching at his arm, and then, without hesitation, raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across her face. As Ma Jiaohong, marked with a vivid crimson 5-finger imprint, stood there in bewilderment. The esteemed figures present wore expressions of sheer astonishment. Nine-Patterned Dragon seized Ma Jiaohong by the collar, growling ferociously, If you dare to speak ill of Mr. Su again, I swear I will end you. In an instant, 2 inexplicable tears streamed down Ma Jiaohong's cheeks as she stared blankly at Nine-Patterned Dragon, her face a tapestry of confusion, rendered utterly speechless. Witnessing this, Nine-Patterned Dragon's mind involuntarily drifted back to that moment when he had confined Ma Jiaohong alone in the restroom, while he ventured to Siam for work. On that day, Ma Jiaohong had worn a similar expression. In an instant, a flicker of compassion stirred within Nine-Patterned Dragon's heart. He gradually released her collar and embraced her, saying, Do not act recklessly. Mr. Su's power is beyond your imagination. From now on, let us work diligently for Mr. Su together. His whispered words sent a slight tremor through Ma Jiaohong's eyes. Just moments ago, she had truly felt the murderous intent in Nine-Patterned Dragon's gaze. This meant that merely for calling Su Bin a bastard, Nine-Pattern Dragon genuinely wished to eliminate her. Was it possible that this Su Bin possessed something that they had yet to comprehend? Contemplating this, Ma Jiaohong, nestled in Nine-Pattern Dragon's embrace, nodded gently in a state of profound perplexity. Sensing her movement, Nine-Pattern Dragon's face broke into a subtle smile. He released her and, after placing a gentle kiss on her forehead, turned to the array of stunned leaders from the East Star. Everyone, I shall overlook the past transgressions of Nine-Pattern Dragon, he declared, his brow furrowing as a fierce expression settled on his face. However, if any of you dare to oppose Mr. Su now, I will ensure that both old and new grievances are settled. The expressions of the assembled leaders shifted dramatically, and they could not help but swallow hard. The formidable Su Bin had already rendered them incapable of lifting their heads. Now, with the addition of Nine-Pattern Dragon, how could the East Star survive? Meanwhile, the Crow, shaken by the unfolding events, glanced incredulously at Su Bin before beginning to ponder whether bringing Su Bin back for assistance had been a wise decision. Enough, everyone. Please take your seats. At that moment, Su Bin's slightly languid voice echoed throughout the venue. As soon as he spoke, not a single leader dared to hesitate. In a state of palpable panic, they hurriedly returned to their seats, seemingly fearful that lingering a second longer might incur Su Bin's displeasure. Even Sister Mi, after casting a deep glance at Nine-Pattern Dragon and Su Bin, quickened her pace to reclaim her position, when Nine-Pattern Dragon held Ma Jiaohong's hand. Slightly bowing as he stood behind Su Bin turned to glance at the fidgeting Crow and gestured toward the head seat, stating nonchalantly, Crow, you may take a seat up there. Chapter 58, Task Reward, Wang Jianjun. New task triggered. Upon hearing these seemingly mundane, yet undeniably authoritative words, the Crow, who had been contemplating what Su Bin might do, was suddenly taken aback. As he turned to face Su Bin, uncontainable joy illuminated his face. Me sit? He stared intently at Su Bin, stammering his inquiry. Su Bin turned his head, bestowing a gentle smile upon the Crow, exuding an air of refreshing warmth, and added, if you do not take a seat, who else would be worthy of doing so? This instantly stirred the Crow's excitement. All previous grievances and suspicions dissipated in an instant. However, the Crow, possessing a mix of boldness and caution, did not rush to claim the head position. Instead, he forcefully suppressed his surging enthusiasm, adopting a demeanor of utmost humility as he addressed the gathered leaders. I wonder if any of the esteemed leaders have any objections? The assembly fell silent, with some members unable to suppress a roll of their eyes. This is absurd. The highest-ranking elder of the East Star was taken away by your cousin's people, and his fate remains unknown. The newly appointed leader was also eliminated by your cousin's associates. The next strongest, Jin Feng, lay lifeless before them. Who, pray tell, is more qualified than you, Crow, to occupy this position? Who would dare voice any objections? Amidst the murmurs of discontent, the seasoned Uncle Wei quickly flashed a hearty smile at the Crow, exclaiming, Crow, at this moment, who besides you is worthy of this position? As the Crow beamed with satisfaction, Uncle Wei's eyes twinkled with an intriguing smile as he addressed the assembly. Esteemed leaders, I recall that during Mr. Luo's funeral, we had already chosen Crow to be the new leader of the East Star. It seems unnecessary to hold another selection today. Our leader shall be Crow. What say you? Esteemed leaders? As his words fell, the Crow's loyal confidant, who had felt the pressure, swiftly raised his hand in agreement. Yes. I support Brother Crow. We had already selected Brother Crow last time. To be honest, today is entirely superfluous. Sha Meng has no right to be our leader. Once this was said, the leaders exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Indeed, that's right. Besides, Sha Meng did not formally assume the position. He cannot be considered our leader. Indeed, I wholeheartedly support the Crow. The grasshopper is utterly unworthy. Yes. Crow, I stand by you. As for the position of the dragon head, I would never accept anyone else but you. The unanimous flattery and endorsement filled the Crow with immense joy. With his brow raised, he graciously expressed his gratitude to each individual before grandly taking his seat upon the esteemed throne of Dongxing. At that very moment, a long-awaited system notification resonated within Su Bin's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for flawlessly completing the first step of the system task. Return to Hong Kong, assisting the Crow in ascending to power. Task reward, 100 disciples from the Shaolin secular family. Additional reward for perfect completion, elite talent Wang Jianjun. An additional reward of Wang Jianjun? Quite splendid. A subtle smile graced Su Bin's lips. However, unexpectedly, after a brief pause, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind once more. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the second step of the system task. Return to Hong Kong. Eliminate or subdue the protagonists of the film, Chen Haonan and Shan Ji. Additional task, seize control of Causeway Bay. Ding! System notification. These two individuals are the main characters of the Hong Kong film world, protected by the halo of the protagonist. Subduing them would greatly benefit the host. The reward for completing this task will be determined by the method and degree of completion by the host. Oh, the halo of the protagonist? Heh. Su Bin raised an eyebrow, his eyes glimmering with amusement. Meanwhile, under the attentive guidance of Uncle Wei and the restructured voting process, within mere seconds, the crow received unanimous support and was declared the new dragon head of Dongxing. As the crow joyfully made various promises, Jiao Wenlong seized the opportunity to lower his head and humbly apologized to Su Bin for Ma Jiaohong's earlier outburst. Su Bin nodded non-committally, calmly stating, "From now on, manage your own woman." Jiao Wenlong trembled, and while nodding repeatedly, he hastily took Ma Jiaohong by the hand to apologize to Su Bin. At that moment, Ma Jiaohong's thoughts were exceedingly complicated, yet regardless of her inner turmoil, the prevailing circumstances were beyond her control. She had no choice but to bend at the waist, her face a picture of humility as she apologized to Su Bin. As for Su Bin, he paid her no mind, instead directing his gaze towards the beaming crow. At this juncture, the elders, under the crow's leadership, were poised to select candidates for the vacant 5 tigers positions. With a shrewd glance at Su Bin, Uncle Wei promptly proposed, "I believe Jiao Wenlong should be one of the 5 tigers. In the past, he has rendered immense contributions to the organization. I can confidently assert that without Jiao Wenlong, there would be no Dongxing today. Moreover, he has diligently served the organization for so many years. The position of 5 tigers undoubtedly deserves his inclusion." As soon as Uncle Wei's magnanimous words left his lips, the crow slammed his hand on the table. "Yes, absolutely. Jiao Wenlong should indeed be one of the 5 tigers." Now, with the oldest member and the newly appointed dragon head joining forces in this proposal, the others, no matter how envious, dared not voice any objections. "I support it. So do I." Upon witnessing this, the crow laughed heartily and pointed to the prime seat on his right. "Come, Jiao Wenlong. This will be your position from now on." As he spoke, the crow slyly raised an eyebrow at Su Bin, the meaning of which was unmistakable. He was reciprocating kindness. Alas, in the face of the crow's warm hospitality, Jiao Wenlong, however, did not return the sentiment. Instead, he humbly cast a respectful gaze towards Su Bin. "Go ahead. That position is rightfully yours." Su Bin replied with a faint smile, casually raising his hand. "Thank you, Mr. Su." With Su Bin's endorsement, Jiao Wenlong led Ma Jiaohong across to the opposite side. Yet his expression remained remarkably placid, as if he were indifferent to this exalted position beneath 1 and above 10,000. Ma Jiaohong, however, displayed a flicker of excitement. Counting the deceased grasshopper and smiling tiger, along with the newly appointed crow, 3 positions in the 5 tigers had suddenly become vacant. With Jiao Wenlong taking one, only 2 more individuals were needed. The other influential figures, upon witnessing Jiao Wenlong take his seat, cast hopeful glances towards the crow. Chapter 59, The Crow with Ideas. Jiao Wenlong establishes authority. At that moment, the crow felt a tinge of displeasure regarding Jiao Wenlong's recent demeanor, although he understood that his ascent to this position was entirely due to Su Bin's support. He, the crow, was not one to be a mere puppet. No, he must elevate his own people to positions of power. With this thought, the crow's eyes darted, and he turned his gaze towards the recently threatened confidant, the Red Stick. This individual, nicknamed Broomstar, was not someone who brought ill fortune. Rather, he was exceedingly greedy, often sweeping through others' affairs as if he were a broom, leaving no trace behind. "I believe Broomstar has accompanied me for many years. He has made numerous contributions, both big and small. It is high time he was elevated to a position of authority." As he spoke, the crow slowly turned his head, surveying the crowd, and in a tone of utmost disdain, he declared, "Esteemed leaders, do any of you have objections?" As previously mentioned, with the old man captured, the grasshopper deceased, and smiling tiger long gone, the formidable new dragon head, the crow, backed by Su Bin, who would dare oppose him out of sheer folly, even if they held disdain for Broomstar? "I support it." Uncle Wei was the first to raise his hand in approval. "So do I." Unsurprisingly, the crow's words garnered unanimous support from all the influential figures present. Already beaming with delight, the ill-fated one hastily rose to express his gratitude. Yet, unexpectedly, in the very next moment, the 9-spotted dragon lightly tapped the table before him with his index finger and, with an impassive expression, declared, "I object." This seemingly insignificant utterance immediately drew the astonished and uncertain gazes of all the prominent figures present. What on earth was going on? Internal strife? As various speculations fluttered through their minds, the eyes of these influential elders darted back and forth among the raven, the 9-spotted dragon, and Su Bin, filled with bewilderment and suspicion. As for the protagonist, the ill-fated one, he stood rooted to the spot, his face a mask of astonishment. The words that had just reached his lips swallowed back down his throat. The raven frowned displeasedly at the nine-spotted dragon, then turned away, repeatedly winking and signaling towards Subin. Evidently, now that he had risen to lead, he seemed somewhat intoxicated by his newfound status, as if forgetting his own identity. The nine-spotted dragon glanced at Subin, who paid no heed to the raven, then slowly rose to his feet. I nominate someone, Golden Fong Biao of Mongkok. Golden Fong Biao? At the mention of this name, the expressions of the assembled elders grew even more animated. Previously, Golden Fong Biao had been relatively unknown. But not long ago, having defected from the Hung Hing, he took control of Palam Street, seized all the Hung Hing territories in Mongkok, and captured 13 sister alive, thereby greatly enhancing his reputation. Now, who did not know Golden Fong Biao? Who did not recognize him? However, it was said that Golden Fong Biao had sworn allegiance to a woman as his leader, and that woman happened to be Su Bin's consort. The very same woman who had appeared alongside Su Bin at the Camel's funeral, the young and charming Xiao A Xiao. The raven frowned and leapt to his feet. Casting a subtle glance at Su Bin, he coldly declared, Nine-spotted dragon, this is the election for the 5 tigers of the East Star. According to the Society's rules, only those who have made outstanding contributions to the Society qualify for the position of 5 tigers. With a raised brow, half smug and half arrogant, he loudly proclaimed, moreover, Golden Fong Biao is a traitor. He is not one of us East Star. Therefore, he has no right to occupy this position. Yet, the nine-spotted dragon paid no attention to the raven, not even glancing in his direction. Mr. Su, he said, bowing deeply to Su Bin. Besides recommending myself for one of the 5 tigers of the East Star, I also nominate Man Yu for the position of Golden Phoenix of the East Star. Furthermore, there remains one more 5 tigers position. Whom would you like to appoint? This scene caused the raven's eyes to widen in fury, his gaze brimming with indignation. The other elders, exchanging looks of stunned surprise, promptly chose to keep silent. When 2 formidable cousins hold opposing views, it is both something welcomed and something none dare to interfere with. At this moment, the ill-fated one, who had glanced at Su Bin and seen no expression, suddenly sprang forward. Nine-spotted dragon, what the hell do you mean? Raven is now the head of East Star. What the hell are you playing at? In truth, the callous and unfeeling ill-fated one cared little for his family's fate. What he coveted was the $1,000,000 prize of the optimal choice. Now, more than anything, he desired to become one of the 5 tigers of East Star. In his mind, with the raven leading, no one from Su Bin's faction would dare to move against him. Besides, his anger was directed at the nine-spotted dragon, not Su Bin. What was there to fear? Confronted with the ill-fated one's scolding, the nine-spotted dragon merely cast a cold sideways glance at him, saying nothing. However, Ma Jiaohong, seated beside him, could no longer contain her fury. Smack! She slammed the table and pointed at the ill-fated one, shouting fiercely, Bastard! How dare you speak to Brother Dragon like that? When Brother Dragon was commanding the Oil Simwang district, you were still wearing open crotch pants. By what right do you blaspheme in front of Brother Dragon? The ill-fated one sneered with disdain. Ha ha! Yes, you know it too. Nine-spotted dragon is old. He slouched back with a roguish grin, mockingly waving his hand at the nine-spotted dragon. Brother Dragon, you're old. It's time to acknowledge reality, or I fear you'll inadvertently lose your former glory. Ma Jiaohong was furious beyond measure. She snatched a cleaver from an East Star underling behind her, vaulted onto the long table, and charged at the ill-fated one. The ill-fated one sprang up abruptly, seized a cleaver himself, and fiercely swung it forward, shattering Ma Jiaohong's weapon. Damn it, Ma Jiaohong. Do you really think that just because your man has returned, you can act with impunity? I'm telling you, he is old and useless now. As Ma Jiaohong's face flushed with rage, Su Bin impatiently snapped, Silence. No sooner had his words fallen than the nine-spotted dragon leapt onto the long table with astonishing agility, delivering a flying kick straight to the ill-fated one's chin. Thud! The ill-fated one, caught utterly unprepared, fell backward in agony, his face contorted in pain. Even before he hit the ground, he suddenly felt his weapon slip from his grasp. Followed by a shah at this moment, the raven's throat suddenly caught, a fleeting glimmer of terror flashing in his eyes. As the words he wished to utter were forcibly swallowed back, the expressions of the assembled magnates appeared strangely captivating and enigmatic. Meanwhile, the nine-patterned dragon, having dispatched the troublesome star, abruptly drew forth a bloodied blade, a splatter of crimson mist landing squarely on his face. Ladies and gentlemen, do any of you harbor dissenting opinions? He inquired, slowly turning around and carelessly tossing the bloody dagger onto the table. His haughty demeanor, accentuated by the streak of blood on his visage, compelled Ma Jiaohong, who stood atop the table, to display an expression of awe and excitement, prompting the gathered magnates to straighten their postures and sit up attentively. No, we have no objections, stammered Uncle Wei, casting a glance at the impassive Su Bin. who exhibited no trace of emotion, and shook his head vigorously. Indeed, Brother Long, whatever you say is right. Brother Long, I stand with you. At that moment, the Eastern Star dignitaries had fully grasped the gravity of the situation. Raven, you have merely lifted a stone to crush your own foot. What does it matter to be the leader if you lack the strength to wield authority? The future of Eastern Star is likely to belong to the nine-patterned dragon. After all, his reputation and lineage far surpassed that of the Raven. Moreover, he had the formidable Su Bin, whom the Raven had summoned, backing him. Amidst their silent astonishment, they no longer regarded the newly appointed leader, Raven, with any semblance of respect. Everyone's glances were now filled with adulation, constantly flitting between the nine-patterned dragon and Su Bin. Particularly, Sister Silver Phoenix, with her striking, almond-shaped eyes, was fixated on Su Bin's handsome countenance, her gaze brimming with intrigue. Observing this scene, the Raven, lost in thought, sat down silently with a brooding expression. Noticing this, the nine-patterned dragon swiftly lifted Ma Jiaohong off the table and remarked nonchalantly, "In that case, let us hear what Mr. Su has to say." Upon finishing his statement, he rolled up his sleeves to wipe the blood from his face and bowed deeply to Su Bin. "Mr. Su, I kindly ask that you oversee all matters." Hearing such audacious words directed at the leader of Eastern Star, the magnates exchanged knowing smiles, casting sidelong glances at the Raven before hastily chiming in. "Indeed, Mr. Su, you are a guiding star for us in Eastern Star. Please, offer us your esteemed advice." Yes, Mr. Su, you are no outsider. We shall surely support whatever you propose." Amidst a chorus of sycophancy, all present began to refer to the dashing Su Bin as Mr. Su. Especially Uncle Wei, who stood beside the Raven, subtly distanced himself from him, as if fearing the repercussions of association. Clearly, none present were fools capable of ascending to power. They were all astute individuals. Faced with this unfolding scenario, Su Bin cast a languid glance at the solitary Raven seated upon the throne, his expression inscrutable, before slowly articulating, "What the nine-patterned dragon has stated is valid. Jinya Biao can indeed be one of the 5 tigers, while Man Yu shall serve as the golden phoenix." His words elicited a flurry of nods from the assembly, akin to chicks pecking at grain. Finally, Su Bin turned his gaze towards the plump corpse, who appeared utterly flustered in the corner, and suggested, "As for the remaining tiger, let the plump corpse take on that role." At this proclamation, the plump corpse's face froze in shock, and the dignitaries exchanged bewildered glances. The plump corpse. Was he not a man of the Raven? No, wait. The plump corpse had previously claimed he was in the employ of the white-headed old man. This meant that his testimony against the white-headed old man today surely indicated his allegiance to Su Bin. I wonder what tumultuous feelings this stirs within the Raven. Reflecting on this, someone could not resist stealing a glance at the Raven, only to find him with a frigid expression, lips tightly sealed. With a quiet scoff, they averted their gaze. "Thank you, Mr. Su, for your elevation." With the dignitaries quickly nodding in agreement, the somewhat giddy plump corpse suddenly knelt before Su Bin with a resounding thud. At this juncture, Jinya Biao and Man Yu, accompanied by Xiao Qiao, entered through the path cleared by the assembled warriors. Upon learning that he was to become one of the 5 tigers of Eastern Star, Jinya Biao could scarcely contain his excitement. He recalled his days as a mere street enforcer within the Hongxing, and now, Xiao Qiao had brought him to prominence, with Mr. Su's return allowing him to ascend to the esteemed ranks of the 5 tigers. However, what thrilled him even more was finally meeting Mr. Su. "Jinya Biao expresses his gratitude for your favor, Mr. Su." Jinya Biao, brimming with enthusiasm, imitated the plump corpse and knelt before Su Bin. Meanwhile, Man Yu appeared somewhat reluctant. She leaned closer to Xiao Qiao and whispered, "Sister, I still wish to remain by your side. I have no interest in being the golden phoenix of Eastern Star." Hearing this, Xiao Qiao could not help but smile brightly. She lifted her luminous gaze, casting a meaningful glance at Man Yu, and playfully chided, "Man Yu, why haven't you thanked Mr. Su yet?" Man Yu, momentarily taken aback, could no longer refuse and hastily knelt before Su Bin. "Man Yu expresses her gratitude for your elevation, Mr. Su." Su Bin smiled faintly and gestured for the 3 to rise. At this moment, matters concerning Eastern Star had reached a temporary conclusion. As for how the Raven would react and what actions he would take in the future, that was no longer Su Bin's concern. The 9-patterned dragon, Jinya Biao, Plump Corpse, and Man Yu, these 3 tigers and 1 phoenix would ensure he learned the ways of the world. However, as he was about to depart, Su Bin cast a meaningful glance at the crow. After all, they were still cousins, and he harbored a hope that the crow would come to understand the situation on his own. As for the Calamity Star, he found no inclination to inform the crow about the fact that the old man with white hair had already been bought off in the shadows. Some matters are best comprehended through personal insight. Only by grasping the truth and coming to terms with it can one truly enjoy a good life. Failing to understand or comprehend would only lead to self-imposed demise. Chapter 61. The Arrival of Brother Jiaqian. As previously mentioned, Su Bin's return to Hong Kong was undoubtedly intended to stir up a storm. Eliminating the fourth-generation leader of the Hongxing Triad, Jiang Tianyong, was merely the first step. Assisting the Crow in ascending to power, while facilitating the entry of Jiao Wenlong, Jinya Biao, Man Yu, and the exceptional Fat Corps into Dongxing to undermine the Crow, constituted the second step. As for the third step, well, it was time to fulfill the system's tasks. Moreover, there was also Wang Jianjun awaiting a summons. Su Bin smirked, and amidst the cacophony of applause from the assembled elites, he, along with his entourage, exited the Dongxing Hall. Outside, a considerable number of Dongxing's underlings were being held at gunpoint, dutifully crouching with their hands on their heads, surrounded by numerous vehicles blocking the roads. A large contingent of police had already gathered. For reasons unknown, they had not swiftly cleared the obstructing vehicles. A young officer, exerting himself to climb atop a car, gazed into the distance and, upon seeing the multitude of armed individuals, his pupils dilated in shock. He promptly scrambled down and hurried to the side of a senior police officer, saluting as he reported, "Sir Liu, it appears that many individuals across the way are brandishing firearms. Should we call for reinforcements? The leader seems to hold significant stature." At that moment, a throng of officers, filled with suspicion, turned their gazes toward him. The individual in question was none other than Senior Inspector Liu Jianming of the O Department's Anti-Organized Crime Unit. "Are you certain you did not misjudge?" Liu Jianming, already informed by Xiao A. Xiao, reprimanded in a hushed tone. The young officer attempted to argue but was silenced by a wave of Liu Jianming's hand as he commanded several trusted aides, "Go investigate the situation." The aides, fully aligned with Liu Jianming's intentions, quickly grasped his meaning. Though puzzled, they complied without question. As they climbed onto the car roof and peered ahead, their expressions mirrored that of the previous officer, transforming into shock. Exchanging glances, they swiftly masked their astonishment and descended the vehicle. "Sir Liu, there is no unusual activity ahead. It is merely a group of individuals in a standoff with Dongxing's members. We should wait for them to resolve their conflict before intervening." Liu Jianming nodded in satisfaction, while the young officer, seemingly brimming with bravado, disbelieved the situation and climbed back up to take another look. At that moment, Su Bin had already exited the Dongxing Hall, and the gathered crowd began to lower their weapons. "Mr. Su, Mr. Su," the resounding chorus echoed through the skies, reverberating with fervor. When the despondent Crow, accompanied by his entourage, finally emerged from the hall, he beheld a rather surreal scene. Su Bin's imposing convoy, navigating through the police's efforts to clear a path, departed swiftly, while the Dongxing underlings, still crouched with their heads protected, were compelled to rise and line up, obediently entering the police vehicles under the watchful gaze of armed officers. Once the police cars could accommodate no more, Liu Jianming approached the Crow. He first issued a stern warning to the Crow, indicating that if Dongxing dared to cause further disturbances, all their leaders would be taken in for a tea session. The bewildered Crow stood frozen in place, a look of utter confusion etched upon his face. It was not until Liu Jianming and his men departed, followed by the exit of various other elites, that the lonely Crow remained standing there, dazed and unmoving for an extended period. Half an hour later, news spread that the Crow had assumed the position of the new leader of Dongxing, with Jiao Wenlong's return alongside Jinya Biao, Fat Corps, and Man Yu taking up roles among the 5 tigers of Dongxing. This news rapidly circulated. Of course, during this time, there were also whispers about the old man with white hair being captured and the demise of Jin Mao Hu, Sha Meng, and Jin Feng's Fat Ma. However, in the world of the underbelly, the dead are seldom mourned or remembered. A new generation rises to replace the old, and all eyes were now on Jiao Wenlong and his companions, particularly on the formidable return of Jiao Wenlong. Rumors suggested that he was the one responsible for eliminating Sha Meng and supporting the Crow in ascending to the leadership position. This revelation sparked astonishment among numerous figures within the community. How remarkable that the once feared Xiao Long Jiao Wenlong had made such a powerful comeback. Additionally, Jinya Biao, now one of the 5 tigers, had become a source of ridicule within the underworld, having once been a prominent red pole of Hongxing, only to switch allegiance to Dongxing after seizing his own territory. Ironically, he had even become one of the 5 tigers. All one could do was chuckle at the absurdity of it all. As for Fat Corps and Man Yu, 2 relatively obscure figures, they elicited little reaction, with others merely acknowledging their stroke of luck. These rumors proliferating throughout the community were largely a mix of truth and fabrication, entirely dependent on the fact that the Dongxing elites dared not reveal the true circumstances within their ranks. Especially with Su Bin's presence, they wouldn't dare utter a word. Otherwise, Dongxing would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of the entire underworld. Moreover, since the last Hongxing assembly, when Jiang Tianxing dangled the bait of the Mongkok and Boring Street dual area leaders. Others had been waiting for the situation to stabilize before making their move against Su Bin. However, the dinosaur and the slim eyes were growing increasingly impatient. They contacted the assassin, sending out clandestine signals with the intent to eliminate Su Bin and rescue Han Bin and Sister 13. Yet each attempt ended in failure, never even allowing them to lay eyes on Su Bin. Their frustration and fury escalated after the initial assassination attempt faltered. When someone callously discarded Han Bin's mangled corpse at the entrance of the Jiolong Slim Eyes headquarters. This act deeply provoked them, triggering a series of subsequent assassination attempts. The initial agents they dispatched were swiftly eradicated. Consequently, Gao Jin, responsible for safeguarding Su Bin, remained oblivious to the identities of these assailants, largely because he had not deemed them worthy of concern. As time progressed, the dinosaur and Slim Eyes became utterly reckless, expending vast resources to leverage Han Bin's past connections, ultimately enlisting a remarkably powerful assassin from the Number Gang. At this moment, the assassin lay in wait along the inevitable route that Su Bin and his entourage would take upon leaving Dongxing. However, the imposing convoy and the glimmering firearms visible through the binoculars caused his complexion to pale. This won't do. I must increase the price. Indeed, this individual was none other than Wu Ge from the Number Gang, known as Brother Add Money. When Su Bin first set out for Dongxing, his convoy was relatively small, which prompted the dinosaur and Slim Eyes to set Brother Add Money into motion. Yet, the subsequent arrival of large reinforcements forced Brother Add Money to temporarily suspend his operations. It was simply untenable to proceed without an increase in compensation that would justify risking his life. Chapter 62, Lingqi Execution. Thunderous Arrival. Unbeknownst to Brother Add Money, it was precisely his terror at the sight of such a multitude of hands and firearms that prevented him from revealing his murderous intent. Otherwise, with Su Bin's superhuman perception, enhanced by his system rewards, he would have undoubtedly detected Brother Add Money's location and dealt with him accordingly. When Su Bin returned to the luxurious Fulida Hotel in Causeway Bay, the assembly of small, burly men, gathered by the young A Xiao, dispersed, alleviating the brief traffic congestion they had caused. Shortly thereafter, within the presidential suite, the elderly white-headed man, bound and helpless, knelt before Su Bin in a daze. For someone who had once nearly taken his life, Su Bin had no intention of letting him off lightly. Eliminating his son and daughter-in-law was merely the first step. Upon the arrival of the medical team, the lead doctor approached and bowed, inquiring, "Mr. Su, shall we dispose of this old wretch as we did with Sister 13? Su Bin shook his head no. The others exchanged glances, pondering whether the boss had shown mercy due to the man's advanced age. However, the next instant, they heard Su Bin's cold voice, devoid of any warmth, slowly utter, "The white-headed man is too old. Severing his limbs would likely lead to his body failing him, resulting in a swift demise. Even if he does not die immediately, he would not last long. That would be too lenient." With that, Su Bin rose. A wicked smile gracing his lips, let him face Lingqi. 3,357 cuts, not a single one less. With those words, he strode towards the exit as the onlookers stared in astonishment. "You all stay here, no need to follow me." As his voice faded, a loyal assassin opened the door, and Su Bin's silhouette soon vanished from their sight. Gao Jin and the others exchanged glances, crossed their arms, and observed the medical team as they began their various preparations. Meanwhile, the white-headed man, upon hearing the term Lingqi, trembled uncontrollably, fear coursing through him like a sieve, as he lost control of his bodily functions. Alone in the adjacent room, Su Bin summoned Wang Jianjun and 100 stout Shaolin lay disciples. Even within the spacious presidential suite, the presence of these robust individuals filled the living room to capacity. "Wang Jianjun, I have seen the master." The first to be summoned, Wang Jianjun, opened his eyes and knelt on one knee before Su Bin, his face a mask of reverence. The other assassins, too, opened their eyes in unison and knelt before Su Bin. "We have seen the master." The sight of 100 individuals kneeling simultaneously was indeed awe-inspiring, and the cramped space only heightened the sense of intensity. "Enough. Rise." Su Bin gestured, settling into a relaxed posture. Regarding the 100 assassins he had acquired after eliminating Jiang Tianyong, he had summoned them shortly after arriving in Hong Kong. At this moment, combined with the 50 he had brought, Su Bin commanded a total of 250 assassins. These individuals were capable of facing 10 foes each. Together, they represented an extraordinarily formidable and terrifying force. "Yes, Mr. Su," the assassins chorused, their voices rising to the heavens. "Yes, boss." Wang Jianjun slightly bowed, addressing him as boss, believing this title to be more endearing. Observing the respectful faces before him, Su Bin dialed the adjacent room, summoning Gao Jin and Xiao A Xiao. Having already experienced Su Bin's remarkable capabilities, Gao Jin and Xiao A Qiao were merely astonished for a brief moment at the sudden appearance of so many individuals. Su Bin wasted no time. After introducing Wang Jianjun and the others, he stated directly, Gao Jin, you and Wang Jianjun take these 100 men and retrieve Chun Haonan and Shanji for me. Xiao A Qiao, you are responsible for ensuring those burly men take control of the Causeway Bay territory. With that, he exchanged a significant glance with Gao Jin before raising his hand, signaling them to depart. It was at that fleeting glance that Gao Jin's heart skipped a beat. Previously, Su Bin had instructed him to disarm Chun Haonan, but the overwhelming numbers of the opposition had led to failure. This time, failure was simply not an option, as Gao Jin silently recited this mantra in his heart. The crowd bowed in unison towards Su Bin, exclaiming, yes, Mr. Su. Moments later, the group departed, and the room once again fell into a desolate silence. At that moment, the anguished cries from the neighboring room, previously unheard, suddenly pierced the air. Su Bin raised an eyebrow slightly, reclining on the sofa, and indulged in a brief respite. One cannot deny that the sound of an enemy's suffering indeed made slumber come more easily. Meanwhile, Lei Gong of the Sanlian gang, who had an early appointment with Jiang Tiansheng, arrived in Hong Kong on this very day. Lei Gong's purpose for coming was remarkably clear-cut. Upon landing, he immediately contacted Shanji, requesting him to arrange a meeting with Jiang Tiansheng. Indeed, Shanji had previously informed Jiang Tiansheng about this matter through Chun Haonan. But given the upheavals occurring within the Hongxing, he was uncertain whether he could secure an audience with Jiang Tiansheng. Fortunately, Chun Haonan was a true brother, and Jiang Tiansheng valued Chun Haonan enough to agree to the meeting. Soon, the group arrived at the agreed-upon location, Sim Sha Sui, at the Amante nightclub. Boss Lei. Hello. It's been a long time. At this hour, the nightclub had yet to fill with patrons. Upon their initial meeting, Jiang Tiansheng and Lei Gong displayed immense warmth towards one another. Wow, you look much better than before, Jiang Tiansheng exclaimed, wearing a broad smile as if nothing were amiss. And you are doing quite well yourself. Everyone knows that your Hongxing is the most influential gang in Hong Kong. Truly, your leadership is commendable. Lei Gong, who had come with intentions, did not hesitate to flatter. Jiang Tiansheng grinned widely and gestured, please, have a seat. Once seated, Jiang Tiansheng patted Lei Gong's thigh and chuckled. Boss Lei, how could I compare to you? You are a legislator every year, advocating for the people. Lei Gong smiled gently, replying, advocating for myself is what truly matters. Observing the amiable exchange between the two, Shanji, standing by, revealed a rare smile. He leaned towards Chun Haonan, whispering, Mr. Zhang's Mandarin is quite impressive. Chun Haonan forced a smile, you have a point. It's passable. Shanji chuckled and shrugged, and at that moment, having exchanged enough pleasantries, Lei Gong stated directly, let's dispense with the niceties and get to the point. There's no visit without a purpose. I've come to Hong Kong to discuss a matter with you. Old Jiang. Jiang Tiansheng's eyes flickered, his smile fading as he nodded. All right, Boss Lei, go ahead. Lei Gong, not one to mince words, continued. What I propose is certainly within your capacity. Now that Ryukyu and Macau have established direct flights, there are daily visitors arriving in Macau. In the future, I can assure you that the number of travelers will only increase. Jiang Tiansheng, upon hearing this, nodded in acknowledgement, though non-committally. Lei Gong's gaze sharpened as he pressed on. I intend to partner with you. I want to invest in your new casino in Macau, with a 50-50 profit share. What do you say? At the conclusion of his proposition, Lei Gong lightly patted Jiang Tiansheng's shoulder. Chapter 63. The Overbearing Lei Gong. Jiang Tiansheng smiled non-committally. Yet Macau could be considered more complex than any other place in the world. Besides the four major families, there were also the Big Circle Gang and the Portuguese group. Furthermore, there were government regulations, and pirates roamed the seas. Add to that the numerous gangs that had come to Hong Kong to make a living, each with at least a dozen factions. Now, Boss Lei, with a mere statement, wanted to invest. The Sanlian gang from Ryukyu, upon arrival, simply laughed. As he spoke, Jiang Tiansheng's face broke into an enigmatic smile. He raised his hand and remarked, that would make for quite the spectacle, like the United Nations. Lei Gong's expression darkened slightly, revealing his displeasure. He coldly replied, in this world, there is no such thing as a free lunch. As he spoke, he shot a glance at his bodyguard. The bodyguard immediately opened a large leather suitcase on the table, pushing it towards Jiang Tiansheng. The colorful bundles of cash made Jiang Tiansheng raise an eyebrow, and he quipped mockingly, wow, so much money. A trivial gift, is it? Lei Gong exuded confidence. As for that 50% stake, you'll arrange it for me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tiansheng's eyes flickered, his previously warm demeanor now replaced with caution. Boss Lei, it seems you are determined to succeed this time? Lei Gong cast him a sidelong glance, speaking with an air of nonchalance. I never gamble on uncertain outcomes. Jiang Tiansheng smirked slightly. Unfortunately, you may be disappointed this time. Oh, Is that so? As soon as Lei Gong finished his statement, his personal bodyguard, Gao Jia, raised his hand to his mouth and let out a sharp whistle. At the sound, a large number of men swiftly emerged from all corners of the nightclub. An overwhelming throng surrounded the area, rendering escape impossible. Moreover, the front ranks of a dozen or so men drew their firearms, aiming them directly at Jiang Tianxing and the others. Chen Haonan's expression shifted dramatically as he glanced around nervously. Shan Ji was equally taken aback, quickly stepping forward to whisper, "Boss, this is not a situation for you to speak." Lei Gong shot him a cold glance, then fixed an intense gaze upon Jiang Tianxing. Shan Ji's face tightened, clearly distressed. However, Jiang Tianxing seemed utterly unfazed. He stood up and swept the wine glass from the table to the floor. "Are you trying to intimidate me?" Jiang Tianxing stood tall, his gaze icy as he bore down on Lei Gong. Lei Gong wore a look of disdain and stood as well. "Jiang Tianxing, I am indeed trying to intimidate you. You must provide me with an answer today, otherwise." The rest of his words remained unspoken, but he cast Jiang Tianxing a meaningful glance. Jiang Tianxing let out a cold smile as he leaned closer to Lei Gong, declaring, "I will step outside right now. I do not believe you dare to lay a hand on me." As he spoke, he turned his gaze towards Chen Haonan and Chen Yao, warning, "If anything were to happen to the three of us." With that, Jiang Tianxing leaned in closer to Lei Gong once more, his tone dripping with disdain as he hissed, "Lei Gong, I assure you, you will never return to Ryukyu." With those words, Jiang Tianxing turned on his heel and walked away. According to the script of the movie, in Hong Kong, on the territory of Hung Hing, Lei Gong would only dare to threaten. He would never have the audacity to act. However, times have changed. Recently, Hung Hing has been embroiled in various scandals throughout Hong Kong, which have spread to the surrounding areas. Lei Gong is fully aware that Hung Hing is now facing imminent peril, which is why he rushed to Hong Kong as soon as the situation began to stabilize. Displaying such arrogance and hubris. "Stop!" Lei Gong barked coldly. His subordinates immediately raised their weapons, pointing them at Jiang Tianxing, stepping forward to block his path. Chen Haonan, shaking off the helpless-looking Shan Ji, along with Chen Yao, stood protectively around Jiang Tianxing. "Jiang Tianxing, I already told you. If you do not provide me with an answer today, you shall not leave this place." Lei Gong slowly sat down, crossing his legs, his words laced with an unmistakable threat. Jiang Tianxing glanced at him, his eyes filled with contempt. He did not believe Lei Gong would dare to touch him here. In an instant, Jiang Tianxing strode forward, pushing aside one of Lei Gong's armed subordinates. Unexpectedly, a sharp gunshot rang out from behind him. Startled, Jiang Tianxing and the others turned to look. It was Gao Jia. He had just fired a warning shot into the air and was now firmly aiming his weapon at Jiang Tianxing. This man, known as the Mute, never spoke and rarely displayed any emotion, but at this moment, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Lei Gong, what the hell do you mean by this?" Chen Haonan exclaimed, stepping forward to confront him. "This is Sim Sha Sui. You." Before he could finish, Jiang Tianxing raised his hand to stop Chen Haonan, his gaze deep and unwavering as he addressed Lei Gong. "Do you truly believe that brandishing a handful of worthless guns can intimidate me? Intimidate Hung Hing?" Though his words were delivered with great bravado, Jiang Tianxing's heart was not without uncertainty. In terms of strength, the Sanlian gang was on par with Hung Hing. Yet this was Hong Kong, Sim Sha Sui, the territory of Hung Hing. What right did Lei Gong have to confront them here? What audacity did he possess to spout such bravado? Even more so, to threaten with gunfire. A smirk crept across Lei Gong's lips, laden with mockery. He leisurely lifted his glass and took a sip. Then, with a casual demeanor, he remarked, "Jiang Tianxing, if this were in the past, I might have given you a modicum of respect upon arriving in Hong Kong. But now, do you truly believe Hung Hing still holds the right to be arrogant before me?" As he spoke, he suddenly slammed his glass onto the ground, standing up abruptly. "I tell you, Jiang Tianxing, today, you will provide an answer, whether you want to or not." Chapter 64. The Prince and Sister Lien make their entrance. Lei Gong's countenance changes. In this moment, Lei Gong appeared far more domineering and brazen than his on-screen portrayal. At the instant the glass shattered, his gang of underlings, in unison, cocked their pistols with a resounding clatter. Faced with Lei Gong's overwhelming aura and this perilous situation, Chen Yao and Chen Haonan's expressions shifted dramatically. Yet, Jiang Tianxing's demeanor remained remarkably composed. Even as Gao Jia stood before him, weapon aimed squarely at his face, he remained unfazed. "Lei Gong, it seems you have no intention of returning to Ryukyu today." His words, delivered in an exceedingly calm tone, were barely out when a swarm of short-legged thugs suddenly surged in from outside. Leading the charge was Sister Lien. "Anyone who dares to harm Mr. Jiang shall perish." With her commanding shout, countless thugs surged forward, brandishing sharp machetes and advancing swiftly. In mere moments, the dark mass of people surrounded the Sanlian gang members within the hall. Although they were unarmed, Their momentum far surpassed that of the Sanlian gang, for this was their territory. Like Jiang Tiansheng, they too had no faith that the Sanlian gang would dare to draw guns and kill here. As Lei Gong's expression darkened and the Sanlian gang members looked around in panic, another loud shout echoed from outside. Who the hell dares to touch Mr. Jiang? Are you tired of living? This domineering proclamation from the war god prince of Hung Hing echoed through the hall, and soon more of Hung Hing's short-legged thugs flooded in. Before long, the hall was completely filled with their frenzied influx. There were even countless heads outside, constantly bobbing in and out of view. It was this scene that finally caused a flicker of unease to cross Lei Gong's face. While he was not afraid, his subordinates were armed, and he did not believe Jiang Tianxing's men would act first. He knew that if the situation escalated today, it would certainly not end well. As for the 50 stake in the casino, it would likely be out of reach. With this thought, Lei Gong clenched his teeth and stepped forward, pulling Gao Jie aside. Jiang Tianxing, are you certain you wish to go down with me? In a low tone, he regarded Jiang Tianxing, his gaze flickering with some inscrutable meaning. Huh? Jiang Tianxing scoffed, his face alight with derision. Clearing a path through the crowd, the prince strode forward with an expression of utter disdain, bellowing, Lei Gong, have you even grasped the situation? This is Tsim Sha Sui, the territory of our Hung Hing. With such a meager number of people, do you believe you have the right to engage us in a deadly standoff? As he spoke, he took possession of a long object wrapped in newspaper that was handed to him by an underling. Stepping forward, he continued, do you think you alone wield firearms? Our Hung Hing does not. With that, the prince tore away the newspaper, revealing a pristine, oil-slicked double-barreled shotgun. With a swift motion, he chambered around and raised the weapon with a single hand, aiming it directly at Lei Gong. At that moment, Lei Gong's face paled, and he instinctively recoiled slightly. Simultaneously, the gunmen from the Sanlian gang turned their weapons towards the prince. The prince, observing this, smirked mockingly, then lifted his gun towards the ceiling and pulled the trigger. Boom! The power of the double-barreled shotgun was immense. The deafening blast and the force of the recoil were equally staggering. As the crowd recoiled in shock, Lei Gong's expression darkened considerably. Meanwhile, Gao Jie stared, somewhat dazed, at the prince, who effortlessly pulled the trigger one-handed without so much as a tremor. This individual possesses formidable strength. Truly, he is the war god of Hung Hing. As Gao Jie marveled in silence, a figure, Sister Lian, who had been stealthily advancing, suddenly sprang into action. With a swift charge, she kicked Gao Jie aside and, in the next instant, pressed her dagger against the unsuspecting Lei Gong's neck. Put down your weapons. As the Sanlian gang's members gasped in shock, Sister Lian shouted fiercely, firmly securing her hold on Lei Gong. Gao Jie, having been knocked off balance, turned pale and raised his gun, intending to shoot at Sister Lian. However, before he could act, the prince lunged forward, delivering a kick that sent the unsteady Gao Jie crashing to the ground. Swiftly stepping on his gun holding right hand. Try moving again, I dare you. With that, the prince pressed the double-barreled shotgun against Gao Jie's face. The overwhelming pressure caused Gao Jie to turn white. He loosened his grip on the pistol and raised both hands in surrender, signaling that he would no longer make any sudden moves. What a remarkable Sister Lian. What an impressive prince. Witnessing this turn of events, Jiang Tianxing's face broke into a satisfied smile. He slightly turned his head, casting a scornful glance over all the members of the Sanlian gang. At that moment, Lei Gong's panicked voice rang out. Put down your guns. Everyone, put down your guns. Upon hearing this, the armed members of the Sanlian gang exchanged bewildered glances before reluctantly lowering their firearms to the ground. Chun Haonan and Chun Yao quickly directed their Hung Hing subordinates to collect all the dropped weapons. During this time, the somewhat bewildered Shan Ji, under a glance from Chun Haonan, finally made up his mind and picked up a handgun discarded by a Sanlian gang member. However, as he aimed the gun at the gang, his face filled with trepidation, he lowered the weapon once more. In an instant, the situation had drastically changed. Hung Hing had completely taken control of the chaotic scene. Lei Gong, now under restraint, had lost the proud demeanor he once possessed, his expression darkening with resentment as he glared at Shan Ji, barking, Shan Ji, whose side are you on? You need to make it clear. Startled, Shan Ji trembled, casting a look of helplessness and bitterness at Lei Gong, then at Chun Haonan, before silently discarding the handgun onto the ground. In truth, Shan Ji valued brotherhood over Lei Gong's past favor. Yet, at this moment, he was undeniably a member of the Sanlian gang. In this treacherous world, the greatest taboo is to play both sides. Should he openly turn against the Sanlian gang and side with Chun Haonan, not only would the Sanlian gang seek vengeance, but even Hung Hing would scorn him. In the end, he would become a pariah, hunted down by all in the underworld. After all, being a traitor is no easy feat. Chapter 65. Shan Ji, from this day forth, you are no longer a member of the Sanlian gang. Lei Gong's actions were solely aimed at reclaiming the last vestige of his dignity at this moment. After all, Shanji was once one of their own from Hung Hing. Now, no matter how powerful Hung Hing appeared, Shanji must comply with my demands. Indeed, upon witnessing Shanji's reluctant declaration of allegiance, Chen Haonan's expression darkened considerably. Jiang Tianxing and the others also appeared quite displeased. Yet, at this moment, Lei Gong seemed increasingly unperturbed by the knife at his throat, boldly proclaiming, Shanji, you better steer clear of any dealings with Hung Hing from now on. Let me tell you, Hung Hing has offended Mr. Su of Siam. Associating with them is a path to self-destruction. Hearing this, as Shanji's expression soured further, Sister Lien, who was holding Lei Gong, felt a flash of murderous intent in her eyes. Her arm, gripping the knife, subtly moved as she cast a questioning glance at Jiang Tianxing. The meaning was unmistakable. With just one word from you, Mr. Jiang, I will end this scoundrel's life immediately. However, much like Lei Gong, she dared not kill Jiang Tianxing, and after a slight shake of his head, Jiang Tianxing took a deliberate step forward. His piercing gaze fixed on Lei Gong as he proclaimed with resolute conviction, Lei Gong, your triad fears Su Bin, which only reflects your incompetence. In Hong Kong, on the territory of my Hung Hing, anyone who dares to provoke us shall face a singular consequence. As he spoke, the prince, prompted by Jiang Tianxing's commanding look, retracted his double-barreled shotgun and seized the machete from his trusted aide behind him, delivering a fierce downward strike that cleaved through Gao Jia's arm with brutal force. A harrowing scream echoed through the air as Gao Jia's arm was severed at the shoulder, blood splattering across the ground in an instant. As Lei Gong's pupils constricted and his expression transformed in shock, the prince, unfazed, tossed the bloodied machete back to his subordinate and released his foot from Gao Jia's body. In an agonizing display, the pale-faced Gao Jia clutched his bleeding arm. Writhing in pain on the floor, Jiang Tianxing, Lei Gong, caught between shock and fury, growled in a low voice, Today, you have triumphed. I concede defeat. However, I must warn you, your Hung Hing has offended Mr. Su from Siam, and you shall not have a favorable outcome. Upon hearing this, a murderous glint flashed in Jiang Tianxing's eyes, which he struggled to suppress as he disdainfully retorted, Lei Gong, you better open your eyes wide and witness how Hung Hing deals with that scoundrel Su Bin. As he spoke, he gestured for Sister Lien to release Lei Gong. We are leaving. With a sweeping motion of his hand, Jiang Tianxing signaled his men to depart. However, just then, a commotion erupted outside the nightclub. Accompanied by fierce shouts and the sounds of a violent struggle, Jiang Tianxing frowned and quickened his pace. Yet, before he could take more than a few steps, several frantic figures rushed in. Mr. Jiang, Prince, Su Bin's men are attacking. They are formidable. Our brothers cannot hold them off. The urgent cries caused Jiang Tianxing's expression to shift dramatically. The prince's face contorted with rage as he raised his shotgun and charged forward, exclaiming, Damn it! I want to see just how formidable they are. With that, Chen Haonan, Chen Yao, and all the younger members in the hall hurriedly followed the prince out. Just as Shanji prepared to join them, Lei Gong, with a grim expression, coldly commanded, Shanji, what do you think you are doing? Come back. Shanji, having barely taken a few steps, abruptly halted, his face clouded with bitterness as he turned back and murmured, Boss, Su Bin has killed several of my sworn brothers. I cannot let this vengeance go unpunished. At these words, Lei Gong's expression changed instantly. He rushed forward, gripping Shanji by the collar and urgently questioned, Have you offended Mr. Su in any way? Shanji, taken aback by this sudden action, hesitated and instinctively shook his head. No. To be fair, since Su Bin's return to Hong Kong, Shanji had not wronged him. At the last incident at the Rich Hotel in Causeway Bay, it was Su Bin's men who had overpowered them, and Shanji merely intervened to shield Chun Haonan from an attack, helping him escape. This surely did not constitute an offense. Just as Lei Gong sighed in relief, Shanji suddenly blurted, But before, when he was with Dongxing, I did ask him for protection money. What? Upon hearing this, Lei Gong, who had just released Shanji, gasped in shock, his eyes widening with terror. Unlike other gangs in Hong Kong, Lei Gong held a political identity. As a legislator from Ryukyu, he was a significant figure there, privy to many secrets that others could not fathom. Coupled with the vast Triad, boasting 100,000 members, the Ryukyu's foremost gang, it was essentially Lei Gong's fiefdom, intertwined with a colossal intelligence network that allowed him access to upper-level news. In those days, Siam, being one of the top exporters of white powder, saw the Triad as a formidable force there. In the eyes of the Triad, it was utterly astonishing that Su Bin, a man from Longhua, could ascend to the status of a marquis in Siam and establish the immensely wealthy Su group. Years prior, when Su Bin became a marquis, Lei Gong had discreetly investigated his background through numerous connections, and upon discovering the shocking truths, He had been warned by certain individuals in Siam to cease his inquiries immediately. From that moment on, Lei Gong had marked Su Bin as someone absolutely not to be trifled with. But now, Shan Ji had revealed that he had once sought protection money from Su Bin. This revelation sent a chill through Lei Gong as if he were struck by lightning, causing him to release Shan Ji's collar and instinctively recoil several steps back. It was as though Shan Ji was no longer his subordinate, but rather a terrifying virus capable of bringing about his instant demise. In the midst of Shan Ji's confusion, Lei Gong, not pausing to contemplate further, took another step back and pointed at Shan Ji, urgently declaring, "Shan Ji, from this day forth, you are no longer a member of the Triad." Chapter 66. Haonan has been captured. Shan Ji run, instantly rendered speechless. Shan Ji stood frozen in place. Simultaneously, a whirlwind of complex emotions swirled within him. Extreme bewilderment, an inexplicable sense of relief, and an overwhelming sorrow for Lei Gong's woman. "Ding Yao, boss, Shan Ji struggled to articulate as he trembled, managing to utter those few words. However, Lei Gong, akin to a man chasing away a plague, waved his hands repeatedly, exclaiming, "Get lost at once. And from now on, do not address me as your boss. I cannot bear such a title." The moment these words left his lips, the commotion and wails from outside grew increasingly pronounced and harrowing. Lei Gong, disinterested in the dazed Shan Ji, hastily directed his underlings to seize a waiter who was cowering in the corner by the table, then urgently demanded, "Is there a back door here?" The waiter, already pale from the tumultuous scene, was so dazed by Lei Gong's interrogation that he barely comprehended the question. A sharp slap from one of the Sanlian gang's underlings jolted him back to reality. "Damn it, my boss is asking you a question. Is there a back door here or not?" The waiter, trembling with fear while clutching his sore cheek, nodded repeatedly. "Why yes, there is. Please, lead us there." Lei Gong issued a low growl, turning his gaze towards the main entrance before hurriedly moving towards the back of the nightclub. It was no wonder Lei Gong was in such a state. The annihilation of the Jiang family was a well-guarded secret. Yet certain truths circulated among the upper echelons of society without concealment. Occupying a high position, Lei Gong had, at some elite gatherings, caught wind of whispers regarding Su Bin. And it was just this whisper that reshaped his perception of Su Bin, a figure of immense power, wealth rivaling nations, and possessed of a ruthless disposition. Now, as Su Bin sought trouble with Hongxing, the unfortunate Shan Ji would undoubtedly be swept up in the ensuing reckoning. Yet Shan Ji, despite being the leader of the Sanlian gang, could not escape the repercussions even if Lei Gong were to expel him from the gang. Moreover, with Lei Gong still present, should he encounter Su Bin's men, he might very well find himself accompanying the damned Hongxing crew to meet Yama, the king of hell. How could someone capable of exterminating entire families possibly spare him? As a throng of Sanlian gang underlings surrounded Lei Gong, hastening towards the back door, the situation outside began to come into focus. For, turning around, Shan Ji clearly saw Jiang Tiansheng retreating in haste, shielded by the prince and Sister Lian. Shan Ji's expression shifted, and he rushed forward. "Mr. Jiang, where are the prince and Nan Ge?" At that moment, Jiang Tiansheng and his companions appeared utterly horrified. Clearly, the recent scenes outside had instilled in them a profound fear. "Haonan has been captured. Our brothers outside are faltering. We must leave." The prince, his face grim, hissed softly, continuing to protect Jiang Tiansheng as they fled towards the rear. Coincidentally, this particular venue happened to be the prince's dock. He was well aware of the location of the back door. It must be said, Lei Gong certainly knew how to choose a place. "What?" Watching Jiang Tiansheng and the prince's panicked retreat, Shan Ji gasped, his expression turning grave. At that moment, he realized that the double-barreled shotgun in the prince's hands was missing, and it was known that not long ago, numerous Hongxing underlings had surrendered their firearms to the Sanlian gang. That amounted to nearly 20 handguns. Not to mention, the prince and Sister Lian had brought along several hundred men. How could such a formidable force not withstand Su Bin's men? Furthermore, considering the prince's valiant nature and Sister Lian's astonishing display of strength earlier, how could they have retreated unscathed? And most peculiarly, despite the ongoing uproar outside, there had been no sound of gunfire. What in the world was going on? Amidst a swirl of doubts, Shan Ji, filled with concern for Chun Haonan's fate, suppressed the impulse to flee alongside Jiang Tiansheng and the others. After all, having not witnessed the situation with his own eyes, how could he abandon his dear brother Chun Haonan and escape alone? "Damn it, I must see what kind of chaos you are orchestrating." With a determined bite of his teeth, Shan Ji picked up the handgun he had previously discarded, chambered around, and turned to dash outside. However, as soon as Shan Ji reached the entrance, he was met with a sight that startled him. The previously aggressive Hongxing underlings suddenly dropped to their knees, clutching their heads. In that instant, Shan Ji's field of vision opened up dramatically. "Holy crap, His pupils constricted, and he gasped in shock, his face turning an ashen white. The handgun he clutched trembled uncontrollably in his grip. The first sight that greeted him was over 50 robust men in suits, each fiercely brandishing bloodied machetes, and sprawled on the ground were the fallen Hongxing members. But not a single suited individual lay defeated. Yet that was of little consequence. Moreover, the streets on either side were completely blocked by countless underlings and vehicles, seemingly the forces of the Golden Tooth Biao from Mongkok. But again, that was also of little importance. What truly mattered was that behind these suited men, as well as amongst the throng of Hongxing underlings, stood a formidable assembly of over 100 men, each wielding AK-47s. Indeed, more than 100 AK-47s were trained directly on the Hongxing members in the street. Such an overwhelming and terrifying display rendered the Hongxing underlings, armed with handguns, paralyzed with fear and unwilling to mac. No wonder these lowly thugs from the Hongxing gang kneel with such impeccable alignment and unwavering obedience. Shanji, run! At that moment, a piercing shout shattered the sudden silence of the scene. It was Chun Haonan, forcefully restrained by Gao Jin, who had seized him by the hair and brought him to his knees. Upon hearing those words, Shanji trembled violently, his face awash with panic as he turned to flee. But in the next instant, a cleaver flew through the air, slicing past the side of Shanji's calf with alarming swiftness. With a wretched scream, Shanji stumbled and collapsed onto the ground. Chapter 67. Chun Haonan's Severed Arm. Man Yu confronts Jiang Tiansheng. Meanwhile, Gao Jin, bowing his head, glanced at Chun Haonan, and his eyes flickered with a menacing glare. Run? He chuckled coldly, snatching the cleaver from a nearby assassin's grasp, and swung it fiercely toward Chun Haonan's upper arm. Whoosh! The strike was executed with astonishing speed and force. In a heartbeat, it severed Chun Haonan's entire right arm, dropping it to the ground. Amidst his anguished cries, Chun Haonan fell to the earth, clutching his gushing arm, his eyes wide with terror as they caught sight of his trembling, severed limb. Hearing that familiar scream of despair, Shanji, overwhelmed with fear, turned back in haste. Brother Nan, he cried out in grief and fury, struggling to rise. Kneel down. But just then, a boisterous shout resounded, accompanied by a powerful thigh that brutally stomped down on Shanji's back. Bang! As Shanji had only just begun to rise, his head crashed forcefully against the ground. Immediately, his entire being was pinned down by that strong foot, rendering him utterly immobile. Dazed and confused, Shanji turned his head and beheld the fierce countenance of Wang Jianjun. What the hell? He weakly cursed, just as Wang Jianjun glared at him, preparing to stomp again. But Shanji's head involuntarily drooped, and his eyes shut tightly, succumbing to unconsciousness from the violent blow. Feeling a sense of ennui, Wang Jianjun disdainfully spat on Shanji. While at that moment, the assassins showed no mercy to the kneeling thugs, swiftly advancing and severing the right hands of each one. Initially, these lowly thugs had anticipated death and prepared to resist, but upon witnessing the assassins only chopping off a hand, they begrudgingly submitted. After all, in comparison to losing one's life, losing a hand seemed inconsequential. Amidst the cacophony of screams, Wang Jianjun strode forward, retrieving the cleaver he had discarded earlier, and swept it across the hall. The frightened staff, who had been peeking out from their hiding spots, hurriedly withdrew their heads upon seeing him. However, Wang Jianjun regarded them with indifference, and after a cursory glance, he shouted, "There's no one inside." Upon hearing this, Gao Jin casually kicked Chun Haonan, who was still gasping for breath, and remarked coolly, "It's fine, Man Yu and the others are behind us." Wang Jianjun nodded, grasped Shanji by the back of his collar, and flung him outwards. Several assassins hurriedly stepped forward, binding him and tossing him into the vehicle. Chun Haonan was similarly thrown onto the vehicle. However, due to Su Bin's orders to bring these two back, Gao Jin instructed those in the vehicle to tend to Chun Haonan's wounds with a hasty bandaging. "Brothers, the cops outside are multiplying." At that moment, Jin Yabiao rushed over, panting heavily. Upon seeing the hundreds of severed hands and feet littering the ground, his heart trembled violently. Ruthless, truly ruthless. Gao Jin shot Jin Yabiao a sidelong glance, nodded, and then surveyed the nightclub before stating, "Let us go. This commotion is too great. If we linger any longer, Lu Jiaming won't be able to contain it." As soon as he finished speaking, the assassins gathered their AKs and concentrated them on a single vehicle, then charged into a pre-selected shop, escaping through the open back door to the alley behind. Meanwhile, the rest quickly boarded their vehicles, speeding away amidst the coordinated obstruction of the lowly thugs. Simultaneously, a fierce battle erupted in the back alley of the nightclub. Guarding this location were the newly appointed Dongxing's Jin Feng Manyu and the personal guard team, the Black Phoenix. Their duty was to prevent Chun Haonan and Shanji from escaping. Initially, when Lei Gong and others attempted to flee through this route, Their hearts raced upon spotting Man Yu and her team. Some of the Sanlian gang's younger members, seeing that there were only a handful of women in the alley, brandished their weapons and prepared to rush in. However, Lei Gong, having become exceedingly cautious, quickly stepped forward to block his subordinates, offering Man Yu a congenial smile. "This sister. I am Lei Gong from the Sanlian gang. May I ask whose people you are?" As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. And given Man Yu's responsibility to secure Chun Haonan and Shanji, she had no orders to apprehend or kill members of the Sanlian gang. The intelligence gathered by the Butterfly Network revealed that today was the day of negotiations between Lei Gong and Jiang Tianxing. Man Yu had even seen a photograph of Lei Gong, and thus, the esteemed leader of the Sanlian gang, Lei Gong. Displaying such politeness and courtesy at this moment left her feeling quite gratified. However, she seemed disinclined to respond to Lei Gong's inquiries, merely waving her hand to signal her subordinates to clear the way. Upon witnessing this, Lei Gong harbored his own speculations, not daring to overstep. He quickly expressed his gratitude and, accompanied by his men, made a hasty retreat. When Jiang Tianxing and the prince, along with Sister Lian, made their appearance, the Black Phoenix squad, under Man Yu's command, swiftly blocked their path. Man Yu was overjoyed. Although Chun Haonan and Shan Ji had escaped, she had ensnared a far greater prize. The leader of Hung Hing, Jiang Tianxing, alongside the legendary warrior, the prince. If they could capture them, it would undoubtedly be a monumental achievement. Meanwhile, Jiang Tianxing and the prince, who had fled in haste, were utterly bewildered as they stared at Man Yu and her team. What was going on? Why were there ambushers here? What had happened to Lei Gong's numerous followers? After a brief exchange of glances, the group quickly grasped the intentions of their adversaries. How audacious! A band of women dared to seek their demise. The prince shouted in a low voice, his heart brimming with uncontainable fury. Previously, he had fled without a fight due to the overwhelming presence of 100 AKs. Who could blame him for running? But now, death! With a thunderous roar, the prince charged forward, barehanded. One must admit, the name of the Hung Hing warrior was not merely a facade. In a mere instant, a member of the Black Phoenix squad, trained to perfection, was sent flying by the prince's fist, crashing to the ground. Chapter 68, The Warrior. The Prince. Little A Chow makes her entrance. The remaining members of the Black Phoenix squad, witnessing this, furrowed their brows and swiftly drew their short blades, launching an assault on the prince. However, while they had undergone rigorous training at a certain base in Southeast Asia and could easily take on 10 ordinary men, they were now facing the legendary warrior of Hung Hing. The prince, having grown up mastering traditional martial arts, later honed his skills in the highly practical forms of karate and Brazilian jiu-jitsu. At this moment, he began to shine, becoming a celebrated figure in Hung Hing. Not content with his achievements, he journeyed across various Southeast Asian nations to diligently study Muay Thai, Laotian boxing, and a host of other formidable fighting styles. Coupled with a decade of relentless practice and refinement, his prowess became unmatched in Hong Kong. It was during this time that he earned the revered title of the Hung Hing warrior among his peers. As a warrior, he was expected to possess unparalleled courage and an undefeated record. Confronted by the swift and agile members of the Black Phoenix squad, the prince smirked, a mocking glint in his eyes. At that moment, had it not been for the pursuers behind him, he would have relished the opportunity to toy with these adversaries and teach them a lesson. Yet, time was of the essence. Mr. Jiang could not afford to encounter any mishaps here. Otherwise, Hung Hing would descend into chaos. With this thought in mind, the prince's gaze sharpened, and with a sudden burst of speed, he easily felled the first two assailants charging toward him. Without holding back, he swiftly dispatched another two in a matter of moments. This display caused Man Yu's hefty frame to tremble, her eyes flashing with murderous intent. "Withdraw," she commanded coldly, striding forward with colossal fists raised, aiming a powerful blow at the prince. The prince, having just dispatched a Black Phoenix member, realized with a sudden turn that he could not evade this punch. Yet, the prince had never shied away from a fist fight, and she was merely a hefty woman. "Die," he bellowed, pivoting to raise his fist, quickly adjusting his stance to meet her assault head-on. Bang! The resounding clash reverberated, unleashing waves of force that caused Man Yu's flesh to quiver violently. Her stout legs instinctively retreated 2 steps. Along with the excruciating pain radiating from his fist, disbelief filled Man Yu's widened eyes. She had heard of the prince's formidable reputation, but the adage that there is no first in literature and no second in martial arts had led her to doubt that he could surpass her. Yet, in that singular moment of impact, she comprehended the vast chasm between them. She had charged forth with all her might, while the prince's counterattack had been executed in haste. The disparity between their strengths was unmistakably evident. "How is this possible?" Man Yu exclaimed, lowering her trembling right arm, her face etched with incredulity. The retreating members of the Black Phoenix squad exchanged glances, equally astonished. They had witnessed Man Yu's prowess firsthand, which was why she held the trust and reliance of the gang's leader. But now, with no trace of arrogance, the prince merely chuckled coldly. He had little interest in engaging with this corpulent woman. "Get lost," he shouted, leaping into the air while delivering a powerful roundhouse kick that struck Man Yu's abdomen. No matter how resilient Man Yu was, this area was the most vulnerable part of the human body. With a resounding thud, the impact echoed. With a sudden exclamation, Man Yu, caught in a state of shock, barely had time to react before she resembled a kite severed from its string, hurtling towards the opposite wall. Before she could even touch the ground, the prince, akin to a leopard, charged into the crowd, swiftly sending the stunned members of the Black Phoenix team flying one by one. At this moment, the formidable prowess of the Hongxing war god prince was indisputably revealed. Strong. Indeed, exceptionally strong. "Let us go." Having regained a semblance of calm, Jiang Tianxing promptly gestured to Sister Lian beside him, preparing to follow the path the prince had carved through the chaos to make a swift exit. However, just then, a dazzling beam of headlights suddenly pierced through the alley. As the crowd shielded their eyes, a strikingly beautiful woman emerged amidst the blinding light. Clad in an exquisitely form-fitting qipao, she glided towards the group with graceful strides. "Sister." As the crowd adjusted to the light, the first to shout was Man Yu, who had just struggled to rise, her face filled with shame. "Sister, sister." Following suit were the scattered members of the Black Phoenix team, who, struggling to support one another, managed to stand, their expressions equally remorseful. This was the first time the Black Phoenix team had encountered such a setback, the first time they recognized their own shortcomings, and the first time they understood that there were greater powers beyond their own. Xiao remained silent, merely nodding slightly before casting a composed gaze towards the icy-faced prince. Another woman has arrived." The prince chuckled coldly, contempt dripping from his words. "Is there no one left under Su Bin's command?" As soon as he finished speaking, Sister Lian suddenly stepped forward, declaring, "I'll deal with her. You take Mr. Jiang and leave." Saying this, she deftly picked up a fallen dagger from the ground, its blade glinting, and charged towards Xiao. The prince, aware of Sister Lian's considerable skill, knew that while she was no match for him, handling this seemingly delicate woman should pose no challenge at all. Thus, he proceeded with indifference, shielding Jiang Tianxing as he kicked aside those Black Phoenix members attempting to obstruct Sister Lian. "Die!" With a fierce expression, Sister Lian approached Xiao, leaping just before reaching her, pushing off the wall with her right leg, using the momentum to lunge forward. Her dagger aimed directly at Xiao's neck. Chapter 69. Killing the prince in front of the authorities. Faced with Sister Lian's aggressive advance, Xiao remained remarkably composed, her exquisite features devoid of any expression. This scene ignited a surge of inexplicable fury within Sister Lian, who was suspended in mid-air. "So you think you're pretty, huh? Trying to show off? I'll send you to hell to flaunt your looks." In a fleeting moment of thought, Sister Lian, with renewed strength gripping her weapon, fiercely slashed towards Xiao's neck. However, just then, Xiao casually raised her hand, revealing a sleek black handgun. As Sister Lian's pupils dilated in shock, her body unable to change direction, Xiao swiftly aimed at Sister Lian's arm, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Bang! With a sharp crack, a bloodied hole appeared in Sister Lian's arm, causing her to let out a piercing scream as the dagger slipped from her grasp. In the next instant, Xiao's long leg shot out, sending Sister Lian flying. The prince's eyes narrowed, rushing forward to catch her, only to find himself involuntarily stepping back from the residual force of her body. It must be the inertia from Sister Lian's momentum, he mused while gently caressing her smooth waist, momentarily stunned. Sister. The sudden display of power from Xiao brought joy to Man Yu and the others, who hurriedly rushed to her side. "What kind of hero uses a gun?" The prince reluctantly released Sister Lian, handing her over to Jiang Tianxing behind him, and barked defiantly. Man Yu, her face twisted with anger, stepped forward and shouted, "You bastard, our sister is a woman, not some hero." The prince whirled around, narrowing his eyes, his fierce gaze akin to that of a ravenous wolf, causing Man Yu to falter as she recalled his terrifying presence, her eyelids twitching as she opened her mouth, but found no words. At that moment, Xiao smirked, her lips curving into a subtle smile. She cast a sidelong glance at the prince before tossing the handgun to Man Yu, slowly removing her gloves. "So you're the prince? Your strength appears to be quite impressive. Even Man Yu has suffered at your hands. Truly, the Hongxing war god." With a nonchalant tone, Xiao glided forward, beckoning the prince with a finger. "Come, let me see just how formidable this Hongxing war god truly is." The words struck a chord with the prince, excitement flashing in his eyes as he, fearing Xiao might change her mind, quickly retorted, "Then I shall see just how much you can withstand." You insolent wench. With that, he propelled himself forward with a powerful kick. Little did the prince realize that Xiao had her sights set on his strength, intending to recruit him for the butterfly network. As Su Bin's plan was to annihilate the entire Hongxing, little Xiao firmly believes that intelligent individuals invariably make the most prudent choices. However, the derogatory term stinking whore ignited a profound sense of displeasure within her heart. The heart of a woman can be exceedingly petty. Had the crown prince refrained from uttering such an insult and instead approached her with a show of courage, Xiao would have regarded him with admiration for his boldness and resolve. Alas, his advance was interpreted as nothing short of a grave provocation. And in the fleeting moment her eyes flickered, it was evident that she had already harbored murderous intent. Die, you stinking whore. At that very instant, while Xiao remained rooted in place, the crown prince had already dashed to her side, and as he hurled another insult, his fist rose, poised to strike her delicate visage. Hitting someone is one thing, but striking the face is another. Crown prince, you are courting death. In Xiao's eyes, every action he took had become a path to his own demise. With a darkening gaze, she swiftly sidestepped, evading his ferocious blow, one that the crown prince had intended to land without fail. His punch missed its target, leaving him momentarily dazed, and in that split second of hesitation, Xiao executed a sudden lateral leap, her body momentarily suspended in midair. Her left leg struck fiercely against the crown prince's right hand, and leveraging that force, she maintained her balance, and, as the crown prince staggered, she unleashed a flurry of kicks, the pointed tips of her shoes finding their mark upon his eye socket. Ah! In an instant, a heart-wrenching wail echoed throughout the alley. Amidst the reverberating echoes, the retreating crown prince hastily clutched his bloodied face, stumbling backwards and leaving a trail of crimson in his wake. At that moment, aside from the excruciating pain, disbelief coursed through him. He could not fathom that a woman, who appeared so delicate and fragile, could possess such formidable strength and astonishing speed. Jiang Tianxing and Sister Lian, standing behind the crown prince, wore expressions of sheer astonishment. The war god of Hongxing had been vanquished by a mere woman in a single encounter? Yet, in the eyes of Man Yu and the members of the Black Phoenix team, there was no trace of surprise, only exhilaration and excitement. Xiao trained her subordinates ruthlessly and was even more relentless with herself. As one of the 13 guardians, her strength was already formidable. Following her summoning by the system, her power had ascended to new heights. After Su Bin assigned her to Hong Kong to establish the butterfly network, Xiao dedicated herself to rigorous training alongside her trusted confidants, mastering her skills under the guidance of renowned instructors. At this juncture, her prowess had reached an even greater zenith. Sometimes, when a woman unleashes her fury, it is a matter beyond the realm of men. Ah, how could this be possible? The crown prince screamed in anguish, clutching his bloodied eye. Just then, the distant wail of police sirens began to permeate the air, and figures of law enforcement appeared at both ends of the alley. Faced with this impending situation, the rapidly recovering Jiang Tianxing felt a surge of relief. Crown Prince, quickly, retreat to the nightclub, he urged, hastily supporting Sister Lian as they turned to flee. The Crown Prince shot Xiao a venomous glare with his remaining eye before pivoting to escape. Humph. Xiao let out a cold snort and pursued. Sister, do not chase. The police are coming. Man Yu called out urgently as she hastened to catch up, glancing at the approaching law enforcement. Police? Xiao dismissed the notion with a scoff, her steps unwavering. As she advanced, she deftly picked up a short dagger from the ground, soaring through the air to seize it. Utilizing the wall for leverage, she propelled herself forward, revealing the Crown Prince's back before her. Die! Xiao hissed, forcefully plunging the dagger deep into the nape of the Crown Prince's neck. Chapter 70, Reward Acquired, Master of the Water-Flowing Style. Thud. The muffled sound of flesh meeting metal resonated, and the intense pain, coupled with overwhelming fear, caused the Crown Prince to falter, momentarily frozen in place. At that moment, a police officer, brandishing a firearm and hastily approaching, appeared before him. Witnessing this scene, the officer raised his weapon, his expression wary, and barked, "Police! Everyone, drop your weapons. Immediately get down." As the officer's shouts echoed, Xiao's form descended gracefully to the ground. She withdrew her hand from the dagger, allowing the exquisite hilt to remain pressed against the Crown Prince's nape, and then raised her hand, signaling Man Yu and the others to lower their weapons. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince, still rooted in place and devoid of any strength to move, stared in disbelief at the swarm of approaching officers, his pupils dilated to their utmost. His mind, retaining a shred of rationality, was filled with profound shock and utter incredulity. How dare this woman? How dare she attempt to kill me in front of so many police officers? How could she dare? It was no wonder the Crown Prince had only thought of fleeing without any defensive measures. He could never have anticipated that someone would have the audacity to commit murder in front of law enforcement. especially a woman of such exquisite beauty. Bam! With a heart full of unyielding indignation, resentment, and disbelief, the Crown Prince's body finally succumbed, crashing heavily to the ground. In an instant, the cold earth was splattered with crimson. The first officer to arrive on the scene, at this moment, finally noticed the hilt of a knife behind the prince's neck. His pupils constricted as he hastily raised his firearm, aiming it squarely at the young woman. Xiao Qiao, don't move, don't move. Raise your hands slowly and lean against that wall. Hurry, hurry. Amidst the incessant shouts, Xiao Qiao, enveloped by Man Yu and others, merely smiled lightly. There's no need to be anxious. I am merely acting in self-defense. As she spoke, she calmly accepted a silk scarf from Man Yu, meticulously wiping the blood from her hands under the vigilant gaze of the officer. Meanwhile, Jiang Tiansheng, Chen Yao, and the injured sister Lian, oblivious to the prince's demise, had already dashed into the nightclub's back entrance. Simultaneously, at both ends of the alley, a large contingent of officers rapidly surrounded Xiao Qiao and her companions. Among them, a leading officer, after furrowing his brow and surveying the scene, approached the prince's lifeless body, crouched down, and checked for his breath. He's dead. Secure the scene, he issued coldly. Then, he sauntered over to Xiao Qiao, gazing at the extraordinarily beautiful woman, who remained unperturbed despite being aimed at by numerous firearms. A strange expression flickered across the officer's face. He stated flatly, I am Inspector Du Yiheng from the anti-gang unit. I now suspect you are involved in this homicide. You have the right to remain silent. However, every word you utter will be used as evidence in court. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, he commanded, take them all away. As his words fell, the officers were about to take action when Man Yu and the others narrowed their eyes, preparing to intervene. Xiao Qiao raised a hand to stop them. We were simply acting in self-defense. It's fine. Let's go with them. At that moment, Du Yiheng, who had just turned to examine the scene, turned back, sneering slightly. Meanwhile, in Causeway Bay, Jiao Wenlong and Fei Shi, accompanied by a large number of Dongxing subordinates, had already cleared out Chun Haonan's territory. The remaining, defeated Hung Hing brothers, filled with fear, hid in every nook and cranny. Desperate for assistance, they found no one to turn to. Chun Haonan and Shan Ji's phones were unreachable, and the leaders Jiang Tianxing and strategist Chen Yao were also out of contact. Other bosses from different factions, upon hearing that Causeway Bay had been seized by Jiao Wenlong, hastily gathered their subordinates, fearing that Jiao Wenlong might come after them, and dared not send anyone for help. After all, he was none other than the formidable Jiao Wenlong, whose reputation echoed through Yao Ma Ti and Mong Kok. The news of Jiao Wenlong's return to Dongxing and his ascension to the top of the Five Tigers had already spread far and wide. Yet, no one expected that the first thing he would do upon his return was to seize Hung Hing's, Chun Haonan's Causeway Bay. Although there were whispers suggesting that Jiao Wenlong's current benefactor was Su Bin, many scoffed at this notion. After all, Jiao Wenlong of yesteryear had been too powerful and domineering. With his indomitable spirit, he could easily carve out a vast territory for himself and was fully qualified to vie for the leadership of Dongxing. Why would he need to align himself with an outsider like Su Bin? Hong Kong was not devoid of wealthy individuals. The four great families, the Boat King, the Ho family, these were all affluent entities. Aligning with these local tycoons would surely be more advantageous than following Su Bin, wouldn't it? As for Fei Shi, many merely regarded him as lucky, had it not been for the misfortune of being the most trusted red stick of the Crow, who fell afoul of Jiao Wenlong and was eliminated on the spot. He would not have had a place among the Dongxing Five Tigers. With Causeway Bay taken by Jiao Wenlong and Fei Shi, and Jiang Tianxing and Chen Yao unreachable, the entire Hung Hing was in a state of panic. In the presidential suite of the luxurious five-star hotel, Su Bin encountered the captured Chun Haonan and Shan Ji. Upon seeing Chun Haonan with one arm severed and Shan Ji bleeding from his leg, Su Bin shook his head noncommittally, given their condition. Subduing them would likely be quite difficult. However, since many in the past had harbored disdain for these two, there was no need to spare them. With that thought, Su Bin casually waved his hand. Take them away, deal with them. Upon hearing this, the disheveled Chun Haonan and Shan Ji, kneeling on the ground, changed color and were about to curse. However, Holland Boy and Flying Mouse had long awaited their opportunity, slapping them with resounding blows, causing them to spit blood and see stars. As the two struggled to comprehend their surroundings, they were unceremoniously yanked by their hair and dragged away. What awaited them was a gruesome fate of being chopped up and fed to the fish. This was the customary method employed by Holland Boy and Flying Mouse. Once the two were taken away, a system notification echoed in Su Bin's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the system task. Return to Hong Kong. Step 2. Eliminate the movie protagonists, Chun Haonan and Shan Ji. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the additional task. Occupy Causeway Bay. Ding. Congratulations, host, For receiving a reward, elite level talent, Master of Water Cutting, Brother Master. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving an additional reward, 100 Shaolin Lay Disciples. Chapter 71, Xiao Qiao in the Police Station. Master of Water Cutting. This was a super expert far superior to Wang Jianjun and Gao Jin, among others. It could even be said that the loyal confidants under Su Bin, when tied together, would likely struggle to match the prowess of Master of Water Cutting. This individual was nearing an invincible state. A rare flicker of excitement appeared on Su Bin's face. After all, such a super talent was truly worthy of his attention. At this moment, within the confines of the room, only Gao Jin, Wang Jianjun, Luo Tianhong, Abu, and Aji remained. Individuals summoned by the system, each a talent in their own right. Su Bin, with no need for pretense, summoned the Master of the Water Flow directly. In an instant, a resplendent radiance, unlike anything witnessed before, illuminated the entire room, as Gao Jin and the others shielded their eyes in astonishment. The imposing figure of the Master of the Water Flow appeared before them. This master, hailing from the King of Destruction and portrayed by Lingua Bing, was not Li Ming but bore an uncanny resemblance to him. His formidable strength exuded an air of defiance and unparalleled arrogance. Upon slowly opening his eyes, he disregarded the wary gazes of Gao Jin and the others, and with a slight bow, declared, Master of the Water Flow, at your service. Remarkably, he did not kneel. Su Bin raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, but soon understood. Those truly powerful and unyielding rarely bend their spines or their knees. As Gao Jin and the others exchanged bewildered glances, beginning to comprehend the situation, Su Bin smiled faintly. Suddenly, an overwhelming force emanated from him, palpable and oppressive, causing Gao Jin and the others to stiffen, instinctively retreating several steps. Indeed, Mr. Su's prowess was truly unparalleled. As they marveled in silent awe, a serious expression surfaced in the eyes of the Master of the Water Flow. He slightly spread his feet apart and braced himself, attempting to withstand the pressure. However, as Su Bin raised an eyebrow and leaned back against the sofa, the pressure intensified dramatically. Faced with this force, the Master of the Water Flow's eyes widened in shock, and he stumbled back several steps involuntarily. In that very moment, Su Bin crossed his legs, and the oppressive atmosphere within the room dissipated entirely. Thud, thud. The tense bodies of Gao Jin and the others, now filled with reverence, knelt before Su Bin. The Master of the Water Flow, witnessing this, looked back at Su Bin with astonishment and complete submission. With a thud, he too knelt before Su Bin, bowing deeply, his face awash with contrition. The Master of the Water Flow misjudged his own strength. Please punish me, Master. Su Bin smiled gently, his countenance warm as spring, instantly easing the tension within Gao Jin and the others. Enough. Rise. From now on, address me as boss or Mr. Su. Yes, boss. The Master of the Water Flow bowed deeply once more before standing up, followed swiftly by Gao Jin and the others. He is called the Master of the Water Flow. From this moment onwards, he is one of us. Engage in conversation among yourselves, Su Bin instructed, prompting Gao Jin and the others to direct their gazes toward the Master of the Water Flow. His strength had been unmistakably revealed. Yet in the realm of culture and combat, no one among Gao Jin and his companions would concede superiority to another. I am Gao Jin. I am Luo Tianhong. Their introductions, though simple, brimmed with a sense of provocation. The chastened Master of the Water Flow, understanding his recent arrival, merely nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, a gentle knock resonated at the door, followed by the voice of the door guard. Mr. Su, Jinya Biao has arrived. He claims to have urgent matters to discuss with you. Su Bin nodded slightly, and the Master of the Water Flow, nearest to the door, swiftly turned to open it. Jinya Biao's expression was grim. He offered a nod to the unfamiliar Master of the Water Flow before hastily entering. Mr. Su, the elder sister has eliminated the prince in front of the police. Now, she and Manyu have been taken to the Tsim Sha Sui police station. His face was etched with urgency as he fell to his knees before Su Bin. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Gao Jin and the others shifted dramatically. Su Bin, while losing his smile, remained composed. Gao Jin, call Roy Cohen and instruct him to handle the situation. Also, inquire with Lu Jianming about the circumstances. Yes, boss. Gao Jin replied earnestly, preparing to turn away when Su Bin added, since the Master of the Water Flow has just arrived, have him accompany you in addressing this matter. The Master of the Water Flow promptly acknowledged, yes, boss. As Gao Jin, the Master of the Water Flow, and Jinya Biao departed, Su Bin's mind echoed with the system's alert. Ding. Congratulations, host, for activating the system task. Return to Hong Kong. Step 3. Root out the problem. Annihilate the Hongxing. Oh, annihilate the Hongxing? This task is promising. However, given the recent upheaval, directly obliterating Hongxing might provoke unnecessary complications. Contemplating this, Su Bin lifted his gaze towards the remaining few. Wang Jianjun, Abu, gather some personnel to clear out the prince's territory. However, do not leave anyone behind to guard it. Ensure that all of the prince's confidants are eliminated. Though Wang Jianjun and Abu were puzzled, they nodded swiftly in agreement. Yes, boss. Meanwhile, at the Tsim Sha Sui police station, despite being shackled to a torture chair, Xiao Qiao maintained an air of composure. As Du Yiheng relentlessly pressed her with inquiries, she merely responded, I was acting in self-defense, before lapsing into silence. This demeanor, coupled with the calm expression on her face, incensed Du Yiheng. Numerous officers had witnessed her committing murder, yet she audaciously insisted it was self-defense. And no matter what else was asked of her, she remained utterly silent. Furthermore, the police station's records astonishingly contained no information about this woman. Thus, despite Xiao Qiao's breathtaking beauty and charming demeanor, Du Yiheng was driven to the brink of violence. Chapter 72. Coercive Interrogation. I will tell you one last time. Du Yiheng, already simmering with pent-up frustration, suddenly lunged forward, placing his hands on the table before the tiger bench. His face contorted with ferocity as he fixed a steely gaze on Xiao Qiao, bellowing, 7 or 8 people witnessed you eliminate the prince of the Hongxing society. Let me make this very clear, you had better be sensible. Otherwise, I will ensure you find out that the doors of the anti-organized crime unit are not so easily breached. The reason for Du Yiheng's explosive anger was largely due to Xiao Qiao's complete disregard for him. However, another significant factor was the prince. Du Yiheng, who had risen through the ranks from the Tsim Sha Sui police station, had intricate ties of interest with the prince. With the prince's demise, Du Yiheng's income would be drastically slashed by more than half. How could he not be furious? How could he not seethe with rage? Yet, in stark contrast to Du Yiheng's wrath, Xiao Qiao, with an expression of indifference, merely lifted her eyelids to cast a sidelong glance at him, stating coolly, Whatever you have to say, my lawyer will discuss it with you. Upon finishing her words, Xiao Qiao leisurely leaned back, half closing her eyes. A lawyer? Upon witnessing this, Du Yiheng clenched his jaw in frustration, thrusting his face closer to Xiao Qiao's, growling in a most irritable tone, You little brat. Let me tell you, we can solidify the charges of murder against you. No matter which lawyer you hire, it will be utterly useless. At the mention of little brat, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Xiao Qiao's eyes. I advise you to mind your words. Du Yiheng, with a mocking raise of his brow, stood up, continuously sneering. Little brat, do you think you are something special? Once you enter here, whether you are a dragon or a tiger, you must obey. With that, he lunged forward again, bellowing, Moreover, you are nothing at all. Just as his words fell, Du Yiheng raised his arm, ready to slap Xiao Qiao across the face. Creak. At that moment, the door of the interrogation room was suddenly flung open. It was Lu Jiaming. Seeing this scene, his face paled instantly, and he was struck with terror. Stop! Stop! However, his repeated shouts failed to halt Du Yiheng's descending hand. Whoosh! Yet, Xiao Qiao nimbly dodged, swiftly evading the powerful slap. Damn it! Du Yiheng, having missed, felt an overwhelming surge of anger. Just as he was about to grab Xiao Qiao by her collar, he suddenly felt a hand gripping his back, forcefully pulling him back. Simultaneously, click, click, click. The sound of camera shutters echoed continuously. Stumbling back, Du Yiheng furrowed his brow and turned to see Lu Jianming's grim expression, along with a throng of journalists who had appeared at the door. Du sir, you are in serious trouble. After a cold snort, Lu Jianming yanked Du Yiheng back again. The reporters immediately swarmed in. Sir, is this how you conduct coercive interrogations? Sir, please explain why you are able to treat such a beautiful woman with such cruelty. The laws of Hong Kong clearly state that officers cannot use coercive interrogation tactics on suspects. Please explain your actions to the public. Amidst the barrage of questions, microphones were thrust in Du Yiheng's face, with several reporters shoving microphones directly at him. As Du Yiheng's expression grew increasingly dark, frantically swatting away and retreating, Roy Cohen strode in with an air of indifference, accompanied by a team of lawyers. Without hesitation, he hurled a stack of documents at Du Yiheng's face. And as the journalists quickly shifted their focus to Roy Cohen, he, with his team of lawyers, arrogantly approached Xiao Qiao, pointing at the 2 officers seated at the interrogation table, commanding, Unhand my client immediately. Otherwise, I will ensure you are stripped of your positions and left destitute. The 2 young officers stood up in confusion, their faces blank with disbelief. What on earth was happening? This lawyer was so brazen? This woman had just killed someone right before their eyes. Even if there was a commotion, they had invited the press. Even if Du Yiheng faced allegations of coercion, he would only receive a reprimand. No matter how they protested, this woman could not escape the murder charge. The handcuffs were certainly non-negotiable. Yet, The imposing demeanor of the foreign lawyer was somewhat intimidating, leaving the two officers with no choice but to cast pleading glances at Du Yiheng, who was being bombarded with questions by the reporters. But no one expected that upon casually scanning the documents Roy Cohen had tossed to him, Du Yiheng's expression changed dramatically. At the same time, a group of sharply dressed senior officers from the Independent Commission Against Corruption marched in briskly. It was the ICAC. PC 21312, Senior Inspector Du Yiheng. The first officer, tall and slender, with a serious expression, glanced around at the gathered crowd before, through the reporters, presenting a document to Du Yiheng, stating, "We currently suspect you are involved in multiple cases of corruption and bribery. Now, please accompany us for a discussion." As soon as the words fell, Du Yiheng's face turned ashen, his body weakened, and amidst the frenzied shutter clicks of the excited reporters, several plainclothes officers swiftly approached and clamped handcuffs onto Du Yiheng. The document in his hand, once it landed in the grasp of the tall, slender leader, was flipped open slightly, causing his eyes to brighten instantly. A cold smile crept across the tall figure's face as he waved his hand. "Take him away." Such a significant scoop was not something the reporters would let slip by. They hurriedly pursued, thrusting their microphones before the officer, inquiring for details. However, before they could utter a word, the tall figure, presenting a mask of formality, raised his hands to silence them, declaring, "There is no need for further questions. Until a formal conclusion is reached in this case, we have nothing to disclose." With that said, he cast a contemplative glance at Roy Cohen and Lu Jianming before swiftly departing. Yet, even in the absence of his words, the reporters who had chased after him did not cease scribbling notes in their notepads. Chapter 73. The frenzied dwarfs surround the police station. Once the reporters left, the interrogation room fell into a profound silence. The two officers, their faces painted with astonishment, turned their gazes towards Lu Jianming. To their surprise, Lu Jianming, who appeared both bewildered and anxious regarding Du Yiheng's apprehension, met their gaze and sternly demanded, "What are you staring at? Hurry up and remove this lady's handcuffs." The officers were taken aback. One of them quickly replied, "Lu, sir, several of our colleagues witnessed her eliminate the Prince of Hongxing. Regardless of her admission, the charge of murder can be firmly established. Indeed, according to the laws of Hong Kong at that time, if two or more officers witnessed the circumstances of the incident, the confession of the suspect became inconsequential. Furthermore, more than two officers had directly witnessed Xiao committing the act of murder. Moreover, given the situation, had the officers shot Xiao dead, they would bear no fault. Rather, they would be commended. Additionally, even if the suspect remained silent, the officers had numerous methods to extract a confession. Lu Jianming, being a member of the anti-Triad unit, was well aware of this. Yet, he found himself powerless. After learning that Xiao had personally eliminated the prince and was taken into custody, Lu Jianming felt as restless as an ant on a hot pan. Unable to sit still, he quickly sought out the officers to gather information, then hurried to this location. Coincidentally, he encountered the arriving Roy Cohen and others. Just moments ago, upon seeing the personnel from the Independent Commission Against Corruption, his heart leaped into his throat. He genuinely feared they had come seeking him. "I was merely acting in self-defense." At that moment, as Lu Jianming's emotions swirled in complexity, Xiao's calm voice rang out. Lu Jianming, upon hearing her, feigned a stern demeanor and chastised, "Now, she has stated it was self-defense. Haven't you investigated thoroughly? What is this nonsense? How could such a beautiful lady possibly commit murder intentionally? Hurry and remove her handcuffs." At this juncture, Lu Jianming's bias was glaringly evident. However, these two officers were staunch loyalists of Du Yiheng and direct witnesses to the case. Witnessing Du Yiheng being taken away, they could not help but suspect that Lu Jianming was obstructing the process. Recently, there had been discussions about promoting a chief inspector from the anti-Triad unit, and both Du Yiheng and Lu Jianming were the frontrunners. The subtle rivalry between the two had long been apparent to all. Thus, these two officers had ample reason to believe Lu Jianming was seizing the opportunity to eliminate a rival. With a new ruler comes new subjects. As Du Yiheng fell, those who typically opposed Lu Jianming would lose their support and naturally face bleak days ahead. Moreover, they might even be summoned by the Independent Commission Against Corruption for questioning, possibly spending the remainder of their lives in prison. If that were the case, they might as well go down fighting before they were ensnared. They should at least take a stand for Du Yiheng and ensure this woman, whom Lu Jianming sought to protect, faced consequences. In doing so, perhaps Du Yiheng would express gratitude for their actions and spare them from implicating him. Thus, at that moment, exchanging glances, the two made a resolute decision. "Lu, sir." At that time, this woman was accompanied by over 20 subordinates, while the Prince of Hongxing was alone. The notion of self-defense simply does not hold water. One officer, his face darkened, declared before exchanging a knowing look with his companion, The latter immediately grasped the situation, retrieving a walkie-talkie to prepare to call for backup. Just then, Roy Cohen, who had been quietly conversing with Xiao, straightened up and interjected with a smirk. No need to summon your colleagues. They have already recanted their statements, confirming that my client was indeed acting in self-defense. The two officers exchanged skeptical glances, their expressions rife with disdain and disbelief. As they resumed their calls for reinforcements, suddenly, a thunderous chorus of shouts erupted throughout the police station. Release her! Release her! Release her! Release her! While the two officers were momentarily taken aback, the sound of hurried footsteps approached from outside. Moments later, the interrogation room door was flung open by an officer. A throng of dwarfs had gathered outside. The superintendent has issued orders for a level 1 alert. All personnel, fully armed, assemble at the police station entrance. With that declaration, the officer touched his sidearm and briskly exited. What? A level 1 alert? The two ruffians were utterly astonished, and Lu Jianming, whose expression also shifted dramatically, hastily turned to glance at Roy Cohen and the petite Ah Xiao. Roy Cohen shrugged, indicating his ignorance of the situation. As for Ah Xiao, although she maintained an air of nonchalance, a sudden surge of sweet elation welled up within her. Mr. Su had sent someone to rescue her. Just as the two ruffians exchanged glances and prepared to flee, Lu Jianming, with little time to contemplate, swiftly stepped forward and seized the key from one of their belts. You! The man turned with a glare, his eyes ablaze with indignation. The other quickly interjected, Lu Sir, if you release the suspect without authorization, we cannot be held accountable for your actions. But the inspection team will be after you. We must go. With that, he grabbed his companion and hurriedly made their escape. Lu Jianming squinted, his face darkening as he cast a glance at the retreating figures of the two men. Yet, as he turned, he quickly donned a sycophantic smile, saying, Sister, you have suffered greatly. As he spoke, he rushed forward to unshackle Ah Xiao from her restraints. The moment Ah Xiao was liberated, she lifted her foot to stride outside. Lu Jianming's expression immediately morphed into one of distress. He hastily interposed himself. Sister, in your current situation, it is truly unwise to leave so abruptly. Otherwise, I will have no way to explain this. However, Ah Xiao continued unabated, not sparing him a glance. Roy Cohen, with a knowing smile, patted Lu Jianming on the shoulder. Fear not, Lu Sir, she is not so foolish. As he spoke, he lifted his gaze towards Ah Xiao's departing figure, grinning as he added, she merely wishes to experience the affection Mr. Su has for her. Chapter 74. A sweep through Tsim Sha Sui. A protest before the police station. Half an hour ago, Gao Jin and Duan Shui Lu, accompanied by over 100 loyal fighters, along with the formidable Jin Biao and a multitude of henchmen, brazenly stormed into the entertainment venues under the auspices of the prince in Tsim Sha Sui. With the combined prowess of Gao Jin and Duan Shui Lu, alongside the overwhelming numbers of loyal fighters, dispatching the henchmen who had lost their leader was as effortless as sweeping leaves in autumn. The trusted aides of the prince, under Jin Biao's command, were systematically dispatched by Duan Shui Lu, who charged into the throngs of enemies, eliminating them one by one. Any henchman daring to obstruct his path was met with the most brutal of fates, swiftly dealt with. After all, the newly summoned Duan Shui Lu had not received any orders from Su Bin to show restraint, while Gao Jin, eager to observe Duan Shui Lu's capabilities, completely neglected this crucial detail. Consequently, by the time Gao Jin realized his oversight and sought to temper Duan Shui Lu's bloodshed, the streets were already strewn with the corpses of the Hongxing henchmen. At that moment in Tsim Sha Sui, as night fell, the scene outside the Ammon nightclub was grim, with dismembered bodies and severely wounded henchmen littering the ground, escalating the tension to a boiling point. The streets were rife with police officers checking identification. Yet, at this moment, a significant disturbance unfolded in Tsim Sha Sui. This incited profound fury among the higher-ups at the Tsim Sha Sui police station. They promptly dispatched a plethora of officers, intent on apprehending all involved and subjecting them to thorough interrogation. However, to their astonishment, upon receiving Gao Jin's report, Su Bin nonchalantly responded, surround the police station. Let them release the captives. Following this order, the formidable Jiao Wenlong, Fei Shi, and the ever-eager Man Yu, who had gathered a sizable entourage, swiftly appeared on the streets of Tsim Sha Sui. They quickly converged with Gao Jin and his crew, creating a vast, impenetrable throng that filled the main thoroughfare from one end to the other. In the face of the police's astonishment, Gao Jin, Duan Shui Lu, and their legion of henchmen forced the police to retreat. As the situation rapidly escalated, Ah Ji, Luo Tianhong, Wang Jianjun, and the Dutchman who had dealt with Chun Haonan and Shan Ji also arrived with a contingent of loyal fighters. Eventually, news reached the henchmen under Ah Xiao's command in Mongkok, who hurriedly made their way to the scene. By this point, the number of henchmen gathered in Tsim Sha Sui had exceeded 3,000. This spectacular sight nearly turned the skies over Tsim Sha Sui upside down. Naturally, the majority of this crowd was composed of henchmen, surrounded by two factions. The 100 or so police officers, faces marked by panic, found themselves retreating until they had no ground left to cede at the police station's entrance. Simultaneously, the Tsim Sha Sui police station issued a level 1 alert. The highest-ranking officer, in a state of utter helplessness, promptly reported to the higher authorities, expressing that the number of henchmen was simply overwhelming. The police force in Tsim Sha Sui was already insufficient, and many were still at the Ammon nightclub, securing the area and investigating the scene. Confronted with thousands of ruthless henchmen, the mere 100 officers were utterly apprehensive of taking any rash actions. At the onset, a senior officer, brimming with confidence, stepped forward to draw his weapon, commanding the henchmen to disperse, only to be suddenly apprehended on the spot by one of the adversaries. Indeed, the individual who subdued this senior officer was none other than Duan Shui Lu. Had it not been for Gao Jin's urgent call to halt, that senior officer would likely have met a grim fate. Thus, with henchmen holding hostages and their numbers swelling, the police, paralyzed by fear, could only retreat step by step, resulting in a standoff outside the police station. Release them! Release them! Release them! Release them! With a light and brisk step, the young A Chiao confidently approached the entrance of the police station amidst the deafening roars echoing around her. At this moment, those who had also been captured, including Man Yu and several inmates within the precinct, were hurriedly confined inside. Consequently, the entire police station lay eerily deserted, unguarded, and A Chiao faced no hindrance whatsoever. The first sight that met her eyes was a formidable array of over 100 officers standing resolutely with riot shields. They gathered in the courtyard, effectively blocking the entrance to the precinct. Behind these officers stood senior law enforcement personnel dressed in white uniforms, their faces etched with concern as they engaged in animated discussions. At that moment, they were at a loss as to whom the term release referred to. However, the senior officer captured by these unruly figures was of monumental significance. This individual absolutely could not be harmed. Otherwise, the ramifications would fall upon everyone involved. Given the gravity of the situation, any attempts to cover it up were futile. Ultimately, it was the highest authority present, Inspector Lei Mingyao, who, with a grave expression, made the final decision. These unruly figures had become utterly uncontrollable. AFA, immediately report to the higher-ups and request reinforcements. He commanded. Furthermore, summon the flying tigers and ensure snipers are positioned around the perimeter. Inform them that, regardless of the circumstances, we must guarantee the safety of Chun Mingyu's life. Upon hearing this, the senior officers stood to attention, expression serious. Yes, sir. They responded in unison. Chun Mingyu was the officer held hostage by the ruthless kidnappers. His identity was anything but ordinary. He was the eldest son of Chief Inspector Chen Jiagua, the top officer of the Hong Kong Criminal Headquarters. This connection alone instilled fear in the hearts of all officers, rendering them cautious and hesitant. Most crucially, Chen Mingyu bore another highly significant identity. He was to be the future son-in-law of the Guo family, one of the 4 great families. Just as the senior officers began to orchestrate various plans, Inspector Lei Mingyao turned and spotted the petite A Chiao standing at the entrance, his face a mask of astonishment as he pointed her out. Who is she? The officers, upon hearing this, turned in unison, their faces reflecting utter bewilderment. A Chiao had been captured by Du Young, and it was not surprising that these senior officers did not recognize her. Just then, the figures of Lu Jianming and Roy Cohen emerged from within the precinct. Chapter 75, The Disgrace of Jiang Tiansheng. The Crow captures Fong Ting. Simultaneously, in Tsim Sha Sui, at the Ammon nightclub. At this moment, the nightclub was desolate, devoid of even a shadow. The numerous officers who had been scouring the area and sealing off the scene swiftly returned upon receiving an urgent notification from the police station. As for the waitresses who had been interrogated for quite some time, they scattered in a panic, fleeing in all directions. However, just as the nightclub fell into an eerie silence, a sudden soft thud emanated from the freezer in the kitchen. In the next moment, the door swung open, and a trembling hand, stained with streaks of blood and speckled with frost, reached out. Under the dim glow of the emergency lights, it appeared like a ghostly hand emerging from the depths of hell, striking terror into the heart. Help me, a chilling feminine whisper resonated from within the freezer. Had there been anyone else present at that moment, they would surely have been terrified beyond measure. As this voice echoed, the lids of 2 iron boxes beneath the large chef's workbench clattered open. 2 heads, adorned with a few leaves of vegetables, popped up, glancing around nervously. Through the dim light, it became apparent that these 2 were none other than the infamous leader of the Hung Hing Society, Jiang Tiansheng, and the strategist, Chen Yao. Indeed, after the prince was killed by a Qiao, they had returned to the nightclub with the intention of seeking help from the police to facilitate their escape. Yet, at the last moment, the cautious Chen Yao harbored grave suspicions that among the officers who had arrived, there were likely to be members of Su Bin's faction. Thus, they refrained from revealing themselves and instead scrambled to hide in the kitchen. Chen Yao's suspicions were not unfounded. Among the throngs of officers surrounding the nightclub, the leader was none other than Lu Jianming from the anti-organized crime unit. If they sought assistance from the police, it would likely lead them from the wolf's den straight into the tiger's lair. The hand protruding from the freezer, emitting a plea for help, belonged to the severely injured Sister Lien, to prevent her from losing too much blood and facing life-threatening danger. Chen Yao and Jiang Tianxing had no choice but to stuff her into the large freezer. During this time, to avert any unexpected circumstances, they all turned off their phones. This was the reason why the various leaders of Hung Hing had been unable to contact them and dared not dispatch reinforcements to Tsimsha Sui. After all, with the prince dead, Chun Haonan and Shan Ji captured, if Jiang Tianxing and Chen Yao were also missing or dead, Hung Hing would likely splinter into chaos instantaneously. Who would care about the lives of others? Managing to take care of themselves would be deemed a success. Once they confirmed that no anomalies were present, Jiang Tianxing and Chen Yao painstakingly emerged from the iron boxes. Then, together, they pulled Sister Lien from the freezer. At this moment, the bleeding from her wounds had ceased. Yet, she was icy to the touch, trembling like a leaf. Her eyelids fluttering as if they were about to close, seemingly on the brink of collapse. Jiang Tianxing, his face darkened, supported Sister Lien while instructing Chen Yao to step outside and assess the situation. The profound silence outside left Chen Yao feeling inexplicably perplexed. Yet he also breathed a sigh of relief. He could not afford to ponder further. He turned back and, together with Jiang Tianxing, supported Sister Lien as they hurriedly fled the scene. Meanwhile, half an hour earlier, in Yuanlong, at a derelict construction site, under the cloak of night, a towering, unfinished building surprisingly gleamed with lights. The floors, devoid of windows and any semblance of decoration, had been transformed into a vast chamber. At the center of the room stood an elongated rectangular table, strewn with various soda bottles, beer bottles, torn strips of foil, and several white substances. Scattered around the table were numerous short men, engaged in conversation or embracing women as they continuously inhaled the white substances. Not far from the long table, on a sofa, sat a voluptuous and beautiful woman, her face etched with panic, curled up on the seat. Surrounding her were several cameras and camcorders, incessantly capturing her image. Before long, a burly man with a buzz cut swaggered in, accompanied by a few subordinates. Boss, Brother Crow. The dozens of short men in the room instantly stood at attention, bowing as they exclaimed. Indeed, this imposing figure was none other than the newly appointed head of Dongxing, Brother Crow, and the stunning woman on the sofa was Fang Ting, Jiang Tianxing's girlfriend. Ever since the Dongxing leadership election concluded, although Brother Crow had ascended to power, he remained plagued by anxiety. The inexplicable demeanor of Su Bin, the emergence of Jiao Wenlong, the rise of Fei Shi, Jin Biao, and Man Yu, coupled with the assassination of his confidant, the sweep star, left Brother Crow devoid of any sense of security or satisfaction. In the past, becoming the leader of Dongxing had been his lifelong dream. Yet now, occupying this position, he felt an unsettling sense of vulnerability, as if sitting on a bed of nails. After much contemplation, Brother Crow realized that while he appeared to be the highest authority in Dongxing, in reality, Su Bin had firmly seized control of the overarching situation, both covertly and overtly. To break the deadlock, to truly become the pillar of Dongxing, and to secure his position, Brother Crow felt compelled to take decisive action, to demonstrate his strength and capability to all the elder brothers and veterans of Dongxing. As for how to handle Su Bin's changed attitude, the mere thought of it filled him with trepidation and helplessness. When he called Su Bin back for assistance, he never anticipated the situation would devolve into what it was now. Unable to comprehend or devise a solution, Brother Crow resolved to dismiss the matter from his mind. After all, the current state of affairs within Dongxing, along with the ambiguous stance of the elders, was something he could not alter in the short term. Yet he believed that his cousin Su Bin would not act against him. Thus, Brother Crow concluded that as long as he could achieve some notable accomplishments, produce results that would garner applause, and expand his influence, thereby enhancing Dongxing's strength, he could eventually earn the prestige befitting his role as the leader of Dongxing. Seizing the opportunity while Jiang Tianxing was negotiating with Lei Gong, capturing Fang Ting was merely the first step in Brother Crow's plan. Gazing at the alluring Fang Ting, Brother Crow smirked, aware of the methods required to handle a woman like her. Chapter 76, Hyong's Entrance. Brother Crow's shock. Do not be afraid. I am quite the professional photographer. Brother Crow adopted an innocuous expression as he slowly sat beside Fong Ting. What do you intend to do? Fong Ting, alarmed, instinctively recoiled, causing her ample bosom to bounce. Brother Crow's eyes sparkled with mischief. What do I intend? Your outfit is rather charming. As he spoke, he reached out to tug at Fong Ting's clothing, only to be thwarted by her hurriedly extended hands pushing him away. Get away! Get away! She cried urgently, clutching her chest tightly and shrinking back. Oh my, such a fine figure. Brother Crow remarked with a teasing arch of his brow. How could I not take some photos for the fans? He then beckoned to his subordinates holding cameras. Come, hurry up. No, I do not want to be photographed. Fong Ting, resembling a frightened little rabbit, clutched her chest and continued to retreat. Unfortunately, the numerous short men surrounding her were far too many. Aside from huddling on the sofa, she dared not make any other movements. After all, no one wished to be at the mercy of so many onlookers. Just as the group of subordinates began to aim their lighting equipment at Fong Ting, one of the young men who had accompanied Brother Crow stepped forward with a mischievous grin. What the hell, it's just a photo. Why complicate things? Just strip her and take the shot. Brother Crow, hearing this, rose and raised his hand. Hey, what kind of talk is that? If we don't do it professionally, how will the magazines and publications want it? Upon hearing this, Fong Ting, who at least considered herself somewhat of a celebrity, grew even more distressed. You are going too far. I will definitely inform Mr. Jiang. He will not let you get away with this. Meanwhile, Brother Crow, who was now snapping photos of Fong Ting from various angles, occasionally focusing on her ample bosom and then her thighs, appeared to be enjoying himself immensely. You plan to inform Mr. Jiang? Haha, I suggest you tell those bosses instead. How about that? He tossed the camera to a subordinate, leaned forward, and brought his face close to Fong Ting's, his expression laden with insinuation. You'd better cooperate with us. I can return these photos to you at any time. As he spoke, he rose to his feet, arms outstretched, declaring, I present you with two paths. Either you drag yourself along, or I shall summon everyone to join in. Then we shall take a photograph. Hee. Amidst the sinister laughter of the crow, Fong Ting, gripped by an overwhelming fear, cast a glance at the encroaching throng of diminutive mules and reluctantly chose to acquiesce, beginning to pull off her blouse. Ah, that's the spirit. Just be obedient, the crow said with a satisfied smile, gesturing for his entourage to commence their incessant filming. Meanwhile, the defiant young man, upon witnessing the various charms revealed by Fong Ting, felt a wave of involuntary excitement surge within him, his throat constricting and his eyes shimmering with a glimmer of fervor. The crow, noticing this scene with a casual glance, raised an eyebrow and approached the young man. What say you, Ayong? Are you interested? This young man, known as Ayong, was none other than the trusted lieutenant of the infamous C2 Haonan, one of the 5 tigers of the East Star, and a formidable henchman in his own right. Ayong's valor was renowned throughout the East Star, rivaling that of the Crow, the organization's top enforcer. However, due to his relatively recent entry into the gang and his lack of seniority, he had yet to earn his rightful place among the 5 tigers. Upon learning of the Camel's demise and the Crow's ascension to leadership, C2 Haonan had intended to elevate Ayong's status. Coincidentally, the Crows sought allies. Aligning their ambitions perfectly, Ayong was dispatched by C2 Haonan to assist the Crow in solidifying his position, and when the Crow eventually rose to prominence, it would be the moment for him to repay C2 Haonan and elevate Ayong as well. Meanwhile, C2 Haonan was hastily resolving affairs in Holon, and once the situation there stabilized, he would return to Hong Kong to confront Su Bin, who now held sway over the East Star. Faced with the Crow's taunting laughter, Ayong, fixated on Fong Ting's striking form, felt no hint of displeasure. He swallowed hard and nodded. Seeing this, the Crow, keen to facilitate matters, recognized that Ayong was a valuable asset he wished to recruit. However, Fong Ting still held potential utility. By controlling her, he could ensure her compliance. Yet, what would happen to the other brothers if Ayong were to take the lead? It seemed unjust for him to feast while the others merely endured. Moreover, if things went awry and Fong Ting were to suffer, leading her to become uncooperative, it would pose a significant problem. Contemplating this, the Crow stroked his chin and leaned in close to Ayong's ear, whispering, Ayong, do not rush. Once we have dealt with Jiang Tiansheng, you may have your way with her. At that moment, Fong Ting's garments had been completely removed, and Ayong's eyes widened with barely contained desire, making the Crow's words evoke a sense of displeasure within him. Yet, he was bound to comply with the authority of the current leader. Haha, Brother Crow, whatever you say goes. Ayong reluctantly retracted his gaze, forcing a strained smile. The Crow, noticing this, patted his shoulder reassuringly, indicating that he would ensure Ayong would have his share. Just then, the Crow's phone began to ring urgently in his pocket. He leisurely retrieved it and held it to his ear. Hello, what is it? His languid tone was abruptly interrupted by the frantic voice of a subordinate on the other end. Boss, there's a situation in Sim Sha Sui. The subordinate rapidly relayed the events unfolding in Tsim Sha Sui, and the crow's demeanor shifted from indifference to grave seriousness. What did you say? Chen Haonan and Shan Ji have been taken by Su Bin's men. The prince has also been killed by Su Bin's people. Jiang Tianxing's whereabouts are unknown, and he may also be dead. A barrage of rhetorical questions reflected the crow's inner turmoil and incredulity. If this were indeed the case, Su Bin's influence within the East Star would surge to unprecedented heights. No one could overshadow such monumental accomplishments. The crow would forever remain in the shadows. Indeed, came the affirmative voice from the other end. Moreover, boss, Su Bin's men have already swept through all of the prince's territories in Tsim Sha Sui. They have now gathered thousands and surrounded the Tsim Sha Sui police station. I heard that it seems Su Bin's girl, Xiao Xiao, has been captured at the Tsim Sha Sui police station. What? The crow's pupils constricted, and his entire body trembled. Chapter 77. The Tragic Fong Ting. Roy Cohen's warning. The crow's abduction of Fong Ting and his threats to photograph her were merely a pretext to eliminate Jiang Tianxing. While he had considered framing Su Bin for the ordeal, upon deeper reflection, he dismissed the notion. After all, the Hung Hing was in a weakened state, utterly subdued by Su Bin, and attributing the blame to him could backfire. Not only might Su Bin uncover the truth, but he would also likely gain immense notoriety from the incident, cementing his power over the East Star. This was not a scenario the crow wished to witness. Since the Hung Hing could not withstand Su Bin's onslaught, the crow aimed to eliminate Jiang Tianxing, leveraging Su Bin's might to enhance his own reputation. It seemed like a splendid plan. Yet, the fates had conspired against him. Jiang Tianxing was now likely dead at Su Bin's hands. Damn it! The crow could not suppress a string of expletives, and in a fit of rage, he slammed the phone down onto the ground with a forceful crash. Bang! The phone shattered into 8 pieces, the deafening sound drawing the attention of everyone present. The subordinate tasked with filming hastily halted, for the crow, in moments of levity, was a jovial figure, yet when roused to anger, he was a force to be reckoned with. Amidst the oppressive silence that enveloped the room, He-Yong, having grasped the situation, raised an eyebrow and cast a sidelong glance at the crow. Is it Su Bin who has once again thwarted your endeavors? Were this inquiry posed by another, the crow would undoubtedly respond with indignation, delivering a swift kick in retaliation. Yet, in the presence of He-Yong, he was compelled to suppress his seething fury and retorted sharply, indeed, Jiang Tianxing is likely dead. Our plans are in jeopardy. As he spoke, the crow violently kicked a nearby camera, his frustration boiling over. That brat Bin has become insufferably arrogant. He actually commanded thousands of subordinates to surround the Tsim Sha Sui police station. Those individuals are all part of our Dongxing faction. He cursed vehemently. That scoundrel Su Bin is basking in glory and gaining recognition. But if the police station pursues this matter, we, Dongxing, will be the first to face the consequences. The crow, increasingly agitated, seized a nearby lighting umbrella and smashed it down in a fit of rage. It was no wonder he felt this way. He was right to be furious, for the likes of Jiao Wenlong, Fei Shi, and Jinya Biao, who had besieged the Tsim Sha Sui police station, were all key members of Dongxing. Now that they had escalated the situation to such an extent, should the governor's office decide to investigate, Dongxing would bear the brunt of the fallout. As the leader of Dongxing, the crow knew he would be the first to bear the repercussions. This was a classic case of Su Bin seeking the limelight while the crow was left to shoulder the blame, which only fueled his ire. He-Yong, being rather straightforward and lacking in strategy, could only furrow his brow and stand silently at the side upon hearing the crow's words. Consumed with indignation and boredom, the crow vented his frustrations on the surrounding filming equipment before bellowing, "Damn it! I want to see how you, Su Bin, intend to resolve this matter. How will you account to those old-timers in the organization?" He fervently added, "I truly want to see how many will dare to support you then." As his words faded, the visibly agitated crow pointed at Fong Ting and declared, "Yong, she is in your hands. Do as you wish." "Really?" He-Yong exclaimed with delight. Indeed. The crow twisted his neck and then gestured dismissively toward his subordinates. "After Yong has had his fun, it will be your turn. Damn it, I'm leaving." With that, amidst the fervent excitement of his subordinates, the crow strode away, flanked by a few enviously glancing companions. Behind them, Fong Ting's piercing screams echoed, "Ah, no, don't come any closer. Please, don't approach." Meanwhile, back at the Tsim Sha Sui police station, Liu Jianming and lawyers such as Roy Cohen had just emerged when they were met by a throng of senior officers, all gazing toward the petite Xiao. Liu Jianming's heart raced, and he quickly approached Inspector Lei Mingyao, saluting sharply, "Sir." Lei Mingyao frowned and demanded, "Who is she? What is going on?" Liu Jianming's mind was in disarray, struggling to formulate an appropriate explanation, when Roy Cohen, accompanied by his team of lawyers, hastily stepped forward. "Inspector Lei, I am Roy Cohen. She is my client." Roy Cohen's words were succinct and to the point. Upon hearing Roy Cohen's name, Lei Mingyao's expression shifted, for he was well aware of the notorious reputation of this rogue barrister from the Eagle Sauce country. When had he arrived in Hong Kong? Before Lei Mingyao could ponder further, he observed Roy Cohen receiving a document from his assistant, which he promptly handed over. Inspector Lei, your precinct unlawfully detained my client and subjected her to severe coercion in an attempt to frame her. What is more egregious is that the officer responsible for this case, who brought my client in, is a corrupt individual with serious misconduct. He continued, my client is merely a woman who was defending her own safety and successfully acted in self-defense. How could your precinct stoop so low and so blatantly disregard the law? With a huff, Roy Cohen forcefully thrust another legal letter into Lei Mingyao's hands, declaring, I hereby formally notify you that my firm will be suing your entire police department in international court. A barrage of statements left Lei Mingyao utterly bewildered. As he furrowed his brow and lowered his gaze to examine the documents, Roy Cohen leaned in closer and whispered, furthermore, we have already established cooperation with the Hong Kong Independent Commission Against Corruption. We have thoroughly investigated every individual within your precinct. He added ominously, I hope you can still maintain your position when the time comes. With that, as Lei Mingyao's expression darkened, Roy Cohen calmly turned and respectfully stood beside a Chiao. Release her, release her, release her. Outside, the throngs of agitated supporters grew increasingly fervent upon seeing a Chiao at the police station's entrance. Lei Mingyao, with a grim expression, glanced back and cast a penetrating look at a Chiao, seemingly comprehending that the calls for release from the crowd were directed at this woman. Rumors had it that Roy Cohen, whose appearance fee was in the millions, had personally intervened, coupled with the throngs of supporters disregarding the law and besieging the police station. What exactly was her background? Chapter 78. The Chief Superintendent arrives. To be honest, had it merely been Roy Cohen's threats and warnings, Lei Mingyao, in the interest of preserving his position, might have chosen to yield and show a modicum of respect, allowing for a reinvestigation and review of the case. However, with thousands of supporters surrounding the police station and Chun Mingyu taken as a hostage, this was no longer a matter that a mere police inspector could handle. This situation, though it could be deemed small, was significant enough to escalate directly to the governor's office. The current scenario had spiraled beyond his control. Even so, Lei Mingyao firmly believes that Roy Cohen indeed possesses the capability to strip him of his official title. He is compelled to brace himself and carry out his responsibilities. Otherwise, the ramifications would extend far beyond merely losing his official insignia. As anticipated, before Lei Mingyao could thoroughly examine the documents presented by Roy Cohen, a police officer hastily approached to report, Sir Lei, Commissioner Chan Kakwak has arrived with a contingent of officers for support. The abduction of his son, Chan Mingyu, had prompted Commissioner Chan Kakwak to rush over, a scenario for which Lei Mingyao had mentally prepared himself. However, he found himself unable to suppress a series of deep breaths. Once his emotions settled slightly, Lei Mingyao narrowed his eyes, casting a penetrating glance at Roy Cohen. Subsequently, with a grand gesture, he led a cohort of senior officers forward with alacrity. As the head of the Criminal Investigation Department, Commissioner Chan Kakwak had arrived fully prepared. He was resolute that should anything happen to his son, he would stop at nothing to bring the masterminds behind this incident to justice. Several police armored vehicles forged a path ahead, followed by an elongated procession of various police cars. The gun ports on either side of the vehicles revealed ominous black gun barrels, complemented by mounted machine guns atop the roofs, exuding an unmistakable aura of intimidation. Furthermore, the whirring helicopters overhead, equipped with light machine guns, momentarily hushed the chants of the thousands gathered below. They had come merely to protest, not to engage in a battle with the police. After all, it would be foolish for anyone to shield themselves with their bodies against bullets. Thus, as the armored vehicles charged recklessly towards the crowd, the protesters hastily dispersed, clearing a broad thoroughfare for the Commissioner's convoy. Due to the sheer number of protesters and their lack of obstruction, Commissioner Chan Kakwak found no need to take advantage of the situation. When the convoy finally came to a halt outside the police station, the officers wielding riot shields stepped aside, revealing Lei Mingyao and his colleagues. Sir Chan, Sir Chan. A line of senior officers quickly formed and saluted the Commissioner's vehicle. With his police cap atop a square jaw, Chan Kakwak emanated an aura of authority without uttering a word. Faced with these officers who had created a mess yet were unable to resolve it, Chan Kakwak descended from his vehicle, offering them only a cursory nod. At that moment, an officer approached to whisper that the flying tigers and snipers were fully prepared. Should Chan Mingyu be in any peril, they would not hesitate to open fire. With a stoic expression, Chan Kakwak nodded in acknowledgement. He cast an annoyed glance at Lei Mingyao after surveying the regrouped protesters. Sir Chan, after wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Lei Mingyao hurried forward to provide an explanation. He pieced together information from Roy Cohen's earlier statements, reports from his subordinates, and insights from discussions with the Independent Commission Against Corruption, forming a coherent understanding of the situation. Jiang Tianxing from the Hunghing Triad and the Lei Gong of the San Lian Gang had engaged in negotiations at the Amit nightclub in Simsha Sui. After an unpleasant parting, the Dongxing members had ambushed the departing Hunghing group, injuring several. Meanwhile, the prince, who attempted to escape through the back door, was eliminated by that woman on the spot. Many officers witnessed this event firsthand. However, that woman now claimed self-defense. A significant number of officers suddenly altered their statements, asserting that the prince had initiated the confrontation, thus validating the woman's claim of self-defense. Nevertheless, 2 officers remained steadfast in their assertion that the woman had deliberately murdered the prince. The individuals outside demanding her release were indeed advocating for this woman. In conclusion, Lei Mingyao quietly added, moreover, she has enlisted the services of the prominent attorney Roy Cohen from the United States. Du Ying, who had apprehended her, was taken away by the ICAC on Roy Cohen's orders. Upon hearing the name Roy Cohen, Chan Kakwok's brow furrowed slightly. This individual is notoriously difficult to deal with, frequently appearing in international newspapers. Hasn't he always been entrenched in the United States, serving the upper echelons? How has he found his way to Hong Kong? Amidst his confusion, Chan Kakwok turned to glance at Roy Cohen and the young woman nearby, then coldly admonished, "What? Even now, you still do not know the woman's name?" Lei Mingyao paused, opening his mouth to explain, but was met with Chan Kakwok's impatient hand gesture. "Bring that woman to me." As soon as he finished speaking, numerous armed officers accompanied by Chan Kakwok swiftly advanced and encircled the young woman. Roy Cohen furrowed his brow, about to interject, but the young woman waved her hand dismissively, calmly stating, "It's all right. I will go with them." With that, she allowed the officers to place handcuffs on her and walked unflinchingly before Chan Kakwok. Witnessing this, Roy Cohen, along with his team of lawyers, attempted to follow but was intercepted by the officers. "I will lodge a protest. I will lodge a protest. I will certainly file a complaint with the governor's office. You will all regret this," Roy Cohen shouted vehemently while dialing a number on his phone. The officers exchanged glances, shrugging their shoulders in bemusement. Meanwhile, observing the calm demeanor of the young woman, Chan Kakwok's eyes turned icy as he demanded, "What is your name?" Before she could respond, he continued, "I do not care who you are or what your status may be. I present you with 2 options. Immediately instruct your people to release my son, and then have them vacate the premises. Otherwise, I assure you, you will not have a favorable outcome. When one possesses ample confidence and strength, they can speak without restraint. For instance, the current Chun Jiagua, who could effortlessly quell the tumult before him, would have undoubtedly issued orders to demonstrate his formidable prowess against these lawless ruffians, were it not for his son being in their clutches." Chapter 79. Xiao A. Xiao, threaten you? If you say so, then that must be the case. In response to Chun Jiagua's scornful threats, Xiao A. Xiao slightly curled her lips, bestowing a radiant smile. The elaborate efforts Mr. Su undertook to rescue her genuinely brought her great joy. Worry was simply out of the question. Xiao A. Xiao held unwavering faith in Su Bin. The grand spectacle he orchestrated was a testament to his ability to resolve the situation. Thus, with unruffled composure, she surveyed the well-armed officers encircling them, then lifted her gaze to the helicopter hovering above, before speaking slowly. "This esteemed officer, I am Xiao A. Xiao. The individuals outside indeed have some connection to me. However, I have been subjected to severe coercion and framed by your precinct. If you do not restore my innocence, I believe they will not relent nor depart." As her words fell, Chan Jiagua's expression darkened, and he coldly retorted, "Are you threatening me? Do you know who I am? Does it matter who you are?" Xiao A. Xiao replied with an air of indifference, "If you insist on interpreting my words as a threat, I shall not object." Upon hearing this, Lu Jiaming, standing cautiously nearby, turned pale with dismay. Should anything happen to Xiao A. Xiao, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences as well. Yet, confronted with the formidable chief inspector, he found himself utterly powerless. At that moment, Roy Cohen, having dialed a number and seemingly receiving a satisfactory response, remained unfazed as he observed the escalating tension between Chun Jiagua and Xiao A. Xiao. "Ha ha." After a brief pause, Chun Jiagua erupted into a hearty laugh, as if he had just heard the most amusing joke in the world. According to Lei Mingyao, this woman named Xiao A. Xiao had no record within the police system, nor in the entirety of the Hong Kong system. The only conclusion one could draw was that Xiao A. Xiao was likely not a local. However, regardless of her wealth or power outside, once she set foot in Hong Kong, in Chun Jiagua's territory, whether she was a dragon or a tiger, she must submit. Moreover, how formidable could those who interacted with such ruffians truly be? It was his first encounter with someone daring enough to speak to him in such a manner. "It appeared you were unwilling to accept my offer for mediation." Following his laughter, Chun Jiagua's expression turned exceedingly grim. He took the bullhorn offered by an officer beside him. Smirking coldly, I am eager to see if your subordinates are as audacious as you. With that, he raised the bullhorn and bellowed, everyone listen. I am Chief Inspector Chun Jiagua of the Hong Kong Criminal Headquarters. I hereby command you to release the hostages immediately. This is the final warning. You have 3 minutes to release the hostages and vacate this area. Remember, you have only 3 minutes. Upon the completion of Chun Jiagua's proclamation, the ruffians erupted in uproar. Various sounds of agitation filled the air. However, as all the officers brandished their weapons, cocking them in unison while aiming at them, and the helicopter adjusted its gun barrels downward, poised for action, the ruffians' expressions shifted to sheer terror. Particularly among those merely there for show, some who had long harbored fear began to slip away unnoticed. In the front half of the crowd, Gao Jin, Wang Jianjun, and others exchanged glances before crossing their arms defiantly. Duan Shui Lu playfully tugged at Chun Mingyu's collar, flashing a mischievous grin. Meanwhile, the leaders standing at the forefront, Zhou Wenlong, Fei Shi, Jinya Biao, and Man Yu, displayed varied expressions. Fei Shi appeared somewhat perplexed about his identity, glancing around in panic as if seeking an opportunity to escape. Although Jinya Biao felt a twinge of fear as well, his loyalty to Xiao shone through. In such dire circumstances, it was most crucial to demonstrate allegiance. Both he and Man Yu raised their arms, shouting at their subordinates in an attempt to steady their resolve, but with little success. While their loyal confidants held their ground for the moment, the other ruffians visibly wavered. Observing this, Zhou Wenlong, with a deep frown, shook off Ma Jiahong's grip, forcefully slamming his knife into the ground. He then called out to everyone behind him, brothers, throw down your weapons. We are merely citizens seeking justice. As long as we unite in purpose, the officers shall not dare to harm us. With his words, his followers quickly emulated him, discarding their knives onto the ground. The cacophony of weapons clattering resonated in a chain reaction. The ruffians were not foolish, under Zhou Wenlong's influence. They grasped the principle that without weapons, they were merely good citizens. They were here solely to seek justice, and surely the officers could not open fire on them. Seeing this, Zhou Wenlong nodded in satisfaction and strode forward, facing the officers head-on. With a steely gaze fixed on Chun Jiagua, he bellowed, do you think your firearms grant you superiority? Is it your prerogative to arrest without cause? Release Xiao immediately. As his words echoed, the crowd behind him erupted in a fervent chant. Release her! Release her! Release her! Release her!